And to those who bleed orange and black, good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Oh, yeah. Happy Tuesday, everybody, where Marcus and I are, if you see us on film, are breaking down what Teoscar Hernandez did on third base last night. We're trying to figure out what the hell happened in that double play last night. That was one of the most unusual things you will see. Yeah, Brewers, Dodgers, we were talking about. But, of course, we got 49ers on our mind. We got Tuesday mornings on our mind. A little rain. We weathered through a little rain yesterday, everybody. I didn't mind it. Good change of pace. At least it didn't rain Saturday in our Hall of Fame ceremony. We had beautiful weather. So just kind of a nice little change for a day. But bring back the October sun for a few more weeks before we get to the rain. But, yeah, man, a lot going on last night. 2 October baseball games. Go Mariners, and frickin' Dodgers. And 2 football games that featured the Jake Moody-led Chicago Bears, we will discuss, and a Falcons team that looked a little too frisky for my liking. They're coming in here Sunday, Marcus. And as I say good morning to you, brother, as I make a catch here against the wall at KNBR. Did I almost knock that over, by the way?
Yeah, you almost did.
I didn't realize how frail that is. Oh, my God. If Sal Freely had gone into this thing, we'd be down.
Yeah, careful. Don't do that again.
But who's going to tackle Bijan Robinson?
Oh.
Because it ain't going to be Nick Bosa or Fred Warner.
No.
That's my problem.
Maybe we do need to take the suggestion from Tim Ryan yesterday and get Baker Mayfield out there in that green dot.
Baker can tackle Bijan.
Yeah, because I don't know who the hell is going to be able to take him down.
Bethune
Yeah, come on down. D. Winters, get ready.
Raheem Morris last night said Bijan Robinson's the best player in the NFL. Now, that's his coach. Ooh, yeah. He's supporting his guy. He's propping up his guy. But he's on the short list of most dangerous guys in the league. As I know, because he is the star of Football Mensch, which dropped a nuclear bomb of an ass-kicking on Larry Krueger with a record performance. I only bring it up because there's this sort of fun little rivalry between me and Krueger. And I guess, yeah, in fairness, I started it just because why not? During draft day, I just try to come as the persona of the guy who talks so much S, it's relentless. Like I was bombarding everybody. I was like, I don't care. I take on a whole new persona. And so Krueger kept drafting all these young guys, Teteroa McMillan, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, Bill, as we like to call him.
What's up, Bill?
And a couple others. And I said, oh, what's going on with the diaper dandies? Hey, the diaperans, because he calls them the Krugerans. He's like, hey, the diaperans. He got very upset. So when I went on the air and we were reviewing the draft the next day, I was like, yeah, somebody go change Larry's team's diapers. And then he got into a mode where he sent out not 1 but 2 taunting texts as the season got underway. And so I was like, all right, well, I guess it's on. Then we finally met each other yesterday, and I dropped a nuclear bomb of ass whooping on him.
Oh, and it was an absolute beatdown.
Yeah.
Now, let me pump this back a little bit because there were texters chiming in yesterday saying, Murph, you started the war with Larry Krueger by ripping his team for drafting so many rookies. But it's my belief that Larry Krueger was actually live on air with Todd Husak doing the draft, and I remember people texting us the next day saying that Larry was taking shots at you during the draft.
You're correct.
So there's a little bit of, 2 sides of the story going on. Who started the smoke? Who threw the first rock?
So we're being gaslit here.
Yeah, I think the text line is now trying to gaslight you into thinking you started the beef.
The nuclear bomb of ass whooping that much more satisfying.
Even better.
Yes, there you go,
Even
buddy.
better. Chef's kiss.
Can I get some applause for that ass whooping there, Hunkford? Thank you very much. Anyway.
And this comes after 1 week where I thought I broke the KNBR league record.
You did.
Scoring like 175
scored
points.
175.
Yeah, it was nice to have that record for about a week until you took it.
Shout out to McGuire and Sosa in
exactly.
98. That was us, dude, because I won 86 or whatever.
I might make a plaque like KNBR, highest score, and then in small print for just a week until Murph broke my record.
Week 5 to week 6. Yeah,
so that was me. I'm going to hang a banner.
Well, the morning show, don't mess with the morning show. As I said to Krueger, hey, you mess with the bull, you get the horns.
Yeah.
All right, buddy?
Put that on the record, young Tony. There has never been a combination of KNBR hosts who have scored as many points in back-to-back weeks as Murph and I have done.
There it is, man. Great text from 707 says, 650 says Murph and Kruger are friends like Elon Musk and Donald Trump are friends. So there you go. 707 says very much true. I heard it live. He was ripping Murph while the draft was going.
Mm-hmm.
See?
I stand with
You
707.
mess with the bull, you get the horns, baby.
707
You get
as
the
my
horns.
witness.
Right there, Kruger. Right there, right there. All right. Speaking of which, I'm looking down at the text line. I also see this says, "You got to be kidding me." What was the email or the area code? Said here it's the same 650 guy. Says Jake Moody resurgence in the rain. Are you kidding me? Are we happy for Jake Moody? Are we happy for Jake Moody? We got Eddie De Niro. We don't need to worry about Jake Moody.
Yeah, you're right. You shouldn't even be thinking about Jake Moody. But this is the classic when you break up with your ex, you're always like, oh, I hope for the best for you. Do you really hope for the best?
No, I've been open about that. I do not. I do not.
So
yeah.
you're actively rooting against Jake Moody, you would say.
Well, I wouldn't say I'm actively rooting, but I don't necessarily wish him all the best.
Yeah, but you don't want to see him strutting around with his new fling on Monday Night Football with the Chicago Bears.
I mean, I can be honest. Moody was so sad. It's like I didn't have venom towards Jake Moody. It wasn't like somebody who pissed me off. I don't know. For some reason, Blake Snell maybe.
Yeah,
Is that the theme?
You ain't room for him.
By the way, is that the theme of today's show? Forever 49ers and Forever Giants going and doing other things on a Monday night.
Yeah.
That's the theme of today's show. Yeah.
Stepping out on San Francisco.
We'll get into Snell in just a second here. But Moody, I didn't have I was more bro, when I looked at Moody, his whole career as a night, I was like, bro, you're so sad.
Let me ask you this question. Were you more angry at Jake Moody or the 49ers for drafting him in the third round?
I was more angry at the 49ers.
See, that's the thing.
I was more angry.
So it's not personal with Moody.
Yes. You nailed it. Yes, I was more upset.
It was the issue of spending a third round draft.
It was
pick
ridiculous.
On a kicker.
Absurd.
Yes.
And so he was just sort of a collateral part of the whole thing. So, and we all said when he got released, I said he's going to go somewhere and have a great career. But it was just never going to be here. It was never going to be here. He had too many things hanging over him. Besides, Eddie De Niro, baby.
Yeah, we got
Take
Eddie
me home
P.
tonight.
Eddie P, who this weekend passed Justin Tucker and I believe Harrison Butker. I believe he's now second all time in NFL history in field goal accuracy.
Moody made a game winner or two as a Niner, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
There were a few.
Going back to preseason this year against the Raiders, if you want to count that one.
Accepting apologies.
That was a huge preseason moment, Murph.
But didn't he in the regular season at least get one or two somewhere along the way?
Yeah, I want to say there was one or two, but then there's also one or two he missed off the top of my head, like going back to Cleveland last year also, the mistake by the lake. So
a PAT and a Super Bowl, perhaps. Yeah,
pick and choose.
But no, Eddie, take me home tonight, De Niro, or 2 tickets to 49er Paradise. I'm down with my man.
Yeah, I'll say this too.
In fact, I expect Pinheiro to be the kicker for the next few years.
I mean, the way he's kicking it right now, the way he's tapped into his bag and has extended his range now beyond 50 yards when that was the one knock against him. I'm glad we have Eddie P, and congratulations, Chicago. You got yourself a cold weather kicker. Maybe that was the problem. Maybe it was the Santa Clara Heat. We knew he was so successful kicking in Michigan in that cold weather. Well, he's right back by the lake. Congrats, Jake. You're back in your cold weather.
It's a Lake Michigan thing, I guess, yeah. Meanwhile, Bijan Robinson and Drake London are coming to town. And we were talking about, dude, I got to say this to you, man, before we get out first segment, but I said this to the boys when I arrived this morning after we sorted out another elevator incident. Our elevator is the world trying to tell us something? The elevator coming to our floor has been down for several days and nobody's fixing it.
Why is it only our floor?
Literally, you can get to the 5th floor, you can get to the 6th floor, you can't get to the 3rd floor.
I wonder what's up there, by the way.
There's something going on. You're not one of those people who uses other people's, shall we say, lavatories?
No. I don't even know if we have access to those floors.
Call.
Like in the other building, I'd go up to the 6th floor all the time. Had like a nice private bathroom, no one to interrupt me.
So you did.
There's like extra like snacks and mints and cologne back in the day.
You've done that.
Oh yeah, I do it all the time. I want my piece.
I used to do that way back when. I thought I was being a real kind of a low life doing it, but I was like, I'm going to do this. I'm going to go to somebody else's floor and use their lavatory.
How you like that? 6th floor.
But anyway, I said to the boys when I got here today, I said, you know, it's turning into a sick joke. We spent the last 6 months talking about the last place schedule. Bro, here's what the football guards are saying. Guess what? All those last place scheduled teams we're talking about, they're really good this year. They're really good, dude. The Bears are now not a pushover. The Colts are the best team in the league, and here come the Falcons.
808 KNBR, the Rams have an easier first-place schedule than the 49ers' last-place schedule. They got to play against the Ravens and Cooper Rush last week.
It's a hot take.
Yeah,
it's a good take. You're right. Playing the Ravens was better than playing the Falcons this Sunday.
Who would have thought that?
Man,
Who would think that?
Meanwhile, Snellzilla, bro, he's out there just
carving.
It seems like when he wants to.
Yep.
It's like when he wants to. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna be. And he had, dude, how about his whole stoner persona in these post-game interviews are hilarious. When she's asking about his pitches, he goes, "I like a located fastball." He's just like he's just such a trip, man.
He's that West Coast pitcher.
The mug, you played with. He was a Santa Clara Red Sox.
I
Wasn't
tell
he?
you, there's a lot of guys on the West Coast that I played baseball with who have that stoner mentality. Yes.
So he was unfreaking believable. I'll tell you this though, I was first guessing. I'd have left him out there. I couldn't believe the Dodgers went. I mean, listen, Sasaki's Sasaki, but you know, if the splitter's not landing in the strike zone and Brewers can spit on it, he got trouble. Then he goes to Blake Trinan. I was like, oh, this is going to bite him in the ass.
Come on.
And Bryce Terang has to wear that pitch. He has to. A pitch is bearing down on your thigh/knee with the bases loaded in an NLCS game. You wear it, buddy.
We got ice. we got ice, Bryce.
We do have
Come
ice.
on.
And then we can talk about that double play, too, coming up. So
yeah.
So a lot going on, man. Here come the big bad Falcons with Bijan Robinson and Drake London and Michael Penix and Kyle Pitts and all these other first-round shiny toys to take on a 49er team. We don't even know who's quarterbacking the 49ers on Sunday. Brock Purdy will get some looks on Wednesday. We shall find out about that. All right, Tuesday, October 14, 2025. A lot to get to. Busy day. It's a forever Giant, forever 49er, Jake Moody, Blake Snell kind of Tuesday on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. Aloha. The Big Island Getaway is still going on. Mark the dates on your calendar, November 16th through the 21st. Listen to Murph and Marcus 7 to 10, Papa and Silver 11 to 2, or Dirty Work 3 to 6. Your choice for your chance to qualify for one of the grand prize trips to the Big Island of Hawaii. With round-trip airfare on Hawaiian Airlines and a 5-night hotel stay at the Mauna Kea Beach Hotel. It is all furnished by Hawaiian Airlines. Introducing Atmos Rewards from Alaska and Hawaiian Airlines. And, of course, the Mauna Kea Beach Hotel, where iconic heritage meets modern luxury. You got to be 21 years or older to qualify. You can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Brewer set up for two. And Muncy skies one to center field. Hit well. This one's got a chance. Freeland going back to the wall. He leaps. It's in and out of his glove, but he caught it. And now chaos on the bases. Might have a play at the plate. The throw. Not in time. No, he's out. He's out. It's a forced play at the plate. And he is out. All of this is going to be reviewed. It's only a forced play if he didn't catch it.
I don't think they know.
Also, did he leave early? Once it hits the glove, you can leave the base. It hits the wall.
It's a forced play then.
It's the first play.
It's going to be a forced play.
Yeah, but they're not even done. There's a second out on that play, right?
Yes, there's more.
So why all the replays cut off before Contreras goes and steps on third right now? Why is Will Smith not? We got to back up here, man. This is crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. If anybody was watching the game last night, were you watching this live, Marcus?
I was indeed.
Okay, lucky
and
you.
I was trying to piece it all together.
First of all, you thinking Max Muncy just hit a grand slam?
Yeah, first of all, I'm thinking that ball's going to either land over the fence or that Freelick is going to bounce it and it's going to knock over the fence. Like the fact that it hit in his glove, bounced out, then hit off the top of the wall before he caught it again was crazy.
So, bases loaded. Muncy, deep fly ball to center. Sal Frelick, Brewer goes back, jumps up, athletic play, but he doesn't quite catch it. It tips off his leather and off the fence. At that point in time, that ball is in play, right? When as soon as it leaves his glove, where it has not been secured for an out, and it hits the wall, it's like any other ball off the wall.
It's. I heard some people saying, just imagine if it was a ground ball. But the problem is the ball never hit the ground.
Well, that'll mess with your head.
That's how you kind of got to score it.
Just imagine it as a ball off the wall.
Yeah, it's a ball off the wall.
It's a ball off the wall.
Mm-hmm.
But what messed with our head is the fact that it hit his glove first, looked like almost like it was going to be a catch or should have been a catch. So like your brain was thinking catch. Then your brain had to think double off the wall. But Teoscar Hernandez on third did not go for some reason or went late. Either that or also Frelick deserves a ton of credit for picking the ball up and throwing an absolute missile into shortstop, where the shortstop Ortiz then threw a missile to the catcher Contreras to get Hernandez, who now finally was thinking, oh, I got to go because that ball's off the wall, and they force him at the plate.
On a force play. And then Dave Roberts runs out and starts losing his mind because there's no tag. No, buddy, that ball hit off the wall. It's now a force play at home plate.
But that's not all.
There's more.
Will Smith was the runner at second. Now, I could never find, because I didn't get to see it live. So I had to try to piece it together. And never did I see what Will Smith did at second base. Did he not advance?
So he takes a few steps off, gets about halfway to third, and then he runs back to second base like he's going to tag because he thinks the ball is caught. And he's telling the guy who then moves up to second base to go back to first. So Will Smith is in the middle of all of this, not directing traffic correctly because the Dodgers' third base coach was screaming at him to run.
And Will Smith then froze up / choked. He should have gone to third. Contreras didn't even sprint down the third. He sort of halfway jog sprinted down. He didn't have to bust it to beat Will Smith. Smith was like, no, I'm staying on second. I'm good. And Contreras was like, no, you're not. This is a force play.
Will Smith was standing on second base acting like Jason Kidd.
Because it was confusion.
There was a lot of confusion going on.
I mean, the Dodgers deserve to lose that game for getting doubled up in that situation.
Dude, and I can't tell you how badly I wanted that play to happen with 0 outs. Because then it would have been a triple play. Then it would have been maybe the craziest play in baseball history.
It would have
a
been.
potential grand slam turns into an inning-ending triple play.
It would have been.
But I'll take the double play.
It would have been.
I'll take the double
It's
play.
also, I mean, literally, none of us have seen anything like that.
No, it's unreal.
No.
Like it's so funny. Like I always laugh when we ever hear somebody say, "Yeah, that's why you watch the great game of baseball because you can tune it on any given night and
They
you'll
always
see
say,
something you've never seen."
You go to the ballpark, you're going to see something you never saw
And I'm like,
before.
dude, I watch a lot of baseball. I've been at more than 140 Giants games over the last 2 years. I've seen a lot of ball. I've never seen that before.
Oh, man. Do we have any post-game sound there from, who is it, Frelick or Christian Yelich, who was in right field the whole time?
Yeah, I mean, I was hoping that it hit the wall because if it didn't, then he would have scored because obviously you don't have to catch the ball for it to be sacked flies. That's hit your glove. So I was hoping that it hit the wall when they were going to the replay because then I kind of knew it was going to be a double play. But yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that before. Just one of those really weird freak plays that you just kind of play it out. You don't really know. It was a great job, honestly, by Terang and Joey. Rang yelling at Joey like, throw it home because he saw the whole thing and he was on it. So that was huge. It kind of once that kind of happened, I was like, it's getting weird. Like we got a chance, and we were in it all the way to the end and just didn't go our way. But that's how it goes sometimes.
Yeah, it's a 0-0. So I'm on the MLB app, and they have every play logged. It says Muncy's face. It says double play. It says Max Muncy grounds into a double
See,
play.
that's what I was talking about. Everybody's like, yeah, it's essentially a ground out. I'm like, what do you mean it's a ground out? It never hit the ground.
Center fielder Sal Frelick to shortstop Joey Ortiz to catcher William Contreras. Teoscar Hernandez out at home. And then just, this is the part, Will Smith out at third. Yeah. Every replay on Twitter cuts it off before they step on third. You just, young Tony just played the replay from Fox or whatever, or TBS. Who was it? TBS that had it last night? Whatever. But they didn't even finish the play.
Well, check this out, dude. I've got the full John Boy, 4 or 5 minute breakdown.
Man. Yeah.
So this will give you all the angles you need.
Oh, man.
My favorite part that we haven't even talked about yet was Sal Frelick. You'll see it in a few seconds. Is his facial expression after it happens. He just looks around and you can see him saying, what the blank just happened?
Yeah.
Even he is so confused. He doesn't know who he got out, how he made that play, how he caught it off the wall. That's a new meme right there.
You're right.
What the blank just happened?
You're right.
He's so confused.
He doesn't even know. He's the guy who started the whole thing.
He's the one who made the play. He doesn't know what happened.
John Boy's incredible.
He's
too.
phenomenal.
I'm watching all these different angles that he has. There's a second base camera angle of Will Smith running back to second and telling the guy to go back.
I'm telling you, he's the guy that screwed everything up. It was Will Smith.
I know. I thought he was such a heady player. And by the way John Boy's doing this frame by frame, Frelick gets a ton of credit for the athleticism of keeping that ball in his hands and within a nanosecond throwing a laser down to Ortiz that hits him right in the glove.
The fact that he was able to get that ball in so quickly and still get the force out of home is amazing.
And Ortiz, it's a clear force out. That John Boy breakdown's great.
Dude, it's phenomenal.
It really is, yeah. 916 says you got to say something you really say, and the umps did a great job in that.
Yeah, I hate to say it,
the umps
but
did a
credit
great
to the
job.
umpires. That's why you have real-life umpires and none of that AI BS.
Oh, man. The AI is getting nutty. All right, guest list on a Tuesday, October 14, 2025, 10-14-25. Young Tony, you were part of a ball off the wall discussion once, weren't you? Or should we save that for another day?
At Oracle?
Yes.
Yeah, in Beard Eye, if that play happened, that's still a catch, bro. Yeah.
That is. It's a catch.
But, dude, that was wild. I was watching it all live, too. I was trying to figure out what the hell happened. Shout out Sal Frelick in center field. I think everybody at home, you don't have to be a PhD in lip reading to see what he said. Yeah. Pretty funny.
I'm most proud of you guys for watching baseball instead of football.
Oh, well, Murph, you know me. I'm a two-screen mofo. I had them both on.
You had them both
I had them both on.
We only have the one at the house, and I've told the kids, I said, when it's October baseball, not the Niners, we're going October baseball.
Shout out YouTube TV. You can put 4 different games. It's called multi-view.
Now, does that get a little distracting, perhaps?
You're telling me, bro. You got like 8 screens in front of you right now.
Well, this is true.
At a bar, you got like 8
And
TVs too. I mean, it's normal.
You know what's funny you say that, Tony? I got my laptop. I got the internal feed to my left.
Shout out OBS.
I got the home computer there. And then I got 6 screens.
Isn't that distracting,
Yeah,
Mark?
6 screens.
It's a little
And
distracting.
you're kind of a screen, too.
Yeah.
100%.
You're like my 7th screen.
We're all just like multitaskers in these
So
days.
I didn't know this. For YouTube TV on multi-view, you can combine football and baseball?
Football, baseball, you throw a little soccer on if you
Okay,
want,
cool.
dude. The
Why did you
audio.
think you could only do one sport?
See, because when I was over at my brother's house this past week and watched a little bit of football, I threw on the quad box, but it was only college football games. Because I was trying to figure out a way to get baseball and college football on at the same
couldn't do it,
time.
huh?
I wasn't smart enough, Murph.
Young Tony's smarter than
That's
you?
I need y'all without question.
No, the only
You're
tricky
the
thing
guy
is
you're the guy with the big mic. He's the guy with the small mic.
Yeah,
over there.
yeah, exactly. But I'm the guy with the stream. He's the guy with the YouTube TV.
so to speak. Hey, the other thing is the audio, like you can flip channels. So like you have
I
4
know
screens
that part.
on.
I just didn't know you can combine them both. Maybe I'm just not
Yeah,
an
what
expert.
audio are you getting? You just choose one of the 4?
So at the time, I mean, obviously I'm a Brewers guy. You know, tough loss last night, obviously. But yeah, I had it on the Brewers game.
So okay.
Yeah.
So you say 4 screens. Can you just choose 2?
You probably, yeah, of course.
Okay, I
Yeah.
don't know if you had to fill out the other 2.
Like 2 Monday Night Football games, which I always hate, you can
Yeah.
just put both on the same TV.
Now, what if I want to throw on like Sunday Night Football and like Big Brother on at the same time? Can I mix and match with other TV
You-
shows,
you
or does
probably
it have
could.
to be sports?
No, you probably could. I think it generates, shout out AIBS. I think it generates it for you, but I'm pretty sure you can customize it.
Okay.
you know, man.
All right. Fascinating.
And by the way, 512 says the best part of that play was it was a win for baseball. The umps got it completely right with 0 controversy, and it got people talking ball. But again, I'll watch October baseball till the bitter end. The only thing that will trump it is the Niners. That's it. I mean, even UCLA, although no, we're hot. I have to start watching us again.
watch out,
Play
Murph.
Maryland this weekend. What do we got, Tone? What do
Shout
you
out
got?
your Mariners, too, by the way.
Well, I
Huge
do.
win.
I am, dude. I'm telling you, the Mariners are going to do the Lord's work and beat the Dodgers.
Yes.
They are.
Please.
Brian Woo's on the ALCS. His dad listens.
Hey,
Shout out
hell
Mr.
yeah.
Woo.
Shout out Mr. Woo.
Shout out Cal Poly.
Shout out Cal Poly.
That's
Shout
it.
out Alameda High School.
Shout out Cal Raleigh.
I'll be at Alameda High tomorrow. We got a water polo game there. So, all right, what do you got, buddy?
All right, well, coming up at 7:30 to talk all about what happened last night, Mike Krukow is going to join us at 7:30 this morning, early in the show. Get his thoughts on that crazy double play.
That'll be good. And on Blake Snellzilla.
Yeah, well, you guys didn't really address that. What are we doing?
Well,
8 innings, 1 hit. What was it, 10
But
Ks?
Farhan said that when the trade deadline came around last summer, 24, that there wasn't a good enough package. Meanwhile, listen, we can say what we want about the 81 and 81 Buster Posey Giants, but he turned Camilo Doval, Mike Yastrzemski, and Tyler Rogers into some decent packages. So you're trying to tell me you couldn't tell Blake freaking Snell? to do a good package?
Nobody would want.
There it is. I'll take it.
I can't believe it.
He didn't want. Well, he was trying to save his job.
Well, yeah.
The Giants were the
he
victim
was
of
trying to tell us nobody was interested in Blake Snell, couldn't get the package they were looking for. Yeah, I'm not buying that for 1 second.
Can you
That was
imagine-
Farhan trying to keep his
Can you
job.
imagine the prospects they could have gotten with him that would be part of this 26 team? You know what I mean? They'd be the guys they would have gotten for Snell in the 24 deadline would have been part of this 2016.
Would have been huge prospects too.
Yeah.
Like to your point, Tyler Rogers got traded. Drew Gilbert and
Tidwell.
and Blade Tidwell were top 15 prospects in the Mets system. That's for Tyler Rogers, not for Cy Young winner who was threw a no-hitter earlier that season in Blake Snell.
Yeah, man.
Insane.
So Snellzilla was crazy. I would have left him out there if I was the Dodgers, and I thought the biggest thing that happened to the Brewers was him coming out of the game.
Which, by the way, can the Dodgers blow some damn games? Like, they're going into this postseason with a bad bullpen. I don't need to see them out there with starters closing out bowl games. Like, you should be at the point where you should blow games. Like, they shouldn't be able to have everything.
I haven't given up. I think the one win, I know it was a road win for the Dodgers and everything, but I still think the Brewers are going to give them what for. I do. I'm going to be okay. What else we got?
You're making me, a little enthusiastic about that because I'm not feeling great about it right now. Not going to lie.
I'm feeling okay.
All right.
I'm feeling okay.
All
Yes,
right.
yeah.
You get through Blake Snell in the first game, obviously.
I'm not promising anything. I just think the Brewers it's going to be a series. Though.
All
It's
right.
going to be a series. All right.
All right. Mike Silver at 8:15. Talk a little NFL. Cooler content 8:30. Our 49er player of the week. We didn't even talk about this. A little drum roll. Diamador Lenore, the hyena, Marcus. The hyena at 9 o'clock this morning. And then David Lombardi at 9:30.
Sounds great. You don't want to book a guest about my nuclear bomb of ass whoop I dropped on Larry Krueger in Fantasy Football?
Who could we book?
I think that's Wednesday, isn't it?
You can book me if you want. I'll come on and talk about it.
Let's see if Adam Rank is available. Dude,
right.
it's Brian Murphy putting the beat down on Larry Krueger.
That's it. That's good. Hey, let's do this. Let's talk about the Jake Moody story. Oh, my God.
Moody.
If you don't know, you might have missed it. I don't imagine everybody in the Bay Area was locked in on Bears Commanders last night. We'll do it next on The Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Moody tonight is hit from 47, 48, and 41. He had one block from 48. It's a 38-yard field goal try to win the game. Bears down by 2. Moody takes 2 strides back and 2 strides to the side. Waiting for the snap. Rain is falling. Wind is blowing. The ball put down. The kick is up, knifing its way through the uprights, through the rain, and Chicago. Redemption in Washington. The Bears have won it 25-24 on a 38-yard walk-off field goal by a kicker called off the practice squad today.
Oh, Kevin Harlan. Yeah, he's accurate. First of all, good call. Rain, wind, all that stuff. But a kicker called off the practice squad doesn't begin to tell the Jake Moody story, everybody. There he was, our guy. 3rd-round draft pick. You know who else was drafted in the 3rd round by the 49ers? Joe freaking Montana was drafted in the 3rd round by the 49ers.
And they both ended up wearing number 16, Murph.
Was he wearing 16 last
Jake
night?
Moody was out there wearing number
I didn't even
16
notice.
on his back.
And their initials are JM.
Wow.
Oh, my gosh. There you go.
Reincarnated.
Is Jake Moody, an AI version of a reincarnated Joe Montana?
Some would say he's the Joe Montana of kickers.
By the way, I'm finally watching Contreras spot shadow step on third base. Listen, we got to have to talk about this, guys, before we move on, because we do have a lot to get to with Kyle Shanahan and what he had to say about Brock Purdy and Fred Warner and all that good stuff. Or bad stuff, I should say, with Fred Warner. But are we going to be okay? Are we all willing to just let that bird fly? Just let that Jake Moody bird fly? Or was part of you last night frustrated and upset that he was out here making, 4 field goals, including a game winner?
4 or 5 last night.
I'd have to go back and look at his game log, but did he ever have a 4 field goal and a game winner day as a Niner? Somebody said he had a game winner to beat the Bucs last year. Is that right? I honestly, it all blends into one for me. It all blends into one long frustration when I would see him. I'd be like, man, this guy. I'd be like, I don't have much confidence at all that this is going to happen, you know. And sure enough, last night he did have one blocked.
You did.
Now, contain broke down a little bit, I think, but also I think it was a low line drive here. I'm going to look here. Field goals made. Let's see. He had. He went 3 for 3 in his first game, 3 for 3 in his second game. He was 9 for 9. He started his career 9 for 9. How about that? And then at Cleveland, he went 1 for 3 in a 19-17 loss. That's when things started to go bad. Mm-hmm. And then at Minnesota, when they lost 22-17, he missed one too. So all of a sudden, by week 7 of his rookie year, he had already had 2 games that were a bummer. And we were like, well, dude, what's going on? Then we had the Super Bowl and everything. Oh, dude, I keep going. Week 17, I have his game log in front of me here. Week 17 of his rookie year, the Niners lose 21-20 to the Rams. He missed the field goal to win the game there, too, or missed one that would have won the game. So he had a number of mishaps his rookie year, a number. Mm-hmm. And then, oh, my God, dude, did you remember this? Opening day last year when I took young Tony by gunpoint into a suite with the Chilton Auto Body crowd, and he was like, how long do I have to stay? Is Marcus coming? Do I have to be here? Can I leave at halftime? Yeah. Young Tone, in front of you, under duress, when you were being under duress, feasting on free food and beer, courtesy of the Chilton Auto Body people.
I loved it.
He went 6 for 6 that day.
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
I do. I think he hit a game winner.
No, they won 32-19.
Well, he had a big one at the end. We were walking out. Shout out us leaving early.
Dude, he went 6 for 6 in that game. What the heck? Mm-hmm. Okay, when they beat Tampa 23-20, he went 3 for 6 in that game, dude. He missed 3 field goals.
Was that the game that he got injured?
Maybe.
Or was it later? Because I remember last year it was essentially 2 different seasons for Jake Moody. First half of the season, he was great. Then he tried to make that tackle on a kickoff, and after then, his numbers fell off the face of the earth.
Well, let's see. He went 1 for 3 in the loss to Buffalo, 35-10. He went 1 for 2 in the loss to Miami. But at that point, their season was toast. And then this year, he misses one in the Green Bay, in the playoffs, he went 1 for 2 in a win over Green Bay. He went 2 for 3 in the win over Detroit. 3 for 3 against the Chiefs in the Super Bowl, 1 for 2 on the PAT.
Yeah, that was that low one that got tipped.
Yeah, and then 2025, he starts off the year in 2025, and he goes 1 for 3 in the win up in Seattle. Yeah. He goes 4 for 5. He went 4 for 5 last night. So, yeah, he only kicked 1 game as a Niner this year. 1 for 3.
And that was enough.
Yeah.
And they moved on.
They just said there's time to go.
Yeah. And just circling back to your question, are you all right seeing Jake Moody have success elsewhere? I think we have to circle back to the question I asked you earlier this morning when we started the show. Were you ever really mad at Jake Moody, or were you mad at the 49ers for wasting a third-round draft pick on him?
Nailed it. I was mad. I was not mad. I mean, yes, of course, there was a point where I was frustrated with the guy. He had a body language about him that was so dour and depressing. It was like, do I want this guy as my teammate? But yes, it all started with the front office.
See, so
and
that's
we
why
said it from the jump. Johnny Lund used to say that. Shout out Johnny Lund.
So that's why I think moving forward, I don't think there will be any grudges held towards Jake Moody, at least for me personally. I can't speak for all 49er fans out there, for his career moving forward. But I think you're still going to have a portion of the fan base who every time they see Jake Moody are going to think about the potential offensive lineman that they could have drafted in the third round instead of Jake Moody.
Yeah.
So I think anytime you see the face, you see that mug of a Jake Moody, you're going to remind yourself of the misses and the wasted draft picks while you were in the middle of a Super Bowl window.
What was that position you mentioned that he could have been drafted for?
Offensive line.
What was that again?
Offensive line.
What is that?
Offensive line.
Okay, all
I
right.
wouldn't know because they didn't draft one with one of the 3 draft picks they had in the third round that year. Everybody trashes the Jake Moody pick. At least Jake Moody got on the field. Cam Latu was drafted in that same round. He never even sniffed the field.
Yep, you're nailing it, buddy. Hey, 510 says, hey, Jake Moody outscored Pinheiro in fantasy football last night. 707 says, who cares what Moody did? Good for him, and he still missed one. At the end of the day, Eddie Money is way better, so it doesn't matter what Mooney does. And then 707 with a good one. Who in the KNBR League is going to pick up Moody as their kicker? Dude, let me tell you, Will Lutz has been underwhelming. I might make a move. I may make a move.
And I believe, actually, the season started with young Tony drafting Jake Moody.
That was peer pressure by you.
With the last pick of the draft, I walked by and said, Tony, this is your guy. You got to draft Jake Moody just for the show content.
661 says, I was mad at Moody for sucking A. He never lived up to the hype. Money Moody, my A. 925 says, Jake Moody, who cares? We got Pinheiro. 831 says, we are glad he is gone, and I'm happy he found a team. 831 says, I was happy for him. Come on, after how much he suffered here. Now, there's somebody. That's like the person you want to live next door to. 310 says, good riddance. And 925 says, please don't call Jake Moody our guy. And 408 says, Moody's going to set the NFL record for consecutive field goals. The York curse is real.
It's only
There you go.
right. It's
Jose in
only
Oakland
right.
wants to check in on this. Our buddy, Jose, good morning.
Hey, what's
How are you,
up,
buddy?
Jose?
Good morning, guys. Look, you know what? The way I think about it, like I said, when you break up with a girl because she was toxic, I mean, maybe she was cute and everything, but she was toxic and gave you nothing but drama, get over it, okay? Don't be checking her Instagram and her Facebook to see what she posted next. Whatever, like I said, like I told you, Cole Screener, which I like that guy, okay? I like Jake Moody. I hated him on my team. I wanted nothing to do with my team, and if you ask me, do you want to take him back? Hell no, okay? Good for him. I really hope that he has, a Hall of Fame career, whatever. He wasn't going to have it here with the 49ers. As far as Kyle, that's what really has me irked, his comments yesterday. Okay, it seems that to him, he's under the impression that we as fans expected him to go all in on this season, all or nothing. Hell yeah, that's what we expect every year. Go all in every season. It's all about this year. I don't care about next year. Next year, Trent Williams is probably not going to be on the team. Kittle is going to be older. Who knows what he's going to look like? We don't know what the older players, elite players like McCaffrey are going to be next year. It's all about this year. If you're not planning to go all in this year because you worry about salary cap ramifications next year, then you're being stupid. Okay, so, that way of thinking is what got Mariucci fired after the NFC Championship game against the Packers. 35 seconds left on the clock, and he decided to walk off the field. That's defeating attitude. It's like I said, go all in all the time, or just get out of the way. Honestly, just like Saleh said, all pedal, no brakes. That's the way I expect the team. And honestly, if he keeps thinking that way, then he's wrong about the 49ers side. We want him to go all in. We want the team to go all in. I hope they do something as far as trading for an elite pass rusher. Look. If Mark Davis is getting on the way of getting Crosby because he doesn't like the 49ers, then go above him. He's not the majority ownership as far as I know. And if he is, then bribe him. Give him 2 first-round picks. What do you need 2 first-round picks if you get to hold the Lombardi Trophy this year? That's all I got to say, guys. Thank you.
Jose, that was a tour de force.
And that's it. That's all he's got to say, Murph.
That was a tour de force. I'm going to go over some of the points he made during
Jose,
that,
dude.
okay? Number one, He's talking about checking ex-girlfriend's social.
If they're toxic, you got to unfollow.
So he's not going to be checking Jake Moody's social, is what he's going to
That's
say.
good advice by Jose.
Number 2, all of a sudden, he swerves off the road to say, that call screener, I like that guy.
I like that guy.
He doesn't know that's the legendary, famous, slack-wearing, loafer-wearing John Joe Curley?
Dude, and Jose's a regular caller. He's talked to John Joe Curley at least a dozen times.
Jose has shown enough knowledge of the show that he knows how we operate. He knows who I am. He knows who you are. He knows who Young Tony is. He's got to know John Joe, doesn't he?
Apparently not.
Who? He's not the guy who went up to John Joe at Epic and said, "Do you really wear slacks to the beach?"
Who?
Yeah. So then an unexpected freaking detour. Like an orange cone was up. He took a detour on Steve Mariucci and brought up, and I appreciated the effort, but now you're getting into my turf here, Jose. You confused two games. The NFC Championship loss to the Packers was not when he pulled off the field. He pulled off the field in the 0-2 playoff loss to Tampa Bay down in Tampa. That's what sealed his fate. So, but I appreciate the effort. Then he swerved back onto the road for a Robert Saleh all gas, no brakes, and at some point brought in Mark Davis.
Yeah, he said Mark Davis, you got to bribe him. Give him a couple first-round draft picks for Max Crosby.
That was a tour de force, man. A tour de force.
But
so,
I think
but he ended by saying, should they go all in and not worry about next year? I understand what he said.
Yes, and that's the question, and that's Jose reacting to Kyle Shanahan's comments yesterday about their strategy at the trade deadline after losing Fred Warner and Nick Bosa.
So we'll hit that next on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader. Now, it's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Well, yeah, no, well, that's what I mean. Maybe now there's talk about getting a veteran middle linebacker that, knows what he's looking at. And you need experienced eyes at that position with all the youth around him. Otherwise, I would think, and look, these Bob Saleh and his staff and Gus and Daniel Bullocks, and they're all tremendous coaches. But the kids don't know what they don't know in terms of what their eyes are looking at. And the scheme in this league is unbelievable in terms of the difficulty and to figure it out. So it's either go get someone who, has seen it all and has done it and can be an asset in that department and still a good player, or is just going to be as simplified as you can imagine, just to make sure guys can play fast and are on the right page.
There it is, man. Tim Ryan yesterday. Always great to have him talking about this middle linebacker situation and how answering Marcus's question, too, about how big of a deal, like, compared to Bosa. And it was hard to try to diminish what Nick Bosa could do because he was literally the NFL Defensive Player of the Year a couple years ago. But Fred Warner is that much more important. That much more important. Truly the leader, truly the green dot, truly the quarterback, truly the guy who gets in and out of breaks. Mm-hmm. So book and show. He's the John Joe Curley, really.
But we just got to let Jose know what his name is.
I know. I like that guy. He said, so there you go.
Yeah,
man.
that's Federico Curley on the producer board.
Like I told you, Cole Stringer, which I like that guy, okay?
That guy.
I like that guy.
That guy.
I like that guy.
That's John.
That's some good sound.
Rick and Joe, man. Anyway, the fact of the matter is that Warner's loss is just, as we all know, gaping. So the Niners had to come to grips with, like, what are you going to do about this? Do you just ride with Tatum Bethune and say, yeah, man, we got, this is what we have. We can't trade draft assets when we're trying to build a team for the next 2 to 3 years? That led to Jose's call saying, kiss my rear end. I need a winner now. That's what he's saying. And this gets to the age-old question. Even Kyle Shanahan himself said he doesn't even know who's going to be alive on Sunday.
I can't guarantee that anybody in the world will be alive Sunday, so I can't guarantee who will be on our roster on Sunday. So that goes for all of us.
Including God, because only God knows.
Yeah, what if God was one of us, Kyle?
Only God knows.
Right, so the point is that that's where we're at right now. What do the Niners do? And I was saying yesterday, my big thing was, well, let's see how they play Sunday. You don't need to make a trade today. You don't need to make a trade tomorrow. Let's see if they beat the Falcons. I got to tell you something. After watching Bijan and Drake London last night, how you feeling?
I'm confused.
Yeah.
Because they just lost to the Carolina Panthers 30-0 like the week before.
How do Drake London and Bijan Robinson do what they did last night and score 0 points against the Panthers?
Yeah, the Falcons are so frustrating.
Yeah, well, they're they're a random NFL franchise.
Yeah.
By the way, I lived the first 30 years of my life, they were a division rival.
Dude, the NFC West Atlanta Falcons.
Bro. They used to come out here. One year, Jerry freaking Glanville came with the California Trophy. You guys know about this? Dude, Jerry Glanville was Jerry Glanville was a swashbuckling S-talking MF. He was Joey Votto. Do you have the Joey Votto? Oh. We had some. Jerry Glanville could have been from St. Louis because he was a woofer. He loved to taunt. This is a head coach, by the way. A head coach of the NFL talking that S. And when they beat the Rams and the Niners one year, he came in the next year to Candlestick Park with this tinfoil trophy running onto the field, holding it up his head, said they were the kings of California. He said because he's in.
We had some talking mother in St. Louis.
Yeah. So
The
anyway,
Kings of California.
we just had to deal with the Falcons running onto the turf at Candlestick, holding up this tinfoil trophy, saying that it's the California trophy because they had beaten the Rams and the Niners. So anyway, the point is like the Falcons. Who are they, dude? Like, what are the Falcons? The Dirty Bird? Anyway, they're coming into town off this offensive performance last night where Bijan went off and Drake London went off, and now you got no Nick Bosa and no Fred Warner. So let's start with the Tatum Bethune. I mean, he's going to be the guy this week. They're not going to trade for a middle linebacker. At least I don't think they are.
No.
Trade for a middle linebacker. So Tatum Bethune, 7th round out of Florida State, Miami kid. It cut G, Tony, about, he was thrust into it, and he's going to have to do it.
Tatum had a lot on his plate. He came in and I thought did a lot of good things getting us lined up, but I think that's something he'll be a lot more ready for next week and all the reps and things like that. No one can be as good as Fred at those type of things, but that's something I expect Tatum to be able to handle in the future.
Okay, he said it. Tatum had a lot on his plate. That's an understatement.
Yeah.
He's going to have a lot on his plate going forward.
Yeah, he's going to have Kyle Pitts and Drake London and Bijan Robinson out of the backfield.
And he's going to have to adjust. And as, you've heard Matt Barrows' film recap, and there were just clearly a couple of huge plays where the Niners didn't adjust, didn't go with the motion, and that's what's going to happen. It's going to happen on Sunday. Bethune's not going to be perfect at all. So, Niners win this game on Sunday. You're thinking, 5-2. Purdy might come back. Kittle might come back. Ayuk, who knows? How about that drama yesterday, by the way?
Yeah.
I was off the grid a little bit, maybe napping or whatever, and I woke, and this whole Jennifer Lee Chan thing, I missed this whole thing.
Yeah, I woke up to a group chat saying, this story's not real. The story's not real. I'm like, wait, what's the story?
I know,
missed it.
exactly. Were you part of this, Tony? Were you part of the...
I mean, it sounds like she got the story wrong.
But, I mean, were you there when it was all breaking
Were you
on social media?
following the story as it was happening?
I saw a couple things on Twitter. I saw her original tweet and then her kind of walk it back. But yeah, I mean, it sounds like she got some info that was maybe bad. And then it's just crazy these days where we're reporting on what's being posted on Instagram, what's being taken down. Can you imagine if you guys left the office and just took everything down?
Bro.
Yo, Murph, get the SF Gate headline ready. You know what I mean?
Have you...
Murph scrubbing his Instagram again.
Have you heard my concerns about the future of our nation?
Bro, I'm I'm a young guy. I mean, this is very concerning for me, even me.
I got 2 kids, man, and they're going to growing up. And dude, I got people sending me AI videos of like the Niners locker room looking like a Civil War battlefield. I got an AI video yesterday of Tupac as Super Bowl MVP as a Niner going, yeah, we fought too hard. I'm like, what's going on here, man? What's going on?
That's it, dude. I'm sure this weekend I'll see some videos of Tupac wearing the green dot trying to take down Bijan Robinson. Like, who knows, dude? It's crazy.
Hey, having said that, I think they should probably trade Ayuk to try to get something in return right now, right?
Yeah, but what do you get for him at the value when he's banged up and the uncertainty? I mean, originally we thought maybe he'd be back week 4, week 5, week 6. Yesterday, Kyle Shanahan was asked about it. He's like, yeah, maybe around week 10.
Cut H here, Tony. Kyle on Ayuk.
Are we still in the same situation in regards to Brandon Ayuk making his way back? Still no time frame at all?
Yeah, no time frame. I mean, I always look around that week 10 thing, but we're not putting an exact date on it. I know he's rehabbing real hard and put together a few good weeks here, and hopefully he's getting closer and closer, which I believe he is. But no, we're not giving an exact date on it.
Okay, I'm sorry, did he say week 10 somewhere in there?
Yeah, so it was kind of implied in the question.
Go give it to me again. Give me that whole thing again.
Run that back to him.
I was looking at the Niners schedule.
Well, guess who asked the question?
Tracy.
I believe that's actually Jennifer Lee Chan.
Oh, that is?
I believe
Are we
so.
still in the same situation in regards to Brandon Ayuk making his way back? Still no time frame at all?
Okay.
Yeah, no time frame. I mean, I always look around that week 10 thing, but we're not putting an exact date on it.
Couldn't hear
I know
that
he's
week 10
rehabbing
thing.
real hard.
Okay,
And
so 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's November 9 against the Rams.
Now, that would be right around the 1-year date of when he tore his ACL and MCL. I believe it was around November 8th of last year. That sounds right off the top of my head. But I probably should fact check that.
Yeah, that's. I mean, you're within a couple weeks.
Yeah,
You're within a week or two. You're
Yeah.
not like wildly off. Man. So do you trade Brandon Ayuk? October 20.
Okay, yeah, so we're a week away from when it
We're
happened.
6
I
days
think he
away.
might have had surgery around the beginning of November. But regardless, it is weird because there has been conflicting reports like there were yesterday when Jennifer Lee Chan said that he hasn't even been on the practice field. But we literally just had John Lynch on our show last week. And when I asked him about Brandon Ayuk, he goes, yeah, I'm watching him run routes right now.
Yeah.
So John Lynch told us last week that he was out there at practice. So I don't really know where the story came from.
Yeah, he had surgery early November.
Yeah, okay, there it
Yeah,
is.
so that's it. You nailed that. Man, oh, man. Well, 408 says, that Ayuk story must be like Will Clark said, must be that AI.
Sounds like some of that
You know, with this AI bullshit, that's going on, that's what that is. It's probably that AI bullshit.
It's the double down that really makes it. 831 says trade Jennings. Oh, trade Jennings. I'm sorry. I said trade Ayuk. Oh, trade Jennings. He's a diva. We can address that, too. 415 says, I wish the Niners could trade for Kuminga. How about that?
Yeah, I heard he's about 7'2" now.
Okay, so I don't know. So where we're at with Ayuk. So week 10, I mean, so 3 more. I don't know. Trade value of an Ayuk?
Yeah, I don't know what you're getting right now. I don't know who honestly wants to take on that contract from Brandon Ayuk. But also, like, think about the 49ers plan when they pay Brandon Ayuk. Like, they set it up to a point where maybe they changed their mind after he showed up after getting paid and dropped his shorts out on the practice field. But I would think that the game plan for signing Brandon Ayuk was thought about with the game plan of signing Brock Purdy and pairing those guys together for the future. So I don't know what that future is. And maybe now the emergence of Ricky Pearsall, who we haven't seen in a couple weeks, maybe changes that course of direction. And maybe they do think about entertaining trading someone like Brandon Ayuk.
I would say you should because of 2 things. Yeah. 1, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, QBS media station. And 2, do you know the 49ers are the number 1 pass offense in the National Football League right now? They pass for more yards per game than any team. And guess who's not out there catching passes? Mm-hmm. The guy you're talking about, Brandon Ayuk. Mm-hmm. So they're proving, and I don't know how sustainable it is, but it's been sustainable for 6 weeks, that with the schemes Kyle draws up, and if Mac Jones can deliver the mail, that Ricky Pearsall, when he's healthy, and freaking Kendrick Bourne the last 2 weeks, and even, I know Juwan's not popular right now, but he could still be your guy. And then throwing in Demarcus Robinson, even though he dropped one on Sunday, he also caught a big one on Sunday. And now this kid, Jordan Watkins, they drafted, is supposed to hit the practice field today. Now, I mean, I can't count on that guy. I mean, that guy, I've never even seen the guy. I don't know what he looks like, Jacob Cowing. I mean, maybe there is a world where they can continue to have a productive pass offense without Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah, and you didn't even mention the return of George Kittle as well.
Didn't mention
He's
Kittle.
Scheduled to be back at practice this week. So, yeah, you start looking at that wide receiver room, and you got some options. Yeah. It's a little bit deeper than it was a couple weeks ago when we were literally begging Kyle and John to go out and make a trade and bring in somebody like Kendrick Bourne.
Man, oh, man. All right, so this trade strategy that we were talking about before the tease, cut K about, now you've lost Bosa, now you've lost Warner. You got to trade for somebody, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we were being that aggressive. I mean, we're looking for things that make sense for our team right now and in the future. Not having Fred makes that harder, but it's, I don't see a big difference between Sunday before that game started and today. It definitely hurts losing a guy like Fred, but in terms of people who are available that can improve our team for this year and next year, I don't see the situation that much different.
Wow, really low key in it, downplaying it. Now could be strategy. We're going to play possum here and maybe lure some people trading in. Don't want to sound desperate. Don't want to be that desperate guy at the bar. Flop sweat coming down your forehead, trying to ask for that girl's IG.
Oh no, the lights are coming on. What's going on?
But
last goal.
I mean, right now, again, it's October 14. The trade deadline's November 4. Now, trades are ramping up. I heard Schefter again this morning on ESPN Radio saying, man, it is going to be an extraordinarily busy trade season. GMs now in the NFL like to trade. And we already saw, 4 last week, I think it was? I think there were 4 trades last week. So maybe it's heating up, and maybe, again, they're just kind of making us look that way while they go that way. But, yeah, you heard Tim Ryan say, you got to get a guy with eyes. Experienced eyes was the phrase he used. Yeah,
I think, though, the key for me is you hear Kyle Shea say, if we do make a trade, we're looking for someone that can help us this year and next year. Yeah. Like, I don't think they're in a position, especially now after losing Fred Warner, to go full Rams mode, blank them picks. Like Jose was just talking about in the call, saying, you need to go for it right now. You're in the Super Bowl window. You got to try to win right now. Well, it didn't sound like Kyle had that mindset with Fred Warner still on the roster, because last week he was asked about losing Nick Bosa, and we talked about the possibility of going out and trading for somebody and making a trade if you're in the thought process of being one player away from winning a Super Bowl, just like the 49ers did back in 2019-2020 when they went out and traded for Emmanuel Sanders. This was Kyle Shanahan last week before the Fred Warner injury when Tim Kawakami asked him about the Emmanuel Sanders trade and if there's any similarities between the roster construction during this year.
In the Emmanuel Sanders trade was really, you said it, we're maybe one piece away. Do you feel at all similar? I know it's a little ways away to that time.
No, I don't feel at all like that. I think at that time we had a Super Bowl defense that was as good as anyone in the league, and probably had been for 10 years, and it was pretty obvious. And I thought, some of at the time, some of the receivers we were dependent on weren't there, and we were playing some young rookies, and we thought we needed to add another guy. But yeah, I don't totally see it the same situation as right now.
Okay, does that mean he doesn't think they can win the Super Bowl?
Well, to me, I read that as he doesn't think that the defense this year was as good as that 2019 defense.
Yeah.
Where he felt like they did have the ability to go out and trade for a wide receiver because they're one piece away.
They can't win a Super Bowl this year.
Yeah, I think I think realistically they're saying that Super Bowl maybe is not their expectation. Maybe this is more than a rebuild year.
Let's be realistic. They're not winning the Super Bowl this year, right?
Well, especially like these comments are from when he thought he would still have Fred Warner on his defense. So now a week later, after losing both Nick Bosa and Fred Warner, they're even further away from winning a Super Bowl, which makes me believe that they're not going to make the big blockbuster move that everybody's looking for.
I don't know. They also could just be.
Yeah, they also could.
You don't want to, publicly say, yeah, we're looking for a trade. Although John Lynch likes to reassure fans when he comes on Thursday, say, I'm having a lot of good productive. I think they have different styles. I think Kyle likes to continually tell reporters, no, you're wrong. No, you're wrong. No, you're wrong. He likes to do that. Whereas John likes to kind of engage and have conversations. They're different personalities.
Going good cop, bad cop on us.
A little bit. Yeah, a little bit. Here's Kyle, though, on the big picture. I just said they're not winning the Super Bowl. Listen, they could. They might, 5% chance? Like it was to beat the Rams.
Yeah.
But anyway, here's Kyle on the big picture. Can you win given no Bosa and no Warner?
I mean, I don't really try to get us to focus on anything from what the past. It's about what's happening going forward. And I mean, the reality is we lost another really good player. But what are we going to do about it? And there's lots of stuff I can show our guys and stuff from the tape that's very encouraging. Of some real good things Tatum did when he went in and replaced him. I think we got a lot of young guys doing some real good things on defense. But what type of team are we going to become going forward? And I think we have players here we can win with. But it makes it harder to make mistakes and things like that. And I thought that was something we did too much of yesterday. And those are the things I'm really focused on now about if we want to make something out of our record going forward of what we've already accomplished with that 4-2. Guys got to keep getting better. We got to put pressure on some veterans to play the best that they can. And these rookies who I believe are coming along need to put the pressure on themselves to clean up the mistakes.
I mean, if you think about it from their perspective, like we sit here, we jabber, blah, 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 get you guys through your commute, whatever, and everybody has their – but if you're in that building, no, you are focusing on how do we get better today to beat the Falcons Sunday? How do we get better Thursday to beat the Falcons Sunday? How do we get better Friday? I mean, it's true. As much as we're going, they got to do this, they got to do that. They truly are. If they're going to do this, it has to be one day at a time. Get better. Figure out your game plan. Have Tatum Bethune ready for Bijan Robinson and Drake London. That was hard to say, by the way. Tatum Bethune, get ready for Bijan Robinson.
Get ready. Get ready,
London.
Niner fans.
I mean, there's certain guys that are just better players, right? And Bijan Robinson, according to Raheem Morris, is the best player in the NFL right now. He's like a baby Christian McCaffrey, too. So, I mean, I get what Kyle's saying. He's like, we're 4-2. It's my job to try to win this game on Sunday. We, on the outside, are like, dude, you're cooked. You got no Bosa, you got no Warner. If you don't make a big trade, you're toast. That's not his attitude right now. His attitude right now is, we got to try to win Sunday, and John Lynch has got to try to find something. Now, again, will the trade market heat up prior to them making a move, and they'll miss out on their guy? We've seen that happen before, too. Man, oh, man. We should probably address the Juwan thing, too. That's going on. We could do that on the other side, perhaps. But, yeah, man, 49ers, ever interesting, now have to play a hot Falcons team. Now, Falcons short week road trip. Traditionally in the NFL, that used to mean that you were up against it. Niners are favored in Vegas.
How about that?
2.5. Well, you brought it up that the Falcons, as good as they were last night, beating the Bills, they lost 30-0 to the Panthers 2 weeks ago.
They're such an inconsistent team.
Yeah, I mean, but they do have all this talent. Penix and London and Bijan and Kyle Pitts. I mean, those guys are playmakers. And the 49ers right now on defense are lacking their playmakers. So right now it looks like a tough matchup, but we shall see. And is Juwan, we're talking about trades. Somebody on the text line suggested trade Juwan Jennings. I don't know what you could get for him, but are Kyle and Juwan okay? We'll discuss next on the Sports Leader.
We blessed to have life this morning. The grass green, the trees is blown, the pool water heated, all the trucks is filled up with gas, premium.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader.
All right, let's talk about the good people at El Cerrito Honda. I got my 2025 Honda CRV Hybrid. You know me, I'm the guy going down 19th Avenue with the El Cerrito Honda license plate frame and the red tee. Go TAM. With deals like these that you can get, you're going to really help out your budget. Listen to this. A 2025 Honda Accord SE for only $169 a month. That's a pretty darn good deal. There's lots more like it, too. Hundreds of new and pre-owned Hondas in stock ready to take home today at El Cerrito Honda. So where is it? It's in El Cerrito, right off of 80 on San Pablo Avenue, online 24/7 at elcerritohonda.com. Why don't you tell him I sent you? Say I was listening to Murph. He said to come, and they say, yeah, come on in. Because everybody there is welcome. It is more than just a car dealership. El Cerrito Honda is family. Now, the example is a VIN 555124, 24 months, $49.95 due at signing, $0 security deposit, 10,000 miles per year. See dealer for full details. Offer ends 11/3/25.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Hey, y'all. It's the cue to call.
Aloha. Be caller number 10 now to 415-896-KNBR to qualify for our Big Island getaway. Grab details at thesportsleader.com.
Did I hear Copes? Is that who I heard?
Hey, y'all. It's the cue to call.
Oh, man.
If you want tickets to
Hawaii,
call right now.
I love that thing, dude.
415-896-KNBR. Caller number 10. 415-896-KNBR. 415-896-KNBR. Caller number 10. Curly will take your call. Or if you're Jose, he's that guy.
Yeah, that guy will take your call.
Meanwhile, we do. You guys know the backstory that Tim Ryan still thinks that Curly is young Tony? He calls him like
T-Dog.
T-Dog.
Good morning.
Things like that.
T-Dog, what's going on?
And Curly just
wears it.
He says he's told him so many times, I'm John Curly, and he's like, doesn't matter.
Except you're now Tony John Joe Curly.
Don't have the riz of a young Tony.
Tony.
The Big Island
Tony
getaway.
Joe Curly.
The Big Island getaway is back. Listen to us to win between 7 and 10 a.m. or the middays, 11 to 2, or the afternoons, 3 to 6. And you can qualify. Is this the green, or is this
This is Common Kings.
Common Kings.
Wade in your water, Murph.
Sounding good. Round trip airfare on Hawaiian Airlines and a 5-night hotel stay at the Mauna Kea Beach Hotel, furnished by Hawaiian Airlines. Introducing Atmos Rewards from Alaska and Hawaiian Airlines, and the Mauna Kea Beach Hotel, where iconic heritage meets modern luxury. Find official rules and more at thesportsleader.com. So good luck to everybody to get your name in that drawing. Should be fun, man. It's been a forever Niner, forever Giant Tuesday as we commend, I'm riffing, of course, Blake Snell, forever Giant, for going 8 innings and 1-hit ball last night. Dodgers almost blew it, though.
Yeah.
Dodgers almost blew it. Brewers had the bases loaded, made it 2-1, and Bryce Terang failed to wear one for the team, and the Dodgers escape a 2-1 win with Game 1. That sucked. And then forever Niner Jake Moody, game winner for the Bears in the rain last night. Unbelievable. Washington Commanders blew that game. All they do was run out the clock. They fumbled. And then they turned it over to Jake Moody, who made 4 field goals last night.
Yeah.
4?
4 for 5.
He did have one blocked.
One blocked.
Now, whether that was his blocker's fault or not, but man, oh man, forever Giant, Blake Snell, forever Niner.
And how about Jake Moody getting that little 49er, forever 49er revenge last night? Kicked the game-winning field goal against Deebo Samuel. After last year, the Deebo Samuel, Jake Moody, Tabor Pepper fiasco.
Shove.
I'm sure Tabor Pepper was probably cheering on his couch somewhere for his boy Jake Moody beating Deebo Samuel last night.
Lock in.
Lock in, Moody, lock in.
Jake Moody had some weird story about like his hotel. I just saw ESPN said he had a whirlwind day. And do you have that sound? You want to play that here? Roll that in before we get to the Juwan Jennings and the Brock Purdy stuff that we got to get to before Mike Krukow at 7:30 to talk about the freaking double play off the wall, grounded into a double play off the center field wall. One of the greatest stories I've ever seen. So, yeah, here's.
You want the post-game stuff or you want the twin bed story?
Yeah, I thought that was from the post-game.
No, it looked like pre-game, I think.
No, I think that's post-game. They don't do pre-game interviews.
Wait,
Monday Night Football, but
we got a twin bed story from Jake Moody?
Yeah, there's something about he had like a whirlwind day. Take a listen here, yeah.
Yeah, I was sleeping in like a little like twin bed. Wasn't the most comfortable. And my shower was either, ice cold or burning hot. I couldn't get it to, go in the middle. So I took a nice ice shower before the game. And, that might be the new tradition that I start. We'll see.
Oh, no,
yeah.
He's got riffs.
Yeah.
Okay, he's got riffs.
New tradition.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. First of all, I don't know why he couldn't figure out his shower. I will confess, there have been times hotel showers have baffled me. And it takes me a minute or two to figure it out, but eventually you figure it out.
Well, dude, twin beds and cold showers sounds like they sent him to like a military camp or something.
Exactly, dude. I'm trying to find this. ESPN says he was elevated from the practice squad earlier in the day, but I don't know what that has to do with the twin bed. Is a twin bed that bad?
Yeah, it's tiny. I got to say, I was just thinking about it. Kickers have got to be the only players in the NFL that can actually fit into a twin bed.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like if I lay down on
Upton
a
Stout,
twin,
maybe.
he's a little smaller. But yeah, if I lay down on a twin bed, my feet are hanging off the side.
Yeah, dude, I was.
There's no chance I could fit in a twin bed.
Anytime I go on what I call the dream trip, 30 of them now, the worst sleeping conditions possible. Because there's too many guys in too small a spaces.
Oh, yeah, you get those Airbnbs and they're trying to stack up twins. You got bunk beds all of a sudden.
And some of the guys who are a little more selfish and savvy rush into the best bed and then lock the door. Yeah. And you're like, so that in Hermosa Beach, dude, me and my buddy Ro, shout out Ryder, we're sleeping on these small couches in the living room. Jeez. My feet were hanging over there. I'm like, I'm 50 whatever years old. I'm well into my 50s. And this is what I'm doing?
See, Murph,
really?
I would have expected more from you because I know that you have a background in watching the MTV show, The Real World.
Oh, yeah.
And every first episode, everybody would sprint in to try to get their beds.
Yes, that's true.
That's how you have to be on these dream trips.
You feel like you're a selfish a-hole, though, if you do that, right?
Yeah, but then you're also sleeping good.
I know. But
you sleep better as a selfish a-hole than a nice guy on the couch, I can tell you that.
I'm my mom's son. She used to take all the burnt offerings and all the, I'll take the small piece of the food and all that stuff, you know what I mean? Make everybody else happy. Make everybody else happy.
Look at you, a real people pleaser.
You know what I mean, Tone?
I feel like I'm the same way, to be honest. I'm always like trying to please others before myself. Pause.
See,
hey now, Tony. My bad.
Yeah. I mean, maybe not pause.
Maybe Juwan Jennings needs to learn how to please others. I don't know.
Please us, Juwan.
So people wanted to get to the bottom of him and Kyle Shanahan yelling at each other. Cam Inman was the one reporting it for Bay Area News Group. There was heated discussions going on. And do you think Q or R? Which one do you think, buddy?
Well, he starts with R and then Q follows up.
All right. Shout out to Curly putting R after Q, even though R should have gone before Q. All right, here we go. I like that.
Well, I think when you're in an intense football game and stuff, that two people who know each other pretty well and are pretty competitive about other things can have really, really intense conversations that don't always come off as a normal conversation, just hanging out, after a press conference with you. But it's stuff that you don't need to make too many assumptions about because it wasn't anything that big of a deal. Yeah, we were aggressive and intense in our conversations, but I think conversations like that can also lead to making people closer and leading to a better outcome for people.
I tell you what, as a hothead, I support him. Now, people close to me have a lot of trouble seeing the world the way I do, and I get it. I feel sorry for them. Shout out Candace. For I can do that. Like, we can have a really intense moment, but then I am a page turner. Tony, this has happened with you and me, buddy.
Oh.
This has happened with you and me.
I know. I'm all ears for this. No, please keep going.
Well, I'm like Kyle.
Yeah.
Where I believe you can have an intense flash thing, and then you can turn the page and move on. But sometimes people on the other end don't feel that way.
Yes.
They're bruised I tell people, they bruise like a peach, and the bruise stays on a peach. Whereas guys like me and Kyle and Jawan can flash and move on. Now, where are you on the flash and move on?
I'd say I'm in the middle ground, but that's not a good ground to be in. So I would say I'm pretty good at moving on. It's funny, we've gotten to this conversation before versus I forgive, but I don't forget. I'm kind of one of those people, but then you always say, if you don't forget, that means you never really forgave.
Exactly.
So I'm kind of confused. I'm stuck in the middle. I will try to move on, but I will also remember the moment.
Well, for me, I've always, and I don't know, and this has worked for me to varying degrees of success in my life. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. My best friends understand the profound love that I have for them, and that that's the bedrock of our relationship. It is all love. And they understand that when I do have my snappages, that's not what it's really about, all love. And then there's a snap.
No doubt.
That's not who you really are. And that's also maybe you're trying to get something done. Like, Tony, you didn't do that damn thing. But you're still my guy.
Yes.
You're still my guy.
Now,
you're my guy.
Now, I'd say that. It depends on the relationship. You snapping on young Tony, it's not a big deal. That's Kyle and Juwan Jennings.
It is a big deal to young Tony, though.
Yeah, I know, but we're trying to work him to the point where he's not.
It takes a while to get used to. It's personalities, and I feel like I'm a hothead. Shout out my dad being Cuban.
You've never really had a hothead
because I'm a
moment
pro's pro. I'm not getting hot at you guys. I know my role.
I'll use this as an example because I've been working with you for 5 years now. I know when you get mad, I'm like, all right, just let Murph have his minute. We'll move on and we'll be fine. But if you snapped on someone like a Derek Papa who's unfamiliar with that style of Murph, I'm sure he would take it a lot more personal.
Very much so. Yeah, you're right about that. And that is here we are. Now this turned into a therapist
session.
Exactly.
This is very in-house. Juwan Jennings, by the way?
Yeah, but to tie it back together, I feel like Juwan Jennings and Kyle Shanahan are like you and me, where we do have that relationship. Where Kyle loves Juwan. He's a dog. He's blocking. No rock, no block. He's the type of wide receiver he wants. So every once in a while, you're going to have those moments
Yes.
when you argue about not
Yes.
getting targets or
Yeah,
argue
yeah,
about
yeah.
whether or not you should spend a segment talking about Jimmy Garoppolo getting popped for PEDs. like those kind
Wait a
of
minute,
things
not
happen.
forgetting?
Yeah, I
Not
told you. I
forgetting?
forgive, but I don't forget, Murph. I don't forget.
This is good, man. This is good. I know everybody out there can relate, by the way.
Yeah, exactly.
Everybody out there can relate. Well, then here's Kyle. More Kyle on Juwan then. Let's see if he sheds more light on all of us by talking about Juwan here.
Yeah, I think Juwan's in a good mental space. I think, Juwan's a very emotional player. I think that's one of the things that makes him great. So anytime we have a tough loss like that he is banged up and playing through a lot of stuff, I don't think he's in the best mood, especially after a loss like that. But Juwan is good. Juwan battled completely to come play in that game. I know he'll battle again to do it this week. But got a lot of love for Juwan, and I just hope he can get healthier so he can get back out there and be more consistent for us.
Okay, I liked everything he had to say. So now that doesn't apply to every single player. Like maybe Brandon Ayuk isn't one of those guys. Like it sounds like Kyle can trust Juwan to be a dog and they have a fight, but he still loves him and he trusts him. I don't want to say a hypothetical here, but there might be some players he's had throughout his history that he doesn't like, and then they get rid of him.
Mm-hmm.
I don't Devondre, low-hanging fruit,
Yeah.
like Devondre Campbell. Somebody like that. Or if you see the Niners part ways with the guys because Kyle doesn't trust
Or
that guy.
someone like Chase Young, who they traded for and then really didn't give maximum effort, so they moved on in the offseason.
Whereas Tony is my Juwan Jennings.
Yeah, exactly.
I trust my dog
We
here.
ride with you, young
Way
Tony.
too, in-house type vibes. This
510
did
says,
happen.
you can't help it, Murph. You're a Democrat. You run hot and crazy. 510. Hey, 510.
Wow.
Can I
Wow.
confess? Hey, 510. I'm not a Democrat.
Oh,
how about that?
put that in your pipe
How
and
about
smoke
that,
it.
Mr. Assumption Guy? Mr. Assumption Guy. So there you go.
The media say what?
The media said what?
415 says the fury that Murphy used to unleash on Triple E. I missed that.
yeah.
Did I unleash fury on Triple E?
You had to slap him around a couple times.
It wasn't more fury. It was more like exasperation,
Yeah,
perhaps. Like,
uh-huh.
hey, kid, bring that in.
Yeah, it's
bring
not.
that in.
It's not a mad. I'm just disappointed.
And I think here's the best one. 925 says, I love KNBR, but I will never forgive KNBR if I don't win the Hawaii trip. So there you go. That's
understand.
the perfect
I
way to end
understand.
it.
I understand.
Mike Kruko, the craziest double play ever. Blake freaking Snell and baseball. Next on the Sports Leader.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, the Murph and Marcus Show is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. And we want to congratulate Lisa in Sacramento. She got through to John Joe Curley and got her name in the Big Island drawing. We'll do it again Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then we'll pick some winners, man. Cannot wait to go to Hawaii with all y'all. And I can't wait to talk baseball with Mike Krukow. We do it every Tuesday and Thursday in the off season. Mike, happy Tuesday morning on the UMA guest line. How you doing, Mike?
Hey, morning, Mike.
Yeah, great. I mean, it is a happy Tuesday, and we got some weather up here. It's been gorgeous. Snow level 6,000, so just above me, we're looking at snow, which is pretty cool.
That is awesome. What is your elevation up there?
We're at 5,000.
Ooh, so you guys are pretty high up there. Get a little altitude. So you guys get a fair amount of snow then.
Yeah, we do. We get anywhere between 20 and 100 inches.
Man, that's awesome. Do you hire
kids? You know what's great about Reno is it snows, and 2 days later it's melted out.
Yeah.
So, it's beautiful, and it's accommodating.
Neighborhood kids to shovel the driveway?
No, the landscape service we have come in the room. But they just show up. It's magic.
Ah, that's good stuff. All right, well, listen, enjoy that beautiful October in the high Sierras. That is awesome. Well, Mike, let's start with, the craziest double play any of us have ever seen. It really is. Because it was so fast, and we all know what we're talking about, right? Bases loaded, Dodgers, Max Muncy hits a ball. Might have been a grand slam. Sal Frelick jumps up, starts to catch it, goes off his glove, off the wall. Frelick still catches it. So is that a catch? Some people might have thought yes, but no. After it left his glove, it was a live ball. He throws immediately the shortstop, Joey Ortiz, who throws a rifle home to Contreras, the catcher. They force out Teoscar Hernandez at home. Will Smith throwing around second, doesn't know what to do. Contreras runs to third, steps on third for a force out. Mike, that's called grounding into a double play. I need your full reaction to that play.
Well, I'm sitting there, and I'm watching this thing go down, and there's like three of us in there watching the game. And when this whole thing goes down and they finally get the play at the plate, we got up out of our seats. And then when they got the double play with fourth and third, it was collective. It was just a big So, I mean, it was very deep. And I've never seen a play like that. I mean, you think a guy's at third base and a ball hits out the glove, hits the wall in center field, and he can't score. And then they get the double play because nobody knows what the hell's going on. It was magical. But I will say this: I'm a big believer in postseason breaks, and we saw big time postseason breaks go the Dodgers' way in the Phillies series, and it cost the Phillies the series. Well, here they are, Game 1 in Milwaukee, and I mean that's one of the greatest breaks I've ever seen, when the Dodgers are starting to put some momentum into an inning where they can just blow this game wide open, and they wind up with a double play, and a guy gets thrown out from third base on a tag play at the plate. It's so good, and they win. I mean, that's supposed to be a sign from God right there for the Brewers, is that we're getting the breaks today, and the Dodgers rose above it, and that was a pretty impressive win.
Yeah, Mike, and it feels like everybody who was watching that game had the same reaction as Sal Frelick, where he kind of just mouthed, "What the blank just happened?" because nobody could really figure it out. But looking at it from the perspective of someone like Will Smith, who's out there on second base, it's his fault for not picking up the umpire who correctly called it on the field at the time, also did not pick up his third base coach. Is that where the problem lies with the Dodgers base running in that scenario? Well, I mean, you're talking about one of the smartest players in the league, and you can say that about a lot of catchers. But Will Smith has exceptional intelligence during game situation. So he picks up the ball, and he can't identify what happened. I don't know if he saw the ball carry him off the wall. So in his mind, he's thinking that's a catch. So he looks at third base, and he sees that the base runner's still there. Well, that confirms it. So he stays put. Well, the ball hits the wall. Frelick gets a great relay off, and then they throw the
the seed to Contreras at the catching position, he gets the forced play. Will Smith's still standing there at second base. So from his perspective, what he saw, he reacted to. But he didn't. I don't think he ever saw it hit the wall. It was such a tough play, and it all happened so fast. But his key was the lead runner. I mean, you're not going to go anywhere if you're at second base and the guy's standing at third. You're going to freeze. So I can't really put any criticism towards him just because I don't believe he saw the ball carry him off the wall. It was such an incredibly unique play, and everything that happened were, big league players' reaction to what they saw and what was in front of them. And in the end, it just was a disaster. And it was very entertaining.
I know it would have been so much better if the score ended differently. But by the way, just for Elias Sports Bureau says an 8-6-2 double play has never happened in October history. The last time it happened anywhere in baseball, April of 2004 at Wrigley Field, Sammy Sosa flew out to Ken Griffey Jr., who caught the fly ball and started a double play, throwing out Todd Walker at the plate. That's more conventional. Guy tags, gets thrown out. This went down in the books on the MLB play-by-play as grounding into a double play, Mike. That's what it literally says in the play-by-play on MLB.com. Grounds into double play.
Yeah, that's just it was just so good. It was just so good. Oh my gosh! But so we enjoyed it.
Just one more on that, and we'll get to Snell and all that. Is just the when you're in a baseball game, the thinking you have to do rule book wise. Like, how much do you guys coming up through the minors, sitting around in the clubhouse afterwards, having a beer, talk about like the game, like the rules? Heck, we had a giant who didn't know the infield fly, much less what to do when a ball goes off a glove in a wall. What do you do? Like, what's your history of that? Like talking to players about knowing the game, knowing what to do.
Well, I mean, in our generation, we would sort of just settle in, have a beer, somebody have a schmag. We'd sit there and talk about it in the clubhouse. Now, guys get out of the clubhouse so fast, it's lightning, and they really, they can't sit around the clubhouse because there's way too many reporters there, and it's just, you don't have the privacy. And then when you're on the road, I mean, you got back to the hotel, and then you'd go to find some gin mill, and you'd sit there and have a couple of pops, and you'd talk about the game. And any given night there'd be between 6 and 20 guys there talking about it, and that's when you let the veterans hold court and you talk about things. It really accelerates when you get into the playoff situation, because then the conversation leaves the clubhouse when you get on the bus or the plane, and it never stops. And it's such a great education. But you don't see guys hit they don't go to the gin mills anymore. Because you have no privacy there. And, if you're sitting there having a cold one, somebody puts it on internet. I mean, it's a bad look. And a lot of guys just aren't willing to risk that. And so it kind of ended a culture, a big part of our culture. But that is indeed how you learn the game. The other thing, too, about baseball is a game of anticipation. Whether you're at the plate, whether you're going to be on the field, whatever, you always preset in your mind what could happen. What are you going to do? I mean, that's from day one. I mean, you little league, and they're going, hey, know what you're going to do with the ball. And that's basically what it is. We saw it in last night's game. It was the last out of the game when Turang, the left-handed hitter, is up there, and he had a breaking ball from Trinan, the pitcher, and he could have just leaned his right leg into the curveball that was way inside, and with the bases loaded, he could have gotten a hit by a pitch, and that would have tied the score. He didn't preset that in his mind. He didn't anticipate, if that happens, I'm going to do this. And when you think back about remember Reggie Jackson? He had that one play at first base where there was a ball that was thrown to try and pick him off at first base, and he leaned into it. He preset it. It's something he thought about. I think it's pretty telling about the intelligence of a player when you're at the plate and you have the presence of mind that you can lean into a pitch that could possibly hit you. Your instinct is to get the hell out of the way. But I think that we saw a couple of situations in last night's ball game where guys didn't really preset. I don't know how you could have preset the double play, but certainly Turang could have preset his mind and anticipated that if there is a ball inside that I'm going to lean into it and take it. Didn't happen.
Mike, taking a look at Blake Snell's performance last night, 8 innings pitched, 10 strikeouts, 1 hit allowed, goes 8 innings, like I said, but the Dodgers don't send him back out there for the 9th after 103 pitches. Now, we've talked about pitch counts plenty of times before, but especially with the Dodgers' uncertainty at the closer spot, trying to turn Roki Sasaki into a closer, were you surprised not to see Blake Snell out there for the 9th inning?
No, not at all. We know Blake Snell. Now, the thing about Blake Snell, when you watch him pitch, you know if he's locating the fastball down and in to right-handed hitters and he's got control of the knee-high location of the fastball, it's going to be a rough night. This guy, with his high three-quarter release last night, he can pitch. He knows what he's doing. We've seen him at times go out there and not have command of the fastball, missing up and away. Not even close. Easy takes. But yet he still has slider, a curveball, and a changeup that he can get you out with. But when he gets them all moving and all rolling, and he's got command of the strike zone with the fastball, good luck. You're looking at the best pitcher in baseball. And I'm not just throwing that out there. When he locks in like he's been through this run through the playoffs, he's the best pitcher in baseball. So what you have to do, and what most teams try and do against him, is beat him early in the count. You don't want to get into a 2-strike situation when he's got 4 swing and miss pitches. It's impossible at bat. And but in regards to him not going back out there in the 9th, no, he doesn't even think of games in terms of complete games. He thinks of games in terms of innings of pitches thrown. And in his mind, if he's reached the limit, he's coming out, and he'll take himself out. Right. Now, I'm not saying he did, because I don't know that, but I'm just saying I wouldn't be surprised if he did, and I certainly wasn't surprised that he came out of that game.
Man, I thought he was going to go back out there. I really did. And wow, wound up almost burning the Dodgers, though, Mike. I mean, Sasaki, who's as nasty as they come, but his splitter wasn't landing, and the Brewers were spitting on it. And next thing you know, what about – and I actually thought Dave Roberts going to Trinan. I was like, this whole thing could blow up on him. And like you point out, if Terang did lean into one, can you imagine wasting Snell's performance like that? That's why I would have sent him back out for the 9th.
Well, that would have been the second time tonight that I would have gone. I would have really enjoyed that, but it didn't happen.
I know.
But that is a point there where the Dodgers really caught a break.
Yeah. By the way, some of the history: Snell became the first pitcher to face the minimum through 8 innings since Don Larson's perfect game. They're talking about postseason here. Since the perfect game in the 56 World Series. He's also...
Hey, I want to say something about that game with Don Larson, and I don't want to take anything away from him because it's a remarkable accomplishment. I mean, not only a no-hitter, but a perfect game. And I found this out from Keith Olbermann, who's a historian and an incredible collector of baseball memorabilia. We were talking about Don Larson one day, and he sent me a picture because of the popularity of the event, World Series, New York. He showed me a section of the stands that they never opened up because it was always to just preserve the batter's eye for the hitter. It was a safety factor back then. A lot of guys didn't wear helmets. And that particular day, they opened up the section and they let people in. And it was a day game. And back then, everybody wore white shirts in the summer to stay cool. Well, the background that he had, it was terrible to see. And it wound up ending in a perfect game. But I think that the decision to open up the stands and having fans come in there and they're all wearing white shirts had everything to do with that perfect game.
Wow, definitely. Sometimes circumstances line up in your favor. That's for sure. By the way, he's in his 3 postseason wins now. His ERA is 0.86, and in Dodger history, the only one better from a postseason lefty is Sandy Koufax, 65 World Series. That's the kind of company he's keeping right now. Mike, before we let you go, just the Giants, and I know nothing's happened, and we talked to you last week about Nick Hundley. We got your take on all that. But my question to you is, with Mike Shildt surprisingly resigning in San Diego, and that's interesting now. The Athletic's written a story saying there might be something there about him and Preller, maybe. Shilt's like, I don't want to hear anybody's narrative. I'm doing this on my own. The writer was like, the fact that he's bringing this up on his own means maybe there was something going on between him and Preller. But anyway, point is that the Padre job is open now. And that might, I guess my question is, does that increase the urgency on Buster to name a Giants manager?
It's an interesting thing that happened, only because Hundley lives in San Diego.
Yeah, and
The
played
big
for the
reason
Padres,
that-
right? Yeah.
Played for the Padres. But, I mean, one of the reasons that it's taken so long for him to decide is that he has two girls in high school there, and they don't want to uproot them and move them to another school. And, it's important. For all of us who've had teenagers, it's a pretty important time for a parent to be there. And I think that's a stance that his wife has taken. She wants him there, and I don't blame her. But now, with the job opening up in San Diego, that may be a consideration for Hundley and the Hundley family. So it remains to be seen. I mean, he's definitely a candidate, but we've seen it before. I mean, Chris Jimenez, who is a guy who I've respected, watching him with other teams forever, thinking this guy's going to be a great manager. And he lives here in Reno, and he's had offers, but he hasn't taken them because he wants to be there to raise his family. And the argument is, well, hey, this is a one-time deal for you to be a manager in the big league. It's a heck of an opportunity. And the response is, well, I have one responsibility, and that's a one-time deal to be a dad. I got to be there. So some guys, because of what they made financially during the game, allows them to sit back and say no to some really pretty good job offers.
Well, we'll see. I mean, the Padre thing definitely muddies the waters a little bit, and we'll see how Buster reacts to it. All right, Mike. You got one last one, Mike.
Yeah, well, real quick, Mike, before we let you go, because we didn't get a chance to talk about anything going on in the American League right now, and I know Seattle's up 2-0, but I can't end this interview without getting your thoughts on that 15-inning classic last Friday night. No ghost runner, no Manfred man, and Seattle is now up 2-0 in the ALCS. But, Mike, let's go back to Friday night in that 15-inning classic.
Well, I think it's the essence of the game, and I do think we lost a little bit with the new rule that has the runner start at second base in an extra inning during the regular season. I love that they go back to original baseball and just play it out for as long as it takes. Nothing unifies a team more than staying together and playing good baseball through a marathon game. And you can see the confidence that it's given them coming into the first two games in Toronto. It was a beautiful game. You think back to the 18-inning game that the Giants had against the Nationals during that 2012 run. It was one of the greatest games that I've ever seen. It's certainly a privilege to be able to broadcast that game. And in that game, and this is something Dave Fleming said in the post-game show afterwards, we had a quality start from Tim Hudson in that game. He went 6 innings and allowed 2 or less. And then we had a quality start from relief from Yusmeiro Petit that threw 6 shutout innings and extra innings. And it's just remarkable things happen. And when they won that ball game, they were tied as glue. They were so close. That solidified their chemistry. And at that point in time, we all started to believe that they could do this. And so that's the significance of it. I'm glad they played it. I thought both teams, their heart on the line. I thought that both teams needed to be commended as to how they played it, but I loved every bit of it, and I didn't leave for one pitch.
I love it. So great. And, man, go Mariners, go. They've never been to a World Series. That's an insane fan base up there. They will go crazy. So I love it, Mike. We'll watch a couple more days of baseball and talk to you Thursday.
Had a bit.
Mike Krukow, this is that great time of year. It is that great time of year. God, the M's. Friday night, one swing of the bat from extinction. Tuesday morning, up 2-0 in the ALCS. Coming home.
That's baseball.
Coming home.
Crazy.
Right?
What happened to Toronto, by the way?
Yeah.
Vladimir Guerrero was hitting over 500. Now he can't hit water if he falls out of a boat.
Listen, the Yankee fans wonder what's going on.
Yeah.
Mike Silver at 8:15. Big hit Niners. How you're feeling about what Kyle had to say yesterday about the trade situation? How you feeling about Purdy? How you feeling about linebackers? 808 KNBR Niner thoughts on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We should also tell you guys, Diamador Lenore going to join Murph and Marcus at 9 o'clock this morning. Can you spell his first name? He also comes from a large family. He's the 9th of 12 siblings in his family. Crazy. You can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
This is The Big Hit, sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I mean, the reality is we lost another really good player. But what are we going to do about it? And there's lots of stuff I can show our guys and stuff from the tape that's very encouraging of, some real good things Tatum did when he went in and replaced him. I think we got a lot of young guys doing some real good things on defense. But what type of team are we going to become going forward? And I think we have players here we can win with. But it makes it harder to make mistakes and things like that. And I thought that was something we did too much of yesterday. And those are the things I'm really focused on now about if we want to make something out of our record going forward of what we've already accomplished with that 4-2. Guys got to keep getting better. We got to put pressure on some veterans to play the best that they can. And these rookies who I believe are coming along need to put the pressure on themselves to clean up the mistakes.
All right, good stuff from Kyle Shanahan to our big hit. A little late. We went along with Mike talking about that crazy double play and Blake Snell. By the way, quickly before we get into the big hit, I was just reading more about Blake Snell, and I saw this quote. Even playing against them, watching, it was just always in the back of my mind like I wanted to be a Dodger and play on that team, Snell said. To be here now is a dream come true. Let's move on. Let's move on.
It's your boy B. Snell shoving in the NLC.
Oh, man. It was a great Giant on the 89 NL champs. Immediately signed with the Dodgers and said, I've always wanted to be a Dodger. We're like,
Always
what?
wanted to be here.
Anyway, let's get back to the big hit.
Exactly.
Which is
When he was
49ers.
complaining about traffic in San Francisco, he was thinking about how badly he wanted to sit in traffic down in L.A.
Do you know how bad LA traffic is?
It's terrible.
It's unspeakable.
I don't even live down there. I know how bad it is.
It's unbelievable. And what happens in LA, you can get into a traffic jam. At least in the Bay Area, you know when you're going to have a traffic jam. Man, I can't get on the Bay Bridge after 2:30. It's brutal.
Yes.
Right? Dude, anytime, anywhere. Saturday night, midnight.
Dude.
Hollywood Freeway, stop, dead stop.
LA traffic is on site, Murph. It never sleeps. It's 24/7. There's always traffic. I've been on Highway 5 at like 3 in the morning. I'm sitting in dead traffic.
We digress. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. Give you a little roadmap for the rest of the morning. Mike Silver at 8:15. That'll be great. 49er conversation. Cooler content at 8:30. Always the best sound out there. And our 49er player of the week's a good one. It's Demo Lenore, Diamador Lenore, the hyena, who Kyle Shanahan spoke about yesterday. You just heard in that quote right there, put pressure on veterans to be even better and be leaders. And Diamador Lenore is one of those guys he's talking about. In fact, I think we have a cut in here on Diamador Lenore here in the cut sheet that Curly assembled. You do have it? Here, just for the heck of it, as we're sort of doing big picture Niners of how they're picking up the pieces, Kyle Shanahan's Monday morning review or Monday afternoon review after the Fred Warner injury. Here it is, here on Dia.
When it comes to that stuff, I mean, a Mike linebacker directs the traffic just like a center or quarterback does on offense, so that's more position-based. You don't have the corners making the calls and everything for your front and strengths and where the pressures come from. But, I mean, I like Demo talking that way. I mean, guys who have been here and guys who have played at a higher level, we need them playing their best at all times, especially in a situation like this. But it also means that it doesn't mean that guys just start making stuff up and doing stuff that they don't have to do. But there is, Demo's been one of our better players here over the last few years, and I love that he's basically, in my opinion, saying he needs to play that way every week now, going forward more than ever.
Yeah, Demo Lenore saying, I got to step up. I got to be that guy. Like, listen, if you look at that defensive huddle now, he's the guy.
He's the best player on that defense.
And the most seasoned, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, right now, no Bosa, no Warner. Obviously, Dre Greenlaw's long gone. And you look at the tackles, the young kids. You look at the edge rusher, Bryce Huff. He's new to town. You look at the safeties. They're young. They're new. You look at the other quarter, Renardo Green, Upton Stout. They're all new. I mean, honestly, Lenore's Lenore's going to have to be. That's why it's great to have him today at 9 a.m. I mean, for lack of a better word, he's not going to wear the green dot, but symbolically,
he's got to step up and be the leader on this defense, because I thought last year he played good enough to be an all-pro corner. We talk about the all-pro staples that the 49ers had on their defense coming into the season. On the defensive line, it's Nick Bosa. Your linebacker, it's Fred Warner. And then on the third level, your defensive backfield, it's led by Demo. He's the guy that's setting the tone for Renardo Green and Upton Stouts and all these young up-and-comers. Of course, he's not going to have that same type of impact as Fred Warner, but as I just said, he's now the best player on your defense, and the 49ers rewarded him by paying him last offseason as well. So now it's time for him to go out there and put the defense on his back and be that guy to kind of represent Robert Saleh's defense this year.
Yeah, 808 KNBR is the phone number, or 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line as to how you're feeling with Kyle Shanahan saying that basically right now and for the immediate future, they're just going to try to get better with the group they have. That right now, and again, we talked about this earlier in the show. Is Kyle Shanahan going to come out and say, yeah, we're actually looking at a trade with Miami right now for Bradley Chubb? No, he's not going to say that.
Not.
And he's going to be, in fact, we have the cut here where he's saying, I actually don't see our trade scenario differently. I think he might be playing poker here, cut K, Tony, but it's not what fans want. Fans want him to say, yeah, man, we're going to move heaven and earth to get players in here. Instead, Kyle played it cool here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we were being that aggressive. I mean, we're looking for things that make sense for our team right now and in the future. Not having Fred makes that harder. But it's, I don't see a big difference between Sunday before that game started and today. It definitely hurts losing a guy like Fred, but in terms of people who are available that can improve our team for this year and next year, I don't see the situation that much different.
I mean, I think he's definitely understating things there. Yeah, no. Nothing's different. No, we're good. Now, the part I get, anybody who's ever coached, you coach third grade CYO basketball or whatever, we've all coached, you say to your team, we all we need, we all we got. Or what's the phrase? We all we got, we all we need, right? We must protect this house. All the cliches that you break out with all the kids on basketball, you know what I mean? Like, just us, right? Family on three, right? All the things we say, which are true to a large degree. Mm-hmm. It's just that you hear them over and over and over again. They start to lose their meaning. But it is true that, the team is going to have a meeting like today or Wednesday or whatever and be like, hey, guys, we got to look each other in the eyes. Are we going to go beat the Falcons on Sunday or not? Are we going to go play? Is Tatum Bethune going to go grow into that role or not? Is, Bryce Huff and Sam Okawanu, who, by the way, had the most snaps of any D lineman on Sunday and had no stats. No stats in that game. Interesting. But, Mykel Williams, does he remember how to throw down, or he did throw down? Does Bryce Huff know how to finish on a Baker Mayfield? All the little things that they're going to do. So, I don't know. Are you of the opinion that you're hearing Kyle talk here? You think he's playing possum? You think they're going to go trade for a linebacker? Are they going to trade for an edge rusher? Are you waiting to see what happens against the Falcons?
Well, I think you have to wait to see not only what happens this week against the Falcons, but what happens beyond that in the weeks leading up to the trade deadline. Now, you might be shooting yourself in the foot if somebody goes out and makes a trade for a pass rusher or makes a trade for a linebacker. But I do think after the Fred Warner injury, it's less likely that they're going to go out and make a blockbuster trade for someone like Trey Hendrickson or Max Crosby or all these big names that we're constantly hearing about. Now, I don't think it's out of the possibility that they do go and flip a 5th or a 6th round pick for just a veteran linebacker or a veteran pass rusher. But I think hearing what I just heard from Kyle, talking about trading for a player that can not only help them this year, but help them for the future, you got to think about the way that they've lined everything up this offseason when thinking about the future, because the future changed the minute you had to pay Brock Purdy. And that's why we saw the entire roster get reshaped this offseason. Deebo Samuel, see you later. Travarius Ward, see you later. Dre Greenlaw, see you later. Hargrave, the list goes on and on and on. And look how they replace those guys with youth going back to the draft this year and last year. So when you're invested in so much of the future, being so many of these young guys, it's hard to be in that situation where you go full Rams, blank those picks, just giving up everything for the future because you think you're ready to win a Super Bowl right now. And it's harder to make that decision right now when you don't have Fred Warner and Nick Bosa on your roster. So you can't go full blank them picks mode because even adding one player, you're still missing the two best players on that defense that are Fred Warner and Nick Bosa.
Speaking of the Fred Warner situation, Tony cut G, Tatum Bethune. Kyle's like, yeah, he's going to be the guy. And he kind of gave him a little grace here, saying he had a lot going on Sunday here. Yeah.
Tatum had a lot on his plate. He came in and I thought did a lot of good things getting us lined up, but I think that's something he'll be a lot more ready for next week and all the reps and things like that. No one can be as good as Fred at those type of things, but that's something I expect Tatum to be able to handle in the future.
It's going to be his time. Here he comes, number 48. You'll see him. And if you're the Falcons, you're circling that part of the field, right? And here, by the way, if anybody missed it last night, Falcons beat the freaking Buffalo Bills. Bijan Robinson went off, had over 230 yards from scrimmage. who on the Niners without Nick Bosa and Fred Warner is going to slow that guy down? Is it going to be Tatum Bethune and D. Winters? Is it going to be Malik Mustafa? Is it going to be Renardo Green and Upton Stout? I mean, Upton Stout missed his tackle on Baker Mayfield. I saw he's tied for the team lead in missed tackles. See, that's what I mean. That's scary. As much as we think, you got to beat the Falcons at home, dude, the Falcons have skill. Drake London had a huge night last night.
Yeah, they have talent. That's for damn sure. And if you're asking me the question of who's going to be able to slow down Bijan Robinson, my answer would be nobody.
Nobody.
I really don't have an answer for you.
Getting back to what we talked about yesterday, winning shootouts now?
Yeah, exactly. Like, it goes back. Like, that was the take I had yesterday. When you're looking at this 49ers team, I just need Robert Saleh to have a serviceable defense. I'm not looking for 14 or less. Not even, 21 or less I'll take in a game. But if you can hold a team under 25, the 49ers still, in theory, have enough offensive firepower to go out and score 30 points per game.
With George Kittle possibly coming back, right?
Exactly. With Ricky Pearsall possibly coming back. With Juwan Jennings eventually getting back to where he was and having that chemistry. With Brock Purdy being back running your offense.
Cut S, Tony, on Shanahan on Kittle here. What do you got? The top of the sheet there, yeah.
I'm expecting to get George Kittle back into practice this week.
With Kittle, is the the hope or expectation that he can play Sunday since he's returning to practice?
Yes, that's the hope.
Okay. Eric Branch asked, and Kyle Shanahan answered. Okay, so there you go. We touched on a lot of the big themes. Let's pull back and talk to a guy who's covered the league for a long time. He's our great buddy, Mike Silver from The Athletic. Will join us to talk about the predicament of the 49ers next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
And don't forget to stay tuned. Diamador Lenore at 9 o'clock this morning, the self-proclaimed hyena. Maybe the guys will ask why he calls himself the hyena. You can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
Bright and early on a Tuesday morning, we have our tax attorney friend, Steve Moskowitz. Steve, good morning. You want to help people because there's some people out there, they can't pay their taxes, Steve. What do you do?
We help them. There's so many different avenues to give you good solutions. And tomorrow's a big day. Tomorrow is the final day, the due date for individual returns that were extended. And a lot of people still working on their returns. And they're going to get a big shock where yesterday, their preparer told him, hey, you owe X number of dollars. And he said, that can't be. You got to be wrong. I don't have the money. Folks, don't make the mistake of not filing the return. That's where the big penalties are. File the return. Call us. We'll explain all the options you have. Don't panic. I know you feel underwater. You don't have the money. That's okay. We have a free consultation. We'll explain all that can be done for you. And there's probably a lot of things you don't even know about. And if you want us to, we'll do everything for you with the government. You don't have to talk to the government, deal with them, have anything to do with them. We'll do the whole job. The only thing you have to do is pick up the phone for your free consultation and say, hey, Steve, take care of me.
That's what you do. Give him a call. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
49er football at the front of our minds. Fred Warner goes down. Now you're looking at a season without Fred Warner, without Nick Bosa, and a sensible person might say, well, you're cooked. You just don't have your horses. But who knows? Kyle Shanahan said yesterday he hopes veterans step up, rookies learn from vets, and they see what they can make out of their 4-2 start. All stuff we'll discuss with our next guest. Anytime I hear Eminence Front by The Who, I always remember Mike Silver. I think he told me, was it you, Mikey, who told me you wanted to make a movie where the opening credits was some guy, like they would just roll for like 60 to 90 seconds, Eminence Front as the credits roll. Was that you, Mike?
It actually was me. Incredible recall. That movie has still not been made, but I'm glad somebody in my life has a memory. And hey, how about Money Moody? Speaking of movies,
listen, as Marcus brought up earlier today, if 49er fans, particularly me, you're not really mad at Moody. You're more mad at John Lynch in the front office for picking him in the third round.
Totally, yeah. I love the kid. I thought, the way he handled that Browns game rookie year, he just faced it, owned it, was great after the game. Loved talking to him, virtually every day I was in that locker room just BSing. Laughed at my Harrison Butker joke after Butker's, ill-fated graduation speech, which, that was a good sign. And, I always loved the kid, and I was more – it was more using a 3 and then also in an all-in season getting rid of a kicker who was perfect in the postseason over a long, long span. It just seemed weird to me. But, if you're a 49er fan and you're happy about Eddie Pinheiro, you should also be happy that Money Moody got a game winner after a big night.
Yeah, and Mike, it felt like the end of a movie or maybe a storybook ending to see Jake Moody finally get his revenge against Deebo Samuel.
Yeah, that's funny. I didn't even think about the Debo part of it. If only Tabor Pepper was there to, share in it. But no, that was cool. It's hard for kickers. He had the 3, and then the one got blocked, and if they had lost, it would have been like, oh man, Jake Moody failed. You can't just succeed. You got to keep succeeding. But he got that last chance. That was cool.
All right, Mike, you've covered football a long time, buddy. When a team loses Nick Bosa and Fred Warner, is that team finished?
I mean, I'm going to try to stay positive here, but for some reason I'm thinking about listening to your station a lot in the wake of Steph's hamstring injury, and it's like, well, they won that game with Jimmy, against the Rockets, and maybe Kuminga can give him some punch, and the other guys can compensate. It's hard. It's not as bad as basketball, and obviously Steph is, beyond any NFL player except maybe Mahomes right now in terms of impact. But still, it's brutal. Losing Bosa made the 49ers way worse. Losing Fred Warner makes the 49ers way worse. And in terms of performance, in terms of not having the leadership out there. And, the last negative thing I'll say, hopefully, is that, like, look no further than Dre Greenlaw 2024. Dre Greenlaw was not out on the field for that whole season, and the defense didn't look the same. Then he came back in that must-win game against the Rams in December and was the best player on the field, and the whole thing looked different for a half. And then he couldn't keep playing, and it didn't look quite as good, and then it was over. Like, it sucks to lose great players, especially in the case of Fred Warner, who is the clear-cut leader of that defense. So, yeah, Robert Saleh has done incredible work. He will figure out a way to, make it work the best it can. The young guys have been stepping up, and, they've got other good players who will help them win football games. But it's rough, man.
Mike, we heard Kyle yesterday double down on his stance that the Fred Warner injury after the Nick Bosa injury will not change their approach at this year's trade deadline. Do you think these two injuries make it more or less likely that the 49ers not make a trade?
It's a great question, right? I think if you said going into the season, hey, guys, going to start pretty well and have a chance to maybe make a big move at the trade deadline, the Super Bowls in San Francisco, Santa Clara, you never know. They might be like, yeah, no, we're not doing that this year. We cut all the salaries. It's a process. We're thinking about, maybe next year being our year we make a run, even though we're not saying that. And that would go against everything we preached and acted on in the offseason. But then it's like, I don't know, we're 4-1 and, Bosa's gone, but maybe if we just get a pass rusher. So I do think that temptation, which is probably the wrong temptation if you want to stay true to the model you've laid out, that temptation is lessened because it's like, okay, maybe we can go huge and get Trey Hendrickson, and also maybe we can go find a middle linebacker and pay him too. Like, you could. It just feels like the football gods are telling you, like, hey, you got a good thing going. Let these rookies play, be scrappy, maybe get in the playoffs. Anything could happen, but don't go back to that all-in vibe just yet.
So given that, like, any given Sunday and, there's no dominant team in the league, is there a scenario where if they don't make a big trade, maybe they make a small one, maybe they pick up a small piece along the way, is there a scenario where that scrappy non-Bosa, non-Warner defense could scrape into the playoffs?
Oh, yeah. No, totally. Like, they're incredibly well coached on both sides of the ball. Like, that's obvious game to game and over the course of the season. They have a quarterback they believe in, who they paid, who, came from 17 points down in the NFC Championship game and pulled out a win in epic fashion. You've got Kittle coming back, hopefully, Christian McCaffrey, Trent Williams out there as your edge. I mean, you still got elite dudes, Diamador Lenore, and you're right. There's no team as of yet that's hitting people over the head where they're like, oh man. And I do think the Eagles are a mess. The Eagles are giving me some Big Dom 2023 post Big Dom Greenlaw vibes. Like, that could get weird. So, I do think there's a scenario where Kyle and Robert Saleh and those players get into the playoffs on the sheer force of their will and skill. And then once you're in a playoff game, they're going to be coached up and probably have a good game plan. So, I would keep the dream alive. I just don't know if, going all in doesn't just impact this season and cost you draft picks for the future. It makes the salary structure harder too, right? Like, then you're like, okay, well, now we're paying Trey Hendrickson. I guess we can get out of that. It's not my money. If it were me, I'd probably just go all in every year and spend all the money. But, it's Jed's money, and Jed got sick of leading the league in money spent year after year after year. And watching a lot of guys get older and starting to decline in their minds. So that's what happened, and I just don't know that Jed's going to change his mind that much where you go, let's just do anything to try to win this year. But if they do, God bless them. You worry about next year, and there's always a way to fit people under the cap. It's more, to me, cash.
Earlier this morning, Murph and I were discussing about how the possible outcome this weekend against Atlanta could influence the 49ers' decisions at this year's trade deadline. But then we were also trying to figure out what the outcome would be this weekend because, Mike, to be honest with you, I really don't know who the Atlanta Falcons are. They're a team that beat the Buffalo Bills last week, but just a couple weeks ago, they lost 30-0 to the Carolina Panthers. So what's your breakdown of that matchup this weekend?
Yeah, that Panther game, it's all I was thinking about last night when I saw them looking so good. I was like, they didn't just lose the Panthers. Like, that happened. They lost 30-0. But, yeah, I kind of like Penix. He showed me some moxie at the end of last year, and I know he was getting criticized this year, I thought kind of strongly. But I like what I see with him. Obviously, they've got, a potent running attack when it's rolling. And, they invested a lot in trying to improve that pass rush. I think the world of Raheem Morris. I think, he waited 15 years for another chance to be a head coach. And I have very, very high expectations about what he's going to be able to do in that role. And Jeff Ulbrich, wow. We've seen him. 49ers tried to get him, 2 years ago as the defensive coordinator, but the Jets wouldn't let him out. And he is really, really good at that. And, like the 49ers, Falcons have a really, really good defensive coordinator.
I was looking at the recaps from last night. Michael Penix Jr., quote, "It showed that we're one of the ones. This team is really good. This team is really legit." That's what they're going with the headlines now. They have not made the playoffs nor had a winning record since 2017, which gets back to what we were saying about how baffling they are. But you going with the legit handle after all that?
Well, since we're quoting young quarterbacks, I'd like to direct you to the story that I currently have on the site because I talked to Cam Ward last week, and he was trying to spin it positive. Obviously, circumstances have changed, but there's a quote from Cam Ward in my story currently on The Athletic, and it says, "Once I play how I want to play, I think the league will be effed." He didn't actually say effed, but that to me takes that Penix quote and makes it feel kind of mild. But I don't know that we know who is one of the ones, but I think we know who's not. And, the Titans obviously would be in that category. But I think we can say with the Falcons and the 49ers, they're like most teams where we don't know yet. In the 49ers case, it's cool that they've figured out a way to win those games that they have. But, there's a lot to still find out. And I expect that to be a really close game.
By the way, you always got to read Mike in The Athletic because he gets the best quotes. He has a Raiders coach, Marcus, anonymous Raiders coach saying, "The Titans might be the worst team I've seen in the last 25 years." What a Raiders.
And by the way, the person who told me that was acknowledging how bad the Raiders are. Like, it wasn't like, "Oh, man, that team sucked. We killed them." It was like, "Man, we're not good, and that team sucks."
Oh, man.
Mike, before we let you go, Murph and I will be out in Berkeley this Friday before your Cal Golden Bears take on UNC. My question is, are we going to see Bill Belichick, and will we have a Mike Silver featured story on that situation?
There won't be a story, but, I'm planning on having the closest possible vantage point to the North Carolina sideline. So, I know there are a lot of clothing options. I'm pondering. You may see some sunglasses because the future is so bright. And you will definitely, if all goes well, I will be right in the center of those proceedings because I've been waiting for this for a long time. And by the way, I'm not like cocky about it. Bill Belichick's obviously an incredible coach, and that team can play better, and you never know what you're going to get from Cal, obviously, but it's not so much like, "Oh, I'm going to be there. Ha ha, Bill Belichick's struggling." I've just been fantasizing about this since Bill Belichick took since I heard he was gonna take the Carolina job, and I looked at the schedule and I was like, oh my God, they're coming to Berkeley, and I'm gonna be so excited to just be able to stand across from Bill Belichick for hopefully about 3.5 hours, and if it does go Cal's way, I won't be shy about celebrating.
Are you gonna be on the sidelines?
I believe I will.
Oh man, this is so good. By the way, was it 2018 or 19 when you got the mic before a game?
Yes.
Maybe they might want to give you the. Maybe they don't want to give you the mic.
I don't think anyone wants me on the mic. I don't think anybody. I think just like the stoic arms folded demeanor, and
he's not gonna.
I don't know.
I mean, he's gonna be shy. He's gonna be like, "What?" He's gonna be like, "What the hell is Mike Silver doing here? What's this going on here?" Yeah. By the way, Jordan Hudson, we'll try to get her on the show, Marcus, Friday morning. We'll try to do that.
Are you really?
Well, I'm joking, but hey, if she wants to come on, and we saw how well it went with CBS Sunday mornings, right?
There may be rules.
Yeah, remember the CBS one and all that?
There may be rules. She may want to retake some of it, even though.
Well, we'll see, man. That traditional Cal North Carolina football rivalry, man. We'll go for it.
Hey, what happens in this game? Just wait till basketball season, you guys.
I know, right? Seriously. Well, hey, I remember when you guys played Duke 2 weeks ago, and that one did not turn out well. But I referenced, hey, man, Duke doesn't want any part of Kyle ever since Jason Kidd beat Bobby Hurley, dude.
Yeah,
one of the great days of your life.
That's what we're saying to Duke fans. Try coming here in hoop season. We'll see you then.
No, that was an incredible moment for the Golden Bear Nation there.
I was there.
You were in the building?
Rosemont. Oh, yeah. Covered it for the Santa Rosa Press Democrat.
Oh, dude. You and I, buddy. I was coming back from a dream trip with my buddies listening to it on national radio on like an AM scratchy dial.
You remember the Eminence Front thing, but not that I was at that game. That's amazing.
Dude, as Adam Copeland once had the best line about me. He goes, Murph remembers everything and he remembers nothing. Like I have like incredible recall and I have incredible gaps too. It's like there's just this it's hit or miss, brother. Like for example, I remember our intense smackdown about Mark Whitten setting a single game RBI record. You may or may not remember that, dude. And I
think you mentioned it once on the show and it came back, but I think my point was like you don't want a great record, an RBI I would consider a great record, like single game RBI, to be held by like a guy who's not going to age.
It was a hell of a discussion. I was going with Marcus. That's why you go to the BR. You're going to see something you never saw before. I also remember that we were in a bar in Sacramento. I think you told me you had a great lead about Dominique Wilkins and the Dream Team. Do you remember that? It was something.
No, I do not remember that. But
the other one I'm going to say is a little PG-13, a little risky. But this was off the record, but since it's just statute of limitations. But Niners go back to KC week 2, 94. We sent you out there for the full week. Do you remember that?
I
and then
remember
we were talking on the phone about what we each were going to write. I'm in Santa Clara, you're in Kansas City, and you're like, dude, I'm going to write about you. You go, dude, I already wrote a column on Marcus Allen. You said, dude, I showed tremendous restraint. I didn't mention OJ until the third paragraph. Dude, is what you said.
Yeah. Okay. Statute of limitations. I don't know if you've ever talked about what you were saying when UCLA.
Oh yeah. You can go with that. In 1990, when we beat SC, and this is like fresh after the incident in Brentwood. That fall, as we beat them in a game, and I was yelling
at the Coliseum,
and I was screaming for all to hear. And we all know who's watching in Cell 3D at LA County. He's watching every play.
Shapiro got viewing privileges.
I said, he's got viewing privileges. We all know he's watching. And this was very raw and fresh at the time, dude. It was not cool to be riffing on that. I think the trial had even yet to go underway, dude. I think at that point.
It was. I'm just glad. I'm glad that I got the visual and the recap. It was beautiful. and by the way, like it's SC. I'm sorry.
Yeah, right.
Of all the people, like you're getting taunted. Oregon's kind of like that now. If I had a chance to say some low blow stuff,
you got that kind of feeling about Oregon right now with the O and all that stuff and all that.
They're so obnoxious.
Well,
man. At least
they held serve so nicely against your boy Fernando Mendoza last Saturday, right?
yeah, Fernando Mendoza went up to Eugene.
You mean
and,
Heisman frontrunner Fernando Mendoza?
well, I'm not trying to see someone win the Heisman. I'm trying to see my school win football games. So
It's Friday night, man.
Good for him. Good for him for winning.
Shades and a sideline pass for you, buddy. We'll see.
I love Mendoza, but I'll say this on the record: we like our guy now better.
Okay.
I know he's better.
Especially-
and I will cover.
especially-
I will cover him.
Yeah.
On the next
in the
level
league
for years.
especially if he beats Belichick Friday night.
Oh, I mean, I just hope to be really close to the action.
There it is, man. There it is. All right, buddy. It's too much fun. Thanks, bud.
Yeah, thanks, Mike.
Go Bears.
Mike Silver. And you guys got to experience in that interview what all of us who have ridden with Mikey for over 30 years which is that little alter ego voice he has. When he always presents the contrarian argument, and he has this little voice he goes into. He goes, you could say, well, we could win this game and make a trade.
It seemed like he was having full-fledged conversations with himself.
Greg Silver's behind the glass right now.
Yeah.
He's like, they're all getting to know my dad.
Yeah, well, Greg never really cleaned his room.
I was going to clean my room, but I got busy. La, da, da, da. Yeah, very funny. All right, cooler content. And then Demo Lenore at 9 o'clock on the Sports Leader.
I remember going 98 yards with my boys. 98 yards at that moment. We told them, this is why we did the camping trip. This is why we did every Saturday walkthrough.
Let's talk about River Islands. The good life out at River Islands, the most successful lifestyle community in Northern California. I've been out there, hung out at the boathouse, enjoyed it, saw all the stuff. The schools, top scoring, built right in the community. Police and fire departments, state-of-the-art facilities. More than a dozen parks, open spaces, playing fields, and lakes for kayaking and paddleboarding. Town center's getting started so you can shop, stroll, dine, attend events, all right in your own community's backyard. It is the good life come to life. So currently, there are 15 unique neighborhoods, each offering a different take on the Delta lifestyle. Choices are yours in home size, style, bedroom count, and location. Lakeside, parkside, trailside, take your pick. Pricing is as varied as the homes, with prices ranging from $600,000 to well over $1 million. Hey, start your tour today at riverislands.com. Isn't it time for you to discover the Highlands? And hey, I'll meet you at the boathouse.
The good life.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucapacious of joyful news.
We might be on to something.
Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, fun conversation with Mike Silver, who said, maybe you don't want to make those big trades. Maybe you want to ride it out and see how these rookies perform and not blow up the salary structure for next year, but we shall see. Cooler of Content sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. All right, sound. Well, last night, baseball did it, baby. We love our baseball. I do love it. I was going with that over Monday Night Football. Am I a bad guy for that?
No, I don't think you're a bad guy, Murph.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, it's a Monday night. I mean, you could have been scouting the Falcons against the Bills, but postseason baseball, I'd say playoff anything gets the priority over regular season action.
I was too busy dropping a nuclear bomb of whoop ass on Larry Krueger in fantasy after he started the whole thing with the live draft day ripping of my club. How'd that work out for him?
Yeah, who's laughing now, Larry?
How'd that work out for him? And then I sent him a taunting one on Twitter because remember he started taking shots after week 1 and week 2, and I was like, "Is this AI?
Dude,
What's he doing?"
He was tweeting at you at 2 in the morning.
Yeah. Which, there's a riff there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm gonna resist. Anyway, who does he think he is? Right?
Yeah, I got you.
Anyway,
I got you.
And then so I gave him a little a fun one, mess with the bull, and he tried to play it totally straight. He goes, "Congratulations on your win." I was like, "Come on, brother.
I'm not here for your congrats. You can't be sending out tweets talking S and then be like, "Congrats on the win."
I know. Come on, bro. Come on, man. Just you got to like admit your shame and all that good
Talk
stuff.
some S back. Do something.
Here we go, guys. The Brewers' insane double play. This is video. You got it on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. I did not see this live. You did, huh?
I did, dude, and I was losing my mind.
I had my buddies. I was at a youth baseball board meeting, and my phone was blowing up with my baseball buddies who were like, "What the F just happened? Explain that to me." I was like, "I don't even know what these guys are talking about. I'm at a freaking meeting. I don't even know what they're talking about." I got home and got to see this all. Everybody get to see this. Watch this. Bases loaded. Max Muncy at the plate.
He skies one to center field, hit well. This one's got a chance. Freeland going back to the wall. He leaps. It's in and out of his glove, but he caught it. And now chaos on the bases. Might have a play at the plate. The throw. Not in time. No, he's out. He's out. It's a forced play at the plate.
After review, the call on the field, the force out at home plate is confirmed. The runner is out. It's confirmed on the runner at third base when the force out is out.
Wow. Whoa.
Wow. I hadn't seen the ump doubling down. That's awesome. The Freelick face, by the way.
Dude, it's so funny. It's the Blink 182 meme where the guy's looking around. What the blank? That's Sal Freelick in that situation. Look at
that, Tony. Great job. Great job.
So confused.
Great job, Tony.
Like, dude, you made the play.
Yeah, look at him, man. That is an incredible shot. That's somebody. Yeah, that's a meme. Instant meme, right? Instant
100%.
meme. Man, oh man.
I mean, that's crazy.
Jimmy Rollins, by the way, is great on postgame on TBS. I like that crew, by the way. The Pedro, Jimmy Rollins crew. David Ortiz, bro. Come on, man. What are we doing here? What are we doing
little
here?
immature pop.
Yeah, yeah, man. I told you, once I saw Keenan Thompson do him on SNL, that's all I see now. That's all I see. Anytime Ortiz, I'm like, oh, he's doing Keenan Thompson doing David Ortiz.
He's doing an impression of Keenan doing himself.
Yankees lose.
Yeah, thanks, Tony.
Did I see some? Did I see a player adopt that now from the Mariners or whatever? Are they going, Tigers lose or whatever?
Don't take it personal.
Is that now going to become a thing?
Is it a thing? I'm so used to just people just saying Yankees suck.
So, Tony, what's this?
Just keep it simple.
Yeah, so this does not have any audio. I thought this was really good. If you guys want to just break this down, it's basically the entire play, but like with, computer
what we call
chips
this?
in these
Computer
guys.
animation of the play.
AIBS.
Edmund at first, Smith at second, Teoscar Hernandez at third, Muncy at the plate. Is it Will Contreras or Wilson Contreras? Which I always confuse.
Wilson.
Thank you. Wilson Contreras behind the dish. All right, pitch.
No, I think it's actually William.
Okay, William?
Yeah, I think it's William. I think it is William. No, I'm just correcting myself.
What is it? Come on, Marcus.
I think
You're my
it's
seam head, buddy.
Wilm's son. I think it's like WILMSON.
Because Wilson's on the Cardinals. William's on the Brewers.
Wilson!
But anyway,
we're doing a terrible job representing sports knowledge here, guys. Come on, man. So,
I think it's William.
Well, he's got a brother.
And they're both, hang on. So, let's go. I got it for you guys right here. What am I doing? Monday, October 13th. Mariners, Padres. Why do I have a Rangers-Royals game? What's that? What am I, on the wrong year? My God. Anyway, I'll figure it out. Contreras behind the plate. Let's do the computer animation. Go with it here. Okay, there's a long fly ball, computer animation. Freelick runs. Hernandez is on third. Okay, stop. Freeze. Will Smith has gone halfway. which is the right play. Because if he catches it, you go back. You're not thinking about tagging, but you definitely want to be able to score if he drops it. Okay, Hernandez is tagging. Yeah. That's the right move.
So if
Edmonds gone almost all the way to second base.
So if Will Smith and Edmonds actually realize that the ball's hit off the wall, they're in a good spot to score on this play.
Right.
Because as soon as the ball hits the leather, they can run.
Right. Okay, so now fast forward here. Okay, he catches it. Now Hernandez goes back. He did go back, and the relay from Frelick to Ortiz and then Ortiz to Contreras is so good.
So quick.
It's a great relay. Will Smith is the one who biffs the whole thing. He doesn't realize that once the ball goes off the glove of Frelick, it's live, and he should have just started running. Instead, he went back. Here's the key to the whole thing. Hernandez, to tell you, Hernandez did, I see, buddy, Hernandez went,
kind of a pump
started
fake.
and stopped, and that's where he got out.
Yeah.
He got confused for 2 seconds.
Yes.
He tagged, and then he saw the ball go out, and he started down the third base penalty, which was the right move.
That's it.
Then he froze and went back to the
that's
bag.
the bobble
That's
because
the
he
key.
starts to tag when the ball hits the glove of
He
Frelick,
didn't
but then it
realize
bounces
that-
off the wall. Then he catches it again, and he goes back to tag again. You don't have to tag up a second time.
Jimmy Rollins said, I was getting back to the TBS thing. Jimmy Rollins said that the way you're taught, and Jimmy Rollins remembers these things because he's a baseball player, you tag, but the moment it touches his leather, it doesn't even matter if he catches it or drops it. That's when you go. Because if he catches it, you're tagging. And if he drops it, you're scoring.
Yep.
Right? But it's hard for people to think that way.
Oh.
They just got to remember, back to the bag, and as soon as it touches the leather. That's what Jimmy Rollins was saying. Jimmy Rollins is a good ball player.
Oh, phenomenal. Shout out the Bay
MVP.
Area zone. Yeah.
Encinal. Encinal High School. All right. Well, that was cool, man.
Yeah.
A little computer animation.
Crazy.
Kind of John Boy come to life.
And by the way, it is William Contreras.
Okay, thank you.
That's on me.
Thank you.
So
No,
is
it's
it
on
William
me.
or is it Wilson? If Wilson's
No, it's
on the
William.
Brewers, William is his brother.
No.
William is the Brewers
William
catcher.
is the Brewers
Okay, so
catcher.
Williams, see, this is why I'm always confused.
Yes, William.
But there's also a Wilson.
Wilson is with the Cardinals or the
Yes,
Cubs.
that's
One
it.
of those two.
That's why I just kind of merged our names together.
And then
I
one
went
of them's an
Wilson.
all-star. William hit.
Yes, the Brewer is an all-star.
William hit 260 with 17 bombs, 76 ribs, and 754 OPS. 27-year-old
So
catcher.
many Contreras.
Where's my William Contreras?
Yeah, come on, I want one.
Yeah.
You got any more brothers?
So, all right. Well, that was pretty cool. I'm looking up here. We got Demo at 9. Okay, we got a couple more here. We got Pat Murphy having the Japanese reporters.
Ooh,
Pat Murphy, man, this guy.
He still got those pocket pancakes.
Yes. Yeah. He came from college. Some people doubted him because he came from ASU. Can't manage in the bigs. He's like
was talking about how college baseball is better than Major League Baseball.
That upset Mike because during the strike, he said, "Come watch us play" or something like that. Anyway, Pat Murphy's like a mensch. You saw how nice he is to the reporter, the sideline reporters. We've played a couple of those. Well, now when he meets reporters, he asks them to introduce themselves because he wants them to have a friendly. Here it is. He's asking all the reporters from Japan who are there to cover the Dodgers to introduce themselves at the NLCS. We have video here.
Reporters from Japan, stand up because I won't remember your name or be able to say it. Can we do that? All the reporters from Japan, please stand. Please. I remember this young lady too.
That's my name.
Don't worry about me remembering, okay? Okay, what is your name, please?
Nat is probably easier.
Nat? Oh, you're saying you're dumb, so just go ahead, Nat. I've seen that before. You're probably right. Nat, nice to have you.
Thank you.
Daisuke? Daisuke? Love that.
Matsuzaka?
Yeah, nice. Good split.
Good split.
You? You? Yeah. You got? No.
You got it. Bravo.
Yuka, great to have you again.
Thank you very much.
Michi, I remember. Behind you, gentlemen. You? Nice. I love that name.
There it is. What do you guys think? Pat Murphy, a gentleman?
Yeah.
A gentleman?
And I like the knowledge of now knowing that Daisuke Matsuzaka and Yu Darvish are on the beat for Japan.
It was hard to hear in there, but when the guy said his name was Daisuke, he made a little sign and he goes, good split. Good split.
Yeah, nice. I didn't see that.
He's, by the way, I was reading all the comments underneath. People were like, I love Pat Murphy. I love Murph. He said, I'm so glad he's our guy. He's such a good guy. And one guy goes, damn, Murph is jacked. Because you go look at the closer up. Dude, Pat Murphy, Bro, he ain't missing upper body day.
Backs and buys.
Yeah, and he's got a tattoo on his tricep too.
And we know he's bulking up with all those pancakes.
Yeah, but I mean, he's got. If you watch it, he's like 60 something. So no reason you can't be jacked in your 60s.
Oh, no days off. Shout out Ken Boucher.
Oh yeah,
till my dad's still jacked.
So he and Pat Murphy can hang out.
Till my dad's still throwing up more weight than I do.
All right, he's the Pat Murphy of dads.
Exactly. He definitely was.
That's awesome. Well, there you go. That's a quick one. The double play, the computer animation, and Pat Murphy, because we got to get to Demo Lenore. Deometer Lenore, our 49er player of the week, next on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marcus Boucher here on a Tuesday morning with Prize Picks, because Prize Picks is the best place to win cash on the Golden State Warriors this basketball season. Which players are going off? Which ones are overhyped? Make your picks in less than 60 seconds and turn your takes into cash all season long on Prize Picks. Now, we are still a week away from the Warriors season opener against the LA Lakers, Tuesday, October 21st. But right now on Prize Picks, you can take advantage of another maximum discount with Steph Curry needing to score a single point. Yes, you heard that correctly. All you need to do is pick Steph Curry to score a single point, pair it up with one of your other favorite picks, and you can cash in on Prize Picks for the Warriors season opener next week against the LA Lakers. So right now is the perfect time to join us on Prize Picks by downloading the app and using the code word LEADER to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code LEADER to get $50 in bonus lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
That was kind of my goal this season, just to be a leader. Obviously, Pro Bowl, All-Pro, and all that stuff. But, one of my goals was to be a leader. And, I'm in a bigger spotlight now, now that Fred is down, Bosa is down. So, I got to be, that guy.
There is Diamador Lenore talking about being a leader with Nick Bosa down and Fred Warner down. He is, of course, our 49er Player of the Week. We're about to hook up with him in just a couple minutes. Diamador Lenore, man, what a player. Out of Oregon, of course. Grew up in L.A., and that draft pick has hit. That's for sure. He goes by the Hyena. We'll check that out with him, too, a little bit. I'm on his page right now. Large family, 9th of 12. How about that? And his high school coach in his high school football coach in L.A. was a longtime friend of Richard Sherman. So there's a connection there, like Sherman. So we'll have to ask him about that too.
Cool. Real quick digression, because you just mentioned Demo is one of 12 siblings.
Yeah.
I was telling young Tony and John Joe Curley, while the Yankees were still in the postseason, Camilo Duvall came into the game one time, and John Smoltz goes, "Oh, here's Camilo Duvall, one of 24 siblings." And I said, wait a second. We had Camilo Duvall here in San Francisco. I never heard the story about him having 23 siblings.
Is he right?
I would assume so if he's saying it on the broadcast.
I'm going to call out the beat writer. I'm going to throw the beat writers under the bus. How did we ever do the 24 siblings Lenore story in spring training?
No, I was going to say.
That's a no-brainer. Spring training, you got 6 weeks to write meaningless stories.
Bro, I thought that for sure would be in the game notes or something, but I had no idea Camilo Duvall had so many siblings.
Man, oh man. Poor mom. His mom came to that game in Miami. They should have given her a freaking parade. She pumped out 24 kids. That's unheard. I've never heard of 24 siblings in my life.
That's unreal.
Never.
That's the highest total I've ever heard of. I have buddies that have like 10 or 11 also, kind of like Demo Lenore.
10 or 11?
Oh, yeah. Shout out the Maximums down the street. They had a whole tribe.
Well, we have the Manjis of Mill Valley. I think they had, when they hit like their 9th or 10th, we were like, they can field a baseball team now.
Huh?
Dude, the Duvalls could form a major league roster, like a postseason roster.
They could play a scrimmage against each other.
Oh, my God. Dude.
But Murph, this is why Bryce Harper was given credit to the superior breed.
That's right.
Women, man, what a breed. It's
3 pushes and they're out.
What a breed.
So
what a breed.
By the way, Walter E. Calbacetta, who's, of course, the producer for Middays.
I never heard of her.
Was crushing us for our Contreras situation.
Who?
He said, what? Jesus, you guys know ball?
I do, Walter.
So I wrote back, what are you, some sort of effing Blue Jays fan?
Who?
But I wrote back to him.
Yeah,
So there you go.
How you like being down 2-0, Walter?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
How about that? All right. Well, Demo's going to probably call us right at 9 o'clock. And another fifth rounder. Another one of those fifth rounder. We're good? Okay, let's go. Here we go.
His helmet is off.
Here we go, baby. 9 is on 3. 1, 2, 3.
And his mic is on.
That's a sackaroonie, baby.
Time for our 49ers Player of the Week with Murph and Marcus.
Sorry I stole your sackaroonie, buddy. But hey, there'll be more.
On the Sports Leader.
But I like Demo talking that way. Guys who have been here and guys who have played at a higher level, we need them playing their best at all times, especially in a situation like this. But it also means that it doesn't mean that guys just start making stuff up and doing stuff that they don't have to do. But there is, Demo's been one of our better players here over the last few years, and I love that he's basically, in my opinion, saying he needs to play that way every week now, going forward more than ever.
There it is. Kyle Shanahan talking about our 49er Player of the Week. Diamador Lenore. The Player of the Week is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Also sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Diamador Lenore, welcome back. We've had you on before. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murph and Marcus. We do the mornings here on KNBR, the Niner flagship. Man, I know it was a rough game in Tampa Bay. We appreciate you hopping on to talk 49er football on the UMA guest line. Good morning, Demo. How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, Demo?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
We're doing good. We appreciate you hopping on a Tuesday. I always like to check in, man. How you doing? Like a Tuesday, is this a total chill day for you, or are you going to work? What's a Demo Tuesday with no practice like?
Just recovery. Just trying to get the body back. So I can be able to perform on Sunday.
Yeah. So just a chill Tuesday. Sounds like it. All right, let's start. Before we go forward into the Falcons and what lies ahead, let's talk a little bit about what you guys experienced on Sunday. If you could just share with the fans out there and with us just what it was like, I don't know where you were on the field when you saw Fred go down, and if you had a chance to talk to him when he was on the field, and just how your mind was racing then. Could you just take us to that moment there, Demo? What happened?
So I was playing the field corner at the time, so I kind of seen. I just seen him on the ground, but I didn't see the number yet. So I was hoping it wasn't Fred, but I was hoping it wasn't anybody, but at least that it was Fred. So I was just kind of watching the play, and then I seen him. I heard him scream, and then I was like, he usually don't scream like that. So then I knew it was kind of bad when I seen all the trainers running out. But then he was still in good spirits. He wasn't down on himself. Dealing with an injury like that, you would think somebody would be down. But he was still in good spirits. He was just saying next man up. And, just finish the game and keep fighting.
Demo, we know how much of a leader Fred Warner is for this team. So talk to us about the significance and the meaning of Fred Warner sticking around to break down the team after the game, even after this injury.
That just shows his character and his leadership, just the type of player he is. He never going to quit on his team and never, just always going to be there, whenever we need him.
Yeah, we're talking Diamond Lenore on the UMA guest line. He's our 49er player of the week. So you said some interesting stuff after the game, hey, man, I wanted to be a leader, and now it's kind of happening. I mean, you already were. If you looked at that Niner defense, people looked at Bosa on the D-line, Warner and the linebackers, and you in the secondary. But now, Demo, you're in the huddle, and you look around, and those guys aren't there. 97 and 54 aren't there. What's going on in your head at that point in time? How do you lead kids? Is it vocally? Is it film? Is it on the sidelines? How do you do it?
Just being vocal, I would say that start because Fred was kind of the vocal piece. So now that that's going to be gone, someone's going to have to fill in, which I feel like myself, where I can fill in and just be, held everybody accountable, make sure that we all working as one.
Yeah, Demo, and I think now a lot of 49er fans are not only going to be looking at guys like you, but guys like Robert Saleh leading this defense. Now, you did not get the opportunity to play underneath Robert Saleh before you were drafted by the 49ers. So what has been the biggest change or maybe biggest difference for you now playing in Robert Saleh's scheme this year?
I would say the energy, the energy he brings to the defense, is second to none. I haven't been, with a coach like that ever since I've been playing football. The IQ, the way he studied the game, I feel like he always putting us in a position to win.
Sounds like you and he are going to be kind of the leaders of the group going forward. Let's talk about Tatum Bethune. He number 48. He's going to be the guy. Give us the scouting report, Demo, and this guy stepping in, what kind of person he is, what kind of player he is, and your relationship with him.
It's kind of crazy because, Fred used to always make Tatum break down the team. So it's I've seen the leadership in him already. So just hearing him talk, I know that he's made of the right stuff, and I feel like I got the utmost confidence in him. I feel like he's gonna do great out there.
Yeah, and then you look at the guy playing next to him, D. Winters, who I think most 49er fans would agree has done a phenomenal job filling in for Dre Greenlaw this year. Talk to us about the development you've seen from him becoming one of these sideline-to-sideline linebackers.
Oh, yeah, for sure. D. Winters, he's playing like a top 10 linebacker in the league right now. Just the way the game slowed down to him and just me seeing him as a young guy and overcoming all the obstacles he faced and just being able to, be a helping hand and, help him slow the game down and talk the game with him and just elevate him.
Diamond Lenore, 49er player of the week on the UMA guest line. Go big picture here, Demo, and last year when McCaffrey went down and Ayuk went down, it was so frustrating. You guys have finished 6-11. It was obviously frustrating, the whole Drake Greenlaw, et cetera. So then you guys start 4-1, and you're like, hey, man. But then Bosa's down. You're like, oh, man. Now Warner's down. You're like, oh, man. Is there a sense of like deja vu, like I can't believe this is happening 2 years in a row? And if so, what hope does that give you? Like, can you have hope for the rest of the season?
Oh yeah, I mean, I still believe. I still believe that we can still be this great team. Just the resiliency and the team that we have, and like just to see Fred go down, everybody was still fighting. So I see that as the character of this team is still there. So I feel like we still can go a long way.
Yeah, and it feels like every time we've seen somebody go down this season, we've seen somebody else step up on both sides of the ball. And most recently, it's been your quarterback, Mac Jones, stepping up, not only to lead your team to a couple victories, but also stepping up towards the front of the line, walking out of the tunnel with the boombox. Now, I know that's usually saved for you and Trent Williams, so how did Mac Jones be able to sneak his way towards the front of that line, Demo?
Hey, Mac got swag, man. It was a no-brainer when he came up there. The way he's been leading us, he's a true leader, and he's been playing out of this world.
Yeah, he played hurt on that game on Sunday. You could tell he was banged up. That's pretty darn cool. Hey, man, switching back to Bosa and Warner for a second, can those guys still contribute even if they're not in uniform? And if so, how can they still help the team?
I mean, just the power of their words. Everybody like to hear their voice. When they speak, we all ears, and just they've been there the longest, so they know this game better than us.
Yeah, Demo, now you're one of those veterans stepping up, leading this defense. Talk to us about some of the young guys you're playing next to. Renardo Green, Upton Stout. We hear so much about the energy. What has it been like lining up with those guys next to you?
Oh, it's been great. I feel like since I've been here, this has been one of the better secondaries that we done had. Just Upton coming in, playing as a rookie, and just making plays. The game slowing down for him. Also, just taking on that nickel role. It's a lot because I didn't play it for 2 years, so I know the ins and the outs, and everything that you got to deal with just playing that spot. So I'll take my hat off to him. He's doing a great job.
And you guys got Malik Mustafa back, right? Big hitter. I mean, the safeties have been interesting, Demo, because you guys have kind of changed them up a little bit. But getting Mustafa back, what does he bring to the table?
One of our physical players on the defense, I would say, he, a guy that has no fear. He played relentless and he played lights out. So it's lovely to have him back.
Yeah, and I've heard you refer to Mustafa as the human bullet before. But, Demo, I know that you like making some tackles, too. We got to talk about that play over the weekend against Cade Otton. Are we classifying that as a body slam, a suplex? How would you describe that tackle in that play?
I would say a body slam.
Body slam. And that's something about your game, too, where you're not afraid to kind of stick your nose in the dirt. I mean, we saw the play a couple weeks ago against the Ram where both you and Chase Lucas were able to crash a line of scrimmage and contribute in the run game as well.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's, I like to get my nose dirty sometimes.
I wonder, we were looking at your background, Demo, growing up in L.A., there's a note that says your high school football coach was really close with Richard Sherman, and that means you were close with Richard Sherman then, too? Is that true? Go all the way back to high school?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure.
What was that like? Tell us about that. Like, a guy that successful coming to your high school field and or summer workouts.
Yeah, it was surreal. Just to see him, just knowing that he'd be on TV and everything he accomplished, just being able to, play the same position and being able to talk that kind of language, it was just a blessing.
Is he still somebody you reach out to as a resource?
Oh yeah, for sure. I had talked to him before the Rams game, and he was just telling me just to be more patient when you're out there.
It's funny, he's Mr. Seahawk, Legion of Boom and all, but he rides with the 49ers pretty strong, doesn't he?
Oh yeah, this where his heart at.
Maybe even more than the Seahawks. I don't know. It's funny. He had a little bit of beef with Seattle or something, so he He'll wear those like red suits on TV. Very funny. Hey, Demo, before I let you go, man, just a little bit about this upcoming weekend. Here come the Falcons. Bijan Robinson. I know he's a running back, so he's not your primary concern. We'll get to Drake London in a second, but he put on a show last night. Raheem Morris called him the best player in the NFL. How much does he have your attention, and how much of a role will you play in trying to contain Bijan Robinson?
Just like Kyle said, we don't need nobody doing anything out of the ordinary. Just come and bring your A game. I'm gonna do my 111, and I'm gonna try to make sure we get this W.
Wait, what's 111?
The 111 on the defense.
Okay.
1 of 11. Yeah.
Oh, 1 of 11. I'm sorry. I thought it was a code or something. My bad.
As a unit. Now, Demo, which one of the 11 is going to get the first interception of the season?
I'm always say me, but just as long as we get one.
And then finally, Drake London, too. He had a big game. I know you relish those things, right? Like you seem to always want those. Is that's got your competitive juices flowing?
For sure. I come bring myself every week. I don't worry about nobody else. They got to worry about me.
Hey, is Sunday Night Football extra special for you, knowing that you guys are the only show in town?
Oh, yeah. When the lights is big, the hyena come out.
All right, man. Hey, listen, we appreciate you. We know it's a big deal now. You're going to be that. You're growing up, man. You're going to be the leader of that defense. And like you said, and like Kyle said, it's time for you. You're going to be in that huddle. You're the guy. You're the guy with seniority. So we'll look forward to you playing on Sunday night. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, thanks, Demo.
Appreciate it.
Demo Lenore, number 2.
The hyena.
Doing his thing. When the lights come on, the hyena comes out.
That's it. Looking for the hyena to get the first interception of the season this Sunday.
Keeps his answers nice and tight. Mm-hmm. Got to be ready to go.
That's it. He's got you pressed off the line of scrimmage, Murph.
I didn't get that when he said 1 of 11. That was my bad. My brain wasn't working. Yeah. All right, well, listen. Sounds like he's ready to go. Drake London, Bijan Robinson, take Bosa and Warner, Tatum Bethune. Talked about Bethune breaking down the whole thing. So we shall see. Anyway, thanks to the 49ers for making him available. And what we'll do is take a quick break. We can recap some of that. We get into David Lombardi, the SF Standard Niner beat writer at 9:30 to talk about his view of how they play. I mean, I keep coming back to this. There's no Nick Bosa. There's no Fred Warner. You're like, can you even have a season? You know what I mean? These are the guys. These are like literally why you tune in to see the best players, some of the best players in 49er history.
Yeah, but they've also had no Brock Purdy and no George Kittle and no Brandon Ayuk, and they're still 4-2.
But I would say that Bosa and Warner are like better than those guys. You know what I mean? Except for maybe Kittle.
808 KNBR.
All right. We'll do that, and then David Lombardi at 9:30 on the Sports Leader.
Nah, I just know the hyena can't be with.
The hyena can't what?
Can't be with.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Aloha. Good morning, everybody. The Big Island Getaway is still going on this week. Shout out Lisa in Sacramento. She is our qualifier for today for Murph and Marcus. But you can also qualify. You just got to listen to Murph and Marcus 7 to 10. You got to listen to Papa and Silver 11 to 2 or Dirty Work 3 to 6 for your chance to qualify for one of the grand prize trips to the Big Island of Hawaii with round-trip airfare on Hawaiian Airlines and a 5-night hotel stay at the Mauna Kea Beach Hotel. It is all furnished by Hawaiian Airlines, introducing Atmos Rewards from Alaska and Hawaiian Airlines and the Mauna Kea Beach Hotel, where iconic heritage meets modern luxury. You got to be 21 years or older to qualify. You can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, back after our Diameter Lenore Player of the Week, David Lombardi of the SF Standard in about 10 minutes to give us his view from the beat writer's opinion of are the 49ers cooked? Demo Lenore said to us flat out, I believe. Now, of course, he's a player. You want to believe. You don't want a player saying, I don't believe. But he was strong in his words and verbiage. And, I continue to say, let's see what happens against the Falcons on Sunday. Like, they're either going to look like they're there to compete and fight, or they're going to look like a team that's overmatched and missing Nick Bosa and Fred Warner.
How about the fact that even after watching the Falcons beat the Bills last night, after getting the news that Nick Bosa and Fred Warner are done for the season, the 49ers are still favored this weekend on Sunday Night Football over the Falcons?
I got to be honest. That surprised me.
I was a little surprised.
I mean, because Bijan went off. Drake London went off. The Niners have no Bosa, no Warner. I mean, there is that power of the Niner betting, too, that Vegas loves. Niner fans betting on themselves. Huge 49er money loves the 49ers. So there's part of that. But, man, oh, man, I'm thinking if you're the I don't know, the realistic spread on that, realistically, I mean, it's a road team going to play realistically, it should probably be a pick 'em.
Yeah. Definitely should be.
They're giving them that.
If not, Atlanta by a point or two.
Atlanta by a point or two. But again, every time we say this, we think about the Panthers game.
Yeah.
They lost 30-0 to the Panthers a couple weeks ago. But they've now won 2 in a row. They beat the Commanders, and they beat they actually had a bye week, believe it or not.
Yeah,
they had such an early bye, and the Niners don't get a bye till like December. But they beat the Panthers and beat the Commanders, and then last night they beat whoever they beat last night.
Yeah, I mean, even going back, it was the Buffalo Bills.
The Buffalo Bills.
And even going back, I was looking through their resume from earlier this season. They lost week 1, 23-20 against the Bucs. So put up a real tough fight. That was another Baker Mayfield comeback in that game.
Divisional games, too, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. 808 KNBR is the phone number if you guys want to check in. 415-808-5627 is the situation. We haven't even talked about the quarterback situation, dude. We haven't even talked about it. We've been so focused on Fred Warner and Tatum Bethune and what they can do.
I know.
I mean,
we've been asking the question, who's going to wear the green dot on defense? Who's wearing it on offense?
I mean, they say Brock Purdy's going to try to practice on Wednesday. That doesn't sound to me like wildly exciting that he would come back and still be in a somewhat tentative mode or still on sort of injury watch, as it were. But meanwhile, Mac Jones is banged up, man. He is banged up. And even if he had to go on Sunday, he would be doing it in a diminished state. The pain-killing shot in the ribs, the oblique injury, the knee that continues to nag, the 6 sacks he took. I mean, I know this is the life he's chosen. This is the life of an NFL player, and everybody's banged up to some degree, but he seemed to be particularly banged up.
Yeah.
So Purdy with a questionable foot-toe, or Mac with a questionable rib oblique?
Yeah, well, we've gotten to this situation before, and the 49ers decided to put Brock Purdy out there before he was fully recovered. So that's the question you got to ask yourself if you're Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch, and the 49ers organization. Do you go down that same path? Or do you wait until Brock Purdy's 100%? But is any player ever at 100% in the NFL?
Yeah.
The answer is no most of the time, so I think that's what you're trying to figure out. where exactly is Brock Purdy in his recovery process?
Well, then we got to add George Kittle to the mix, too. If Kittle indeed is on the practice field Wednesday and back full strength for blocking and catching, wow.
Yes.
I mean, they already have the number one passing offense in the league. Somebody wrote in and said, I think that's deceiving because of Christian McCaffrey. And I was like, well, that's not deceiving. Christian McCaffrey's part of the passing offense.
He's still catching balls.
I know. So that's part of the weaponry. Yeah. And if you add, I think he was saying that I was praising the wide receivers too much, but the wide receivers are a part of it.
No, receiving is just a staff for everybody on the offense. Colton McKivitz catches a pass, it counts.
Right. But I mean, Kendrick Bourne has been putting up big numbers for sure, and Pearsall had at least one, maybe two big number games before he got hurt. So there is some production from the wide receiving core. There's a lot of production out of McCaffrey. Then you add Kittle to the mix.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden now maybe that passing offense can continue, and maybe even the run game gets going a little bit here.
Yeah, and like that's been a thing. Like it's easy the last couple of days to kind of be in a doom and gloom kind of mood after losing Bosa and Fred Warner now. But it's like my thought process was a couple of weeks ago that we haven't seen the best of the 49ers. Now, I'm sure they're never going to reach the peak or pinnacle that they could have reached if they still had Warner and Bosa on the field. But my whole thought process was this is an offense without Brock Purdy, without George Kittle, without Brandon Ayuk, without insert name here, Ricky Pearsall for a couple weeks. So we haven't seen the offense at full strength. And that's my question. Can they morph into what we saw from the Detroit Lions last year? After they lost Aiden Hutchinson, their defense was allowing points left and right. Guess what? They were the number one offense in the NFL and had the best record in the NFC, earned themselves a bye week because of it. Can the 49ers go out and outscore teams, but can they do it behind this offensive line?
Yeah, that's a big one.
That's the big asterisk for me.
Well, here was Lenore's statement of belief, and we have one from Kyle, too. But this was on our Player of the Week, just last segment here.
I still believe, I still believe that we can still be this great team. Just the resiliency and the team that we have, and like just to see Fred go down, everybody was still fighting. So I see that as the character of this team is still there. So I feel like we still can go a long way.
I mean, when he says still fighting, Fred went down in late first quarter, right?
Yes.
Right. Third quarter, 20-19, 3rd and 14. Bryce Huff has Baker Mayfield in his grasp.
Yeah.
And then everything changed.
They had a chance.
That's what great players do. Is
three or four guys had a chance to tackle
game-changing plays, and then throws the touchdown to Tez Johnson, who thought he was getting MVP chance. And then Kyle said the same thing about 4-2 and not stopping believing.
I mean, I don't really try to get us to focus on anything from what the past. It's about what's happening going forward. And I mean, the reality is we lost another really good player. But what are we going to do about it? And there's lots of stuff I can show our guys and stuff from the tape that's very encouraging of, some real good things Tatum did when he went in and replaced him. I think we got a lot of young guys doing some real good things on defense. But what type of team are we going to become going forward? And I think we have players here we can win with. But it makes it harder to make mistakes and things like that. And I thought that was something we did too much of yesterday. And those are the things I'm really focused on now about if we want to make something out of our record going forward, of what we've already accomplished with that 4-2. Guys got to keep getting better. We got to put pressure on some veterans to play the best that they can. And these rookies, who I believe are coming along, need to put the pressure on themselves to clean up the mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, like he said, the margin for error now. Like Mike Silver talked to us about it. He goes, dude, are they worse without Nick Bosa? Yeah, way worse. Are they worse without Fred Warner? Yeah, way, way worse. So, I mean, that's the fact. Now you have no margin for error.
No, and now you don't have those veterans also on the field to lead a D. Winters or a Michael Williams or an Alfred Collins or a C.J. West. Like, this was already a team that came into the season with 6 to 8 roster spots up for grabs, and a lot of those spots have been filled by rookies. This is a team that's relying heavily on rookie production this year, and now they don't have those leaders out there.
We'll be really fascinated to see how they play Sunday. Now, Atlanta's got short week, travel, but they're coming off a real exciting win, and Mike Penix says, we're legit. We're one of the ones, is what he said there. So, all right, we'll get into it with David Lombardi. We'll have a lot to say. By the way, Hawaii Sounder already went to Lisa in Sacramento.
Hey.
Shout out Lisa.
Congrats, Lisa.
We got 3 more days to qualify, and then we'll pick the winners who are going to Hawaii with us November 16 through 21. Can't wait. David Lombardi on the 49ers from the Beat Writer View. Next on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Well, if the 49ers' dire predicament is getting us to play Do You Believe by Cher, then I guess it's a good thing, right? I remember this song was so pervasive. The Onion. You guys remember The Onion newspaper?
Yeah.
The Onion satire? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
One of its little blurbs was coal miners 2 miles below Earth's surface report hearing beats and thumps of Cher's Believe. It was so pervasive that people a mile under the Earth's surface were hearing.
Damn, you have
reporting
people
sounds.
underground hearing
Yes,
it, huh?
It was everywhere for a while there. All right. Do you believe? I mean, listen, the more you think about it, it's just like hope is not a strategy, right? I don't know. But I've always been that guy, just the way we like it. Yeah. You got to persevere. But man,
come on, Murph.
Every time I do that, I go, they're playing without Fred Warner and Nick Bosa.
Are you telling me you don't believe in the 49ers after Fred?
I believe in love after, what is it? Life after love? Is that it? What is it?
Uh-huh.
After Fred. There it is. Sounds like a...
So the 49ers still have life after
song
Fred.
we will not do. David
Definitely
Lombardi.
Not. Definitely not.
SF Standard is going to cover a team that has only played 6 games and has 11 to go. They don't have Nick Bosa and Fred Warner. Good morning, David. Welcome back to Murph and Marcus. How are you, man?
Hey, what's up, David?
Good morning. How's it going?
Well, we're trying to decide if it's inspiring to believe in the 49ers without Nick Bosa and Fred Warner, or foolish to believe in the 49ers without Nick Bosa or Fred Warner. Which is it?
Well, what do you want to believe in? Are you believing trying to win the Super Bowl today, or are you just trying to talk about winning this next week? I think that in any professional sport, regardless of who you have, you got to focus on the game in front of you. You know, all the other stuff is for the fans, but there's not enough job security in this sport for either players or for coaches. As you can tell, there's not health security in this sport either, because even Fred Warner, who had played in 132 of 103 possible games, could fall victim to what happened on Sunday. So you just have to focus on what's next, put one foot in front of the other. And, you know, if you're going to force me to take a big picture look, I think it'd be extremely beneficial for the 49ers to just find a way to get these rookies a playoff game this year. And but I hate to take big picture looks like that, because I'm focused on covering the game against the Falcons, see what they can do there. I could see the 49ers going 3-0 over the next three. I could just as easily see them going 0-3, because the defense they put out there after Fred Warner got hurt was complete Swiss cheese the other day. But I can also see an offense approaching the elite ranks if they can get some of their guys back who are scheduled to get back this year. So they're going to, and plus the special teams is now good since they have Eddie Pinheiro. So there's a lot that could happen in this league. Other teams can suffer catastrophic injuries as well. There are still 11 games left to play. And I think if you put one foot in front of the other, you'll be entertained, and that's all you can ask for.
Yeah, David, and we also know that a lot can change and happen within the next couple of weeks leading up to the NFL trade deadline. Of course, everybody's looking for that big blockbuster trade now after Bosa and Fred Warner go down. But my question is, do you think these injuries make the 49ers more or less likely to go out and make one of these trades now?
I don't know if they were ever interested in a rental for this year. I think that, and especially now, they're not interested in a rental. I think that they'll be active on the trade market, and then we'll see if they can get a move done. But the scope of what they're interested in is a player that's under contract through at least 2026, because they want to make this team better, not just in some short run. They want to make sure that whatever they're doing is fitting with the bigger picture. So a couple guys that I mentioned were Quincy Williams, linebacker with the Jets, and Jermaine Johnson, who's a defensive end with the Jets. Both of them under contract through 2026. Both are Robert Saleh guys. And, you know, even if we're going to put that long-term lens on and say the 49ers are unlikely to win the Super Bowl with Fred Warner and Nick Bosa both out, I would argue that they hurt their future prospects in 2026 if they let the bottom of this defense completely fall out. And that's something that I'd be afraid of if I was Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch and Robert Saleh after watching that game on Sunday. Now they're going to have a chance to regroup and game plan without Fred Warner. So we'll see what they look like against what could be an explosive Falcons team. We saw them against the Bills last night. So we'll see what the 49ers look like on Sunday. But one thing that could, I think, really damage this team moving forward is if the bottom completely falls out because they don't have the talent necessary defensively. And, 2024 was not a fun ride down the stretch for that defense. The 49ers made sure to overhaul their roster over the course of this offseason to prevent that kind of thing from happening again. Now, obviously, injuries might have thrown a wrench in it. So if it's going to take a couple moves, like a move for Quincy Williams, Jermaine Johnson, Bradley Chubb, you name the guy, to make sure that the bottom doesn't fall out, then I think the 49ers have to seriously consider that, because that could have big-time damage on the development of these rookies and their confidence moving forward into 2026.
All right, interesting stuff here. David Lombardi saying you got to fortify and let these rookies play with some good players who can make some stops. And like you said, it is, for all the sports talk narrative and blogging narrative about, like, are the Niners cooked? They got to play the Falcons on Sunday and see what happens in that game. That said, who would be the quarterback on Sunday? I know we don't know, but are we approaching a dire situation where Mac Jones is getting really banged up and Brock Purdy's foot or toe may not be right for a while?
I don't know for a while with Brock Purdy, but I know that they're kind of right on that border to where he might be able to play, but maybe he won't be 100%. And then I think you're risking, what happened against Jacksonville. He comes out of that game sore and because he wasn't fully healthy for that game, but they had to play him because Mac Jones wasn't ready. And then you could start to really find yourself in purgatory, right? Just shuffling between these two guys. And I mean, if there's one pathway for the 49ers to be a a really legit contender this year left. It is the elite offense, good special teams, and then just like bad defense, not terrible defense pathway. That's the one that I'm kind of looking at. And they owe it to the locker room. They owe it to themselves to pursue the pathway that's possible, right? That's what competition is all about. So if the way forward, if that's your narrow way forward, you got to get Brock Purdy back healthy. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You saw the lack of Brock Purdy against Tampa Bay the other day. Todd Bowles is blitzing all day, and Mac is fighting, but Mac just doesn't have the mobility that Brock Purdy has. And this league, there's a reason they paid Brock Purdy that contract, because in this league, mobility at that QB1 position is the difference maker, to be able to sidestep those blitzes, to be able to create with his legs. And if you're just getting 80% of Brock Purdy out there and then he's risking aggravation, you could just be stuck on this carousel forever, and you're not going to be able to get the quarterback that can help push that offense to an elite level. So I think the 49ers need to play this game really carefully. I think that maybe a big picture view, even if you drop this one to Atlanta, if you could get him back 100% the next week for Houston, and then the New York Giants, and then obviously the Rams, maybe that's the better play for the 49ers. But again, I'm not the doctor here. I don't know exactly where his toe is.
Yeah, and David, to your point, I agree with you. I think if Brock Purdy's mobility was out there Sunday, then maybe they don't get sacked 6 times by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. But it was Mac Jones back there getting sacked 6 times. The interesting part is the 5 games prior to that, they had allowed a total of 7 sacks on the season. So, David, what is your current breakdown of this offensive line?
Well, it's not just the offensive line. It's the whenever there's a blitz, sometimes that blitz is a free rusher, and so that's on the quarterback. Sometimes it's on the play call because the ball's not getting off quick enough. There was the Jamel Dean blitz, which was a corner blitz from Tampa, which came right around Luke Farrell, the tight end. The line so far has actually been good at the tackle positions. Trent Williams and Colton McKivitz have been more than fine for the 49ers. The interior is where the struggles are coming, and we expected them at left guard after Ben Bartch got hurt because they tossed in a rookie, Connor Colby, a 7th-round pick. And I think the 49ers can scheme their way around one interior lineman struggling. What's surprised everybody, literally everybody, is that Dominic Pooney has dropped from, if you look at the grade on PFF and you compare it to other guards, he was an 89th percentile guy last year. So he was at the top of those grades, top 5, top 6. He's down to 24th percentile this season. And I think that's something that the 49ers just didn't factor into the math this year. Just changed the math of the offensive line. They're not getting Ben Bartch back yet this week, so Colby's going to have to continue just gritting through it as a rookie on the left side, and they're going to have to hope that Pooney turns this around. He had a knee injury in preseason. I think that definitely was part of this, but they can't go by with suboptimal play from 2 guards. I don't think Jake Brendel was good, especially blocking in the open field either on Sunday. So, with the sacks before this game, and sorry, I'm in an airport right now, so it's a little bit loud, but with the sacks before this game, they had avoided those because they had Purdy, who just doesn't take sacks because he's elite in terms of avoiding sacks if you look at the pressure to sack ratio. And if you looked at the LA game, Mac Jones was releasing the ball in 2.3 seconds. It was the old Jimmy Garoppolo game plan against the Rams. This past game, they had to push it downfield a little bit more. And against the blitz, with Mac Jones not being as mobile as Purdy, they really opened themselves up.
Yeah, good stuff. David Lombardi, SF Standards. A couple more minutes here. Kind enough to check in from an airport just to give us thoughts here. Just a little bit about Tatum Bethune. He's going to be the guy now, number 48. I mean, we had Demo Lenore say Fred Warner has had him breaking down huddles this year, accelerating his leadership path. I mean, I don't, it used to be Dre Greenlaw and Fred Warner, and now it's going to be Tatum Bethune and D. Winters. Is this a cataclysmic drop-off, or is there hope that Bethune could become a dude?
I think the drop-off from Fred Warner to anybody is huge. Chase Lucas said he thinks he's the best player in the history of football last week. And, yeah, I think it's really hard to actually compare guys from position to position. But I will agree with Chase in that Fred is a revolutionary player. I mean, they call him the Terminator, right? He's 6'4". Remember when he was covering CeeDee Lamb, one of the best wideouts in football in that divisional playoff game a couple years ago, like just blanketing him 20 yards downfield. This is a player that didn't exist just a decade, 15 years ago, right? Somebody who's 6'4" who could cover receivers and then also play the run at linebacker. Then he's so smart, and then the punch outs that he's able to deliver. I mean, this league is so dependent on high leverage plays. Here's a crazy stat for you. The 49ers have a negative point differential They're the only team in the NFC West with a negative point differential, yet they lead the division. Why do they lead the division? Because they've delivered at the highest leverage moments, and Fred Warner's the type of guy that just knows how to deliver in those moments. In fact, 3 of the 4 divisions in the NFC right now, the leader doesn't have the best point differential in that division. I've never seen anything like that. And I think what's happening in the league is there's such thin margins. There's insanely thin margins between these teams. And there's 3 or 4 plays every game that if you deliver on those plays, you're going to win. Like the Alfred Collins strip, whenever Fred Warner strips somebody like Alvin Kamara against the Saints in week 2, those are so big. So if your replacements for Fred Warner aren't making those plays, then yeah, the drop off is going to be huge. And I will say that the D Winters play has fallen. I don't know if he's hurt, but he was much better weeks 1 and 2 than later. That's why I go back to a guy like Quincy Williams, maybe a Demario Davis, somebody to help the 49ers from having the floor fall out from underneath this defense.
Yeah, it's good stuff. Good stuff to chew on and discuss. So we appreciate you, David. We'll keep reading you in the SF Standard. Safe flight, and thanks for hopping on.
Yeah, thanks, David.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, David Lombardi, SF Standard, making a compelling case for you got to beef up somehow, some way. Doesn't have to be a blockbuster, but it was what Tim Ryan said to us about experienced eyes back there. And it's interesting. I was looking at the PFF, Dude, who is PFF?
PFF.
But it is D. Winters is graded poorly in the Tampa game.
Yeah, and PFF had Fred Warner ranked as the best player on the defense side of the ball.
Best player in the history. I was always rattled. Ira Miller, the great Ira Miller, the legendary beat writer Ira Miller once said to me, and he was a very cynical guy, did not dish out praise much. He said, there's a real chance that Jerry Rice is the best player in the history of football. Ever since he told me that, I started looking at it. I think he is the best player in the history of football.
Dominant at his position, possibly.
But Fred Warner, I guess, is somewhere in that top 100.
Yeah, I don't know. Fred's great. I'm not ready to call him the greatest player of all time. Not even ready to call him the greatest linebacker of all time. And yes, David's right. There's not a lot of 6'4" linebackers that can fly around the field like Fred Warner does. But let's not forget about my guy Brian Urlacher, who, to me, in my opinion, was a former safety, 6'4", sideline to sideline, flying around. Like, to me, that was the prototype that now we're seeing in guys like Fred Warner.
You're an Urlacher guy.
Dude, I was on the boat this weekend with one of Tony's friends that's
Talking
from Chicago.
Urlacher?
Dude, we were talking Urlacher because we were talking, like, fandom, and I'm like, I'm a Raider fan. There's one non-Raider jersey that I own, Brian Urlacher.
Look at you.
Dude, I love Brian Urlacher.
Love your linebackers.
Dude,
All
I'm
right.
a linebacker guy.
And where's my Dave Wilcox crowd when we need him? Here, if we're going to go great linebackers here. Patrick Willis,
anybody?
Yeah.
Patrick Willis also flew around.
Navarro
He
Bowman,
might have not
anybody?
been 6'4", but yeah, Patrick Willis was sideline to sideline.
Chris Borland, everybody.
I give a shout out to Ron Rivera's guy, Luke Kuechly.
Shout out to Ron Rivera.
Yeah, Ron Rivera. Yeah.
There you go. All right. Well, we'll figure out what young Tony learned on the other side. We'll hand it over to, is Greg back today?
Yes, indeed.
G-Pop.
Let's go.
And G-Sill on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
All right, let's talk about Bigelow Tea. Every season is Bigelow Tea season. Even when John Gurley leaves the door open during your reads, every season is Bigelow Tea season. Hey, Bigelow is the #1 tea in the Bay Area. It's one of the first things we do here at The Leader. Grab a mug full of English breakfast, Earl Grey, chamomile, just sipping on chamomile. We love all of Bigelow's different flavor options. Perfect for those of us who make our living behind the microphone. Keeps me going, keeps you going. Look no further than our cup of Bigelow tea right here at The Sports Leader. So grab a mug full of your favorite Bigelow tea and tea proudly.
I'm just sipping on chamomile.
Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh yeah, for sure. D Winters, he's playing like a top 10 linebacker in the league right now. Just the way the game slowed down to him, and just me seeing him as a young guy and overcoming all the obstacles he faced, and just being able to, be a helping hand and, help him slow the game down and talk the game with him and just elevate him.
All right, Diamador Lenore, who came on, and listen, he's now the guy. You go in that huddle, it's going to be like Michael Williams, Bryce Huff, D. Winters, Tatum Bethune, Renardo Green, Malik Mustafa. They're going to look around and say, what do we do, Demo? Because he's going to be the guy.
Yeah, and I should have dove deeper into this storyline, but I mentioned it, Demo. The play against the Rams when him and Chase Lucas crashed the line of scrimmage right behind Fred Warner and Michael Williams. I saw that there was a quote in one of the articles I read that he actually told Chase Lucas to shoot that gap right before the play happened. So that's another example of Demo having to step up to be the leader of just telling guys where to go.
Yeah, it's just as this week kind of unfolds here. We'll find out a lot tomorrow when Brock Purdy hits the practice field. Other things today, yes, we did discuss Jake Moody.
Yes, we did.
And we're all kind of dealing with it. And Mikey Silver was happy for him. Said, like the guy. It's not his fault he was taken in the third round. He was just sitting there. And the 49ers put all this expectation on him. And we said it when they released him. They said it was never going to happen here. The pressure was just too much. And he was going to make some kicks, but he was also going to miss some kicks. And more important, I think Kyle had it.
Yeah.
We saw some of Kyle's reactions on the sideline.
There's a reason why Kyle's got so many gray hairs now.
And yet, that leg, because that field goal he made in the Super Bowl was what, 57, 58, something like that?
Yeah.
I mean, that was clutch. Now he had missed a PAT, too. So, well, listen, he's a Chicago Bear now. Nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, and I told you, Murph, we found out that he truly is a cold climate kicker. The Santa Clara heat might have been too much. Now he's back to his days kicking at Michigan. Now he's right near the lake again out in Chicago.
Yeah, I mean, Ann Arbor is not near Lake Michigan.
But close enough.
But we'll work with it.
Close enough.
We'll work with it.
It's still cold out in Chicago.
It is definitely close enough.
He's
You're
a
right.
cold climate kicker.
You are correct.
And
It's
there he
close enough.
was,
Plus,
cold as ice with ice in his veins, hitting a game winner against Deebo Samuel last night.
That's pretty funny,
That's
man.
a funny storyline.
Plus, it's called Lake Michigan, and he went to Michigan. So
Yeah.
we can just go with that there, too.
Close enough.
All right, just a quick check of the Cache Creek, or I should say the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. Old habits die hard, man. 916 says PFF just dropped the 49ers to 14th for the offensive line. That's about league average. You would think it's worse, huh? 510 says Waterboy Brian Urlacher was a punt returner in college.
Dude, I'm telling you, go
An
look
average
at
16 yards
some
a return.
highlights of Brian Urlacher. Somebody texted in, oh, yeah, he's just like Ray Lewis. No, he wasn't. Brian Urlacher was sideline to sideline, was a former safety before moving over to linebacker, and, yeah, used to punt return in college.
Says, yeah, this is the guy you're looking at. 510 says Fred Warner hits with calculated ferocity versus Urlacher and Ray Lewis just hit.
Yeah, I disagree.
But no, he says they controlled games with their fear.
Okay, yeah, there was a lot of fear also, but yeah, Urlacher was sideline to sideline. Ray Lewis a little slower, in my opinion.
4 and 5 says the Warner injury reminds me of the heartbreak I felt when Navarro Bowman broke his leg, but that was up at Seattle. That was intense. 408 says, how about an intense Brian Urlacher stare? I'd fumble the ball just by getting mean mugged.
Dude, how about the fact that Brian Urlacher also has hair now? That blows my mind. He's been bald my entire life. Now he has a great head of hair.
And this guy, 415, speaks for our generation. He says Lawrence Taylor.
LT too, but would you consider him a coverage linebacker going sideline to sideline?
LT, he did. Don't do it. He was a savage pass sacker and
yeah, exactly.
Hitter and all that.
When we're comparing him to Fred, like we give him credit for being able to guard wide receivers. If Lawrence Taylor was guarding a wide receiver, different strategies, different schemes. He's coming off the corner.
It was different time in the NFL.
Yes, that too.
He was not going against the same offenses, so totally different.
Yeah, he's not lining up in a slot.
4 and 5 says back to the Camilo Duvall sibling story. He said KNBR's own Kerry Homeroom Crowley wrote a story in 2021 about his 23 siblings.
That's our guy.
Maybe that's what Smoltz read. That's probably what he read.
I was shocked when I heard that stat.
All right, guys. Well, listen, it's been a day of recovery for the Fred Warner injury, a day of dealing with Blake Snell, a day of dealing with Jake Mooney, forever Niners and forever Giants, but it is time for Young Tone here. Yep.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
Yeah, it's sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. I hate to do this, man, but back-to-back days when we lost cultural titans, but Tony, you just learned like we all did, This is a bummer. Huge. I had no idea the incredibly funky and soulful D'Angelo, the R&B artist, who I think all of us have heard. He's just so silky smooth. When he came on the scene, everybody's like, man, he's a throwback. He passed away at the age of 51 from cancer, huh?
Wow, 51?
Yeah.
Wow.
That just happened this morning. So turn it up, man. I mean, this dude was I think when he hit the scene, a lot of people were like, they loved, because, hip-hop was taking music in a certain direction, fairly profane direction. And here came a dude who was bringing us back to sort of the R&B roots that preceded him and kind of giving that soulful sound. And I think it was quite welcome. And it is still welcome, and now we lost him, man. So, hate to be the bearer of bad news, but, geez, yesterday was Diane Keaton. A little different than D'Angelo, but still two great artists on their own right, man. So, anyway, hate to bring the news in. Young Tone, did you ride with D'Angelo?
I think so.
That's a no.
I was talking to Papa about him. Yeah, I mean, listen, I honestly, I haven't heard much of his music. I've definitely heard his name. First thing that came to mind, no offense, D'Angelo Russell.
Well, that makes sense.
That is a D'Angelo.
I mean, yeah.
Was it also one of the Ninja Turtles? Oh, no, that was
Michelangelo. I can
yeah.
give you a D'Angelo Hall.
Okay.
Now we need one more D'Angelo for Mount D'Angelo more.
We do need one more. Piazza D'Angelo restaurant in downtown Mill Valley.
I'll take it.
It's good.
It's been solved.
It's good.
Uh-huh.
There it is. He was cool and he was smooth and he was silky, and it's sad, man. Cancer effing
I mean, yeah.
sucks.
It's the worst. It's literally awful.
It's just unbelievable. But anyway, play your D'Angelo, man. Turn it up and get it done there. So we lost him at the age of 51. Yeah, I was going to say, I listened to that. I told you guys I admit my total suburban white guy in his 50s. I listened to that John Mayer Sirius XM channel because he kind of has this ability just to play songs that just kind of hum in the background that don't really disrupt your day, And he plays a lot of D'Angelo. He's a big D'Angelo guy.
I'll take more of this, by the way.
No, he does.
Sounds
Mayer,
great.
in fact, Mayer, one of the times he was introducing D'Angelo, he's like, he thought one of D'Angelo's albums was the best album of the 21st century. I was like, damn, Mayer, it's a big statement.
That's high praise.
But he rode with D'Angelo. Maybe when he was making love to Jennifer Love Hewitt.
Yeah, you never know. I had a couple names to that list.
Don't you? Wasn't Jennifer Love Hewitt right in your wheelhouse?
Yes,
Yeah.
you are
right in the
correct.
Jessica Alba stuff.
Definitely in that wheelhouse.
All right.
You know what wheelhouse you're talking about.
All right. Well, listen. Rest in peace, D'Angelo, man. Everybody play your R&B. All right. Papa and Silver is next. Let's go. When it's time for a change, think speedy oil change and auto service engine light on. We can fix that. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station.
Wow.
When the lights is big, the hyena come out.
As the great voice of the 49ers, Greg Papa, would say, touchdown, San Francisco.
That's the end of the game.
4 hours, 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa.
San Francisco.
And Greg Silver.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
Motions a tight end, stops in the backfield. Now he hands off to White, right off the left side again into the second level to the 45-yard line. He's got a 10-yard gain and another first down.
Yeah, and the Buccaneers are coming out and playing in 2 tight end sets. Got an injury out there on the field. Looks like Fred Warner, unfortunately, grabbing at his right leg. Does not look good.
He went down immediately. They rush just the 4. Deep drop for Mayfield. Pressured, and he almost goes down. Gets free of Huff. Now runs out to his left. Pump fakes a couple of times. Slips a tackle from Upton Stout. Gets near the first down marker. Lunges forward. Reaches the ball across. And he's got enough to move the chains. Unbelievable.
That is vintage Baker Mayfield.
Waist-high shotgun snap for Mayfield. Pumps again. Steps up into the pocket. Launches it deep downfield. And reaching out to reel it in at the goal line. Tez Johnson by his fingertips is in for the touchdown out from 45 yards.
Yeah, and then he does a back handspring with a Baroni on the end of it, a flip with a twist, and went right by Renardo Green.
San Francisco's 148th rush attempt of the season leads to the end zone for the first time. As the great voice of the 49ers, Greg Papa, would say, touchdown, San Francisco.
Little Jim Nance EDM combo? What was that going on right there? But either way, we love the tribute and we appreciate our friend Jim Nance who joined us this last week. That was a positive. The 49ers getting a rushing touchdown was a positive. Yesterday was processing a lot of the negatives. It wasn't so much the 30-19 loss. It was the larger loss that will impact them for the rest of the season. Fred Warner out for the year. Kyle Shanahan spoke. He'll be at the podium at 12:40 tomorrow. We'll be turning the page on all of that. Wow, did the Atlanta Falcons offense look good last night, and they're coming to Levi's here on a short week. So we're continuing to get into it and continuing to unpeel the layers of what is going to be this 49ers season of 2025. They have overcome so much to this point, and they have their biggest challenge yet. Robert Saleh in particular, big challenge with Michael Penix, Drake London, Bijan Robinson, or Bijan, I guess is the correct pronunciation. Either way, that guy's a problem and lots to get into. And the good news, we'll do a little sandwich. Good news, bad news, good news. We got Greg Papa back on the show today. Papa, good to see you again. Hope you had a good weekend. I'm sorry about your Bills, but lots of football to talk about today, and it's going to be a fun one.
Man, without Matt Milano to match up, they could not deal with Bijan Robinson. What position does he exactly play for the Atlanta Falcons? You think McCaffrey cross the lines everywhere? This guy, we'll get into it. If there's ever a game you wanted Fred Warner, certainly this would be the game. But it was hard, watching the game on Sunday and having happened so early to the indestructible Fred Warner, who was just beyond classy. I mean, he was taken the year after the huge mistake of Reuben Foster. Remember that mess at the end of the round, and pick number 31 the first year to bring him in. And he didn't have the instincts, Fred. He was a Mike linebacker in college. And then off the field, there was one issue after the other with his girlfriend in court cases. And finally, ironically, on a Sunday morning in Tampa Bay, they had to let him go. And so what do? They take a guy not with the 31st overall pick, but with the 70th overall pick the next year, round 3 pick, guy who never played Mike linebacker anywhere. At BYU, he was a hybrid. He was here, there, and everywhere, and never called defenses. Let's just make him the opening day starter immediately, and the next year we'll ride him all the way to the Super Bowl by adding Nick Bosa and Big Play Dre. It is a story. And obviously you all see him play. As far as pure class, there's been very few people, I've been doing this over 40 years now, that have more than Fred Warner. The way he conducts himself every minute of every day, the way he conducts himself in particular on game day. And that's probably where I got to know him the best. He's like an NBA star. He gets suited and booted. Lately he's been going with the T-shirts and dressing down a little bit, but usually, the hair, the fountain hairdo is always perfect. He gets on our bus. We take the second bus. The ops teams go out really early. Some of the players go like 45 minutes after us. We go on the second bus, and it's Tim and I. It's Mike Kohler. It's Corey and the media relations staff. There's like 5 to 10 players that are on that bus. Fred is always on the bus. He takes the seat right next to me. He is dressed from head to toe. He's got headphones in, and he's just locked in. There's no talking to him. You make eye contact and a nod, he is in. And then obviously when the game starts, it's a whole different level, and he always breaks down the team. Whether it's a training camp practice, a walkthrough on Saturday before the game, on the day that he suffers this terrible injury, the ankle and the fracture, and he's having surgery as we speak.
Yep.
We'll find out where. I texted all the writers. The great Cam Minman's going to join us at 10:50. I said, "Do you have any idea where Fred's having a surgery right now?" And he said, "In a hospital." I said, "A hospital? What is it?" "Surely you jest." So, but he's having surgery right now, and he's going to miss the rest of the year. He does not miss anything. Nothing. This year, I actually saw him stand next to me a lot, talking to Saleh with a baseball cap on. He didn't do much in the OTAs. He was kind of coaching up all the young guys, and in particular, Nick Martin and Tatum Bethune, but just the ultimate teammate. And because of our interaction, we have probably interacted with him. I interact with all of them, but probably because Fred's been there from my first year, and he's the middle linebacker, and he's the heart and soul of this team. I've interacted with him the most, and we actually invited him to the Sonoma Speaker Series right after the heartbreaking loss of the Super Bowl that year. He just became a young father. I think Bo turned 1 right around then. And he could not have been classier. Accepted the fee that was offered right away, did not haggle. And we had a car pick him up at like 4 in the afternoon. The event wasn't until 7. He got there 2 hours plus before. We hung back alone with him in the family room, and he interacted with every single person. Went out for the cocktail hour, and he wasn't pounding vino or doing shots of Jaeger or anything, but he was appropriate. He could interact with anybody, from a 10-year-old kid looking to sign his jersey to an octogenarian that wants to tell him stories about Dave Wilcox and the linebackers the 49ers had in yesteryear. So my heart breaks for him, like it did Bosa, knowing when we woke up the day after the game and the way it went down. We'll break it down. A lot of the plays that Jason Allegre called, and he did a nice job there to open the show, are going to be in Papa's playbook. I mean, the irony, there was 10 on the field. And the one that would have been on the field, Michael Williams would have taken a block from Tristan Wirfs. Wirfs, with no one in front of him, had to eat. Went up to the second level, engaged Fred, about Jair Brown. So it is so unfortunate. We'll get into what they're going to do, what they should do. They'll probably stay in-house and then pursue something else. But it was just a really rough way to start the football game. Mac Jones and Kendrick Bourne, who have been aligned at the hip since Kendrick got here, don't have a hot rod ready on a blitz coming right his way. And Kendrick's running in and out, a China route where he runs out, he runs in. You're the hot bro, sit down. The ball's coming your way. You can't pivot back out of it. And all of a sudden, Jim Nantz had the stat, and, Tim's been telling us all year, Tim Ryan, they haven't given up a point in the first quarter. Never mind. They did right away, and the defense just wasn't the same. We'll break it down. I think you got to look at all these linebackers that can play Mike on the roster. And there are a couple. Curtis Robinson can play it. Luke Gifford can play it. I'm not saying bench Tatum Bethune, but you got a lot of youth on this football team and the defensive level. You've lost Nick, and now he's the traffic cop. He's the guy. When Liam Cohen was talking about sign stealing, he was talking about Warner. Warner picking up your tells from his film study and locking it and, telling what everybody to do right before snap. Bethune did some of that, but not to the level of Fred Warner. So this one, wow, this one hurts in every regard. We cry for Fred. And last year he played 13 games with a fractured ankle after his amazing game against the Patriots, and there was a dead year. Didn't have to play. But that's the way Fred is. He shows up for work. He's the first guy there in the offseason. He takes all the guys out on the field at 49-49, and they'll see if they have what it takes. As they say, they're built to the right stuff. If you can hang with Warner in the offseason, you could hang with us in July, and you may make the team around Labor Day. But this one, wow, he is. We talked about Bosa being irreplaceable. It's the same for Fred, and it's on a heightened level. Nick does slide protection his way. He affects everything. But Fred is your traffic cop. He is your reader, your diagnoser, your downhill guy, your dropper into the hook zone. He's the guy that does everything. So we'll get into what happened in the football game. The quarterback got hit incessantly, way too much, 6 sacks and all the hits. It's been happening week after week after week after week.
20 hits over 2 weeks.
More. We saw them all. It was mainly, it's just what it is. So just way too many hits. It was mainly the Rams in the second half, and Todd Bowles, with his clever pressure, didn't blitz as much in the first half, but, had some zone blitzers at you that you didn't pick up. Anyway, rough game. This is the one that clearly they did not deserve to win. They did not deserve to win the Jacksonville game, but they had a chance at the end. They did have a chance, but it just didn't feel like they had a chance in this game. So they're right there, 4-2. Watched everybody in the NFC West. Rams got pushed around a lot on Sunday with Baltimore's lines. They saved it early in the second half. Baltimore just disintegrated. Seattle is good. They are really good. Arizona could have beaten Indianapolis, so the West is going to be decided going forward. But this one, you look at what they did in the offseason. They extended Brock. He's hurt. They extended George. He's hurt. They extended Fred. He's hurt. Throw Bosa there and all the other. They extended Jawan Jennings. He's hurt, and he's acting up like Jawan always does. He's blocking Kyle into the Gatorade cooler. Not just the Green Bay Packers safety, but that's who Jawan is. Yeah. So anyway, wow, this one's tough. You always see 54. What was he his rookie year? Was he 48? I think
it was 48.
Season, maybe?
Yeah.
Same number Tatum Bethune wears, so that's interesting. But this one on so many levels for the football team, I don't know. I have my thoughts on what to do short term. If you want to go out long term between now and November the 4th, you can do that. But for Fred, personally, the pro of pros, how good was he when he went and did NFL Countdown on ESPN in January? Was when he wasn't playing in January. He could do this job. He could do Jim Nance's job. I mean, he's that kind of guy. He is a special individual. But right now, as we speak, he's having surgery I don't know if he ever had surgery in his life, but certainly not in the NFL. Guy's missed one game his entire career, and now he's going to miss the entire year.
Not only has he missed one game, when you just go across the board and see the percent of snaps he's played in every game, there are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds across the board. Then a lot of high 80s and 90s, but only one time did he miss an entire start. And JD and I got into this a lot yesterday. You know, the two most bittersweet days for me on this show were the 2 days where we were out at Levi Stadium at training camp. And, of course, the bitter part was that was the same time when we went public with your announcement and we were thinking of you, and to have you not there was a really strange reality. The sweet part was the privilege of getting to be there and sit across from Christian McCaffrey, Fred Warner, D. Winters, Trent Williams, guys like that. And I was saying to JD yesterday, you know, there was just an appreciation even in that moment for talking to Fred Warner and just seeing how locked in he was, even in a radio interview, like the intensity and the constant focus. And the same goes for Christian McCaffrey. When McCaffrey wasn't able to be out there on the field like his true self for pretty much all of last year, Fred Warner, now what he's going through, it just makes you think, man, nobody deserves an injury, but if there was a single player in this organization that you feel like really didn't deserve this kind of reality, it's the guy who was showing up every single day, didn't miss a practice, was playing on a fractured ankle this last year. And for the air to be sucked out of the stadium for a game on the road and to see players of both teams just instantly stop, Warner gets carted off, and the way the players were talking about it after the game, I mean, not that it was a surprise to us, but you could just sense what an emotional blow that was, in addition to the physical blow of Fred Warner and his presence on the field. So, yeah, where do you go from here? Robert Saleh comes back as defensive coordinator. We're so thankful that he came back, but he's got his hands full as ever now to not have Nick Bosa and not have Fred Warner for the rest of the season, and got a lot of young guys. And on top of that, Atlanta's offense last night looked pretty damn good, especially in that first half. So we'll continue to get into it. We'll tell you about how you can win a couple of contests coming up as well. And as far as our guest list, Cam Inman joining us at 10:50, Tracy Sandler at 11:50, and the great Marcus Thompson at 12:50. It's Papa and Silver with lots coming your way on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
NFL Week 6 officially in the books. We'll have our 5-1 for you, the winners and losers at 1:30. Last night was a good look at the Atlanta Falcons offense and just how dangerous it can be. And in the second Monday night game, a nice redemption story for Jake Moody, hitting the game winner in the rain to beat the Washington Commanders.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, I mean, it's just heartbreaking. You know, I mean, it's such a weird game when you have to see somebody like that and what happened with Bosa, you know, earlier in the year, and then just have to continue to play. It's kind of a weird deal, but it's heartbreaking. You know, he's one of the best players I've ever played with and one of the best leaders I've ever played with. You know, it's heartbreaking.
No better way to say it than Christian McCaffrey right there. It is heartbreaking the way Fred Warner went down, and he is out for the season, joining Nick Bosa. And so you got two premier players, not just on the defensive side of the football, but in their position, in their era of football across all 32 teams, now down for Robert Saleh, Kyle Shanahan, and this 49er unit. To just lighten the mood for a moment, I do want to let you know you got chances to win today. We're not only doing the Big Island Getaway, which, of course, just listen between 11 and 2, and when you hear that cue to call, be caller number 10. You can qualify for a 5-night stay at the Mauna Kea Beach Hotel on the Big Island. That's going to be from November 16th to the 21st, a little getaway right before Thanksgiving. We had Lenorque in Brentwood as our qualifier yesterday. And not only that, but you can win tickets to see the 49ers play this Sunday for Sunday Night Football at Levi's Stadium against the Atlanta Falcons. That will specifically be in the noon hour. So our guy Mike Val in the YouTube chat was our winner yesterday. Same deal. When you hear that cue to call, when I give you that cue to call, you will call in at 415-896-KNBR, and you'll win, furnished by the 49ers. Find official rules at knbr.com. But back to the news of yesterday and today. Fred Warner finding a way forward. Papa, you know, I got to tell you this. Yesterday, I get off the show, get everything set for today, and I decide to go out with just a couple of people. We do some local bar trivia on a Monday, something a little bit different. And, you know, I try to be the guy that can bring a little bit of sports knowledge in there. First sports question we get, I kid you not, and shout out to Liberties in the Mission, great spot, but they said, who is the only San Francisco 49er over the span of this season and last season to record an interception and return it for a touchdown? And I said, you got to be kidding me. I just dealt with this for 4 hours today, thinking about Fred Warner, and now I'm taking it right back to the Patriots game, the game he had the fractured ankle, and all that time he didn't miss while playing on that, and now the dislocation, the broken ankle, and he's out for the year. So it just felt like it was everywhere, and I can't say it better than Christian McCaffrey. It's heartbreaking for this team.
Yeah, and we remember the play well. He went up in the air, he landed, he popped up against Jacoby Brissett, and he dove for the pylon of the end zone, and he got in. It was a truly skill set, whether it's, you know, him passing Patrick and becoming the all-time forced fumble leader or sacks, and Cam Inman, who's literally written the book on the franchise. You know, we're going to compare Willis to him. They're 1A, 1B as far as best linebackers. Certainly a Mike linebacker in the history of the franchise, and you know, we'll get into it. But, you know, first segment, we cried for you, Fred. It's time to move on. And it's next man up. And this one, why? I think you need multiple men, honestly. So Tatum Bethune came in right away, and he played fine. You know, when I saw him initially, they both set up. They're called linebackers. So they line up behind the line. They're the back of the line. And Fred, you know, they both set up about 5 yards off the line of scrimmage typically. Fred will insert himself, or Salah will insert him wherever the DC is. In the pass rush, you see him jumping up in the A-gap, and sometimes he rushes as a fifth, or they bring the other linebacker, whether it's Dre or the young guy today that's playing right now and doing a good job, D. Winters, or they bail out, whatever. But usually they set up about 5 yards deep. And the one thing I've noticed is Fred he diagnoses and then he's downhill. From all of his film study, he just knows. So he'll set up 5 yards, but then he sees the play before it happens, and he diagnoses and he triggers. And invariably, he's correct. And maybe he won't diagnose in downhill. Maybe he'll diagnose and drop. And he'll drop to the hook zone or the curl zone or deeper, get behind. So with Tatum Bethune, Greg, I think he was more of a read and reactor. He waited for the ball to get snapped, and then he kind of let the play unfold. He had, 10 tackles in the game?
Yeah.
But a lot of them were jump-on tackles. They were trail tackles where Fred is the initial guy blowing the play up, and everybody jumps on Fred. So that's the one thing. He's young. He's young. He was a 7th-round pick. Here we go with the 7th-round pick again, and he's number 251. He played well in the preseason. We saw him get better. But they're going to – and then there's just young eyes. You got young everywhere on this defense now. And without Fred – like getting them all lined up, now you're really young. And we'll get into the busts in the playbook later on. And Fred had some bust earlier in the year against Marvin Harrison on the deep over route on the backside linebacker. They're not all perfect. But with a young guy like Tatum Bethune, his eyes are young. They will take him to spots he doesn't want to be, and they slipped in balls behind him a lot. So he's more of a reader-reactor. And then if you're that, you're not coming downhill in the run game. I'm comparing him to Fred Warner. This is very, it's not fair to do this.
Yeah.
But you're taking his spot, and we need you to not play like Fred. Maybe play like the young Fred when he wore 48 initially. But, they're going to pick on him. Crossing routes, be the dropper. There were a lot of times he had young eyes, and he got fooled, and he was late being the dropper over the middle. So do you ride Tatum Bethune because he was your backup Mike? Or do you go to someone like Curtis Robinson, who can play Mike on this football team? He was going to take the spot last year of Devondre Campbell and be the third linebacker to Dre Greenlaw. Well, he actually took Dre's spot. He was the weak side linebacker till Dre came back, obviously. But they were gonna take him out of the lineup and play Curtis Robinson. And then they had a special teams. They opened with a practice. They never do it with a special teams play. He tore his ACL that day, that morning, right away. His dream was shattered. It was heartbreaking. You wanted to cry for him. He never got a shot. He's a Stanford guy. He's been around, started with Denver. I remember, practices with him, and he's been a good Niner. He's a very good special teams player. I think what they're going to do when they go back to work tomorrow, these guys are all going to play Mike linebacker. Bethune may jump in with the ones, but you're going to see 59, Curtis Robinson, jump in with the ones as well. And then we'll let Johnny Holland decide. You got KJ Wright on that staff. They call him a defensive quality control, my ass. He's a linebacker coach, and he brings a lot of the juice to that group. So he will have something to say. Obviously, Saleh will make the call, and it'll be up to Kyle, and it'll be up to John and what they do. But I think, do you want to go with a younger guy who's hardly played? Versus, a guy like Curtis Robinson who's more of a special teams player. Or I would like to see Luke Gifford get a chance to play. My very first game doing the 49ers, he intercepted. I had 2 interceptions playing for the Dallas Cowboys. It was only a preseason game, but I caught my eye on him for a while. He was a Cowboy, but where I really noticed him was in Tennessee. When the Niners signed him in the offseason, last 3 games of the year, he started at Mike linebacker. And he does not read and react. He diagnoses in downhill. He plays faster than he looks. He is your starting strong side linebacker. He's your starting Sam. So you got D. Winters at will. Do you want to move him from Sam and put him to Mike and have him wear the green dot? And then who would play Sam? He may go out to Sam when you're in your base and then play Robinson or Bethune. Could be a way to do it. There's a way to do this, but and then we'll talk about DeMario Davis and trading for someone. I think that's down the line. But I was watching Atlanta last night and Bijan, and I know how good he is. But the way they align him everywhere, where they play pony rocket personnel with Algier, they're on the field together. He is more CMC than McCaffrey. It's unbelievable where he is going in motion across the formation, and they throw him a pass. What position does he play? So if this was a healthy Fred Warner, in man 54, you got 7 all night. I want to see you match up with him the way you did Darren Sproles. And then you get Jimmy Graham. I'm talking go back in the day with Patrick. But Fred, anybody. You got Travis Kelce in the Super Bowl. He's your guy. You pick up these elite running. Alvin Kamara, you got him. That would be, now, we'll play zone some, and they'll motion away from it. But now, D. Winters is a good player, but he makes errors. He got beat on the motion, the big touchdown down the sideline to one of their Johnsons. That'll be the billboard outside Raymond James. Come see our Johnsons. They lead the league. Where's Keyshawn? Meeshawn, I miss you. They did that cheater motion again. The Rams did it all last year against us with Tutu Atwell. I think D was the one who's supposed to drop and follow him. It's a tough matchup. We'll break it down. Bryce Huff came out of zone blitz. He's got the flat. He had 2 covering the flat, no one covering. So even for D, Bijan is a bitch. How are you going to deal with him? You want Fred on him as much as you can when you're in man, but it's not going to be that way. You're not going to play man every single snap, and Fred's not going to be on him. None of these guys can match up with Bijan. I treat him like I'd code him as a wide receiver. When he's out there, you put a corner back. If he's in the slot, Upton Stout, you have him. Now, how do you motion around? They don't do that a lot with sides, but we'll see. It could be Bethune, but I think tomorrow when they go to practice, let's look at all these guys. Curtis Robinson, jump in with the green dot. We know you can do it. Luke Gifford, we saw your tape last year. Now, both of those guys are core special teams players. Is Boyer going to be on with that? Well, we just lost Fred Warner. I know special teams are important, but our Mike linebacker is down. They're going to run crossing routes up our ass constantly on shallows, and they're going to get in behind, and you got to play the Atlanta Falcons and Drake Ludden out of the slot. Stout's going to have him all night, and then you got to deal with Bijan, who Saquon was the guy last year, CMC the year before. Right now, the offensive player of the year, whether or not he wins MVP or Baker does, right now, the offensive player of the year is Bijan Robinson. There's no doubt, and we got to deal with him.
Well, yeah, and the other guy I would put in that conversation just went out with an ankle injury, Puka Nacua. We'll see what his status is because he's obviously been tremendous. But Bijan Robinson, man, I mean, you said it all. It wasn't just the 81-yard rush and the vision and the strength. Like, we knew all of that coming out of college. And right when I opened up the segment by talking about that trivia question with Fred Warner, and I'm sitting there watching the second half of Falcons-Bills, and I'm thinking, man, if timing was ever a bitch. Fred Warner is now out, and I'm watching this guy. It was everything you said. The multi-positional use, the motion, the sets where he and Algier were out there together, and either one of them could have run the ball. And yeah, if Bijan Robinson, the running back, wasn't a problem, then Bijan Robinson, the wide receiver, sure was for the Buffalo Bills last night. So NFC is a really interesting conference, man, as I look at it. We sat here a week ago today thinking that week 5 went about as well as it could have for the 49ers between their game, the big upset on Thursday Night Football, getting the extra rest, and then everything that happened around their division in the conference. This week, outside of the Philadelphia Eagles losing, I don't feel all that great about it. And, of course, they got their own problems that they got to worry about, of course, with who's going to be replacing that Mike linebacker. Cam Inman joining us coming up at 10:50. So while we get into Fred Warner and what they do next, I think the larger question here is, how does this team change its identity as a whole? Because the heart and soul of your team, and certainly on that side of the ball, is out for the season. Offense theoretically getting some reinforcements, so let's get into some of that coming up. It's Papa and Silver talking a little 4-2 49ers on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. As Bay Area sports fans know all too well, sometimes the season doesn't go the way we want it to. Injuries, setbacks, tough breaks. It's a reminder that life doesn't always go as planned. One moment, everything's on track, and the next, an unexpected challenge turns your world upside down. That's when you need a team you can count on, like Habas Law. For over 35 years, Omar, Tarek, and the Habas Law team have fought for people blindsided by life's toughest moments right here in our very own community. When the odds are stacked against you, Habas Law steps in, taking on big insurance companies with relentless determination to deliver life-changing victories. Habas just doesn't settle cases. They rebuild lives, fighting with compassion, grit, and an unshakable drive to make things right. When life knocks you down, call Habas Law at 1-800-INJURED. That's 1-800-INJURED, or visit habaslaw.com. That's habaslaw.com. Habas Law. They will fight to make it right.
Now back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
I mean, I don't really try to get us to focus on anything from what the past. It's about what's happening going forward. And I mean, the reality is we lost another really good player. But what are we going to do about it? And there's lots of stuff I can show our guys and stuff from the tape that's very encouraging. Of some real good things Tatum did when he went in and replaced him. I think we got a lot of young guys doing some real good things on defense. But what type of team are we going to become going forward? And I think we have players here we can win with. But it makes it harder to make mistakes and things like that. And I thought that was something we did too much of yesterday. And those are the things I'm really focused on now about if we want to make something out of our record going forward of what we've already accomplished with that 4-2. Guys got to keep getting better. We got to put pressure on some veterans to play the best that they can. And these rookies who I believe are coming along need to put the pressure on themselves to clean up the mistakes.
That's head coach Kyle Shanahan yesterday. He will speak again tomorrow, and we'll get the latest on Brock Purdy. We'll get the latest on George Kittle, Jawan Jennings, all these faces we are hoping to see return to the football field at some point, but two we know will not be coming back this season. That's Nick Bosa. We reacted to that after the Cardinals game. And then fast forward 3 weeks, Fred Warner's. The 49ers are 4-2, but the defense changes in a major way. It's Papa and Silver. Thanks for spending your Tuesday with the Gregs. And when we had JD in with us yesterday, a lot of the discussion was, how does this change the expectations for the 49ers moving forward? How does their identity as a team need to change in the way that they're able to win games? Because Tim Ryan had a quote that stuck with me, Papa, and that was last week during the football hour. He said, I know that the defense didn't always have the ball last, but the defense has made a play that won you 4 games for the 49ers this year. You had Nick Bosa shut the door on Sam Darnold in week 1. You had Bryce Huff with the sack against Spencer Rattler in week 2. Week 3 with the Arizona Cardinals game, you had Upton Stout breaking up that pass for Zay Jones. That was a part of Papa's playbook. And then, of course, in the most recent victory for the 49ers and the Rams, you had 2 big plays. You had Alfred Collins and the punch out, and then you had the 4th down stop in overtime. So now the defense changes in a major way, and the offense, which is still finding its way, which you're still hoping to get some reinforcements coming back in a bit, is going to have to run the ball a little bit better, and they're probably going to have to score more points than they have been.
Well, they weren't allowing points. I mean, the bottom line, and the yards are the yards and all that, but as far as, what they've allowed, they gave up 19.6 points per game after the Ram game, and that game went to overtime. And some of that was even on special teams, as we know. So it was even less as far as Robert Saleh's defense. You gave up 30 points in this game. And Mac Jones and Kendrick, I'm going to blame it on Kendrick, and we'll break it down in the playbook. He did not pick up a hot route, and he tried to run a China route, and out and an in, and there was no in. We're not going in and out burger here. You got to stay out. and the ball got thrown right to Vildor. I'm not sure he caught it, but we gave him a short field, and all of a sudden they run it in the end zone easily. So as far as changing identity, I mean, you can do some of that. Like, when they turned the year in 21, on defense, they moved Eric Armstead back inside. He was playing defensive end. You can move people around a little bit, but I would think when they're getting together, yesterday and today, and they have installation tomorrow, and how do we beat the Falcons? We got to keep it simple, stupid. We got rookies everywhere. Look at how green we are. We like drafting the 5, and they all got an upside, but man, it's a hard league. And I know the Niners did it in 81, but there wasn't the complexity. And I'm not saying Bill Walsh and that era weren't great coaches, but there's just so much down and distance and sub-package, and we'll break down all the busts, what they did with the Johnsons. I mean, unbelievable. The first touchdown just dropping him completely, and Marquise Siegel in center field. You just got a lot of youth. And Diamador, part of me is thinking, should we move Diamador Lenore back inside? We need him with the linebackers is where we need him. And maybe we play more nickel. I don't know. You're probably not going to do that because you don't have an outside corner. Upton's not tall enough. I think he's been trained only to play inside. He's one of your better players. I don't want to overreact, but these are the things you're talking about here. What do we do? And we just lost our heart and our soul, but our brains in this guy. We lost Fred Warner. He's been here a year after Saleh got here in 2018, and he started right away, and he moved on from the nightmare that was Reuben Foster. And they weren't great in 18, but they were 19 when they got Nick and they got Dre to play next to him. And Fred is just that guy. He's a pro's pro. You don't have him. So even if you go trade for DeMario Davis or someone, is he going to play like Fred Warner in this defense immediately? I mean, Fred is just special. He's like Saleh playing middle linebacker for you. That's what Liam Cohen was talking about. Who's stealing the signs and communicating them to? Fred. So, Tatum Bethune will try to do that, but man, it's hard. Just getting the green dot from Saleh, calling it, and then, lining up and just reading and reacting more than diagnosing and downhill or depth. And so as far as defense goes, I don't know. You lost Nick and you lost Fred. Be realistic here. So are you a 20-point-a-game defense, or you can't be a 30-point-a-game defense? That ain't going to work unless the offense can score 31. And we'll get into it with Cam. And, we'll see if Ricky practices. George's window may be open, but he may not play in this game. That just means he's got a 3-week period to come. We'll see exactly what he does tomorrow. And then when is Ayuk going to come back? Kyle, again, yesterday said week 10. I'm thinking it's a year injury. It was October 20th. He had the surgery right around mid-November, and I've been looking at that time. That's a bad injury. That's the ACL, MCL meniscus. Not good. And then what do you expect from him? Is he going to be Brandon Ayuk beating man coverage and, able to run, corner post and an in and out and a slant and beat inside? I mean, typically it takes a while. So the first year he may be compromised. So can the offense, get to what it needs to be? When Detroit got all their injuries last year, and it started with Hutchinson and Aleem McNeil, and they lost their linebackers as well. Was Campbell still there? I think he went out for a while. They lost everybody. They had enough firepower to outshoot you, outgun you. When they came in for that Monday night game after Christmas, their defense was horrible. The Niners had them spinning around like a top, but they won the game because they wanted a shootout. Then they get into a playoff game against Washington, and they can't stop them at all, and they just couldn't match. They scored, but not enough. But anyway, I mean, can you so as far as the identity, Kyle doesn't look at it like that. It's like, how do we get the most out of the offense? We got to get the running game going. There's no doubt. It's just he could not run on Tampa. McCaffrey's being hit at or shortly after the line of scrimmage almost every single play. I'm almost wondering, why bother? I know you want to be balanced, but you just can't. He wants the runs to keep him up. Well, the reason you do it, because your quarterback can't drop back to pass 49, 39 times, take all these hits. What's Brock's availability going to be? I don't know. But as far as defensively, I think you keep it simple. You just lost your Mike linebacker. You lost your organizer. He's the guy that gets everybody lined up. And he makes all the plays. After he lines them up, he's the guy making the splash plays. He's the guy taking it away, punching it out, sacking the quarterback, man matching the most difficult man matcher you have, whether it's a tight end or whether it's Bijan. Honestly, I don't know how the hell you deal with him. I mean, you got to read that point where Penix puts it in his belly. Is there going to be a run and you got to come flying up? Or are they going to pull it and throw it behind it to Drake? Or you come up a little bit too far and you don't get enough depth. They're going to hit you right over the middle. And they did it all, they did it to Tatum, obviously in Tampa over and over and over again. So the problem is you'd like to have the bye like right now or early November. Did the Niners have a bye? Or when is that going to come?
Yeah,
The
December
season's over?
December 7th, I think, is the bye. Yeah.
Great. Then that date will live in infamy. So it is. I don't know. Obviously, my head's spinning. They did not play well Sunday. I don't think they win the game even with Fred. They were outplayed. The quarterback is getting hit every play. They got to stop that. And then they're busting. Would Fred have gotten him out the first one? The Oregon rookie down the right sideline with that motion. Whenever they munch into a bunch or that cheat exit motion, Niners couldn't pick that up last year with Tutu Atwell. They know it's a Isaac Yadam got beat, Charvarius got beat. Anyway, I don't know. I mean, the obvious thing would be you lost Warner. Let's simplify the defense. Let's not have busts. Let's not give them Johnsons with no condom on running into our end zone over and over and over again. Keep our eye on their Johnsons. They didn't get touched, either one. And then on offense, can you get to the point where you're more of an explosive offense? Getting these weapons back, get all the Yak Bros back could certainly help.
Well, we'll look at some of that lack of protection at 11:30 when we do Papa's Playbook. I see the phone lines going. 808 KNBR is the number. Tell you what, want to get to Cam Inman on time, so if you're on the phones, give us a call back around 11:15, and we'll be happy to take a couple of calls here as far as the 49ers, your perspective, the expectations, how it all changes. And the great Cam Inman of the San Jose Mercury News joins us when we come back. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader.
Golden State Lumber and Showroom reaches far and wide across the Bay Area. Their Newark location is the go-to resource for professional builders and homeowners in the East Bay. Their expansive facility offers convenience with their full-service lumber yard and well-stocked hardware store. With on-site milling services, you make the perfect cut every time. Newark maintains the Bay Area's deepest inventory with specialty items most others don't stock. Their large fleet of trucks ensures timely, flexible delivery, keeping your projects on time. Be sure to see Newark's new and improved 10,000 square foot showroom, offering a great selection of siding, windows, and custom door options. You'll also find decking displays featuring Trex, AZEK, and TimberTech. If you have questions about decks, Newark's decking specialist is on hand to help you make informed decisions. Find more details at goldenstatelumber.com. For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Thanks for spending your Tuesday with us, Papa and Silver. Time to get the guest list flowing, and we start with none other than one of our favorites. He is a 49ers reporter for the Bay Area News Group and author of The Franchise, a book about the 49ers that you can see right here on the stream if you're watching us on YouTube or Twitch. And I'm talking about the one and only Cam Inman. Cam, on the UMA guest line, great to talk to you, my friend. How are you?
Good to talk to you guys too. Thanks.
Yeah, so let's just start with the 49ers suffering their second loss and Fred Warner. And I guess I'll start with, how much do you read into this loss in the larger scope of things? It felt so strange to watch as a spectator after Fred Warner went down. And I know that they're pros and they make a lot of money to do it, but they all admitted as much after the game that it was really hard to regroup after your heart and soul of the team goes down in that fashion. I do believe they got outplayed in a lot of areas by Tampa Bay, but which parts specifically were the most important for you for the larger picture moving forward?
Well, it is hard to look at the larger picture because they were in the game. And, I flash back to week one when they lose George Kittle, who was the heart and soul of the offense, essentially, and he leaves in the first quarter and they still won. And then you go to the home opener against Arizona and Bosa leaves in the first quarter and they still won. And so I'm like, are they going to be able to somehow pull this off without Fred Warner? And they had opportunity to do it. They didn't play well enough, obviously. Tampa was missing a ton of guys too. So, I think the fact that they battled so hard gives them some kind of confidence that they needed to come away with this, because otherwise, the locker room though, I mean, I don't want to compare it to a Super Bowl loss locker room or NFC Championship game locker room, but that was the kind of vibe you're getting, okay? You're getting like just tremendously somber, crestfallen guys, very emotional. And the fact that Fred spoke to them afterwards was, it was funny. A couple of guys were like, well, that's what Fred does. He's a leader. We kind of expected him to actually say something, which, in a moment of tremendous despair in his career, here's Fred trying to uplift his teammates. And so I was just trying to gauge where the team was at. Like, and we can talk about the schemes and what players are coming in, but it's just one body blow after another every week. And yet you got to keep going. It's the NFL. And I get that sense from them. They're not totally barren. There's still a lot of talent on offense. This defense was going to be young and going through growing pains. You just figured they were going to do it with Fred Warner and Nick Bosa, leading that charge. And right now, they're going to have to kind of overcome it all together and grow as one.
Fred's attitude, as expected, but if it was a home game, I think he would have hung around anyway. But a lot of guys get hurt in home games, especially early, and they leave. They had to fly back. He had to get on the charter. So, but for him to address, and his interaction with Dr. McAdams, Tim McAdams, on the cart when they had Aircast. I mean, he was not smiling, but he was talking. Right. He was Fred. I mean, he's just different, and he's never suffered an injury like this. So, what happened on the play exactly where he got hurt? Because I'm going to break it down in the playbook.
Sure.
That was Travis Gibson, the new guy that should have been on the field. I was wondering because Michael came in after, but they just subbed from the Alpha defensive front to the second team, which is the Bravos. And if he's out there, Tristan Wirfs has to block him. He may not get to Fred Warner on the second level, Cam.
Correct. And so, and I caught this right away in the game, and I tweeted it out because I'm like, a lot of times before a play is I'll write down who's on that defensive line because there's so much different rotation. And I see, okay, you got Bryce Huff, and then you got C.J. West, you got Kalia Davis, and you're like, well, wait a minute, they're missing a right defensive end. And next thing you know, the run's going that way. And immediately you look on the replay, and here's Tristan Wirfs, the all-pro left tackle, the guy who took the all-pro title away from Trent Williams, going right into Fred Warner. And, Fred's not getting pancaked, but he's trying to shed this block and turn his body to get involved in the play. And then next thing you know, the play's all over him, and his legs are getting trapped under Jair Brown's tackle. And it's not Jair Brown's fault. It's just, it's football. And Fred's trying to make a play. But the fact that it really is an inexcusable mistake, in my opinion, not to have 11 men on the field. And I wrote about it extensively because after the game, I didn't know if any other reporter saw it, but I So I went and saw Michael Williams, and I asked him one-on-one, I go, what exactly happened there? And he termed it a substitution error. And if you look on the replay, Michael and Sam Okawanu are on the sideline. But it was supposed to be Travis Gibson, because I asked Kyle Shanahan yesterday on the call, why was there nobody at right defensive end? And he said, because they expected the guy who was supposed to be there to stay on the field because he was on special teams. Gibson was the only defensive lineman on special teams. In fact, he had the first hit on the kick return, but he came off the field with the whole unit. And so they were empty-handed there, and that can't happen. And I don't know which coach that's on or which player that's supposed to be, taking count, but you can't do that. And did that impact Fred Warner?
Right? It's Kaczmarek.
I don't know, but it's everybody, Greg. Nobody can skirt the accountability on this. And Kyle said the same thing. He said, "Look, if I saw that, I'm calling a timeout because it was an unfortunate mistake," is what he called it. And darn right it was. I don't want to say this is the reason Fred Warner's hurt, but every little detail matters in the NFL, and that was a massive detail to overlook. But part of the problem is it's because this team is in so much injury flux, right? And so you have Travis Gibson, who just came up from the practice squad, right? So you got to make sure he knows where he's going. That's Nick Bosa's playing there, right? If everything's great, but he's not, and so they've had to rotate guys in and out. That's like they're doing at so many other positions, and they're going to have to just be on top of this the rest of the season, because it's not stopping. They have so many guys coming in and out, and now they have to figure out a way to rescue their defense without their ultimate captain.
Cam Inman of the Bay Area News Group, the voice you hear today on Papa and Silver. I think my other Greg knows exactly where I'm going to go with this one as we talk about blocking. If we look at week 1, week 5, week 6, the big theme, the quarterback was getting hit way too much. Ben Barch will come back at some point. I don't know if Dominic Pooney's injury from the preseason is hurting him more than we realize, but how do they address the O-line struggles on the fly right now? Because whether it is Mac Jones or Brock Purdy, both of them are dealing with their own set of injuries, and both of them are simply getting hit way too much.
Yeah, well, what is your offensive identity? Is this a pass-oriented team right now? And is it pass-oriented because you can't run the ball because you don't have the proper interior linemen doing the blocking? I think a big key for their run offense, what it struggled is George Kittle's a tremendous run blocker, and they sorely miss his impact. And I think that every little thing counts on the football field. And so, yeah, you're not getting great play out of the linemen when they're in terms of protecting the pocket, but they're throwing the ball a ton. They're the number 1 pass offense in the NFL because they're airing it out, but they're just not scoring points, guys. And it's kind of like they've had this problem the last couple of years where they're not converting enough. And I don't want to see Eddie Pinheiro kick 4 field goals a game. He's a tremendous guy. What a great pickup. But they need to score touchdowns, especially when you have a young defense that's giving up blown coverages and giving up touchdowns.
As far as the returning Yak Bros, and we'll put obviously Ricky Pearsall in there as well, what's your level of expectation? George's window, Kyle said, will be open tomorrow. But that gives them a 3-week window. You got to be a little bit slow play with hamstring injuries, obviously. And Ricky, and I think last time we had you on, you were concerned because Ricky used the word instability in his posterior cruciate ligament after the 4th and 2 catch that he made, and then he got hurt early in the next game against Jacksonville. Is it possible you get both back, one back, neither back for this game against Atlanta? What are you thinking with Ricky and George, Cam?
I think all of the above, like you just said. I don't know. It could be any of those. But what I'll say, starting with Kittle, is, he's obviously such a big asset to your offense and your team, and they're not rushing him back. They're not. You want to get at least a week of practice on the field with a guy to test out his hamstring, and after he's been out more than a month. So if he makes enough strides, George obviously knows his body tremendously well, and he'll be able to help figure this out whether he gets in or not. The Pearsall situation is interesting because he did say instability, but it's not like he's been in a brace and immobile for the last couple of weeks. We see him around. He's as happy-go-lucky as Ricky usually is, but I think they're obviously very cautious with him. He had knee injuries the last month, and so you can't afford another guy to go down. So it's like, all right, make sure he's fully healthy till he's back on the field. So I think tomorrow at practice will be very interesting to see who's out there. Is Ricky going to be out there? Is George going to be out there? Is Juwan Jennings going to be out there with his 5 broken ribs that he revealed to us? It's wild, but you know what? This is the 49ers, and it's really this is standard operating procedure almost. Unfortunately, it's like the weird thing is you're only in middle of October, where this is usually a late season issue of scrambling to put anybody in anywhere.
Cam, you just said Juwan Jennings. That's exactly where we're going to take this one. You were the first person I saw talk about the end of half 2-minute drill. Kyle Shanahan, Juwan Jennings yelling at each other. I thought it was very strange that he revealed the specifics of the injuries after the game. I guess I'll start before the injuries. I'll start with the Kyle Shanahan part. Is there anything to that argument, or do we just live in an age where everything is under a microscope, so any detail that gets caught by people who do their job really well, such as yourself, is going to get magnified when we do talk radio?
I would probably dismiss it easier if it didn't last throughout the whole 2-minute drill or the 1-minute drill leading at the end of the half, because so what happens is DeMarcus Robinson drops a pass at midfield, right? But he drops it right in front of Shanahan. So my eyes are on Shanahan. I have my binocs going. And Shanahan immediately tears down the sideline. He goes about 30 yards. You can watch the replay. He goes about 30, 40 yards down the field. 30 yards down the field. And he confronts Juwan Jennings and starts yelling at him. As the play, he already got the play calling for the next play, and he's yelling at him with his back turned to the field while Robinson's making a catch right down the field. So next thing you know, so Kyle gets back engaged, goes back down the sideline to make the next call. Juwan drifts up the sideline, and he's standing behind Kyle, and Kyle's still yammering at him. He's got his play sheet over his mouth as he's talking over his shoulder at Juwan. And then Juwan pipes up and says something to him, and there's staff intervening. Mike Anderson, Kyle's security detail, great guy, kind of is making sure Juwan keeps his distance. And I'm just kind of marveled at the situation that there's a scoring drive unfolding. Kyle's calling plays and yelling at his player, who seems to be yelling back at him now. And then they get a field goal out of it. And then the half ends, and Juwan Jennings is escorted off the field by Trent Williams, who's kind of talking to him, and it's very composed. And I wasn't expecting either Juwan or to Kyle to reveal the nature of the conversation. If I had to guess, this was going on when Juwan had no targets so far through the first half. And I don't know whether he was supposed to be on the field or wasn't. But second half starts, he gets a false start penalty, which isn't great. And then later on the drive, he gets an offensive pass interference because he blindside blocks a guy, which he shouldn't be doing. And it's just, this is not great. I mean, it's been a bad situation for the last few months, dating back to the contract situation. So we get to the locker room, and Juwan is asked about it, and he doesn't want to reveal it, says to ask Kyle about the conversation. But then, a couple reporters are asking him about playing hurt, and everybody plays hurt, but it's very abnormal for a guy to detail his injuries. Brock Purdy had broken ribs going into Seattle a few years ago. He didn't detail it. Mac Jones probably has one or two and doesn't detail it. But Juwan, felt the need to say, look, I'm playing through ankle, shoulder, rib injuries, and I'm doing what I can to get on the field. And I think it's just a lot of frustration. And, he's a great competitor, but he's also in a contract push. And I wonder how much that's heavily weighing in on him playing.
Well, I mean, the 5 ribs, it started on the hospital ball he got thrown for the 2-point conversion. Yeah. And I don't blame Brock. Brock had some ones over the middle. Almost had guys Marie Antoinetted. But on that one, it was a 2-point conversion, but he got it from both sides. So he's got 5 fractured ribs, I'm sure they're front and back, and you're not well, it's because of that he can't practice. So the chicken or the egg, was he not on the field? I think what happened was he was not on the field for the 2-minute drill, and he got mad. He's saying, what kind of pain-killing injection do you have to take to kill 5 ribs? Can you get one super slab, full slab, and get them all? Do you take 5 separate ones? I don't know. But he's he's numbing the pain somehow, flak-jacking it and shooting it. The opponents know now. They're going to tag him. So the 3 wide receiver package there was interesting. It was Kendrick Bourne. It was Marquez Valdez-Scantling, who wound up playing 42 snaps in the game. And it was DeMarcus Robinson right after he dropped the ball. So, the chicken or the egg, did Juwan act like, he's blocking a Green Bay Packers safety into the Gatorade cooler on his head coach? Because why am I not in there in 11 personnel with 2 minutes to go in the game? Or was there something else that pulled him off the field? Was that, to me, it's Juwan's upset that he's not in there. He took the shots. And you mentioned the contract. This is all incentives. How is he going to reach these incentives if he's not on the field? He's already missed time with the shoulder. If he's missing more time, he's not going to get that extra $3 million.
Well, but he was back on the field at the second half. So, I mean, he was healthy enough to keep going. He wasn't benched. Like, Kyle didn't put him in the doghouse that we've seen him do with other guys. And he's obviously needed. But, I mean, just if they were at full health, I'd be like on Juwan Jennings trade watch right now because his contract's expiring. He's not healthy. The Niners don't seem to be willing to make a financial commitment to him long term because they're tied up with Brandon and they're tied up with Pearsall. So he sees the writing on the wall. It's not a great situation. But I never saw Juwan go up to confront Kyle. It was Kyle came down to confront Juwan. And then it's just a weird nature.
He may have said something to Leonard Hankerson, the wide receiver
That's
coach.
right. He sure may have. You know, Kyle's got to focus in on calling plays. So somebody else has to deal with that. You can't have the head coach calling plays and dealing with a petulant wide receiver at the same time.
That's why John Lynch came down last year for the Devondre Campbell game.
Yeah, but
he
that's
didn't
a
want
whole
Kyle
different
going
thing.
at him.
But don't.
I'm not saying that, but I'm not saying that. But the head coach cannot be distracted.
Well, and you know, the Devondre Campbell stuff was I think pregame, and everybody knew that was a disaster waiting to happen. It was a time bomb, and so John did the right thing and got him off. I don't think Juwan was he was not a distraction to the team. There was just some kind of dispute, and then so you move on, and they need Juwan because they need to score points now. So you get back to the big picture. That offense is going to have to score way more points than it's doing because that defense is not going to get tremendously better without Fred Warner or Nick Bosa.
Cam, before we let you go, George Kittle may be practicing tomorrow. Of course, that doesn't mean that he's going to play Week 7. It just gives him 3 weeks to get there. When Kyle Shanahan last week was asked about Brock Purdy and if IR was something they were considering, he said no. Do you have a sense of how much time Brock Purdy might miss? I know that the turf toe is kind of a weird injury where all of a sudden, within a couple of days, things could change quickly. But I kind of got the sense that maybe not this week in Atlanta, but could be after that, given that they're not expecting him to have to miss a minimum of 4 games?
I just don't think that they want to say he's coming back this week and make sure he's back. I think they want to see how he responds. And the fact that last week, when we got out to see the practice window and Brock is on the side field doing some rehab work and running pretty well. He wasn't favoring the foot at all. And obviously it just needs time to heal. So it's a matter of how much time is needed for it to heal so he doesn't aggravate it for a third time. And I think it's just something that we're going to have to see. If he's on the practice field tomorrow, I wouldn't be stunned. If he's out this week, I wouldn't be stunned because you still have a long way to go this season. Now, you know, Mac Jones is dealing with a lot of stuff, guys, in the last couple weeks. And the fact that he wasn't able to throw last Thursday was like, oh, my gosh, okay, well, they're not rushing Brock back because they feel confident enough that Mac can play. But it is a little bit of a musical chairs of which quarterbacks hurt less that can help us.
All right, so the quarterback of the offense is out. The quarterback are in and out, and the quarterback of the defense is out. So we take it back full circle. We have a trade deadline coming up exactly 3 weeks in a couple of hours, hour and 50 minutes or so. Times like this, and you wrote the book, The Franchise, and you go back to the inception of the franchise, but we think of, WWJD, what would John McVay do? But really we think of WWGD, what would the genius do? Bill Walsh, and you went a whole chapter on trades, whether it's Fred Dean or I love me some Big Hands Johnson. What do you think? Do they go get a pass rusher? What do you think they do just in the short term? And I think they got to start mixing in Curtis Robinson and Mike Linebacker a little bit in practice, evaluate him. Luke Gifford as well, who has played some Mike Linebacker. Do they ride Tatum Bethune? So, how do they handle the short term? And then 3 weeks from now, do they have the money to add an edge rusher and a new Mike Linebacker, or is it one or the other?
I don't think there's really much to dispute that they're going with Tatum Bethune at middle linebacker. I mean, we saw him, fill in for Fred throughout the off-season program, and I thought he looked great through training camp and the preseason games too. In fact, I was at the point going, I wouldn't mind seeing Tatum Bethune next to Fred in the regular season, and because I wasn't convinced that D. Winters was going to be as reliable and as successful as he's been. But I see going forward, it's definitely Bethune and Winters. You have Luke Gifford and Curtis Robinson, and they may be more veteran grade, but they are not veteran guys at middle linebacker. They're special teams guys. And I think the way this season's been built is they want to see the young defensive players go through growing pains and learn how to play football. And Bethune is the one that had the green dot right away when he came in for Fred. And he prepared for this. He had 10 tackles. D. Winters made a couple of instant plays when Fred was out. So he was locked into his job. I love to see that. So I don't think it's a linebacker that they're going to go get. And you also have Nick Martin, who still hasn't, suited up yet, but I'm sure he will now. And then because I think it's got to be on the defensive front or on the offensive line. And as much as everybody wants offensive line help, and there's always clamor for it every year, every week, tell me that there's offensive linemen on the market. It's very hard to find an offensive lineman that can step in and be an instant impact starter. If Ben Barch comes back, terrific. I think they just have to find a way to get that offense more balanced and spring some holes for McCaffrey, because it is a godsend that he's still healthy and producing over 100 yards a game. Not 100 yards rushing, but he's getting over 100 yards a game because he is a force. But the defensive front to me is, just that formation, the one in front of Fred Warner on his last play, where you have Bryce Huff at left defensive end, and then you have two defensive tackles, each with a club on their hand, and nobody at right defensive end. That's very symbolic of how the 49er defensive front is.
Cam, as far as offensive linemen, and then I'll let you go, do you think there's any chance they'd go after somebody like a Joel Bitonio? Cleveland's in this weird predicament where they've sort of already in this mode of punting on their season, traded away Joe Flacco, they're running with Dylan Gabriel, they traded away Greg Newsome. Bitonio has $15 million, and his contract expires after this year. Could that be somebody who's a veteran offensive lineman that you think John Lynch might go after?
Greg, the first rule of radio is not to talk about offensive linemen until after 6 p.m. This is a way to lose your audience. I'm not going to break down Joel Bitonio's hand placement.
Cleveland was in London on Sunday, and it is after 6 in London. So we could go there.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
That means he has no idea who Joe – that means Inman has no idea who Joe Bitonio is.
I listen to
Larry
Larry
Italian.
Krueger. Come on.
So I texted Cam this morning. Do you know where do you know where Fred Warner is getting his surgery this morning? And he so cleverly writes back, in a hospital. So
I hope it's a hospital.
In a hospital? What is it? Surely you
Well,
jest.
you know what? Hey, well, listen, I think there's a privacy line there where I don't want to cross. But when I was a young Cub reporter on the beat 25 years ago, and Ty Streets broke his fibula in a game, and I called up Stanford Hospital and got a hold of him in his hotel room, and I realized I think I just crossed a line.
Hotel
here.
room or hospital room? Hospital room.
Oh, excuse me, hospital room. Hospital room.
Yeah,
Maybe they're doing surgeries in hotels back then. No.
I wish there was.
But here's one more thing just about this, because I think this is, Fred's impact. We can talk forever and ever about it, because you and I and everybody that's watched football knows how respected and what a tremendous leader Fred is. And this is a serious injury that it's just not a simple, okay, fix a fracture and move along. 3 years ago, Trey Lance had this injury, and he required a second surgery because some of the hardware was irritating tendons or something like that. And then you can go back further to 25 years ago plus, and it's Garrison Hurst who suffered a fractured and dislocated ankle. And there were complications in terms of the circulation getting to his talus bone. He had avicular necrosis, and that required a 2-year comeback. He came back, won Comeback Player of the Year. It is a very serious injury. I think Fred's going to lick it and be dominant, and because he's got the right mentality. But, I think everybody just has to have good thoughts towards Fred, because he means so much to this franchise.
Well, Cam, we appreciate your time. And speaking of franchise, go read his book about the 49ers and everything in the San Jose Mercury News, Bay Area News Group reporter. And we'll talk to you again soon. Hopefully not after another catastrophic injury, but either way, I'll continue reading you.
There we go. Be healthy, my friends. Love you, Greg.
Love you, Edmund.
Cam Inman, you should read him. You should check out that interview if you missed it. And, hey, look, he could say what he wants about offensive line and people not wanting to talk about it on the radio. Walter, you got to have my back on this one. How many texts yesterday on the text line, and we had a lot of them, were about the offensive line? I want to say 35 to 40% with JD. I mean, people love their O-line. Yeah.
It's a lock. Mac Jones held the ball a little too long in this game.
He did.
He's got to get the ball out of his hand. There were a lot of guys that got beat, including, where's Luke? Luke Farrell recovered that fumble because he got beat around the edge. They just ran the hoop on him. So the line is not, I'm not saying they're struggling. If they get Barch back and, the young guy Connor Colby does what he does, you got to get Pooney playing better. I want you to hit the other team, Dom, and not the ground in your helmet over and over again because you made errors. But the quarterback has got to treat that like a live grenade. You pull the pin, and they're coming. They're going to zone blitz you. Get the ball out of your hand. But you got to be able to trust that KB will be in the right spot because you don't want to throw a pick when they blitz you.
Now, speaking of Mac holding onto the ball and maybe getting rid of it on a play that resulted in an interception, we got Papa's Playbook coming up at 11:30, then Tracy Sandler at 11:50. So quick reset when we come back. 49ers, maybe we'll hear from Kyle Shanahan and more of his comments yesterday. Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Diamador Lenore is your 49ers player of the week, and he joined Murph and Marcus earlier to get into the loss of Fred Warner, the 49ers' tough fall to Tampa Bay, and how he, as a leader of the defense, will look to gather this unit and shut down that potent Atlanta offense. Lots worth checking out from that interview, so go ahead to thesportsleader.com, the Sports Leader app, or however you get your podcasts to listen. Hey, it is Silver. I'm back. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't based in the Bay Area, and some not even in California? Chris Dolan and his firm have been here for more than 25 years, and we're talking about award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you where you live. So if you've had issues in your workplace with discrimination, wrongful termination, sexual harassment, or had your rights threatened in any way, go to dolanlawfirm.com and learn more about how you can be protected by the people who do it best. Chris and his team unfortunately saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents over the last year. So with all the motorcyclists, cars, pedestrians, children, you know the deal. Please be careful. Work together to make the Bay Area a safer place. Yes, stuff happens even on those slow streets. If you could feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, because the Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You don't have to pay anything up front or deal with hourly rates. And the best part is that they don't get paid until you get paid. So yes, they live here and they work here, but most importantly for you, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Jones under center, motion's born. Here's the snap. Jones fakes the handoff, looking deep downfield. He's hit, the pocket collapses, and he goes down. And it's David again, first man to make the hit.
Yeah, just a short reset right here because we got Papa's playbook coming up in a bit, and we got 4 great plays to break down. That right there was not one of them, but it was one of 6 sacks for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers against Mac Jones. And I have a feeling we're going to be seeing play from both lines, and I know there's busted coverages in there. But Mac Jones, the theme of the last couple of weeks, Papa, I said it earlier, he has been hit 20 times between the Rams game and the Buccaneers game. So while Brock Purdy is working his way back to the field, Mac Jones has taken plenty of hits of his own.
Yeah, and you could see him when he ran to the sideline decelerate. And that's what the PCL does in the back of your knee. And he was limping after that. So the last time we did a playbook was all good plays. The Hollywood play in L.A., the jet pass, reverse flea flicker to Christian McCaffrey, the 23 personnel on the goal line, and then Alfred Collins with the big punch out in the 4th and 1 stop. They lost this game. There was some good plays, but we're going to highlight nothing but negative plays. The early pick that gave them a short field touchdown. What in the world happened? And we wanted Cam Inman's intel. He was there when he had 10 men on the field. And it wasn't the Michael Huff when Al Davis died, October the 8th, the 2011 moment. You needed 11 players, and Fred Warner wound up getting rolled upon by friendly fire because Tristan Wirfs got on him on the second level because there was no end over his side at right end. And then I'm just sick of whether it's circumcised or uncircumcised Johnsons just running unencumbered through the Niners secondary over and over again. What exactly happened? The most galling play of the game. And they did it last year with Tutu Atwell, and I got to go from Bishop Tutu to a reference like that. Come see our Johnsons, breaking every commandment. I wasn't going to go to heaven anyway. I'm just hoping hell's a little cooler. Anyway, the last year they did it. They kept motioning to a bunch across the formation. The Niners were caught in zone, and they had 2 guys cover the flat. Nobody covers the Oregon rookie 15. And then Marquise Siegel's losing playing time because he gets moved with his eyes. The eyes of the quarterback, they hit him over the top. Not good. So we had nothing but great plays in the playbook last week as they pulled off the most stunning win of the regular season, or one of them, the undermanned Niners. Now you're more undermanned. And I heard Cam, they had a chance to win the game if he hits Jawan on the little out and up down the side, but he didn't. He overthrew him. Mac did not play a great game, his worst game, but he was getting pummeled throughout. So you do wonder, when you don't practice all week and then you go out and play, whether it's Trent Williams, whether it's Mac Jones, whether it's Jawan Jennings, it's hard to go out and play on Sunday in a game like this. And Tampa didn't have not 1, not 2, but 3. Abuka didn't play on top of their 2 most celebrated wide receivers. So we'll see what it all is at. We'll do it before Tracy, but last week it was they won last week, so it was all a 5-sum of great plays. I wish I could be so positive, but we got to tell you the truth. The main thing is Fred's gone, and a lot of these mistakes occurred because Fred is gone. Yep. So how do you clean them up? Even when you were winning, you were busting, and Fred was busting on the deep over to Marvin Harrison Jr. He's not a perfect player, nobody is, but now you lose him as near perfect as there is, your heart and your soul and your brains. You can't have busts, but they're rookies. How do you prevent rookies from busting? So let's not turn October, November, and December into August football here, where you're playing a bunch of young guys everywhere and they're making critical errors. There's going to be growing pains here, but you got to tighten this up. How do you do it with young guys? It's going to be hard.
Well, we saw last night, too, a comfortable Michael Penix that has time and open receivers can be a dangerous young player in this league. And on NFL Network right here in the studio, got that game right here. I might turn away and stop watching it because I don't want to see Bijan Robinson run all over the field and just give me nightmares. Papa's Playbook, then Tracy Sandler. We'll do that next on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. When he's not on the mic,
Left flat, Spider 3, wide banana, first down, and goal to go 49ers.
he's focused on the film.
We're going to break down a couple of plays.
Time for Papa's Playbook as Greg Papa goes deep on the game tape.
We'll get to the jet sweep in a minute.
On KNBR, the sports leader.
Why you wanna play a hate on me?
When I hear that Spider 3 wide banana, I ask myself, how many bananas did Mac Jones have to eat in this game? Papa, you got to have some bananas yourself here for the show, but I know we got some tape to break down, so let's get right to it. Nothing changes in the fact that I always love this music, but might change the tone of the plays that we're looking at compared to the Rams game last week. 5 plays. Let's get right into it.
And we love John Gruden. As Kyle told Dirty Work and my son Derek that his first job in the NFL was not with Kyle Shanahan. Kyle called Chucky in Tampa to bring him in as a quality control, and he learned more football there. So John should be coaching somewhere. Last time we were in Tampa last year on November the 5th, I did see a portly John Gruden. We hugged it out, and we'll get him on the show. Rumors that he may go to college football next year. But Andrew Luck, who's the primary on Spider 2 I Banana? Fullback in the flat. Spider 3 goes left. But all right, we're going to start with the most terrific play. We usually do this chronologically, but we're going to do it most diabolically. And I wanted Cam Inman's intel on exactly what happened here, because the Niners lined up with 10 players on defense. Not a good thing. It was Travis Gibson who was not out there. So let's hear Justin Allegre from Cal, who did a nice job on Sunday. And Tim Ryan described the Fred Warner injury. Then we'll get into the video details on how they were one man short, and now next man up. Really? How do you do that without 54?
Motions at tight end, stops in the backfield. Now he hands off
with
to
a minute and a half to go.
Off the left side again into the second level to the 45-yard line.
White says it matters. The first ahead for about 10.
And the Buccaneers are coming out and playing in 2 tight end sets. Got an injury out there on the field. Looks like Fred Warner, unfortunately, grabbing at his right leg. Does not look good.
He went down immediately, being very closely looked at and held on his splint as he makes his way off the field.
That's a year-ender. Just saw
with a minute and a half to go.
So the last 2 minutes does matter.
It does matter. As White says, it matters. The first ahead for about 10.
Well, you can see the way Tristan Wirfs, who blocks him on the play, reacted. So Tim knows interior line play. So count it there. They got a base defense out there. You got 3 linebackers, 4 defensive backs. We're not playing a 3-3-4. We'd like to play a 4-3. They're minus 1 guy into this, Travis Gibson, who's supposed to be over 78, Tristan Wirfs. So they happen to run this play. They motion into an I set, run a little counter action and pull some people. And Wirfs doesn't have anybody to block, so he goes up and he gets Fred Warner. Jair Brown has to come down. And if Fred is able to get, now watch Fred. How many yards behind the line of scrimmage is he? 5-6 yards. He's diagnosing and he's coming downhill, but now look who's in the way. If Wirfs is blocking Gibson, Fred has a direct shot to take out Cade Otton, the tight end, who's the lead blocker there on the lead play, the Bob play. They move him out, and Fred gets rolled up on. So that is
with a minute and a half to go.
So the last 2 minutes does matter.
It does matter. As White says, it matters. The first ahead for about 10.
You have 11 players on the field, and force 78, Tristan Wirfs, who is now the best left tackle in football, to block someone. This is a mental error that becomes a physical error at the highest level, because Wirfs is so good, he's a dancing bear. Nobody's over him. He's got a free run. So 78, where am I going? I need work. I'm going to go get Fred Warner, their best player, push him out of the way, and the worst possible scenario occurs. So, wow. Physical errors will get you beat in the heat. Now to our next play. Kendrick Bourne, we love you. You've balled out the last couple of games, but you cannot run a double move when you're the hot KB and give the ball right to the other team on a short field. Let's hear the call.
Jones in the shotgun. Here comes the four-man rush. He throws to the right, and it's intercepted at the 20-yard line. Stumbling once, stumbling twice, trying to get back to his feet, and ultimately just finally going down is Kittle Vildor. And that is a turnover that starts things off for the Buccaneers defense.
Yeah, and that's a bad error from Mac Jones and played right into what Todd Bowles wanted him to do. He's throwing the hot out to the perimeter. Was not an accurate throw. I think he wanted the in cut. There was pressure coming. Hassan Reddick was unblocked, and it hits Kittle Vildor right in the chest for the interception. Now the 49ers backs against the wall at their own 12-yard line.
That's why they go on the stat sheet for the quarterback, but this one's on Kendrick Bourne. And Vildor, did he catch the ball, Greg, all the way to the field?
I don't know, man. I was looking at that. I heard you say it earlier, and I'm thinking...
Okay, so here's Todd Bowles. He's going to give you his own blitz. He's showing everything that he bails out with Yaya. He brings pressure off the front side. Kendrick Bourne, you can't run a double move here. He's got to get the ball out. Hot means hot. I got pressure in my face, and there's already a second guy. I'm not sure that hot wouldn't have been a great play anyway. It wouldn't have got you anything, but he had to get it out. Kendrick Bourne, the original call, and you saw Mac throw his arms out and go to his eyes saying, see me. We called it. Kendrick Bourne, you cannot go double move here. You cannot go out and back in. A lot of different ways they call that play, China route, whatever you want to call it. Out, in. Sometimes it's an in-out. Philadelphia, KC's got the Tom and Jerry and the corn dog play. This one's on Kendrick Bourne. Where are you going, bro? The ball's going the other way. And obviously with Tim Ryan, it looks like a terrible throw. And Mac Jones just threw the ball to 22 in white and not to 84 in red. But again, these are mental mistakes. Travis Gibson, get on the field. So they're showing you a single high look, and they're bailing out a little bit, but they jumped the route because there's a blitz behind it. It looks like they're playing a man, maybe a cover one, but actually it's a zone blitz. And they're blitzing off the other side, and you throw right into it because Kendrick Bourne does not get it. So Travis Gibson, physical, mental error results in a physical error at the highest level. Warner's out the year. This interception gave him a short field. Mental error by Kendrick Bourne, is playing great. But you've got to get the hot. Sit down right there. Don't go back inside. They take over inside your red zone. And for the first time all year in the first quarter, you give up points. So mental errors will get you to get beat in the heat. That was early in the game. The one right before halftime. Which Johnson is this? I'm going to go with Cam Johnson. Come see our Johnsons at Raymond James Stadium. They got them all sizes, lengths, girths, and they're hard to stay with when you make a mental error and no one wraps up your Johnson. You got to wrap up the Johnsons. Let's hear the call.
More 2nd and 10 from the 34-yard line.
Showing heavy pressure here, the 49ers.
They're stacking the line right now. Johnson motion from left to right, and they bring the blitz. Mayfield to throw. Hit as he throws, and he throws wide open downfield at the 10-yard line. Making the catch, it's Johnson, and he'll speed into the end zone for the touchdown.
And another busted coverage. Coverage error right there. Penalty flag on the field. We'll see what the penalty is, maybe on Upton Stout for the hit on Baker Mayfield, but nobody was out there covering Cameron Johnson.
That 2-minute drill became a 1-minute drill. Ugh.
Yeah, so you see him over Cam Johnson, Upton Stout. He's going to blitz off the other slot. So right now, what are you in? It looks like, you're bringing a lot of pressure. And Cam Johnson, this motion across the field, mainly to a stack last year with the Rams, but now this is like the cheat exit motion that Miami runs when Tyreek was healthy. So Cam Johnson gets a running start. Bryce Huff buzzes out there. So he's got the flat player, and I think that's his responsibility, is to get Rashad White in the flat. Where's D. Winters going? You've got two on number one. D. Winters, you've got to pick up. Now, I don't like this matchup at all. Now, D's fast, but he's got to flip his hips and run. Stout tags Baker. Baker gets all in his face. But there's tells here. They're playing a zone he's not following across. So how are they going to line up on that side? They got a linebacker there. So we're going to run the wheel route, the exit route, the cheat route with Cam Johnson. So the pre-snap motion away from the bunch. To the other side, there's nobody there. Demo's over on that side, but he's engaged inside. So I think, I don't know, we'll find out with a football or with Sam, but this one's on D. Winters. It would seem like to me that he's got to follow the wide receiver. I don't like the whole play call. That's going to be a hard cover for him anyway. But Bryce Huff, you would think, and this is kind of a zone blitz. They drop out. Watch 47. He drops out, and he's got the flat player. You don't need two players on number one, Rachaad White. He's good, but he's not that good. And that's not leaving uncovered Johnson down the sideline. So he's not Keyshawn and say, throw me the damn ball. But if no one's anywhere near me, throw me the damn ball. So the first three plays we're showing, Greg, mental error, resulting in physical error. Mike linebacker out the year. Give him the ball inside the 20. Just give him a walk-in touchdown right before halftime. That's how you lose.
Oh, man, would have been a pick six on the Vildor play if he had just able to keep his footing. He fell down like 3 different times.
All right, now to the Baker portion of our show. Wow, has he gotten better. And he didn't have his 3 top receivers. And, you know, in Super Bowl 25, there's a play that will live in infamy in my mind. It's the Mark Ingram Sr. 3rd and 13, where he deked everybody in Buffalo, including Darryl Talley and Cornelius Bennett, and he got the big head of Mark Kelso, and he picked up a first down on a 3rd and 13 where he got like the last 5 by just juking guys. This was 1 yard longer. This play is the infamous Baker 3rd and 14 play.
3rd and 14 from the 41 of the Buccaneers. They rush just the 4. Deep drop for Mayfield. Pressured, and he almost goes down. Gets free of Huff. Now runs out to his left. Pump fakes a couple of times. Slips a tackle from Upton Stout. Gets near the first down marker. Lunges forward. Reaches the ball across. And he's got enough to move the chains. Unbelievable.
That is vintage Baker Mayfield. He eludes the sack of Bryce Huff, who's rushing from that spinner position. A joker standing up in the middle of the field. He goes right by the right guard, Haggard, misses the sack, and then now Baker's off to the races. Shakes Upton Stout, shakes a couple of more tackles. Bethune finally has him, but Baker just lays out, sells out, gets the ball past the line to gain.
Honestly, maybe the best play I've ever seen him make. So the 49ers are going to get the pressure from the outside. Bryce Huff from one side. They're actually going to get there at about the same time. Travis Gibson, great rush there, as he's able to get around Tristan Wirfs, one of the best tackles in football. They arrive on time. They got a Baker sandwich here, but they don't get him on the ground. You know, maybe the fact that they both got there together, one went one way or the other, they both lost half of a sack. Keeps Baker alive. Now he becomes Mahomes. He's ball faking you. He's pump faking you. And there's the big missed tackle by Renardo Green. Renardo, you got to get him on the ground. So watch it from the low angle behind the end zone. Watch the pass rush from the outside guys. And they get home. Actually, Huff lines up inside over a guard.
Yeah.
What a great rush. They had Okawano outside. Look at the rush by Travis Gibson. They forgot to do one thing. Get the quarterback on the ground. Bryce Huff, Tim loves the spinners, where you stand up at a 2-point stance, and he spins out of it. Now he pump fakes. You cannot take the pump fake in midfield. You've got to stay down. Dive for his feet. You're not going to get him on the ground. So you've got 2 missed sacks, a missed tackle. Renardo Green. Upton Stout's got a missed tackle. Renardo Green's got a missed tackle. And then you just watch Tatum Bethune on this play as well. Every play, it's like WWFD, what would Fred do? So there, Fred's in a drop position now. He's diagnosing and dropping. And watch 48 come down the line. Does Fred Warner run through that block? Who was that? K-Dot in their tight end? It was. And make the play. Does he get there a beat early and make the play? But they're all culpable on this play. This is not so much a mental error, maybe in some technique when they look at it. Renardo Green, what are you doing there? You got to get him on the ground. And then Tatum gets there, but just a stretch. Quarterback did not give himself up. So we ran a great pass rush. We moved Huff inside over a guard. He's your spinner. He wins easy. Travis Gibson beat the left tackle in football. He still gets out. Get him on the ground. Let's do it. Renardo Green can't do it. Tatum Bethune can't do it. And the 3rd and 14 becomes a 1st and 10. Yeah, this is one of the best plays he's made that I've seen, and he's made some good ones the last few years in Tampa, Greg. He's the MVP of the league right now. But this is him on the unscripted. The next play was him as a quarterback from the pocket. We were talking about how small Baker Mayfield is. So how does he do it? We were talking to Tim Ryan. Well, Drew Brees was small, and Brees would get up on his tippy toes, lift his head up and use his eyes and try to see, and he would manipulate people in his passing lane. If Brock's having a hard time with balls getting tipped or they're choking off the middle of the field, get the middle of the field vacated. So he picks up that 3rd and 14 a couple of plays later. He goes to another Johnson, but this Johnson's the longest.
Just the first possession for Tampa Bay in the second half. 2:50 to go in the third quarter. Waist-high shotgun snap for Mayfield. Pumps again, steps up into the pocket, launches it deep downfield, and reaching out to reel it in at the goal line. Tez Johnson, by his fingertips, is in for the touchdown out from 45 yards.
Yeah, and then he does a back handspring with a Baroni on the end of it, a flip with a twist, and went right by Renardo Green.
Tim's got it all done. Sal is going, Marquis Siegel, aren't you my postman? Why did you vacate the post? So let's see what Baker does. They just run a go route here, and he runs by everybody. Nobody picks him up. It's a zone. Marquis Siegel, the great John Madden's line was, you always need to be deeper than the deepest. If you are playing free safety, you have got to stay on top. No one gets behind you. The motion, it's a zone. We're going to run right by everybody. So 36, and there's where Baker's eyes are. He's influencing the middle of the field with the in-cut from the other tight end. Is that Payne Durham, I think it is? And Tez has got his hand up on the 30-yard line. Get me the ball. Baker moved Siegel up a little bit and threw behind him. And with Malik Mustafa coming back, they're kind of live auditioning. Malik did not have great game. Tucker, the back 44, his touchdown going left. Malik was slow to diagnose. They're young players. And Marquis Siegel, we know you can run a 4.37 coming forward, but you're not so fast when they beat you over the top. So those are back-to-back plays from Baker Mayfield, Greg. 3rd and 14, he runs for it. Here, we're just taking a shot. They're going to be in a zone. They got a young guy, a rookie, playing at free safety. He's better in the box coming down. That's why you saw a lot of Jair Brown in this game. Great catch there by Tez to catch the bottom of the football. But this is just, we're going to get him in a zone, and Marquis Siegel is going to bite on the in-cut right there, just across the 40-yard line. Does he need to? You've already got Diamondor. Well, they're going to drop him right there. And a lot is that Bethune who's dropping back in that hook zone. That ball may be completed on the 30-yard line, but if Siegel stays on top, he hits the tight end on the in-cut on the dig. If Siegel lets him get behind, and he's not the deepest of the deeper of the deepest, that's a mental error as well. I mean, we're all 5 mental errors. I think the 3rd and 14 was Baker making a great play, and maybe some technique when they get in the room on how to get. Certainly the ball, the pump fakes to Upton Stout. So you had Gibson and you had Huff making an error after great pass rushes, and then you can't get him on the ground, and then obviously Renardo Green couldn't get him down, and Tatum arrived a beat late. We're honest here. You got beat, and the bottom line, that Fred Warner injury is not just a one-off. It wasn't like he missed last week and he's coming back and the ankle's fine. He's having surgery right now.
At a hospital.
Already did. He's at the ear. Of course, the hospital. What is it? So that's the deal. So you cannot now. They're young players. When you play a lot of rookies and a lot of guys that are new. Gibson just got here. Bryce Huff knows Sala, but he's a new 49er. Tatum Bethune is a 7th-round pick, first time being a starter if he does start. Justin Upton Stout is a rookie. They're all young. Marquis Siegel is a rookie. So you like to mix in rookies. You don't want to have a whole defense full of rookies, and now you don't have your veteran guys. So that's why they lost the game. Combination of physical and mental errors. And you think, Tampa Bay has an explosive offense. You got to deal with Bijan Robinson and Drake London. This quarterback is highly inaccurate. You just got to make him come off his initial read. He's not Baker Mayfield. Yeah. He's a lefty, a little weird in Michael Penix, but you've got to tighten up the bust. It's easy to correct him, on the whiteboard and watching film. You go out and play at 100 miles an hour, and you take one wrong step, Marquis Siegel, and you go up. But I'm the postman. The postman's going to ring 6 times over your head. if you let him get behind, and he was waving at the 30-yard line. So almost all of those were mental errors. You can't have that many mental errors and you're going to lose.
Yeah, we watched Tez Johnson, the Oregon Duck, at the NFL Combine, the adopted brother of Bo Nix. I didn't know he had hands like that to lay out and make that kind of catch. Tracy Sandler joining us coming up in a bit. We talk to her every Tuesday, and the mental errors did the 49ers in right there. So appreciate the film study from Papa's Playbook, and we'll have that isolated for you and up on YouTube. The Fred Warner injury, Mac Jones interception, Cameron Johnson touchdown, Baker Mayfield 3rd and 14 scramble, and that 3-play sequence right there was the game between the Baker scramble, a 1-yard loss on a handoff, and then Tez Johnson 45-yard touchdown. We'll talk about all of it with Tracy next. This is Papa and Silver on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Time for traffic on The Sports Leader. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Papa and Silver continues here on your Tuesday. What about the midpoint of the show? Thanks for being with us. We talked to Cam Inman a little bit earlier, and now let's do something we do every Tuesday. That's talk to a co-host on 49ers pre- and post-game. You can hear her this weekend when the Niners take on the Falcons for a little Sunday night football. So it's a late night for Tracy Sandler and the rest of us. And our time with Tracy is sponsored by TimberTech Decking and Railing, #1 in premium decking. Order free samples at timbertech.com. Tracy, we appreciate your patience. We were deep in the film room where Papa was breaking down some of the mental errors and physical mistakes that the 49ers made, and we started with the worst one of all. Fred Warner injury, only 10 men on the field. Tristan Wirfs picked up a block in the second level because there was no Trevis Gibson, and now Robert Saleh. As grateful as we are to have him back, this is by far the toughest test he's going to face with no Nick Bosa and now no Fred Warner. And for as injured as this team is, those are the two guys that we know are not coming back for the rest of the season.
Correct. And those are two pretty major losses and two losses that maybe you could have overcome one of them, but it's going to be pretty difficult to overcome two.
So when you look at the off season, and March the 10th day when the new league year started and you're tampering and everybody's flying out of the building, I was depressed. And I know Kyle was depressed, and looked like Juszczyk was leaving for about 48 hours, but they came back. And I mean, that was, everybody's flying out of the building to, we're going to restructure, a lot of guys. And when you look at it, Brock was the big one, getting the 265. But they also identified two players that are, going to be 10-year 49ers, and I think they're both Hall of Famers. George Kittle's body of work right now has him canonized. He is the best tight end in the history of this franchise and on a short list of the top 10 to ever play the game, and it may be top 5. And Fred Warner, along with Patrick, the two best linebackers to play. So they extended Brock, they extended George, and they extended Fred. And now two of them, all three are hurt, and Fred for the year. So give me the timeline on just what you're feeling going into the game on Sunday, and maybe what we'll hear from Kyle tomorrow. They're talking about opening up the window for George. Doesn't mean he'll play. Hamstrings you got to be careful with. And then Brock with this toe injury. So your thoughts on Sunday night against Atlanta. Do one of them come back? Do neither come back? Do both come back?
Oh, that's a good question. I would say, Kyle said when it came to Brock and Ricky Pearsall, they'd be evaluated throughout the week. I think with George, it would obviously be a tremendous boost, just even from a morale standpoint, to have George come back. And of course, from the talent standpoint, it sounds like George has the potential to actually play Sunday night. And I say that because Kyle had said about a week and a half ago or so that this week was likely to get him back on the field. In terms of Brock, this toe injury, it's such a tough injury that we'll know more probably tomorrow, maybe even Thursday. But I think of the two, you probably have, the best chance of George coming back. You talk about the contracts, it's tough. And this is the thing about football. You make the decisions you could make at the moment, and they were all the right decisions. It's been, once again, a really rough year for this team when it comes to injuries. And they definitely have their work cut out for them on Sunday with Bijan Robinson and the Falcons offense.
So, Tracy, as far as the trade market, how necessary is a trade for the 49ers this season, necessary to be competitive in 2025? The NFC, when I look at it after week 6, it's a very fascinating conference to me in that there are a lot of good teams. There's also no king of the hill. Going into the week, I probably would have put Philadelphia and Detroit at the top. Detroit hasn't beat the best teams that they faced, and they've blown out the bad teams that they've gone against. And Philadelphia is looking really messy over the last couple of weeks and can't seem to run the ball similar to the 49ers. So I see this as open, but I also see that there being a lot of hurdles to overcome along the way because of how many teams could be in that mix.
Well, I think it's different than it was a week ago, because a week ago there was the idea, exactly what you said. There's so much parity right now. There's really no king of the hill. And do you swing for the fences because now you're a contender that maybe nobody thought you were? And whatever you got to give up, you got to give up because you might make the Super Bowl. Now it's very different. So I think now, and I think we talked about last week too, do they make that trade sooner rather than later? Do they try to get it done quickly? Now they're going to have to wait and see where they are in a few weeks. But the reality is, with everything they've gone through and losing Fred Warner and Nick Bosa, they cannot make a trade this season that affects next season. That no longer is on the table. So I think they have to see where they are in a few weeks and kind of go from there. But I do not see them making a swing for the fences or going all in on this trade, because you've lost two of your two best players on defense, two of your best players on the team, two of the best players in the league. And you kind of got to be realistic about where you are this year and what it would do to next year.
And the trade deadline's November the 4th, as we know, first Tuesday in November. And that is 3 weeks and 56 minutes from right now. It'll happen at 1 o'clock our time, right in the middle of our show. We love it because it's the last hour of our show. It's happy hour. We got something to do in November. For the short term, and I don't expect them to trade for Demario Davis for Sunday, but, maybe in a couple of weeks. We were just had Cam Inman on. Tatum Bethune played fine, but he's a seventh-round pick. He hasn't played. He's young. He's young. They're going to trick him, and they tricked him. He didn't get back into the hook zone a couple of times. He's more reading, reacting, or Fred is diagnosing and downhill or dropping. It's just a big, difference. They do have a couple of guys on this team that can play Mike linebacker in Curtis Robinson, who tore the ACL last year. He would have started at weak side linebacker over Devondre the day that he tore it. He was told he was going to start that game. And also, I've seen Luke Gifford play a lot of good Mike linebacker in the NFL. Right now he's the Sam. Now, the problem is C-Rob and Gifford are both core special teamers, but Cam said Tatum Bethune will definitely be the 49ers Mike linebacker. He's going to wear the green dot. Are you of that opinion? Or tomorrow and Thursday and Friday in practice when it's, ones on defense versus the scout team, Bethune may jump in first, but you may see a little of 59 and 57 as well.
I'm of the opinion it'll be Bethune at least on Sunday. And Kyle said as much the other night. He said now Tatum Bethune is going to take over and he'll take over that spot. So I am of the opinion that this week at least it's going to be Tatum Bethune. I mean, he's had so little playing time, and as you said, he's young, a seventh-round pick. Certainly the drop from Fred Warner to Tatum Bethune is huge, and that's no disrespect to Tatum. But I think this week it is going to be Tatum Bethune, and then they'll see. But it sounds like that's who they have in place here. And I was thinking about this the other day. It's one thing for it to be a next man up league, but boy, the next men up on this team and what they've had to fill in for is pretty tough.
Yeah, it's one thing to be next man up. It's another when you're losing two future Hall of Famers in Fred Warner and Nick Bosa. And we've seen it in the Bay Area in recent memory. Steph Curry went out in the playoffs. Really hard to fill that void. Klay Thompson and Kevin Durant got hurt in the same NBA Finals. That was a little bit much to overcome, as great as that roster was, if we're doing some cross-sport analogies right there. But a few more minutes here with Tracy Sandler on the UMA guest line. I'm not going to go cross-sport and talk baseball with you. I'll save that one for Papa. As far as the 49ers,
Blake Snell's killing me. God, is he good. God, is
Tracy, do the 49ers need to be a Purdy for 30 team again? I don't know how much Robert Saleh's defense, as great of a job as he's done, I don't see them being a team that's allowing less than 20 points a game when the 49ers have won all these one-score victories.
Yeah, they probably do need to be a Purdy for 30 team again. And I really hate to be a downer, but I think everybody's just going to have to be pretty realistic about where they are now and what they are now. It's just these are major injuries that really change things. So, yes, they probably do need to be a Purdy for 30 thing, which I love the rhyming on that, by the way. So fantastic job there. But, that's a tough task, too. We don't even know if Purdy is going to play on Sunday. So, and we don't know if Ricky Pearsall is going to play on Sunday. And we don't know if George Kittle is going to play on Sunday. My point being, scoring 30 points is not going to be so easy either. So if they want to compete and they want to contend, yes, at least for the next couple of weeks. But there just has to be a little bit, I hate to be a realist, but there has to just be a little bit realism on the expectations of where they are from this point forward.
So when you look at the NFC, 10 of the 16 teams have a winning record. And the 49ers are technically still in first place at 4-2, but Seattle's 4-2, and they look really good. The Rams are 4-2. Tampa Bay's 5-1. Then you got Atlanta, 3-2. Carolina's right there at 3-3. Not quite a winning record, but they're playing better. Green Bay 3-1. Detroit 4-2. The Vikings are 3-2. The whole North has got a winning record at 3-2. Philadelphia's 4-2, and Commanders lost last night, but they're 3-3. So you're saying everybody needs to be realistic. What is the realism here? Can they, without all these injuries, can they win the West? Can they even make the playoffs? We're in a conference where 10 of 16 have winning records now, and only 7 go to the playoffs, Tracy. So can they? Where are they in the West? Where are they in the NFC?
Well, first of all, they did themselves a real service in getting those first few games, those first few division games in, and that gives them, I think, a little bit of a leg up in the coming weeks. I think we're going to have to see, if they win this week, if they win next week, and they're like, okay, we are competitive. We're competitive enough to make the playoffs. We make a trade to keep us in that place. I think at the moment, to be honest with you, like, it's anybody's conference at the moment. There really is no one that is jumping out. It's just, as we all know, September and October are not the best times to judge teams. It's really what happens in November and December. And do these injuries catch up with them? Listen, they get Brock back on Sunday. They get George back on Sunday. They get Ricky back, or they get 2 of the 3 or 1 of the 3, and next week they get all 3. They're still in this thing. It's just going to be how long can they sustain that with where they are. But this is the other thing we don't know. Now I'm not being a realist, but the other thing we don't know is maybe Tatum Bethune goes in there and now he has, practice reps under his belt, and he's got a game under his belt, and maybe he's not going to be Fred Warner, but maybe he can do this, and maybe they can figure it out on defense. There is so much parity. I just feel like once we get to November, December, there are teams that are going to fall off, and there are the teams that are going to keep playing well. The 49ers are not giving up by any means. I still think they could potentially make the playoffs, as a wild card, but the division is tough. And as big as that win was over the Rams, I think it was also a little bit of a wake-up call for the Rams, which is not going to be good for San Francisco. And, we're going to have to see how they can hang on in these coming weeks. And then the other thing is, we'll see. They can't have any more injuries. I mean, we've only had 1 week of the entire season where they have not lost somebody significant for a significant amount of time. And that is not a great trajectory to be on at this point.
Yeah, it's a fair point, but the harsh reality of where we're at, Tracy. All right, last one. What brought you more joy on a Monday night? Bryce Terang dodging Blake Trinan's slider, or Jake Moody's game-winning field goal?
I mean, this was like the best sports night ever, first of all. So stressful, but so good. I can't pick. I cannot pick between the two, but I was very, very happy with both outcomes. Can I say that? You can't make me pick one. I just don't think I could do it. I can't do it.
Jake Moody,
so
we had a group
Jake
text.
Moody,
I was so happy. After having the one blocked, I thought Javon Kindle got the first one, but it was Deron Payne bringing the pain, and Blake Snell, my God. So tonight in Milwaukee at Yamamoto, the boy in the bubble has to live vicariously through Tracy. So you were at Dodger Stadium, came back for Niners practice. Boy, Michigan got taken apart by USC, and then you did the red eye to Tampa. So we have game 2 in Milwaukee tonight. Tomorrow's off. Thursday, Friday, Saturday at Dodger Stadium. Which games are you going to this weekend?
Thursday, Friday, and Saturday.
Will there be a Saturday? Will there be a Saturday?
Well, I mean, TBD. I don't want to count my chickens. So Saturday, if necessary. I have a hard time believing the Brewers are going to get swept, but I will be there all 3 days. I think I've said this before. Our season tickets my grandparents bought in 1962 when the stadium opened, and they've been the same tickets in our family ever since. So that's part of why I get to go. Well, that is why I get to go to so many games, because we've had these tickets forever. So as much as I know everybody hates the Dodgers, for me, this has been a lifelong love. So I will be there all 3 days if there are 3 games there, and I'm really excited. This is my favorite time of year.
All right, Tracy, we love you, but this is all making me nauseous, so we're going to end this interview right now.
Joanne Jennings, well, I got some nausea pills. You want those, Greg? I'm getting nauseous, too.
Yeah, I know, I'm the worst.
A different kind of
I'm a
nausea.
Dodger fan. I'm sorry, guys. I'm happy for Jake Moody. I'm like the worst today.
No, I'm happy for Jake Moody. I had no problem with that one. I was totally rooting for him. I mean, look, as far as 49ers fans should be concerned, all you should be worrying about is if Eddie Pinheiro is doing his job, and he's been fantastic. So Go off, Jake. I
Exactly.
got no issues with it. I'm happy for him.
Yeah, I am too. I thought that was super exciting for him. Sometimes you just need a fresh start.
Yeah, exactly. We appreciate you, and we'll give you a fresh start next Tuesday at 11:50, and hopefully we can at least talk about some Brewers highlights at that point. But I have a feeling we're going to be doing these weekly hits, and every time we're going to talk a little football, and then I know there's going to be that 2 minutes of pain at the very end of it, and I might just take my medicine, so to speak.
Well, on the plus side, the day of the trade deadline, we will be done. Baseball season will be over one way or the other. So we only have a couple more weeks of you guys having to talk about the Dodgers.
Fair enough.
Maybe a parade that day, though. That's the problem.
Oh, good point. Good call.
Geez.
Very good call.
All right. We appreciate you, Tracy.
All right, guys. Have a great day. I'll talk to you later.
Love you, girl.
You can hear her on 49ers pre- and post-game this weekend when they take on the Falcons Sunday Night Football. Hopefully strictly talking football and what that's going to be as the Niners get ready to face Michael Penix and that potent Atlanta offense that was on display last night. You know, for a while there, Papa, I was like, is Drake London stepping a half yard out of bounds, just a little short of the end zone? Is that going to be the difference in the game? Ultimately, it was not. But I think Falcons fans, after the 28-3 and some of the history they've had, I think everyone's mind was going there.
Yeah, Kyle Shanahan in the 28-3. Buffalo just, Atlanta, and I know we'll get into Bichon and Drake and the left-handed quarterback, but Jeff Ulbrich is dialing it up. Raheem Morris obviously knows Kyle well. Their defense, is this going to be a hard game? A really hard game. So Tracy loves, we had 2 football games last night overlapping, and we had 2 baseball games last night overlapping. Nothing to be thankful for in Canada. They lost the first 2 home games. Seattle's got a whole nother gear that they are hitting. And, then we'll get into Blake Snell. He's just a different pitcher. We could see it last year in the no-hitter he threw in Cincinnati. But now he's become a left-handed Greg Maddux on the mound. It's unbelievable. And the Buffalo Bills are starting to slide the other way. And how about, what Caleb was able to do? Did Jake Moody ever smile as wide as he smiled last night? Even with the helmet on. Think about Jake. You can see his eyes. And you could see the tension in his eyes as well. You could see the joy in his eyes. But when he made the game-winning kick, did he ever smile the whole time? When he made the 50-plus yarders, or 2 of them, in the Super Bowl, he made his first 30 extra points. It was an all-time record since Belichick moved that line out to the 15-yard line and made it a 33-yard kick. They miss extra points. Jake made every single one. People forget. But did he ever smile a smile like he smiled last night when he won the game for his Bears in his first Bears game?
No, because the biggest kicks he made with the 49ers, you couldn't be in a position to smile. Yeah, he hit a couple of bombs in the Super Bowl, but you'd to be locked in, and that game was tense all the way through. So had he made a game winner, or had they ended up finishing that job,
he made game winners. He made a game winner in Tampa last year. He missed 3 before.
No, had he made a game winner in the Super Bowl was my point. Yeah, he's made game winners.
Yeah, well, that wasn't a Super Bowl last night, but I'm saying I think his talent will come out now because he is unburdened.
Yes. No, I think the change of scenery was necessary for the 49ers and for him, and we'll get into some of those Monday night games in the 1 o'clock hour. I do want to just wrap up the football talk with a little bit of Brock Purdy, this Purdy for 30 notion, how the offense needs to get a little healthier and get a little bit more potent, and then we'll get into some MLB playoffs before Marcus Thompson joins us at 12:50. It's all coming up. Pop and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The one and only Steve Young joins Dirty Work today at 5 to get into the 49ers' loss in Tampa Bay and how they regroup after losing their defensive captain. I imagine they'll talk a lot of Brock Purdy and Mac Jones as well, and what it takes for a franchise quarterback to lead his team through adversity. So once you clock out of work or if you're heading on the way home, tune in at 5 o'clock sharp to catch that interview. Let's get some important tips from Steve Moskowitz. He's the founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP. And Steve, a lot of people out there struggling to pay their taxes, maybe can't pay their taxes. So if you're one of them, what should you do?
Call us. Tomorrow is October 15th. That's the final deadline for the individual returns that are on extension. And a lot of people are just getting their returns saying, no, this can't be. Well, they don't have the money to pay it. Folks, don't make the mistake of not filing. File the return, because the not filing is where the big penalties are. And then talk to us. There's so many good solutions. Whether you qualify to just pay part and the government writes off the rest, whether we get the penalties forgiven if you qualify, or make monthly payments that you can afford, not what some IRS agent says you can afford, or shift the taxes where they belong to the former spouse or former business partner, or a lot of other things. We've been doing this for years. We're super familiar with all of it. We have a free consultation. We'll explain everything to you. And if you want us to, we'll do everything for you so you don't have to talk to the IRS, deal with them, have anything to do with them. The only thing you do have to do is pick up your phone and say, hey, Steve, take care of me.
And the best things in life are free. So all you got to do for your free consultation is pick up the phone and dial 1-888-TAX-DEAL, 1-888-TAXDEAL. You can also go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Thanks for spending some of your Tuesday with us, Papa and Silver. Great to have Tracy Sandler join us. We had Cam Inman a little bit earlier and Marcus Thompson coming up at 12:50. We'll talk some MLB playoffs in this hour as well. We've got our 5-1, the studs and duds coming up at 1:30. And with week 6 in mind, talking to Tracy and her just sort of giving us a dose of what the harsh reality is with the 49ers losing 2 future Hall of Famers on the defensive side of the ball, being realistic about the expectations moving forward. I watched week 6 football all weekend and all of last night, and I know Brock Purdy might not be back this week, but just kind of watching the week as a whole, Papa, my larger takeaway is that when Brock Purdy does come back, this is where he will earn his money as a franchise quarterback, where he will live up to the $265 million. And, it's really about how you can elevate a team under adverse circumstances. That's essentially what a franchise quarterback is. Now, this is an extreme case for San Francisco because of the 2 injuries that they've suffered on that defensive side of the ball, but your offensive weapons will get healthier and you should get some reinforcements coming back. Now, when I say this about Brock, I'm not implying that he shouldn't have been paid or that he hasn't overcome adversity in the past. I mean, see the 2023 playoffs for a type of Brock Purdy performance that we've never really seen before, the way he gutted it out against the Packers and the epic comeback as a team collectively down 17 at halftime against the Lions. But Baker Mayfield, we saw it in Papa's playbook, and one of those plays was the 3rd and 14 scramble. And that really is one of the best plays I've ever seen Baker Mayfield make. He is doing what a franchise quarterback does, where he's got a defensive head coach, he is down his starting running back, he was down his top 3 receivers, and he capitalized on some mistakes that the 49ers made. Think about Justin Herbert and the way that game ended. That was almost a disastrous loss in Miami for Jim Harbaugh and the Chargers. Justin Herbert lost his starting and newly extended left tackle, Rashawn Slater, before the season began. Now Joe Alt is injured, and he'll get him back eventually, but all of a sudden, life looks harder for that Chargers offense. Quentin Johnston, who's had a great start to the season, wasn't there, but looking like he was going to get sacked, and the play he made to get the ball to Ladd McConkey and the catch and run he had, that was what a franchise quarterback does to overcome some big adversity. So this is going to be a very different kind of challenge that Brock Purdy has yet to face in his career, where there's still going to be a lot of talent surrounded with him. But when he comes back, not only is he dealing with the turf toe, I also think about it in light of what we've seen out of somebody like Baker Mayfield and the MVP level football he's played this season. This is where Brock is going to earn that extension that he got over the offseason.
Well, when is he coming back? Is he coming back? And when is he coming back? That's a tough injury. He dodged a bullet with Julian Love, but he didn't as much the second time. So he wasn't playing great. The bottom line is here, the quarterback's getting hit way too much. You've got to stop it, or you are going to see Adrian Martinez. So I hear you, and Brock will do, but can he do? And I don't expect him to play in this game. I don't know. Mac's knee is bad. I don't know how bad the oblique is, but you can see the instability. That's his front leg. Yeah. And they're hitting it all the time. I'm not sure which is, the back leg is the one you plan on, but you transfer weight to the front one. It's not good. You got one quarterback that's incapable of playing, and you got one quarterback who's not playing at his best, and you could see it in his eyes. When you don't practice, it's hard to play. I don't know how much he practiced on Friday or what the truth is on throwing the ball, and it's hard for Trent Williams not to practice and go out and play. When you don't practice, Jawan Jennings, it's hard. And he's playing with 5 ribs. So I hear you, but I don't know. I mean, right now, I want to get Mac Jones as healthy as possible, get Jeff Ulbricht's pressure off of him. I mean, coming into the game on Sunday, this is not 30 for Purdy. It's not 30 for Jimmy. The 49ers, when they went to the Super Bowl in 19, were the second highest scoring team in football, behind Baltimore. They were 2 run-based teams. They scored like 29.8 a game. 30 will win. With Saleh's defense back there, you're winning 30-13 every game. And then Brock comes along, big brain Brock, and now we're going 30, giving up 10. We're 5-0, bro. Let's roll. And then you hit a lull, and Brock's not playing. So I hear you. And there were times where you could see the lack of mobility of Mac Jones. Does Brock get sacked 6 times in this game? Does he get the ball out of his hand quicker? Does he run away from any of those sacks? On the play where he got flushed out, Mac to his left, all he could do was get it to Brian Robinson for a short gain there. Now, Levante David had the angle. Could Brock have made him miss? The short area quickness of Brock is missed. But Brock will do when Brock can do. Right now, he can't do it. So we'll see where he's at. I think that's down the road. And then you just lost a big piece of your defense. So you went to Tampa and scored 19. And early in the year, Brock played in Seattle, you got 17. And it went right down to the end to get the last one on the Tunja sleep, the Lascato sleep. In New Orleans, you got 26, Mac played. In Arizona, you got 16, barely, won by a point. They ripped the jersey right off of Mac Jones and re-aggravated the knee injury. Brock came back for Jacksonville, you scored 21. And he wasn't great in the game, and the toe got worse. The Rams game, you went to overtime to get to 26, and then this game is 19. So let's be honest here. This is not a 30 for Purdy. It is a Christian McCaffrey heavily influenced offense. And I love CMC, but there's got to be other. Kendrick Bourne's coming alive.
Yeah.
But it's too much to McCaffrey. He was the one I was worried about. I started all this talking about who's the one that's mostly, can't replace. And it was McCaffrey. And now you lose Bosa and you lose Fred and Brock's not back and Ayuk's got. And I don't know if George will play in this game. I don't know. I would think not, honestly, but we'll see. They want him to think he's going to play. Tunjas is a player, but he's not George. But anyway, I hear you. But Brock can't do right now.
Yeah.
Brock can't play. Can he protect himself? That toe has got to heal enough for him to run the offense, drive out from under center, run the complexity of the offense, and run away from these pterodactyls. Otherwise, they're going to rip his head off. And now you're not going to worry about his toe. So, and the same with Mac. I don't know how much longer he can go. He's just getting hit way too much. He gets tagged on just about every play. You can't watch it. So, I don't know. Max protects and, 2 guys out, 1 guy out. Mac's good when you go empty and you spread him out and you get it out. So I hear you, but I'm not expecting Brock Purdy to walk through that door. Maybe when Kyle comes on the show at 12:40 with the list of injuries, he says, Brock Purdy's a full go for I'm not expecting that.
Yeah. I
would just take limited. Mr. Unlimited, become limited. Just practice a little bit. Let's ride. Not going there. But I don't expect that, honestly. I do not. And then I think it'll be Mac, but how much can Mac the knife take? Because they're putting a knife right through his left knee, his oblique, his ribs, his forearm. I mean, I don't even know. Eat all the bananas you want, load up on the potassium. They're coming at you in waves here. So we love the 30 for Purdy. We'd like 35 for Purdy. The reality is they're nowhere near that football team right now. They're not getting 5 touchdowns a game, 4 touchdowns and a field goal. They're not. They got 1 on Sunday, 1, and it was finally a rushing touchdown, and they kicked 4 field goals. Hard to win with 19. I mean, this team with their defense could have won the game 19-17 if Fred's out there maybe. I don't know. But now with no Warner and no Bosa, it is what it is what I'm saying here.
Yeah.
So, this Brock, I know we love talking about Brock will do, but right now, Brock can't do. He can't play.
Well, let's hope that Mac Jones is able to stay protected enough, because otherwise your jokes about Mr. Unlimited and Let's Ride, maybe the 49ers do the desperation trade for Russell Wilson, and I kid on that front. But I don't want to see Russell Wilson in a 49er uniform. Don't even put that thought into my head. No Adrian Martinez either. I want to see Mac Jones, I want to see Brock Purdy, and I want to see them healthy enough to be able to handle this offense. We'll get some MLB in our lives to take a break from 49er injury talk. Then Marcus Thompson is joining us. We'll recap a little Monday Night Football. Jake the Make getting some revenge on the Washington Commanders. And then we got our 5-1 at 1:30. It's Papa and Silver, only here on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brewer set up for two, and Muncy skies one to center field. Hit well. This one's got a chance. Freeland going back to the wall. He leaps. It's in and out of his glove, but he caught it. And now chaos on the bases. Might have a play at the plate. The throw. Not in time. No, he's out. He's out. It's a forced play at the plate, and he is out. All of this is going to be reviewed. It's only a forced play if he didn't catch it.
I don't think they know.
Also, did he leave early? Once it hits the glove, you can leave the base. It hits the wall.
It's a force play then.
It's the first play.
It's going to be a force play.
It's no catch.
Yeah.
It hits the wall off his glove. And now it's a force play at home.
Let's see. And the throw beat him. Yeah. So you're going to have bases loaded and 2 outs.
3 outs because Contreras ran to third.
He ran to third.
After review, the call on the field, the force out at home plate is confirmed. The runner is out. It's confirmed on the runner at third base when the force out is out.
Wow. Whoa. Wow.
I cannot blame Brian Anderson and crew whatsoever for the confusion on that play. Is that the wildest double play that you have ever seen out there? So it wasn't a catch because it hit the fence, but it was still a robbed grand slam. Then there's a play at the plate, and then Contreras says, I'm going to run over to third and let's get out of here and end the inning. We know what happened in the end. Bryce Terang dodges the slider. The Brewers have a late push. They do not capitalize and lose 2-1. And then on the AL side of things, Seattle, we haven't talked, Papa, since that 15-inning Friday night game. I know me, you, and Walter were all texting during it. And then Seattle has just kicked it into another gear and has Walt's Jays in trouble for the time being. So MLB playoffs roll on right now. We'll see what it all goes down. But there was no shortage of drama going on. And I got to say, I do love it considering that we don't have Giants baseball to tune into. At least let me hate the Dodgers. At least let me enjoy a little ALCS as well.
Well, I mean, what Seattle is doing on Friday night, and Tarek Skubal leaving after, now he can't throw over 100 pitches. Getting into the bullpen and the no longer having the regular season rules of the placed runners. I do not like different rules for the regular season and the postseason, so do away with the automated runner, no Manfred man anymore. But you're seeing, when you have the runner placed at second base, you can score a run without getting a hit. I texted you that the baseball is so bad and the situational hitting is so bad, it's actually good because we're playing all night, but that game was insane. And then, they took out Gausman after the big dumper took him out. So anyway, from a Giant perspective, just watching Kevin Gausman and that split, we talked about Carlos Rodon, and then to Blake Snell. I mean, Farhan brought all three of those guys here, and they were dominant when they were Giants. They had moments of complete domination. Kevin Gausman was an all-star. He may have started the all-star game had his wife not gone into labor. Did not pitch well against the Dodgers. Max Muncy with that fly ball, the 8-6-2. That could have been a triple play if there was no outs. It was so wild. But Muncy would spit on the split. So they had something. He did not pitch well against him. I didn't like all the splitters. I thought he'd get hurt. He went to Toronto. He's made almost all his starts, and he's dominant. He gave up the splitter, one too many to the big dumper. Then he walked Julio Rodriguez, and they took him out of the game, and it went sideways. And then, what Seattle was able to do in the first inning with a 3-run bomb right away by J-Rod. They get one later. Polanco is such a good hitter. Now, they won 2 in Toronto. No Thanksgiving yesterday in Canada. Yesterday was their Thanksgiving. And it goes 2-3-2 in the championship series. So the next 3 are at T-Mobile. So if Seattle just wins 2 out of 3, they win. They wrap this thing up. So, and likewise for the Dodgers, if they win tonight behind Yamamoto, they could wrap it up at Dodger Stadium. Blake Snell would pitch Game 5 on Saturday. And now to Blake. Rodon was not a great teammate here. He basically was a high fastball guy. The Yankees have him throwing more stuff. Gausman, I thought it was too much. They didn't want to invest long-term in pitching. The Blake Snell saga of last year, he just signed too late. And then he was largely ineffective for the first half of the year. The Dodgers can roll with that. Blake Snell didn't pitch much this year. But he pitches in October, and now he looks like Kershaw Koufax rolled into Greg Maddux. He is a brilliant pitcher. And we saw it last year on August the 2nd in Cincinnati when he evolved from a strikeout pitcher to a guy who wanted to get quick outs. And I remember so well, we interviewed him after the game. He had to be efficient to get that no-hitter in Cincinnati in the 7th, 8th, and 9th. And he did. He was getting outs in 3 pitches. It's hard to strike guys out and do it in 3 pitches, even with his stuff. Although the stuff he had last night, wow. And his mental approach, the little card in the back pocket, I'd like to see what he's got on those notes. Sitting next to Mark Pryor on the dugout bench with the binder. What intel does he have? He's Peyton Manning now on the mound. He's running it all right there. He lets the catcher, Will Smith, call the first pitch. Watch him put his glove up to his ear so he can hear on pitch comm. After that, he throws the first one the catcher wants. After that, he takes charge. And he knows how to do it. He is systematic, automatic. The way he does pitch comm, hiding it, and he's just on it. And his changeup last night was so lethal. They asked him right after, Lauren Ciotti, what was your favorite pitch? The changeup. He threw it over and over and over again. But like Kershaw would always say, the best pitch in baseball is a well-located fastball. It all came off the fastball, but his curveball, and in particular his changeup. He's just, right now, Tarek Skubal is psycho. He throws 100 and then comes right behind with a changeup. They can't touch the guy. But he can't go beyond 100. I thought Snell, he didn't have any stressful pitches. He faced the minimum. He didn't get anybody to second base the entire game. It was a breeze. Why couldn't he pitch the ninth? They make these calls at 3 in the afternoon. They make them at 3 in the afternoon. We're going to go to Sasaki. And then we're going to do sake bombs. And we're going to drink. Well, your sake bombs were a walk and a ball off the wall. And all of a sudden, Blake's Trinan, but he ain't the same Blake Trinan. And you barely got out of it. And they swung at ball 4. They could have got hit by the pitch. The last one was ball 4. It was head high. But which leads to, why did the Giants not like Blake Snell? Was it because he didn't make that last start last year? Could you imagine? Buster Posey was the smartest catcher ever. He is Blake Snell, what Blake has become. Blake was not this guy, even when he started to be that guy when he won his second Cy in San Diego. You could see him thinking and bouncing the curve. These are all, he's getting the Milwaukee Brewers to chase out of the strike zone. These are not strikes. His stuff is so lethal. He's throwing dirt ball after dirt ball at a team that does not whiff, does not swing and miss, and they got, dirt in their eyes because they're swinging and missing and everything. How does he get in to do it? It's unbelievable. But Buster was the smartest ever with the setup. He didn't call a pitch till very late. Watch the feet. The hitter's going to tell me what to do. I know we had a meeting at 3 o'clock how to get him out, but it's 9 o'clock. The game's on the line right here. Where are his feet? Is he up in the box? Is he back in the box? And you pitch a court, and that's what Blake Snell is doing. So, Lincecum, he just had great stuff. Kane knew what he was doing, but Buster guided those guys. Could you imagine this Blake Snell pitching to Buster Posey? They never foul a pitch off. Why did Buster not like him? What was it? That he didn't make the start until the end? Was there other starts he ducked? He didn't start pitching until late in the year. Well, he didn't have a spring training. Is that his fault? He wasn't effective. Went down to A-ball. How many guys with his acclaim? He's got 2 Cys here. You hold this one, you hold that one. I'll go warm up for the Little Giants down at San Jose Muni. But then it clicked, and he was, he had so many great starts over and over and over again. How about the one in Colorado when he struck out? How many was it in 6 innings? 15 or something?
I want to say 15, yeah.
But that was when he was striking people out, and you don't go deep into games when you're striking out 15 in 6 innings. The guy last night, he should have gone CG show. They should have let him ride it out. Sasaki bomb, we'll use you tomorrow for Yamamoto. They'll love it in Japan. Tonight, it is Blake Snell. He is, wow. Tarek Skubal is filthier than filthy. But this guy, he's got the intellect. Why didn't they like him? Did they know he was not going to resign here? Did he not like it here? He pretty much said they never made me an offer.
Yep.
When he opted out. Why? What was it about Blake Snell's time here that turned Buster Posey off where they really never, there was never a thought they were going to bring him back. They let him walk. And now he's the best pitcher on a whole staff of filth of the LA Dodgers. And he's the kind of guy that pitches 1, 5, and 7. Those are the guys that are the guys. That's Gibson. That's Koufax. So I don't think there'll be a 7, but he pitched game 1. He'll pitch game 5. And if they go to the World Series and he's got 1 and 5 done and there's a 7, he'll come out of the bullpen and close it down like Bumgarner. You won't need a sake bomb. So how did he become this guy? And what was it about? You think this is the kind of guy Buster Posey would love? Was he that guy here? Was he not? Was he too aloof? Did he not fit in? He's not a forever Giant. How do we even look back on him? It's not like Carlton and Randy Johnson or Duke Snyder, all the guys that passed through here on the way to Cooperstown. How do we even look at Blake Snell when he goes into the Hall of Fame? Was he a one-time Giant, a brief Giant, a Giant I once remembered? Is he ever going to be a forever Giant? Why did he turn them off and they were turned off on him?
Look, I mean, if it wasn't for the no-hitter, I don't know how memorable his run would have been. He was so dominant in that second half of the year. And yes, I just looked it up. It was 15 strikeouts. That's a career high for him. He finally hit the milestone of pitching a complete game. Right now, in 5 of his last 6 starts, he's had at least 9 strikeouts. Last night it was 10 and not a single walk. Just 1 hit. You said it. Milwaukee couldn't even get to second base, and they went with Sasaki, who wanted no part of that 9th inning. Blake Trinan comes in and escapes it. But, yeah, I'll say it again, the depressing reminder that the Giants are paying Blake Snell $16 million to pitch for the LA Dodgers next season. Oh, I know.
What? They're still paying him? He did take the money deferred. They're not paying him right now.
No.
SF Giants LLC. See, next year he won't pitch. He'll make like 3 starts in the regular season and then, make 5 in the playoffs and win them all. The Giants need him to get to October. The Dodgers don't need him. They need him in October, and then he turns into Koufax.
We've got Marcus Thompson coming up, and we'll get into all things 49ers, as well as a little basketball talk with the Warriors season coming up in a bit. But first, this is my official cue to call now to win tickets to see the 49ers and the Falcons Sunday Night Football. All you got to do is just dial up 415-896-KNBR. That's 415-896-5627. Give Walter a call in the studio, and you got a chance to be our lucky winner and go see this new look defense try to shut down this Atlanta offense. Yeah, no emergency alert system stinger today. That was firing off at random yesterday, but you have me telling you to call now. And when we come on back, we'll have Marcus Thompson joining us, always writing good things, and just had a piece about the WNBA offseason. People going to want to come and hang out with the Valkyries at Valhalla. We'll talk to him next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
NFL Week 6 officially in the books. We'll have our 5-1 for you, the winners and losers at 1:30. Last night was a good look at the Atlanta Falcons offense and just how dangerous it can be. And in the second Monday night game, a nice redemption story for Jake Moody, hitting the game winner in the rain to beat the Washington Commanders.
Is your home ready for kickoff? Everyone knows that hosting friends, family, and fellow fans is the best way to enjoy a football Sunday. Get ready for an elevated game day by staining your deck or painting your fan cave with Benjamin Moore. With football and painting season in full swing, now is the perfect time to tackle your indoor and outdoor paint projects. Have your family room decked out in team colors to impress guests and intimidate rivals. Update your kitchen with a fresh coat of paint for prepping tailgate treats and pregame snacks. A freshly stained porch or repainted exterior will allow you to grill outdoors in style, all season long. So change your luck with a fresh coat of paint. Whether you're calling an audible, Oscar, 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 or following the playbook, find all the right products, the perfect colors, and plenty of advice at your Bay Area Benjamin Moore retailer. And with an extra regular season game the last several years, up to 17, let us help you extend the life of your home for many years to come. Support your team, your local independently owned and operated business with Benjamin Moore.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Aloha. Be caller number 10 now to 415-896-KNBR to qualify for our Big Island Getaway. Grab details at thesportsleader.com.
We got a little back-to-back giveaways here for you on a Tuesday. That was the official cue to call to qualify for our Big Islands Getaway. You want to earn a little 5-night stay to the Mauna Kea Beach Hotel in the Big Islands and hang out with Murph and Marcus, as well as Dirty Work? Well, you can call in that same number you just did to try to win 49er Falcons tickets, 415-896-KNBR. And we continue along with the show here. Marcus Thompson of The Athletic does everything. He does a little WNBA. He does a little track and field. And, of course, Warriors basketball coming back into our lives real soon. Marcus, Walter says, as I welcome you in on the Yuma guest line, that you can't call to try to win our Hawaii getaway because he's not going to allow you to win the qualifiers. So don't hang up on us. And how's it going?
I mean, if it ain't Turtle Bay, I don't know if I want to go anyway. Because after you've experienced the luxury of Ritz-Carlton Turtle Bay, you don't go anything else.
Is it that nice in Turtle Bay? Where's there a bad Ritz? But Turtle Bay is the finest Ritz.
It's tough. It's tough to top. I might go with the one on Canal Street, New Orleans. That's my one bad Ritz.
Ooh, that's a good one. That's a good
That was
one.
rough.
And you've
With
been
the
here, there, and
McDonald's across
everywhere.
the street.
Yeah, from Oregon and Paris, France. You've been everywhere. Warriors are up in Portland. We'll see who plays tonight. But let's just talk, because we're not going to have you on. You're on every other week. So the season starts a week from tonight. Let's just start with some broad stroke issues that do not involve Jonathan Kuminga, because he's a Warrior. Steve Kerr entering the final season of his contract. Marcus, how do you read that? What percentage would you put it that this is Steve's 12th and final season coaching the Warriors?
I'd put it pretty low just because, like, Steph Curry's still here. And that's a pretty big draw if you're Steve Kerr, right? Like, you got Steph Curry, and if you're gonna walk away, it's probably after that Curry era. So we just don't see coaches walk away from this. So I do think Steve is as adept at anyone at playing this game with the bosses. So he's okay with, the lame duck status and the pressure. Like, he can handle it. But in the end, I think coaching Steph Curry is too good to pass up. So I do think he comes back, but I do think he uses it to create some level of, like, understanding of how things have to be, like a smart coach would in his last year. So I also think it creates the urgency that they need this season to, like, this is about winning a championship and pushing it and getting to the level they need to get to. Like, I think he's showing that he's in line with the Jimmy Butlers and Steph Currys and Draymond's. Like, hey, this could be the last ride, so let's play like it. That's how they're going to have to play.
Well, Marcus, while we talk about the desire and the urgency to win a championship, Al Horford said, and your colleague Nick Friedel put this out, about his decision to leave Boston. Part of it was the Jason Tatum injury. Part of it was believing that they could no longer compete for a championship, and he ended up going to the Warriors while never considering retirement as an option. So what does it say about the way that other teams and other high-level players viewed the Warriors' second half of last season for Al Horford to leave his home in Boston, where he finally won a championship, to try to join this group of Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, Steve Kerr, Steph Curry, and get a ring over here?
Yeah, I do think part of it that might have been left out is, there's some young bigs in Boston, right?
Sure.
That it's not like the Warriors where it's like, hey, man, come get all the minutes you can eat, right? That's a part of it. But I think we cannot understate what Al Horford witnessed in 2022. Right? The Warriors are down 2-1, and Steph Curry tells them that's your last win, right? And then they run off 3 straight to win it all. Like, Al Horford remembers that. He's played in these wars against Jimmy Butler in Miami. Like, he's looking at this, and obviously he went one-on-one with Draymond Green, who didn't have a great series, but was great in Game 6 and in Game 5 down the stretch. So I do think Horford represents a league that knows what the Warriors feel, even though if we all don't see it, that somehow they're still viable championship contenders. Even though it feels like they need another piece, other players see them as deadly, and that kind of plays into the picture. I think Al Horford underscored that.
And let us not forget, in Steph's finest hour, and he's had some good ones internationally, but I think that Game 4 in the parquet, and a lot of it was getting Big Al to switch out on him. Their other
Yes.
Big Williams was not healthy, and I do wonder about Al being able to switch out. But there's so much has been made about the experience, shall we say. We got a whole roster full of guys who are eligible to be president of the United States, and I encourage almost all of them to try to be. But Steph he's not even the oldest guy. You got Big Al's 39. Steph is 37. Jimmy just turned 36. Draymond is 35. So what do? Let's go bring in more guys off the bench. Let's bring GP2 back and Buddy Hield. They're 33. Let's bring Steph's younger brother, Seth. But he, too, is eligible for the presidency. He's 35. So I'm reading notes that kind of contradict themselves, that the Warriors, I think one thing is clear, they could become the first team in NBA history if they start 4 guys 35 or older, we'll get to that point. I'm not sure Horford starts. But you literally wrote the book on dynasties in the NBA, Marcus. And I think of Russell's Celtics. Now, guys just didn't play that long. They retired. Cousy retired years before, but the Joneses and Satch Sanders, then obviously Steve's teams with Tim and Tony and Manu had some miles on them. If the Warriors are able to pull this off, since you've done all the research on dynasties, would they be the oldest NBA champion of all time, as far as chronological age?
I think so. I definitely think so, top to bottom. Yeah. This is unprecedented, and it in the end it might be their demise too. Like let's remember that, but it just doesn't happen. Even those old teams, and this is where I think it'll be critical for the Warriors. They had some young, good players coming in to give them another element, right? Like the Celtics getting Havlicek mattered a lot. Remember the Bulls added Kukoc. They dumped off some players to get some youthful energy in there. That's why I think with all these old guys they've added, it's still going to be big for Potts, right? It's still going to be big for Moody. It's actually going to be big for Jonathan Kuminga as long as he's on this roster, because in the end, it's a young man's league. Like that's just the bottom line. They'll have a very high top end, right? At their best, they'll be able to beat anybody. But that's not really the question of the NBA. The question of the NBA is can you have your best most often? And it's like they're starting Lakers, Nuggets, like off the bat, right? To the Lakers, who's always a tough place for the Warriors to play at, and Denver, who's one of the favorites to win a championship. Yep. Like that's a symbol of how tough this is going to be. This is a battle of endurance, and you need, you can't win with young players is what the mantra always is, right? Like veterans win, but you need them. Like you do need them to win. And when they won, they weren't young, but it was Jordan Poole coming up really big for them, right? Like it was Looney, who was under 30, coming up really big for them. Yes, it was Otto Porter and Bielitsa and GP2, but you got to have some young guys produce. And they've essentially said, we have our young guys, that's it. Because you're right, they went out and got some long in the two vets. I mean, even DeAnthony Melton.
DeAnthony Melton, I didn't even mention him.
Yeah, he's not old like that, but he's been around a few blocks. He's got the wear and tear on him. He's got the injury concerns. So in many ways, he's kind of like them. But in that case, Buddy's a pretty young 33, right? Like he runs all day.
Yeah.
He's kind of fun loving. He's got a spirit. So if you put Melton on the old side, I'm taking Buddy on the young side.
Marcus Thompson of The Athletic, the voice you hear with us on this Tuesday. So I love my cross-sport analogies, and you're a perfect person to have on to do this one. With the 49ers, we talked about the impact of losing Hall of Famers. Now, you saw it up close in 2019 when the Warriors lost Clay and KD in the finals to Toronto. You saw how it affected the Warriors when Steph Curry pulled his hamstring and didn't return to the Minnesota series in this last playoff run. Obviously, a different sport and a different stage of the season, but how much trouble does Fred Warner's injury put the 49ers in after they already lost Nick Bosa for the season?
Yeah, it's massive trouble. Look, I mean, it's football, right? So who knows, but it feels like that's the fork, right? You got to have talent. I mean, as soon as he left, the middle of the field is wide open, right? And Baker Mayfield may not make that incredible run if Fred Warner's not out there. Like and as the Mike linebacker too, he's so crucial because he's the voice of the defense. So that's tough to replace. It's not like, Bosa, you put him on the line, and obviously he's an exceptional talent, but you can find guys who know how to rush the quarterback. Somebody to quarterback your entire defense and be the heart of the defense and man in the middle of the field and stop the run, like it's so much to ask. On top of that, symbolically, he's the one who never got hurt. He's the one who was always out there. He's the one they relied upon. So, like, just psychologically losing Fred Warner is a blow. But just talent-wise, they're just working with far less now. So overcoming this would be one of the great feats in football history, and it only means they're going to get cooked in the playoffs because the playoffs are especially about talent, and they're going to be at a deficit, especially on the defensive side of the ball.
Well, I mean, we always talk about, Steph, and the comp from the Niners is Christian McCaffrey. and the gravitational pull for the Niners and Warriors, it's Draymond. Everything you're saying is Draymond Green, right in the middle of the defense and directing everything, which goes back to season opens 1 week from tonight, ready or not. And I'd like to see him play a little better. I don't think Draymond's playing tonight, but Friday maybe in the last one. I'd like to see him tighten up a little bit. But we'll see where they are. We know Steph is starting. We know Jimmy is starting. We know Draymond is starting. After that, what do we know? Steve kind of said it's hard. Al's 39. He can't play 39 minutes a game. I don't know how many he can play. But it's hard to start him and then finish the game with him if you want to do that or you want to go small. I think you need Moses Moody, and hopefully he gets over the calf in a week, and they said it's not a big concern. I think you need him on the floor to guard the ball. So I would think he would start, and then do you want Pods? I'd like Pods to run the offense when Steph leaves and, Jimmy's out as well. Just your thoughts on starting lineup, you think, a week from tonight, and more importantly, and it'll be, foul trouble and minutes played and matchups and all that, but more times than not to begin the year. What's the starting lineup and what might be the finishing lineup?
I think we got a window into how Steve Kerr thinks about this with the first lineup, and Horford didn't start. Obviously, he was new to the team, and you got to preserve him, and that whole ordeal of waiting to sign kind of kept him on the perimeter. But still, it's clear they love that lineup with Steph, Moses Moody, and Jimmy Butler and Draymond, and then who's the fifth guy in that line? Oh, Moody.
Podziemski. Moody and Pods. Do you start
right?
the two young guys?
They love that
Moody
line.
And Pods?
That's the 23 inside. Yeah, that's the 23-7 thing. That's how they ended the year. The other thing that really stood out to me against Portland, who's got a weirdly effective defense, is they had a very hard time creating anything off the dribble against an overplaying defense where all five guys were overplaying. It's the same problem. To me, I think you need Pods out there because somebody's got to break that, and it's just Steph. And they put, their specialist defensively on Steph, and he's a little bit hard on him. So you need another person to be able to get into the paint. I think that's the problem Al Horford doesn't solve. You put Horford, Draymond, Jimmy, and Steph. That second person has to be a penetrator. I think you're going to end up seeing DeAnthony Melton a lot in that spot, somebody else who could create. So I think he starts with the same lineup that he started with last year for the sake of preserving Al Horford, but also because you need a secondary penetrator, ball handler, playmaker on the court. And I think I think you're going to see some DeAnthony Melton out there when he's healthy, but until then, it's going to be this combination of who's shooting it better, Buddy or Moody.
Yeah.
And I think they're both on if Horford's not playing. I think Horford's going to finish games. I think he's going to finish games.
And then if you have Horford out there with Jimmy and Draymond and Steph, can you afford to play Kuminga at the end of games? We know so. Steph and Jimmy. So if Horford does finish games, then Draymond gets to roam at 4, not the undersized 5. Then who's the fifth warrior on the court, barring, you're not in foul trouble and injury, and the matchups are explainable?
I think Pods will be on the court, and then I think it's going to be who's shooting it the best out of Moody and Buddy. Steve loves Buddy. Stretches the floor, and he can get hot like crazy. But if he's cold, you go with Moody. I think when DeAnthony Melton is healthy, he might get one of those spots because they trust him so much. He can drive, he can stick the open shot, and he can guard his man. But I think to start, unless Pods, remember last year, Pods got off to a very slow start. He wasn't looking good, and then he got hurt. But I do think Pods is going to be better. Yeah, it was not. Remember, it was not good. I think we see a different Pods this time, and I know they like him and Jimmy on the court together. Pods and Jimmy on the court together, they work really well. That last spot, Buddy and Moody, who's ever shooting it well, I think that's who get the closing minutes.
Before we let you go, Marcus, I read your column about WNBA offseason insanity that could be coming. And now that we got the Valkyries here, I'm really interested in following all of this. So, just to recap it for everybody, the Las Vegas Aces reestablished themselves as the gold standard. Asia Wilson is inevitable. Nafisa Collier is calling out the commissioner, Kathy Engelbert. And then Kathy's getting booed in Phoenix while presenting the trophy. And on top of that, with free agency and the new CBA getting ready to be negotiated, the Valkyries are this hot new expansion team that you would think would be an attractive destination for free agents. So I guess my simple question is, Marcus, what are we expecting here?
It's hard to know. Can you imagine 75% of the players being a free agent at once?
Yeah.
Everybody is a free agent.
Joe's got to love
Everybody.
it. He's got to love it.
It's
Tie 'em
crazy.
all.
Joe's like that Denzel meme. He's like, I'm leaving here with something, right? Like he is. He's getting somebody. I mean, obviously Asia Wilson, you go pay her whatever you want, but it's probably tough to get her out of Las Vegas now, or maybe easier because she's won 3 championships in 4 years. But everybody who's any good is available outside of like Caitlin Clark and Paige and the rookies, the people who just came into the league and they're on those 2-year deals. Everybody's available. It's going to be a frenzy, and they can't
Sabrina,
even figure it out.
a free agent
really.
as well. Is
Sabrina's a free agent. Yeah,
Oh,
Sabrina's a free agent.
Sabrina.
Yeah,
Gotta bring her on.
Come back
insane.
home, Sabrina.
Wow.
There are like 3 players who are veterans that are not free agents. Everybody else, because they expect the money's going to jump for them. Like this new CBA, they're going to get a big raise, and everybody timed their contract so they can get some of that money, right? So, but first they got to get the CBA in place, and then it's going to be the frenzy to see who signs where. And then on top of that, you're adding 2 expansion teams. So now teams have to figure out who they're protecting because people are leaving, right? Like they're going to, I think it's, Portland and Toronto coming up this year. So yeah, this might be the most chaotic like off season I've ever seen in sports. Like I don't know where anybody's going to end up. Every jersey is going to change. It's going to be insane. And because I said that out loud on the air, nothing's going to happen. It's going to be boring.
It's going to be the second coming of Shams Charania, right? He said this might be the craziest NBA offseason ever. And we're like sitting here waiting for any move to happen for the Warriors until we get to the end of September.
What I was thinking.
Yep.
I was thinking
Kevin Durant did go to
thing as
Houston.
I
That was
said
kind
it.
of big.
Yeah, that was pretty big.
Yeah, that's true.
Asia Wilson, I'm calling. Hey, Joe, if you're listening, go get Asia. She's the best
So
in
it's
the world.
between Mark Davis and Joe Lacob in a bidding order for her.
Who do you think winning that one?
I love Mark. Mark's been very kind to me. I don't know. Maybe he said Tom Brady in the
Mark's been a great
close. That's all.
WNBA owner.
Oh, how
Mark's
many
a great
championships
WNBA
has he
owner.
won? Has he won 2 or 3 now?
3 now.
That's 3 in
now.
4
Yeah.
years.
Yeah, he's
The Raiders
cooking.
got 3. They've been stuck on 3 forever.
He's saying that's it now, huh? They're done for like 20 years now.
They got to get there. Ritz-Carlton on Canal Street in Nolens. Got it. Mark there.
Yeah, you don't want none of that. Like a block from Bourbon Street about 1:00 in the morning.
Yeah.
It's wild.
Yeah,
over
better go
there.
over to Frenchman's better.
I'm more focused on Turtle Bay at this point, going back to where we started.
Turtle Bay's good.
Yeah.
Turtle Bay's good. You went there first. We're there.
Turtle Bay's incredible.
Love you, brother.
Shout out to them.
Thank you, Marcus.
I love you
Talk to
too.
you in a
Be
couple
well.
weeks.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, you said it, Pop. The next time we talk to Marcus Thompson, we're going to be getting ready for the real thing for the Warriors to start. So that is 2 weeks. No, sorry, that's a week from today when it gets going
Yeah,
for the
21st,
Warriors. That's
Lakers
right.
Without LeBron.
Oh, my gosh. That's
So who
right.
plays first? The CBA and the contracts in the NBA wear me out.
Me too.
You can't play Seth Curry until some date in November.
November 15th, I think, is when he can come back.
So who plays first? DeAnthony Melton or Steph Little Bro? I'd say Seth would come back first.
I'm going to say Seth. I would hope for DeAnthony Melton, but these knee injuries and ACL surgery, you want to take your time with that. And Melton's had a history of injuries all over. So I'm going to say Seth. I'm going to hope I'm wrong on that, though.
They could start. We're talking Pods and Moses Hamoudie. It could easily be DeAnthony Melton and Seth Curry that could start or finish games. I mean, they got somebody finishing. DeAnthony Melton can play. When he gets back on the court, he's the kind of two-way player. Everything changed after he got hurt last year when they were 12-3.
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden, they're 3-12, and Dennis Schroeder, much to our urging to go get him, didn't work out so well. But unbelievable. You ever see a trade like that? Or a reacquiring? I mean, Sandy always did it with Ricky. He'd let him walk, trade him, and then sign him. But to trade a guy who just tore his ACL and then bring him back in a year, and everybody knew you were going to do it, Anthony Melton's a good guy. And the Warriors obviously love him. So that is a name to look forward to around Thanksgiving. And Seth Curry. Seth Curry can play.
Yeah, man. I mean, when I went to Media Day last year, D'Anthony Melton, one of the guys I asked a question to, and I said this to JD many times, but all those new faces from last year, your D'Anthony Meltons, your Buddy Hields, your Kyle Andersons at the time, Slow-Mo, they all seem so happy to be with the Warriors organization because of what the rest of the league still thinks of them. And that's why I was fascinated to hear Marcus's thoughts on Al Horford and his desire to leave Boston to come play for Golden State as he finishes up his career. Let's get a little bit into some Monday Night Football recap. Jake the Make Moody gets it done. Bijan Robinson runs wild. And then we've got our 5-1, the winners and losers of week 6 coming up at 1:30. By the way, would James Franklin, if we were expanding this to college, would that be a winner or a loser? You got fired, but a $56 million buyout. That's the second largest
Not
ever.
to work? And can he go somewhere else and coach if he chooses and double dip, or is there an offset to that?
That's a great question. I imagine that he can coach at some point in the near future. Maybe he has to sit out for a short period of time, but that's
there might
crazy.
be an offset. He may not be able to keep the $56 million. $56 million not to work?
Yeah,
I sign up for that.
That's a winner. That's a winner for sure. Let's get a little NFL talk, then you're 5-1, and then we'll get on out of here on a Tuesday. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Modi loses Modi.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Diamador Lenore is your 49ers player of the week, and he joined Murph and Marcus earlier to get into the loss of Fred Warner, the 49ers' tough fall to Tampa Bay, and how he, as a leader of the defense, will look to gather this unit and shut down that potent Atlanta offense. Lots worth checking out from that interview, so go ahead to thesportsleader.com, the Sports Leader app, or however you get your podcasts to listen.
Golden State Lumber and Showroom reaches far and wide across the Bay Area. Their Stockton Yard is the go-to resource for building professionals in the San Joaquin County. With over 40 acres of premium building materials available to the public, Golden State makes it easy to find what you need. With on-site milling services, you can get the perfect cut every time. You need expert advice? Their experienced team is ready to help, whether that means loading your truck or assisting with an important decision. For larger orders, you can count on Golden State's large fleet of trucks for timely next-day delivery, if not the same day. It's their goal to keep your project on time and on budget. They can even join you on the job site. Golden State app provides resources, guides, important codes, and much more. Building a better Bay Area for over 70 years. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's Papa and Silver. We got a little 5-to-1 action coming up for you. The studs and duds of Week 6. And I will tell you right now, I'm not including anybody from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I'm not including anybody from the San Francisco 49ers. Because we have exhausted that subject over the last couple of days, and we're trying to move on. And you saw it in Papa's playbook. Not a lot of winners here on the 49ers side. Now, Eddie Pinheiro certainly would be one, and I'm glad that when he was hobbling off at the end of half, he ended up being okay there. I'm thinking, man, how cursed is this team if Eddie freaking Pinheiro is now injured? But he was all good, and we had a little Monday night doubleheader last night. Both of my picks in the pick'em pool were incorrect. I was thinking Atlanta off the bye might be a little bit of trouble, but I liked Buffalo in that bounce back spot. And then I liked Washington over Chicago just with the home game, the weird weather. But it ended up being Jaden Daniels himself who dropped the ball. Chicago gets a little revenge from that Hail Mary game last year. And, of course, the big headliner out here in the Bay Area was Jake Moody, who got called up from the practice squad, going 4 for 5 and hitting the game winner for Chicago en route to a 25-24 victory. By the way, fun fact on Chicago, they have consecutive wins with that exact score, 25-24.
Has it happened in many, many years? I think you have to go back to the 40s. But and so we had a doubleheader on Monday Night Football. A few weeks ago, they went true early game, late game, like they used to, like when the 49ers or Raiders, and the Raiders played in Oakland, they could do it in Vegas. And we're true, like 7 o'clock, 7:15 kickoff. You had the early game. Now they're doing, the overlap. which I wonder about baseball doing this. This is your prime inventory, and you're competing with yourself. But in baseball, you probably need the ratings to soar by not showing the entire 3-hour game. In the NFL, I'm not sure about that. But he had one game kicking off at 4:15, Buffalo and Atlanta, and the Washington-Chicago game went an hour later. So there was an overlap. We don't get our 6 hours of football. It's a little bit condensed, but a lot. 2 baseball games, 2 football games. We'll start in Atlanta, and the Bills they were 4-0, bro. And they had to hang on and beat Miami, New Orleans, but ever since they broke out the ice baby and went all white for the Sunday night game against New England, they lost that game on Sunday Night Football. They lost again last night, but last night they were beaten. Atlanta was the better team throughout the game. And Drake London finished off that play before halftime. It could have been more lopsided. Not having Matt Milano, I'm not saying he's Fred Warner, but he is an important player. He has a similar skill set. Doesn't play the run like Fred, but he can play the pass. For Bijan Robinson to go off. He had the 81-yard touchdown run down the sideline, but it's the way they deployed him all over the place. 8 targets, 6 catches, 68 yards. Christian McCaffrey is different. We'll watch Bijan more, tonight and talk tomorrow, and then for the football hour on Thursday. Wow. They do a lot of the bump motion with Bijan, where Kyle likes to bump him out when he does the defensive slide in basketball to get out, but they just put Bijan out there. They don't even ask him to bump out there. He just starts there, and then he runs an out route. I'm going to ask Jeff Deeney from Pro Football Focus to give me all the spots this guy's lined up. He's not RB1. He's slot. He's jet sweeper. They go rocket personnel with Tyson Algier. They're going to be a problem coming in. And I haven't even gotten to their defense. They completely confused Josh Allen in Buffalo.
Mm-hmm.
And every team is playing too high and forcing them to check down. Why did Buffalo trade that draft pick where they could have taken Xavier Worthy and took Kenyon Coleman? Explain that to me. They lack speed to get behind these defenses. And you can make first downs, then something goes wrong. Somebody holds, it's 1st and 20, and then they're rallying up. It's just Buffalo's at the crossroads here. Buffalo is not in first place in their division. Drake May and the New England Patriots at 4-2 are technically in first place in the AFC East over Buffalo. And then the second game, boy, Chicago has flipped their year completely around after losing the first 2, Greg. That's why it's not 162, it's not 82, but 17 is long with injuries and ups and downs, and teams just evolve. They get better. I mean, who's going to win the NFC North? Green Bay's 3-1, Detroit's 4-2, Minnesota's 3-2, the Bears are 3-2. Forget who's going to win it. How many are playoff teams? 2, 3? Don't tell me 4! Then the math's not good for the Niners unless they win. So, and then for Chicago to pull that off the way they did it and the improvement that Caleb Williams is showing, really impressive. So my eyes were spinning that watching Blake Snell carve and watching Seattle, ruin Thanksgiving in Toronto for Walt, and I become a Jays fan. It's a little much. We got 2 overlapping in baseball. We got 2 overlapping in football. I mean, how do we consume all this? Luckily tonight, only football. The American League takes the night off, and we get to watch Yamamoto and the Dodgers. Damn.
Yeah, I'm like, is it even good that I got baseball to watch tonight, or is that just going to put me in a terrible state of mind? I love the NFL because the Atlanta Falcons that we saw on display last night against Buffalo, both the offense that was just electric in the first half and really should have had 28 points if Drake London just didn't step out of bounds on that last play of the half. That team is the same one that lost 30-0 to the Panthers. They didn't just lose to the Panthers. They lost 30-0 to the point where they were absolutely on our duds list in a 5-1 where Michael Penix looked confused, inaccurate. It was messy. It doesn't matter if you had Kyle Pitts, Drake London, Bijan Robinson. They had nothing. All of a sudden, the Panthers are now winning a little bit of a shootout there with the Dallas Cowboys. And the Atlanta Falcons go and play Buffalo off the bye. That defense is confusing the hell out of Josh Allen. And the offense, with that one particular weapon that the Niners got to deal with, they're going to have their hands full there for 60 minutes, even with Fred Warner present. And they will not have Fred Warner present. So we don't play the game of ifs. We don't play the game of hypotheticals. What we do is react to the week as it plays out. It started with the Philadelphia Eagles on Thursday Night Football laying an egg against Cam Scatteraboo, Jackson Dart, and this young New York Giants team. Are the Eagles in trouble, or are the Giants just kind of frisky? And then we had everything play out Sunday, and then we had this 2-game slate on Monday. So what did I decide as my 5 winners and 5 losers? Well, I think some of them you could probably guess. Others, I like to go a little bit deep into the bag. I'll tell you when we come back on the Sports Leader.
It sound right, boy. It sound right, boy.
All right, let's talk once again about the Dolan Law Firm. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't based here in the Bay Area, and some not even in California? Chris Dolan and his team, they've been here for more than 25 years. So they're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys who fight for you, not just in general, but locally, right here where you live. If you've been discriminated against at work or dealt with sexual harassment, wrongful termination, had your rights threatened or violated, DolanLawFirm.com is the place to go where you can learn a little bit more about how you can be protected, and not just be protected, but done by the best in the business. Chris and his team have also dealt a lot with no-fault injury accidents, as there's been a sharp increase over the last year or so. With all the people and vehicles and pedestrian, especially children out there, please be careful. Let's work together to make the Bay Area a safer place, especially here in this midday slot. It means we're getting in and out of work during a lot of rush hour time. So I know we're eager to get home and get to the next thing, but safety is the most important thing. And if something happens, you can feel confident that at least you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. The Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You don't have to pay anything up front or deal with hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. So yes, they live here and they work here, but most importantly for you, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yep, it's that time on a Tuesday. Week 6 is done in the books, and unlike Week 5, Week 6 is when we want to just throw in the garbage can. So let's have a little ceremony to do just that. It's our 5-1, the studs and duds, winners and losers of week 6. Now, I don't like to have a lot of crossover with Hums and Bums because that's a Murph and Marcus special, but it's kind of impossible to not have an overlap when Rico Dowdle, in a true revenge game against the team that cut him, goes for 239 scrimmage yards and a score in the Panthers' 30-27 win over the Dallas Cowboys. Dowdle is the 7th player since 1970 to have 2 consecutive games of at least 225 scrimmage yards, and his 339 rushing yards over the past 2 weeks are more than guys like Saquon Barkley, Chase Brown, and yeah, our guy Christian McCaffrey have over the entire season. So you traded Micah Parsons and got Kenny Clark, but so much for stopping the run, huh, Jerry? Rico Dowdle, what'd you have to say about your old team?
They weren't buckled up.
Yeah. And the greatest waiver wire pickup ever. When I heard Chuba was not Hubbarding, I scooped up Rico Dowdle. We actually won last week, all ball. And that guy can run. He got a little tired. But how about the play where he scored? They lined him up to the right of Bryce Young. He ran an out across the field and then an up. They completely dropped him. He caught a touchdown. Rico has turned the year around. Carolina, look at their one-loss record.
I was going to say.
It's unbelievable.
They're all
They
right.
weren't buckled up.
They weren't buckled up, but Carolina, even though that defense isn't great, was buckled up just enough. So Rico Dowdle, our winner, number 1. Number 2, do you know the NFL record for longest field goal ever kicked? It is not 67 yards, though it almost was, but our winner is Matt LaFleur, the keeper of timeouts. Yeah, LaFleur's been criticized for his decision-making around the time and score and some late-game coaching execution at times, and it's fair, but when Bengals kicker Evan McPherson was set to kick an NFL record 67-yarder at the end of the first half at Lambeau Field, LaFleur had a timeout to use, so he timed it perfectly right before the snap. McPherson's kick went in off the crossbar, but it didn't count, and the record was wiped away from the history books. It still belongs to the suspended Justin Tucker. By the way, McPherson went on to miss not only the second try. In a game that Green Bay won by 9 points, the Bengals would have killed to have those back, and McPherson missed another one in the second half that very much didn't count. So tough sledding. Matt LaFleur, you did well, the keeper of the timeouts and the old icing of the kicker. Let's go to number 3. Plain and simple, the Pittsburgh Steelers. You know the AFC North over the last 3 weeks has a record of 2-9. So the Steelers are 2-0 with a bye, and every other team is 0-3. Aaron Rodgers is playing pretty well. Mike Tomlin refuses to have a losing season. And are they going to clinch a playoff spot by way of the division by Thanksgiving? I mean, Baltimore will get Lamar Jackson back, but that defense is horrendous. They're not going anywhere. Cincinnati, without Joe Burrow, I don't care if it's Joe Flacco or Jake Browning or Walter Ikabalseta, they're cooked. They're done. The Pittsburgh Steelers, going to be all right. And Cleveland, by the way, the other team, they've essentially punted on the season. So unless Dylan Gabriel or Shadur Sanders comes in for the ultimate comeback story, Pittsburgh already looks like they're set to go and have a playoff spot. Long way to go, but that division outside of Pittsburgh stinks.
When it comes to me, they don't know. They really don't.
Is that A-Rod?
That is the one and only. Yeah, when it comes to him.
Ayahuasca! Now go win a playoff game, Mike Tomlin.
Yeah, right. That is the next challenge for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
When it comes to me, they don't know. They really don't.
Yeah, well, guess what, Aaron? You might be hosting a playoff game at home, so you've had a lot of sneaking in as that 7th seed and the third wild card team.
They are going to host a playoff team.
Exactly. That's what I'm thinking. You might have a game in Pittsburgh. All right, let's go to number 4, and this is my feel-good winner of the week. Josh Hines Allen and the Jaguars, they ultimately lost the game to Seattle, who is a very good team and one that is going to be a pain in the neck for the 49ers as well as the Rams throughout this divisional race. But his son, Wesley, served as a Jaguars honorary captain while in remission from cancer. He also has been going through leukemia, which hits very close to home for our show. Different kind than Papa's, but to have that at 8 years old, I mean, I don't like seeing our guy Greg Papa go through this in his 60s. 8 years old, Josh Hines Allen is a tremendous player, but to have that moment as a father, yes, you lost the game, but some things mean much, much more. So to see him as an honorary captain, that certainly had to make my list as a winner of Week 6, and there were many, many choices.
Made me cry, without a doubt, and As far as pediatric cancers, leukemia from birth to age 10, extremely high. And nobody has time for cancer for anybody, but not pediatric cancer. So they pour so much money into remedies. And this immunotherapy I was on, Blina, was it was Amgen that discovered it, that invented it, and they distribute it. And it was mainly for Josh Hines Allen's son and other people, the kids. And then they work on kids. So over time, let's give them to old guys like Papa in his 60s. So, but it is a childhood blood cancer. So, yeah, it's just, doesn't it seem like every ad on TV is for cancer?
Yeah.
And this is the crucial catch month in the NFL in October. So, yeah, that story, every one of these stories gets to me. But thinking of an 8-year-old battling what and everything have to go through is certainly unfair, but it was a heartwarming. And he's in remission. That's the key thing. Ring that bell and stay there.
He has rung the bell, and we hope he stays there. And I highly encourage anyone to go and check out that story. So great moment for the Hines Allen family, and particularly 8-year-old Wesley for serving as an honorary captain on the Jaguars game against the Seahawks this last Sunday. Closing it out with our winners. Well, could be Bijan Robinson, could be Justin Herbert in the play he made. Already said I wasn't going to go with any Buccaneers, although Tez Johnson thought he was getting MVP chance. No, dude, that's for the guy that probably is the MVP, Baker Mayfield. Our last winner is the most obvious one. Walter, we got the sound ready to go?
The ball put down. The kick is up, knifing its way through the uprights, through the rain, and Chicago. Redemption in Washington.
Money! Moody!
Nicely done.
I
with
sent
the
that
Zach
text
on.
to Jeff Joniak, the voice of the Bears. He actually texted me on the way to the stadium. And a lot of these guys have reached out to me, thinking of your brother. And then he said, we're going to activate Jake Moody tonight. He's coming off the practice squad. And I gave him the scouting report on Jake. And right after it was over, Jake the Make, we never quite broke that out. That was his nickname. Harbaugh gave him Money Moody, not Moutier, at Ann Arbor. And he had the one blocked, and it was low. And Deron Payne and Javon Kinlaw got it. But he got that last one up high enough. And I've never seen him smile. All the while he was a 49er, you just never saw it. He was 6 for 6 against Aaron Rodgers and the Jets opening day last year. NFC Special Teams Player of the Week. Got off to a great start before the ankle injury.
Yeah.
But he never smiled as wide as he did last night, his first game as a Bear. Take the helmet off, Jake. Let the world see the real Jake Moody.
Yeah, the only gripe I had with the 6 for 6 is why are the Niners kicking 6 field goals? But they won the game. It was all good. Jake Moody was special teams.
Pinero did it. You would have loved it. And he never misses. Jake was like 14 for 14 to start last year.
Nah, man, nothing but happy for Jake last night. That is the ultimate revenge story, and he did it in a big moment in some bad weather. So good for the Chicago Bears and a tough NFC North, and good for Jake the Make. Number 16, by the way. Couldn't wear that in San Francisco. Let's go to our losers. Well, I mean, it seems like I could do this every single week, but the New York Jets are so bad that they're going to make my list anyway. It's a given at this point. I'm so thankful that game was at 6:30 a.m. Pacific, and I only had to watch the last quarter and a half or so. Denver's defense is phenomenal, but Bo Nix and that offense had a rough day overseas across the pond. Negative 10 net passing yards. Justin Fields could not see the field. He was under duress the whole time. We talk about Mac Jones getting hit. Justin Fields was getting sack after sack after sack. And the end of the first half 2-minute drill, what in the world was going through Aaron Glenn's head? Garrett Wilson went right up to him. It was Jawan Jennings, Kyle Shanahan 2.0. And I kid because the dysfunction in that organization is insane. The New York Jets remain the only winless team in the NFL, and it doesn't matter if it's Robert Saleh or Aaron Rodgers or Aaron Glenn or Justin Fields. They are always trending in the wrong direction.
Oh, no! We suck again!
Precisely.
0-6. They do have their own pick, though, right? They can pick number one?
I believe they have their own pick.
I mean, they are 0-6. Justin Fields is just highly inaccurate. And Talanoa Hufanga was shooting up a lot of tees for Tonga. He played great. Flying around, we miss, obviously big play. Dre hasn't played. But Patrick Surtain's son, what a player.
Oh, my goodness.
That guy is. He man-matched Garrett Wilson He was targeted 8 times, and Wilson caught just 3 for 13 yards. Bonita on the front, Talanoa. I mean, that defense is for real, and Sean Payton's going to game manage the hell out of it. So Denver is really good. Are they going to win the AFC West this year over Kansas City?
I don't know. Well, we'll get to Kansas City here in a second. Number 2, the Lions trick play once again does not go the way they plan, even though they thought they had it all sorted with the rules. So when Jared Goff isn't slinging it for Detroit, they turn to David Montgomery. Now, Montgomery was one of our studs last week, and he threw another touchdown on Sunday Night Football on a trick play to Jared Goff, only to have it called back a little bit late due to an illegal motion penalty from Jared Goff. However, lots of confusion, and the referees took quite a long time to throw the flag. Dan Campbell was undoubtedly getting flashbacks to 2023 in Dallas. I told you we're going for 2, and we're going to do it again from the 7-yard line, and we're going to do it again from the 3.5-yard line. Ultimately ended up being okay because Dallas lost to Green Bay. Detroit got to host a playoff game no matter what, but Detroit
and the Niners got to host Detroit. If that game's at Ford Field, there may not be a comeback. So that was strange. The quarterback's got to get set after he's under center. If he's in the shotgun, he can move like that. Jared Goff never got set, but he took a shot on the 1-yard line on the pass by Montgomery, got off the hit, and still scored. It was impressive.
And we're not done with the Lions, but we'll sandwich that because our third, we got the news during the show yesterday when JD was with us. Brian Callahan, the era is officially over. Now, the Cardinals had the worst collapse ever to give the Titans their lone win this year, but Brian Callahan gets fired by the Titans, finishes with a 4-19 record. And dare I say maybe Cam Ward too? Now, I don't know what's going to happen with Cam Ward, and we'll talk to the other Silver this week who just wrote a big story on him, traveled out to Nashville. But the last 4 quarterbacks taken number 1 overall have seen their head coach get fired during their rookie campaign. Trevor Lawrence in 2021, and that was good that Urban Meyer got fired because that was a disaster. Bryce Young in 2023 when Frank Reich got fired midseason, and then Caleb Williams last year after the Thanksgiving disaster. Matt Eberflus got let go, so we'll see what happens with Cam Ward. Remember good old Mike McCoy from the Chargers? Well, he's taken over as the interim now, but Brian Callahan, that is a tough way to go down, and you are one of our duds for week 6.
And they also fired his dad.
Mm-hmm.
They fired both Callahans. Bill Callahan, former coach of the Raiders, Nebraska, one of the great offensive line coaches, he was let go, and I think he's happy to be out of it. They kept Nick Holtz, the offensive coordinator, but complete dysfunction going on in Nashville. The owner did not show up, although she orchestrated it. It is what it is. We'll talk to Michael about it, but that's kind of early to fire Brian Callahan. But there was a regime change. Raheem, our guy, Rand Carthon brought him in, and then he wound up losing his job. So the new guy Borgonzi, Mike Borgonzi, the GM there, however you pronounce it. Anyway, it's not going well. But that's early, just 1 year and 5 or 6 games into the next year for Tennessee to fire. And I wonder if Brian Callahan will ever have a chance to coach.
Yeah.
Head coach.
I mean, if we keeping the book right now, we ass. So we 0-4.
Yeah, make it 1-5 now.
Smoga Namdi.
That kind of ass?
Yeah, I was going to say.
Walter's working overtime.
Yeah, I know. Walter's cooking back there with some of those sound, and we still got 2 losers to go. All right, this is a little bit outside the box. Number 4, how about everybody who's sick of the Kansas City Chiefs? They're bringing out the worst of particularly Brian Branch, but all of a sudden, man, and we were never on the train of Kansas City's done, Kansas City sucks. Look at the AFC, dude. Lamar Jackson is hurt. The Ravens are a disaster. Joe Burrow is out. The Bills all of a sudden got some problems. Denver has their moments. The Chargers have their moments. But Kansas City at 3-3, all of a sudden are we thinking, is it going to be the Arrowhead Invitational again? Or are they just going to walk their way into the Super Bowl? They're getting Rashee Rice back this week. They did not get penalized. Everybody was losing their mind. And Dan Campbell, what do you have to say about your guy, Brian Branch, starting a post-game fight?
I love Brian Branch, but what he did is inexcusable, and it's not going to be accepted here. It's not what we do. It's not what we're about. I apologize to Coach Reed and the Chiefs and, and Schuster. That's not okay. That's not what we do here, and it's not going to be okay. He knows it. Our team knows it, and so that's not what we do.
And I, too, love Brian Branch, but he got suspended, and he deserved that suspension. So that's a tough one. If you're sick of the Kansas City Chiefs, join the party with Brian Branch. And this team is going to be hanging around no matter what. They always find a way to tweak things up.
It just walk straight to your locker room and don't shake hands. And I think they do too much of that. Then Juju came at him. The impressive thing for the Chiefs, Kermit the Frog got in the bottom of that pile. The quarterback got right in there. You don't want him getting hurt there. I love Brian Branch. He's like Steph Curry with the mouth guard out. He puts his mouth guard, he like sticks it to the side of his helmet. Does he ever put his mouth guard in his mouth? Maybe if he's going to sucker punch Juju Smith-Schuster, he should put the mouth guard in after that. That's what Dan Campbell says publicly. But, it'll cost him a game because he's going to get suspended. There was no yardage. It was after the game was over. If you're going to bite kneecaps, Brian Branch is the kind of guy you want as a Detroit Lion. I hear what he said, and it was probably heartfelt. I don't mind that as much. The game was over. I'm not shaking your hand. So just walk straight to the locker room. Go into that tunnel and don't shake anybody's hand. But if you hang around, somebody extends a hand and you're not a fan of Juju, then you may sucker punch him.
Last one on our 5-1, the losers.
We got to roll.
I hate to do it. Our guy Charvarius Ward and Anthony Richardson both getting injured in pre-game warm-ups. Now, Tua had another all-time quote, so I thought about putting the Dolphins on there, but I'm sure I'll have plenty of those opportunities. I love our guy Mooney. Can't wait to see him on Monday Night Football in September. But for Anthony Richardson, you have not had the year to remember, and it gets worse. He got placed on injured reserve yesterday with a fractured orbital bone, so that's missing at least the next 4. Not that he was starting anyway, but injuring your eye during warm-ups to go on IR, man, if that doesn't sum it up for Anthony Richardson, where he zigs, the Colts have zagged.
Not a game, not a game. We talking about practice.
Well, it was pregame practice. He was using one of the stretchy bands that Jimmy Garoppolo always used. It came undone, and the latch hit him. It happens. The one with Charvarius Ward was wild. He got hit by friendly fire and wound up getting concussed. So they need Ward. They don't need Richardson, but that was weird. So, Banjo Man is giving me the propeller on the hat. The bottom line is, what do we know about the NFL? Buffalo gets off to a 4-0 start. Philadelphia gets off to a 4-0 start. They lose their last 2. Don't look good. Kansas City's 0-2. They're 3-3 now. They get their best wide receiver back. I mean, teams that are Chicago's 0-2, and now they're playing a lot better at 3-2. I mean, it's just up and down and all around. What do we know? We think Tampa's the best team in the NFC, do we, for now? Are they going to be that way in a month?
Yeah, no, to answer your question, I don't know S about S right now, and we'll see how it goes with Atlanta and San Francisco, because tomorrow when we reconvene, we're going to get into Kyle Shanahan at the podium 1240, learn the latest on injuries, and when we come on back, let's wrap it up, get ready for a Wednesday, and hand it over to Dirty Work on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Well, that does it for us on a Tuesday. Great to have Papa back on the show. Appreciate Walter, and thank you to our guests, Cam Inman, Tracy Sandler, and Marcus Thompson. We'll be back at 10 a.m. tomorrow to continue to dive into 49ers and turning the page to Week 7 against the Atlanta Falcons. It's time for Dirty Work. Copes, Depop, Tim Webb will take it away. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Get dirty with Derek.
Okay, the fun's over.
They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of like hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay. It's getting hot. Is it getting hot there? That's even worse. How are we feeling? It's getting hot? Oh, boy.
And Tim Webb.
Mankini, yes or no?
59.
How you going with this, Tim?
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Tuesday afternoon. Favorite day of the week on Dirty Work. Adam Copeland, Depop. No Tim Webb. I'm still sitting here looking at Walt's face. You ready, Walt? You ready for this baby shower on Saturday?
You're not going.
Y'all geared up for it?
Dude, I didn't know.
Oh, yeah, I'm ready. Yeah.
What does it entail? You playing games and all that, Walt?
Yeah, we're doing it all. Yeah, we got food for you too. You're not coming though.
I'm not coming. No, I won't be there.
I'll be there with
You're uninvited, by the way.
You didn't have to uninvite me. I already declined the RSVP.
But I already uninvited you.
But you can't uninvite me after you confirm with me that I wasn't coming so that I could RSVP no. And then you're saying I'm uninvited. I'm like, I already wasn't going.
Do you have me down as going? Because I can't RSVP to this thing anymore.
I think so, yeah. You're going.
Okay.
You have a ride?
I'll find out if Danny's providing one. Good old Dan Dunn.
Is that the least surprising thing for everybody right now listening that Derek missed the date on the RSVP?
I didn't even know there was one to begin with.
I mean, that just seems right up your alley.
I was hanging out with Dan Dunn, and we were talking about Walt's baby shower, and I was like, "Yeah, I think I'm gonna head out." And he's like, "Are you getting a gift?" And I was like, "What?"
Yeah, you got to bring a gift. We talked about this. We talked about this on the show about how this was just a cash grab and a gift grab from Walt and his lady.
Well, I'm not able to do any of that stuff
Walter
because
Jr.
the time has expired.
Yeah. Walter Jr.'s out there to fleece you.
Well, I'll have to get cracking on that.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, that's what it's all about. It's it'll be like a celebration of their soon-to-be baby.
Yeah,
and then in a year you'll go to the first birthday and you'll do it again. That's my point. It's all just a grab. It's a total scam. Now Walt's working for now he's working for Big Baby or whatever it is.
Yeah, I was hoping that this would just be like a backyard hangout thing.
Big baby shower.
Apparently not.
No, this isn't just a cookout. No, there's going to be events that are like I imagine. Walt, you got a series of events planned and scheduled. I imagine. You don't know? Yeah, you do. Come on. You got big buckets you're going to fill with ice and beverages and all that? Yeah, see, they got stuff going on.
I didn't know it was going to be like a country club.
You guys going to do a bet guess the like weight of the baby and all that? You guys do those games, whatnot? Okay. Is there a scavenger hunt at one of these things?
What?
Dude, you've never been to a baby shower?
Not anyway, like this.
KNBR, people, let me know. You've been to your baby showers. You know what I'm talking about.
It's not Easter.
Dude,
yeah.
Find the woman who's having the baby. Yeah, dude. We're going to hide the pregnant mom and find the woman who's having the baby. There's all kinds of stuff they do. All kinds of these.
Like
I was going to say the wedding. I was going to say the one where you dress up in toilet paper, but that's the wedding shower one. That's the bridal shower. That's different.
What is it called? Like the old sack races? We doing that?
3-man sack race? Yeah. Yeah, that's how they determine basketball playoffs. Don't forget, if it goes for too long.
Yeah, thanks to Dan Patrick.
If the playoffs go for too long, then a 3-man sack race will be held on consecutive Sundays until a champion is crowned.
Yes.
He says, the baby shower is going on Saturday. Tim and I have started our run, 13 consecutive days together.
Beautiful.
Including the show, Niners, and Stanford.
19 of 20, buddy.
19 of 20 straight days. We'll be down at Stanford on Saturday, so we'll be missing Walt's baby shower. But again, he's not having the baby, so we'll be at Walt's baby shower, and then Tim and I think we're going down to the tank.
Nice.
I think we're going to catch some puck.
Well, you're not going to the
Saturday
baby
night.
shower.
No, I won't be at the baby shower.
I'll be at the baby shower. I think I still have to RSVP to this thing.
Can we get a review?
Yeah, of course.
It is totally on brand for you to not have RSVP'd. And by the way, this invitation, for those listening, no, this came out a month and a half ago, 2 months ago.
No.
We discussed it on the show.
I know about the invitation and everything, but I guess the details and everything we're not texted.
They were in a text link. I got it.
I never got this text.
I bet you did. It came from somebody else that wasn't Walt.
Well, you know,
or his lady.
We get spam and phishing all the time. Who knows what's real anymore?
It didn't come to your work email.
It came to my phone, and this random person's
so
like,
"Hi, hold on,
hi."
And it was like a party full link. It's like what you. I mean, Tim, you know what I'm talking about, like the party full. Invites.
I got the text message.
Yes.
I don't trust these people.
You don't trust.
They're phishing scams.
Okay. So you don't trust the email that said you've been invited to the baby shower.
It's a text message.
The text says you've been invited to the baby shower.
I get a lot of things these days that are like, "Hey, check this bill you didn't pay."
But you trust it. Yeah, but you know you did not pay a bill. Like, you know that.
Sometimes it slips my mind.
So that is that's obviously somebody trying to get something from you. If they're like, "Hey, you haven't RSVP'd for this baby shower," there were more text updates.
I didn't get any.
You never got any of these updates.
I probably deleted it without even thinking.
Bro, I bet you got these updates. I'm going to find the updates on my phone, the texts.
Okay.
And we'll find the dates because I know I didn't RSVP. Then Walter checked with me to make sure.
Let me check my recently deleted text messages. Let's see here. Recently deleted.
So on brand for you to not.
Let me see.
To not RSVP to this baby shower and to not know that you need to bring a gift, which is pretty funny.
I'll figure it out.
While Derek digs for this, it is Dirty Work on a Tuesday, one of our favorite days of the week, probably our absolute favorite day of the week. We got all into the 49ers yesterday, and we'll continue to talk more about that, including what happened last night with Jake Moody. I told you before we left, I was like, dude, that's kind of a fun storyline. You're like, nah. I was like, dude, that'll be sort of fun to watch. I know every time he kicks, Niner fans will be intrigued to see what happens. Not because you've got like Moody regret or remorse.
I don't
You're
know
more
anymore.
Just like, stop.
I don't know anymore.
Piñera's 15 of 15. I think everybody feels better with the way things are going.
I think
now.
it's pretty clear from last night that it wasn't Moody. It was the kicking scheme for the 49ers.
Yeah, the Bears have it
I
all
tweeted that
figured
out last night. Some people are like, kicking scheme? What the hell are you talking about? You don't know my sense of humor?
We're just riffing, dude. Come on. Can we riff a little bit? 3:50, Andrew Lett joins us for his weekly conversation on Stanford football. They play Florida State on Saturday. We'll be down there on the farm for a pregame that starts at 4:30 on Saturday afternoon over on KNBR 1050. Am I right on that, Tim? A 4:30 pregame start Saturday afternoon down on the farm. Matt Barrows of The Athletic joins us at 4:50 talking more 49er football and the direction they're headed without Fred Warner. I didn't ask this yesterday, but I think now is an appropriate time to ask. I legit was considering being Fred Warner for Halloween.
Ooh.
I think now I'm wondering, do you do it in like, is it bad form to show up on crutches as Fred Warner?
Not at all.
Like, can I rock the boot?
It's the ghost of Fred Warner.
I feel like you rock. I got to rock the boot now if I do it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, that would be more fun.
I don't think he would be offended by that either.
I mean, just between us and the listeners, I don't care. You know what I mean? Like, that doesn't. He ain't coming on. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
He ain't going. He's not even going. I'm not really worried about it.
No. I'm just saying, like, he's a good dude. Like, some people be
He is a good dude. We've interviewed him before. He's a nice guy. I'm just like, it's nothing offensive about it. It's just kind of like, I was going to do it anyway. I thought that might be a good Halloween costume. And then now with the injury, I was like, it might be kind of funny to do it like on crutches or like do it with a boot. Yeah.
No, I'd say that's fair game.
Yeah.
And I don't think, like, some 49er fans, if you go to a party, people are like, oh, too soon, bro. Whatever. It's sports. Calm down.
Like, if
He's
I were
not dead.
It would be like one of those things like I get canceled because I wasn't actually injured. It's like offensive to the people.
Wow.
It's offensive to the people who are in boots or on crutches.
For the people that are disabled at the moment.
Yeah. Well, it's like when you guys were making burn jokes. I wasn't okay with that as part of the burn community.
Oh, yeah.
I was a burn victim.
You're part of the burn community, really.
I stand tall for the burns. And the burned community.
What are the updates on those burns?
Burn, baby, burn. The scars are there. I got some burn scars.
Still. You and Montgomery, just the burns.
Dude. I'm not putting as much aloe as I should. You know what I mean? Trying to aloe that baby up, get rid of the scars. Does that do it? I don't know.
Burns?
I'm just talking out of my ass on this riff now. So.
Yeah, I know. I know for like sunburns, but I don't know for like actual burns.
So we think it's above board to be Fred Warner for Halloween.
I think it's
with the boot. Tim, you vote yes on that?
Yeah, and you could get the Predator mask and be the Predator.
There you go.
Also, a new Predator movie coming out.
Oh.
Thanks for the plug, Tim.
And God knows we need more of those.
Save it for the takes. Adam Copeland, D-Bob, Tim Will with you on a Tuesday afternoon. Andrew Luck at 3:50, Matt Barrows at 4:50, Lawrence Kruger with Niners Nightly at 6 o'clock. And by the way, our Sharks drop puck tonight down at the Tank against the Canes, dude.
Ooh,
the Hurricanes
okay.
coming
All
down.
right.
Going to be a tough battle. Going to be a tough one.
It's a tough battle for every game.
2 overtime losses for the Sharks to start the season. They hit one road game, I think, between now and Saturday before Tim and I go unite with our Sharkies on Saturday night.
So they have the great record of 0-2.
That's right.
Yes.
So they have 2 really brutal losses. They do have 2 points to show for it, though. A stat that they really struggled with last year was leading games into the third period and then not closing those games.
Dude, I was watching Bad Beats last night with Scott Van Pelt. Led with Sharks.
From Saturday?
Yes.
It was the worst of beats. It was the worst of beats.
Yes.
Like betting or not. It was the worst of beats.
Yeah.
And it was to the Ducks, which you hate to see.
Mm-hmm.
And to the Knights on opening night. We got to turn this thing around. And a good way to do that, good elixir would be the Canes tonight. Take down the Canes. That goes down at 7 o'clock. We got plenty more to talk about. When we come on back, Jake Moody hits that walk-off field goal last night. This is a good question that you put in our rundown today. Do you ever truly root for players who left your team and go to other teams? How much do you root? And do you ever truly want them to be happy without you? Maybe we're talking about something deep. We'll get into it next. Dirty Work. It's a Tuesday. Best day of the week on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Do you want to go to Hawaii? Well, stop daydreaming about that Kalua pork and poke and listen today and all week to the Sports Leader for your cue to call for a chance to win a week on the Big Island courtesy of Hawaiian Airlines and the Mauna Kea Resort. When you hear the cue, bang the number and start picking out that tube top. Hawaii with Murph. What could be better?
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The sports leader.
Crowd rises to its feet. Dodgers 1, Brewers nothing. We're in the bottom of the 8th. 2 down, nobody on. 3-2 on Frelick. Here comes the payoff pitch. Breaking ball, got him looking. Frelick frozen. 10 strikeouts, no walks, and 1 hit through 8 shutout innings for Blake Snell. Unbelievable.
It's a 38-yard field goal try to win the game. Bears down by 2. Moody takes 2 strides back and 2 strides to the side. Waiting for the snap. Rain is falling. Wind is blowing. The ball put down. The kick is up, knifing its way through the uprights, through the rain, and Chicago. Redemption in Washington.
Dirty work on a Tuesday. Dude, a sneaky good Monday sports night.
Oh, yeah.
How about that? 2 football games. We got that playoff baseball game. Dodgers, unfortunately, come away victorious again. Walk in a run, give up a home run to Freddie, but they didn't hit anyway. I mean, Blake Snell was as sharp as could be. I told you I thought it was a bad omen that the Brewers were 6-0 against the Dodgers coming in.
That's a bad omen?
I didn't like that. I thought that was a bad omen for this series. I was like, I don't like that at all.
Well, regular season stats mean nothing in the postseason.
Of course. That's why it's like, I just don't like. I don't like even knowing that going in.
I know.
You know what I mean?
Everyone on the text line when you were like the Dodgers are going to win the NL. There's nobody I could see right now with the Cubs, the Brewers remaining, and there was like, oh, the Brewers record against the Dodgers in the regular season 6-0. I was like, that doesn't mean anything.
It doesn't mean anything. Yeah, it's just baseball's weird.
Yeah,
like it's one. It's funny because it's not like the NFL where it's like any given Sunday or any given day, but any one day, some Joe Schmo can throw a no-hitter.
Exactly.
I mean, it happens. It's bizarre. So,
right.
I don't know. Baseball is a weird game. We'll talk more about that a little bit later. People did check in. You just asked me. We were talking baby shower before because Walt's having his baby shower on Saturday. You just asked me a question during the break before we came back. What was it?
So I found my invitation. I don't think I was texted this invitation, but I found it in my email that Walt sent me last week.
Okay.
For the registry, or like bringing a gift.
Yeah.
You don't have to bring that on the day, right? Like you can like say like, hey, this is coming in the mail, and don't worry. Like
I think if you like go to the registry, you'll be okay.
Okay,
like, it doesn't have to show because the registry it'll just mail it to them.
Okay,
that's good. You don't have to roll. Like somebody checks in here 408 on the text line at 808 KNBR says, dude, diapers. I have 2 kids. The shower, we didn't know what we needed. Second kid, all we asked for was diapers, and more diapers.
I'm willing to do that. I saw like on the registry there's baby lotion. I was like, it's kind of a weird thing.
Dude, this is maybe a good segment for the future. Derek Reed's baby shower registries.
Yeah,
you know
I know.
what I mean?
Baby lotion. Okay.
Somebody else 831 says co-ed baby showers need to be outlawed. It's kind of the way we've gone. I mean, I feel like most
need to be outlawed.
I was like, well, it used to be like when we were younger. I think it was a thing that a lot of women threw with their friends, and I think now it's a more co-ed thing in general. It has been, at least in my experience. 559 says best baby shower games for men: the diaper change race. Where you got to change a diaper.
Oh my God!
Could you do that?
I've changed diapers in the past with my younger brothers.
Well, you raised 5 kids, didn't you?
Yes.
Don't you claim to have raised children?
I raised them more than Greg did.
Raised them right up. I picked them right up is what I did.
Yes.
I raised them. And then they said,
I watched Bob the Builder with them.
Then they say, can you guess the chocolate bar? You have various chocolate bars in diapers, and then you melt them a little bit so it looks a little like doo-doo in the diaper. Yeah.
That's the type of game we're playing here?
That's what this person on 559 says. I've seen them do the baby food one where you try the baby food.
Yeah.
A test. Can you taste what it is?
Okay.
Would you do that? Would you eat some baby food?
Why not? I got nothing going on a Saturday.
We
Why
should maybe
not?
bring this. Yeah, it is interesting because this isn't like you're not going with a spouse or like to keep somebody happy. You're just going.
Danny Dodd's my spouse
You're
for the
going.
day.
You're going for yourself. You know what I mean? This is for you and for your buddy Walt.
I'll be the guy. So if they're doing like a melted Hershey's bar for the doo-doo on the baby,
you mean the chocolate?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
The chocolate for the diaper change. Well, as a joke, I'll probably pull like a Carl Spackler and be like, it's like lick my fingers. I was like, ew, gross.
Yeah. like in when they did the Tyrone Bigsby or Tyrone.
Yes.
No, excuse me. Tyrone Biggums is his name, right?
He's Tyrone.
Yeah. I remember he said
This is doo-doo, baby.
They're melting that Snickers bar
Yeah,
or whatever.
exactly.
That's what they used. 408 checks in and says, dude, all you need to do is bring multiple sizes of diapers.
Okay, that's fine.
You'll be set.
That's fine.
So just roll up with a few under your arms.
I'll have it on the registry, but yeah.
Yeah, you'll get it on the registry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Damn, Walt and his diapers.
Walter and Hannah will be set.
Yeah.
And they'll be glad I came to this baby shower.
Will you make it known? Like, are you a guy who's going to blow things out? You're going to make it a big gift so they're aware it's you?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll be that guy, like, if they have, like a gift thing and, they're like, opening all the presents. Like, oh, that's me. Yep, that's me.
You gonna
diapers.
You going to bring some cigars or anything with you to this baby shower?
I'm going to wait till the baby is born. That's usually how it's done, right,
so
Coach?
you can smoke one with the baby?
Yeah, of course. Get over here, you little baby.
Get over here, baby. Puff up, brother.
Yeah, come on. Kiss the babies, smoke some stogies. That's how it's done.
All right, dude. That'll be nice. That'll be good. Yeah, this will be good for you.
Yeah. And I was invited to my buddy Steven's baby shower, but unfortunately I can't go because we'll be in Hawaii.
Oh,
I
dude.
know.
Lucky you.
I know.
Yeah, you got out of that one. Huh?
Lucky me.
Lucky you. Yeah. All
On
right,
a Sunday during football, too. Damn.
I bet that was Steven's idea.
No, I asked him. I was like, dude, what the hell are we doing here? Football? I mean, like a baby shower on a Sunday? He goes, it wasn't my idea.
Yeah. You think I was going to use a veto on this? I was like, no way. It's too big of a thing to veto.
Right.
So. Let's get into the topic at hand here of players leaving your team. Do you ever truly root for them?
Yeah, so I was thinking about this last night with Blake Snell dealing in 8 innings and 10 strikeouts and Jake Moody having a game-winning field goal. And, it's very different situations. So you have Blake Snell, who I think most Giants fans hate, given the situation where all reports were that he wanted to come back and then he signed a multi-million-dollar contract with the Dodgers.
With the Dodgers, yeah.
Multi-year extension, I should say. And then Jake Moody, wanted to be a 49er and was cut right after week 1 where he missed a 27-yard field goal. And, he lands on the practice squad and out of necessity last night has to kick for the Bears and has a game-winning field goal, funny enough. So whenever you see a former Giant, Warrior, 49er have success with another team, do you feel good for them? Or are you like, man, screw that guy? And of course, like, I think most fans today are like, screw Blake Snell. We don't want, of all teams, we don't want to see the Dodgers succeed. With Jake Moody, it's like, good for him. I mean, he didn't ask to miss those field goals. He didn't ask to go to the Bears.
So funny you say it like this because I didn't even, swear to God, I knew we were doing this segment.
Yeah.
I didn't even associate the Blake Snell soundbite coming in. I just thought it was like a sports night thing from last night. Like we were talking about the highlights of last night's games, but we didn't do all of it. Otherwise, we would have the Bijan touchdown in there, right?
Right, exactly.
So like, I didn't even associate Blake Snell as a former Giant. Isn't that funny? I didn't even, like, in my mind,
I
didn't
far
even
gone now.
think of him as a former Giant.
Right.
Like, he's not a guy I register. Like, I think of Kevin Gausman as being a Giant at some point.
Okay.
Even though he was around and played for more teams before that. So I think my answer is this. Do you ever truly root for players who leave your team? I do. Never, ever, ever against my team again, though. Once they're gone, they're wearing a different uniform. I've never been like, I'd like to see Bumgarner hit a home run against the Giants. Nope, no, never did I want that.
I've been the complete opposite because I've been a scorn Raider fan and A's fan, and I rooted for Khalil Mack to have a big day against the Raiders.
So here's the thing.
Or Josh Donaldson
So
or
this is the
anybody
thing.
else, yeah.
For me, it's mostly two-pronged on, like, do you ever root for players who left your team? Two questions I have to ask. One, why and how did they leave?
Yes. That's definitely a big reason.
First and foremost. So as a Raider fan, you feel scorned and you're like, my team is so stupid, they've done this again.
Mm-hmm.
Where they've given up on a player, a generational type player here. Like, that's one where I'm like, I totally understand that because you're like, my team's dumb. I don't feel that in my life the Giants have operated in that way to that extent or the 49ers for that long of a period of time. People may disagree. I would say championships and great success over this generation say otherwise. The other question I would ask, so it's first, how and why did they leave the organization? Did they leave? Did the organization trade them? Were they passed on? Were they like, we're not negotiating with you anymore? How and why? The other one is simple. did you win here?
Yeah.
Because it's hard for me to think about some guys who left and be like, of course like, for example, to a man, there's not a San Francisco Giants fan who was not praying and hoping that it worked out for Tim Lincecum when he made his comeback.
Yeah.
Everybody wanted to see that happen, right? Didn't we all root for Lincecum? Everybody wanted that. That said, you rooted for Bumgarner too, and you were kind of pissed that the organization let Bumgarner leave, even though I kind of felt like it was time.
Right.
I felt like he was past, and he didn't even get that huge of a contract, but it didn't age well. And it's not like once he was gone from Arizona, somebody else came and picked him up, and he just kept going.
But you definitely
right?
don't want to see him deal against the Giants.
No, I definitely did not want to see him deal against the Giants. I was happy for him getting his 7-inning no-hitter in that doubleheader in COVID, like that kind of stuff. But then I think about other guys, like who are the exceptions? Like Kevin Durant. Did people root for Durant when he left? He's a guy who, like, while he was a Warrior, do Warrior fans feel like he never felt like he was ever ours?
I was the exception because many Warrior fans were rooting against the Brooklyn Nets. I remember that playoff series against the Milwaukee Bucks post-COVID.
Yeah.
And it was great where Kevin Durant was going off. He had his toe on the line, and that's the only reason why they didn't win that series. It was a Game 7. And I remember tweeting out that night, I hope every Warrior fan is rooting for Kevin Durant tonight. Did
you get destroyed?
Oh, yeah. Everybody was like, no way in hell, bro.
Come on, man.
And I was like, not the team, because the team was totally, like unlikable with Durant and James Harden and Kyrie Irving. I totally understood that. But just what Kevin Durant did to the organization or for the organization with the Golden State Warriors to win 2 championships and almost got a third had he not had the Achilles. Yeah, you have to be respectful for what Kevin Durant did with the Warriors. But I do understand, like, some people feel scorned by him because he just left. Like, he teased you a little bit doing the photo shoot with Joe Lacob with the construction site for Chase Center, and he never...
It was dancing cranes. He was wearing the hard hat. That was a tough look that day.
But you know what? Like, there's other players like where I didn't care, like Jordan Poole getting traded to the Wizards. I was like, I don't care if he has success or not. I just want to move on from this whole situation. Same thing with James Wiseman. Like, I kind of feel sorry for him because he never reached his full potential, but I'm also like, I really don't care.
I think I riffed with Murph and Mac that day about the dancing cranes thing of the KD thing, and I think I said something like, is he even going to be here when Jason opens?
Yeah, exactly.
He was not. All right, I want to stay on this discussion because this is a fun topic.
Let's do it.
Do you ever truly root for players who leave the organization? Because I want to get back into some of the other ones. There are other exceptions. Like Kevin Durant, for me, is a weird one. So I'm like so grateful for what happened here. But again, had he gotten the first one with the Warriors, maybe I'd feel differently. I'm like, to quote Matt Damon in Rounders when they catch Worm with the hanger.
Yeah.
He's like, dude, I was winning before that guy got here. He's like, what are you talking about, man?
Exactly.
I was already winning before he showed up and started helping. I wonder if I'd feel different had he won the first title with the Dubs. Instead, he came after the first one and after the loss, and then they became the super team of all super teams. So there's some other guys out there that are a bit perplexing, though, and we'll talk about him next. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb, 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Did you root for Jake Moody last night, and did you ever truly root for players who left your team? We'll do that next on the Sports Leader.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Tuesday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Eagerly awaiting his Tim's Tuesday Turtle Takes.
I can't wait.
Teslas and trivia. Coming up at, what do we do, 4:30 today?
It's become quite the nuisance for him. 4:15.
It's become quite the nuisance for him and for us.
Yes. And the audience.
In the audience. They don't want to have to deal with this either, but here we are, you know. All right, so 808 KNBR 415-808-5627.
Every board out gets his own segment now.
27. Dude, do you ever, it's kind of how it happens, right?
We love you, Tim.
Do you ever truly root? What's up, Tim?
Do you root for your board up to have a segment? Absolutely not.
I definitely don't. You ever truly root for players who have left your team? So the other one that was sort of perplexing to me, two guys I want to ask about.
Yeah.
Because this one I don't remember. Did 49er fans, and you can check it on the phone line or on the text line. I see a lot of you guys checking on the text line now. Did 49er fans root for Joe Montana in the way that you're talking about?
Yeah.
Like if you, and I know there was a battle between Steve and Joe. I'm a Steve guy.
Right.
I'm a major Steve guy.
By the way, tomorrow.
Steve Young tomorrow joins the show at
5
5 o'clock for his bi-weekly conversation with Dirty Work. So did 49er fans, and let me know if you were a fan during this time, did you actively root? It was AFC, it was Chiefs.
Yeah.
Some people were upset that they moved on from Joe Montana. Were you mad at the Niners for doing so? And did you root for Montana? Real quick, the other one was Jeff Kent.
Oh.
Jeff Kent's an interesting case, and I wrote this down because I wrote down a series of people where I was like, of course I rooted for Dusty.
Straight from Giants to Dodgers?
No, he went 2 years to the Astros.
Right,
but
okay.
when Jeff Kent left for the Astros, he said something about the Giants uniforms from when they moved to Oracle Park and Pac Bell Park in 2000. And he said something about happy to not be wearing those French vanilla uniforms anymore.
Okay. All right.
And then he donated like $15,000 to Prop 8, which was like trying to stop. It was to ban same-sex marriage.
Oh, wow.
In California. So I was like, oh, you're a homophobe and kind of an a-hole. Okay.
All right, Kent.
I was like, all right, Kent.
Enjoy the game more.
But when he said that, I was like, dude, I loved Jeff Kent. Didn't win a World Series here, but won an MVP. You know what I mean? Drove in 100 runs every year. Like, he was a beast. I still think he should be in the Hall of Fame. 377 home runs.
Right. More
More than any second baseman ever. Underrepresented position. It's funny because I'm like, I still lobby. It took me a long time to lobby for him still being a Hall of Famer, like in my mind.
Right.
Because I did not root for him. In fact, first game ever that he came back as an Astro, Mama Susie pulled me out of school. We sat through a rain delay, and I showed up to boo his ass.
Right.
I wanted to boo him. Because don't forget, he did the whole thing where he popped a wheelie on the motorcycle his final year and broke his wrist. There was another case with Brett Butler, who left the Giants years ago, went to the Dodgers.
Oh, yeah.
And said, I believe the quote was, I felt like God always wanted me in Dodger blue. Everybody was like, eat me, dude.
God did not give you that.
God wanted me in Dodger blue. Eat me. How about that?
It's like Reggie White saying during his free agency tour, like, God will tell me where to go, and then Mike Holmgren call and be like, Reggie,
this is God.
This is God. Come to Green Bay. Just real quick on the Steve Young thing.
Yeah.
I remember watching America's game with the 1994 49ers, and they show footage of people watching the Niners-Chiefs game in Ricky's.
In San Leandro.
In San Leandro. And there are 49er fans with 16 jerseys on, rooting against the 49ers, rooting for Joe Montana. So, yeah, I mean, I think that happened. I think last night, like, I get it. Like, I joke with you sometimes, like, why do you hate Blake Snell so much? I totally understand. That is the common thing in sports, is when a player that plays for your team leaves a free agency and goes to a rival, you hate that guy.
I didn't really like Snell anyway. Like, he was sick when they got him, but I wasn't.
He was a Padre. He was a Ray.
He was just kind of, I don't know, he just... Yeah, I think the best thing I tell you,
he was a mercenary for 1 year.
He just kind of seems like a punk ass, though.
Yeah,
and that didn't feel fun for me.
I know.
On a 1 year, it felt like he was only here because nobody else called, and then that's why he was here, which is fine. But Verlander didn't seem like a punk ass.
No.
You know what I mean? And he's only here because nobody else called.
Yeah, by the way, people on the text line are like, yeah, I rooted for Brandon Crawford when he came back as a Cardinal. I totally understand that.
And baseball is even more interesting, though, as a case, because baseball, you can root for your guy to do well and the team to lose.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, you could root for Crawford to show up and go 5 for 5, even though I think he wasn't on the team by the time they came back.
Maybe
it was that final weekend of the season. My point is, maybe it was when the Giants went there. My point is,
they released him, yeah.
Like, Alex Rodriguez, when he was a Ranger, hit 40 homers a year, and the Rangers were like dead last perennially. Because he could come up and drive in 3 runs a game, but if the team is down 7-0 every time he comes up to hit a home run, what difference does it make? So it's a little bit easier in baseball. Football, you can't really do that. Basketball, you can't really do that.
Well, the
It's not as
exception
easy.
is last year with Klay Thompson. I think everybody was excited for him to come back.
I wrote him down,
but
too,
you didn't
yeah.
want him to go for 45.
No, you did not.
No.
That's again, you can root for a guy, but you don't want him to. You don't want him to get it all.
My point is, like, I understand why people hated Jake Moody, and I'm having fun with it. But if you rooted for that guy to fail last night, something's wrong with you.
Yeah, I
come on.
I wasn't rooting for Moody. 808 KNBR 415.
Wait, you weren't, or you were?
Oh no, I was. Sorry, I was rooting for Moody.
Okay.
I was. I said that before the game. I was like, I'm kind of pulling for him.
Yeah, why not?
Let's go to Steve in Berkeley. Steve in Berkeley, do you ever truly root for someone who left your team? You're on the sports leader.
Well, hi, gentlemen. I've actually twice, and not only did I root for them, I was disgusted with the organization. And the first one was Ronnie Lott when they put him on Plan B.
Yeah.
And then he ends up leaving. The stupidest move that they ever made. They probably ended up losing Charles Haley because of that.
Right.
Still pissed off about that. And then the other one was Bernard King. I love Bernard King. I thought that dude was the heart and soul. He was the grittiest guy I ever saw. I love that guy. And they got rid of him. And I stopped watching the Warriors. I stopped watching the 49ers. And I grew up. I'm from San Francisco, and I grew up a fan my whole life. But those two were the stupidest moves I ever saw. Now, with Joe Montana, not so much. I thought, Steve Young made sense. Joe didn't want to, be a caddy to him. And so it was time. But with Lott and with Bernard King, not a chance. I rooted for them. We'll always root for them.
Good call, Steve. Appreciate the
fair
call,
enough.
man. Thanks so much. I totally hear you on those. And that's the thing, too, is sometimes you go logically, I get where the organization is. So some people look at that and go, I think it was time for Steve. I was ready to go with Steve. And ultimately he becomes an MVP and an all-time great and a first-ballot Hall of Famer.
Dude, Ronnie Lott. So, yeah, they called it Plan B back in the day, Plan B, with free agency, before free agency was a thing in 1993. But Ronnie Lott left to go to the Raiders, and Charles Haley was so upset they lost a game to the Raiders with the 49ers, and Charles Haley went crazy in the locker room where he punched a mirror or something and cut up his entire arm. And the coaching staff for the 49ers had to come get Ronnie Lott into the 49ers locker room to calm him down. It was that much dysfunction with Ronnie Lott leaving the organization for Charles Haley.
That's wild. That's wild stuff. Yeah, I mean, that's one, too, where I get you rooting for somebody else.
Yeah,
Because Ronnie Lott, one of the most beloved of all time. The Montana one is interesting. Here's one. I mean, people rooted for Bochy, right, in Texas?
Oh, yeah.
I rooted for Bochy to win that World Series.
Well, that makes totally sense. He's in the American League, and Farhan fired him.
And I think some people were bitter about that. It's so odd to me that Giants fans so quickly forget that they lost 89 and 98 his last two seasons.
But it wasn't about that at that moment.
And Bochy was ready to go from San Francisco. I don't think that was
right.
I think he was ready to move on from here too. I think he needed a break.
I totally understand. I mean, who was it? They were going up against the Astros in that World Series. No, sorry, the D-backs.
They beat the D-backs in that World Series.
Yeah. I mean, that's. Yeah, you want a National League West team to lose. I totally understand that.
Let's go back out to the phone lines. Al is in Tiburon. Al, do you ever truly root for players who leave your team? You're on the sports leader.
Hey, guys. You know what? I do, actually. And I can think of quite a few over the years. And maybe I'm an outlier on that. But I was rooting for Harbaugh in Michigan, I mean, I thought he kind of, I would have liked to see him stick around longer. I also was rooting for Alex Smith.
That's a good call. Yeah. Frank Gore, I rooted for forever. Frank Gore's one that I'm like, I don't care what he's wearing. I'm rooting for Frank.
Right. You know what I mean? I mean, there's actually tons of guys.
Yeah.
Really think about it that I would have to say that I was pulling for. But Klay Thompson, in a weird way, not really. Not really. It was like, I love that guy. I mean, you can't love a guy more than I love Klay Thompson, but I don't want him to do well because I want to justify getting rid of him.
Yeah, okay. I hear you on that. I hear you on that logic. That's an angle we haven't talked about. I appreciate the call, Al. No, you make good points there. And again, sometimes it's about you're mad at your organization. Sometimes you just love the player. Like, it's interesting what he said, too, because that's an angle of it also. Everybody who's a sports fan has players or coaches that they just kind of latch onto, or then you follow their career because they had a tie to your team or organization. Him saying, I rooted for Michigan or Harbaugh at Michigan, maybe he doesn't give a damn or care that much about Michigan anymore. Maybe he's following, just seeing what the Chargers are doing. But that does happen to me where I find intrigue or start to follow a player or a coach because I became fascinated with them because of a tie to the team I rooted for.
Right. I mean, I kind of get it with Klay Thompson. I think the only person that I heard say, like, I don't root for Klay Thompson anymore, or, like, I want him to fail. Danny Dunn was on the board with us, I want to say last year, and he was like, yeah, no, screw Klay. He could have stayed here. He could have got a contract, but he decided to leave. And I'm not rooting for him. And I'm like, I kind of get that, Danny, but with how much Klay has accomplished with the Warriors, you have to root for him. But yeah, like I said earlier, do you want him to score 45 against you at Chase Center? Absolutely not.
Yeah, it's like within reason. That's what I mean. Never. Those are the kind of the three things I said. One, never against my team, and then the two questions: how and why did you leave the organization? And the last bit of it is, did you win when you were here? If you won when you were here, like I wanted everybody to find success, unless they put on a Dodger uniform. When Juan Uribe left, I was so crushed by that because I was like, he seemed like he was such a heartbeat player for those Giants. I remember Mike Krukow saying something about that. When you put on a uniform for the Dodgers after you were here, and we love you as a Giant, you don't get the applause or the same treatment while you're here until you take off that uniform. When you take it off, then it's all fine and good, and we sit down and we break bread again together. But when you put on Dodger blue, you're trying to keep us from ever feeling what you helped us feel.
No, and I totally understand. There's only two guys I could think of that I didn't root for after they left my team because I think it was their fault. I did not root for Randy Moss. I thought that he did not give a damn about being a Raider, and I totally understand that. The team sucked.
He did not.
But then when he went to the Patriots and he was, rejuvenated and had this comeback season with 23 touchdown catches, I was like, man, screw this guy. But it was amazing to watch him and Tom Brady. And then I was mad at Zito. I was mad at Zito leaving the A's and going to the Giants.
Yeah, that was a tough one. Yeah. That one I totally get. If you're an A's fan and Zito left to go to the Giants, I can totally understand being.
I don't hate Barry Zito by any means, but I was like, come on, Zito.
Dude, maybe the most heartbreaking for me, sort of along those lines, Jason Schmidt. Now, it ended up being that he was a terrible Dodger, but Jason Schmidt, that broke my heart.
Didn't your third-grade teacher tell you that or something?
It wasn't my third-grade teacher. It was Mr. Shelley, who was my assistant principal in high school. Okay. And I was sitting in the computer lab, I remember, like a computer essentials class or something, and he comes in, and he was doing this, dude, such an a-hole thing where he's like swinging his keys. You know how teachers wear the keys on that lanyard? And I've been waiting, like, this is pre-Twitter. Like, I've been waiting for news, just waiting to find out if, free agency had started. There were rumblings about him.
Right.
And that morning, I think there was something that came out, maybe even here on KNBR, that made me think, okay, he's going to sign with the It could happen, but I was still just holding that hope. So I was like, I don't know, 15 or something. Mr. Shelley comes walking in, swinging his keys around his fingers like that, and he goes, see the news? I was like, no, what? And he goes, check it, Jason Schmidt, check it. And I was like, what? And so then you pulled it up. Lame. I had to go to MLB.com and find out that Schmidt was putting on Dodger blue. That one broke my heart. I wasn't even mad at him. I was like, I was so crushed by that. But then he sucked. He played like 5 games there over 4 years. So.
I mean, that's where you feel vindicated. It's different, like Kruko's saying, like when you go to like a different conference, like if with Alex Smith going to the Chiefs, okay, you root for him because you don't care. But if they put on a rival jersey, that's hard to swallow.
We're going to get to all these calls. Charlie in Fairfax, Tom in Sac, Frank in Vacaville, Kyle in Napa, Hector in Palo Alto. What the heck? And then Jonathan in San Jose. We'll get to you guys. Plus, Milt, Mort, and Mert are all hanging on the lines. Do you ever truly root for players who leave your organization? And maybe who's your favorite to root for after they left? Who was the guy you were like absolutely in on? Because you do have like the ones that you're pissed about having gone. Like Brian Reynolds, you're like, damn, Giants traded him away? Wish that guy was here. But you're not really like in love with the player itself. We'll get to your calls next. Dirty Work rolls on with your calls on your favorite players to root for once they're gone on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Brewers look to even up the NLCS tonight after dropping last night's game 2-1 as their 9th inning rally fell just short. Check out all the action on Mike Holler's KNBR 1050 pregame 4:30 and drink a brew for the Brewers. You don't need me to tell you why.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Tuesday. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb. It's a rotator Tuesday.
A lot of moving parts back here.
Yeah, I bet. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627, the number to call and to text.
Such a jerk.
I'll tell you in just a couple of minutes. Hey, man. I'm just saying, man. It is a rotator Tuesday. Just call it what it is. Let's go out to the phone lines. Do you ever truly root for players who have left your team or your organization? Let's go to Charlie in Fairfax. Charlie, what's going on? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, guys. How are you today?
What's up, Charlie?
We're doing well.
Well, had a nice hike at Armstrong Woods this morning, so I'm having a good day so far. But, I grew up at Candlestick Park. Family had season tickets right behind the Niner bench, front row on the 45-yard line, so I kind of grew up a little bit spoiled. And obviously, I was there for the catch, the whole thing, the whole Joe thing and Steve thing. And the first time Joe came back in that Kansas City uniform, that day was devoted to Joe. I mean, everyone in the crowd, the tailgate crowd, we all wore 16. And for the first and only time, the crowd cheered for the other team. It was strange, but we gave Joe his due, and it's not that we had an issue with Steve. It's just we're showing our love for Joe, and that's just the way it was that day. So
no, totally understand.
I appreciate it. So you were there that day, Charlie. You remember that because I was asking for anybody in Beverly.
Yeah,
so you were there.
Absolutely.
I mean, it more, Charlie, just kind of speaks to what I mean. I imagine, and Murph has said this before. I imagine that the Joe Montana era, Joe was to 49er fans what Steph Curry is to Warrior fans, right? It's no matter what, he's the guy. It's about him, and it all gravitates to him. So I can't imagine Steph being traded away, coming back, and how the fans would react. They'd absolutely, I think, do what they did for Joe.
Oh, absolutely.
I can totally see the same thing happening. The whole crowd would be cheering on Steph for that day, and nothing to do with the team or the players at the time. And that's the way it was that day. But, man, we were all about 16 that day and giving Joe his due because he deserved it.
Charlie, appreciate the call. Enjoy Armstrong Woods, man. Hit those trails.
Yeah, nice.
Nice call from Charlie. Let's go to Tom. Tom is in Sacramento. What's going on, Tom? You're on the Sports Leader.
What's up, guys? How you guys doing?
We're doing well,
Good,
Tom.
man.
Nice. I got to say, heck yes, I was rooting against Moody last night. He cost us games.
Yeah.
I was hoping right when he was coming up to hit the game winner, I looked at my wife here. He's going to S the bed right here. I was really hoping for it. But there's other guys that I root for when they leave. It's like you said, Cope. Like, how did they leave? In what status did they leave? You know what? Yeah. He cost us games. I do not root for him.
Yeah, I'm with you. I hear you, Tom. Go ahead, Derek.
Hold on, Tom. But, aren't you fine now with Eddie Pinheiro? You wanted Jake Moody to fail in that moment last night?
Yeah, I wanted him to fail. He cost us games. He's going to cost us the next team games.
Yes, it was another NFC team.
All right, fair enough.
Hey, or I could look at it as he helped take down Washington. Maybe helps the Niners out down the road.
Yeah.
Appreciate the call, Tom. Thanks so much, bro.
End of the year, second to last game, the Niners will face the Bears, and we'll see if Jake Moody's kicking then.
Dude, that'd be wild. If Jake Moody was
Can you imagine that?
Here at Levi's Stadium.
And then you see Kyle on the sideline. If they lose a game, the Niners, to a game-winning Jake Moody field goal, Kyle will not hold it in. He'll scream F on the sideline.
I mean, that was a pretty good call. I mean, I was not actively rooting. I felt bad for Moody. I'm with him that it cost games for sure. It was a bad decision to take him in the third round. I totally get that logic. I totally understand where people are coming from on that. Maybe that's just not the kind of fan I am. I don't have the same vitriol about Jake Moody. I did for Kyle Williams, though. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, because he effed up a huge moment.
His NFC Championship, Moody was like, dude, you just never reached what we thought you were going to be. And so I feel like I've lived that before.
No, I totally understand that.
Yeah.
Jake Moody didn't cost you a playoff game. Kyle Williams did multiple times. So I totally understand that. I will say about Jake Moody, I do feel sorry for him. he also doesn't feel comfortable in his own skin. Like, I'm watching that post-game interview.
Take the helmet off, bro.
Take the helmet off, dude. Like, he's just so shy. I'm like, come on, Jake, you just had a big moment. Take the helmet off, bro.
Let's go back out to the phones. Frank is in Vacaville. What up, Frank? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, bro.
Hey, the two guys I definitely root for after they left the Bay Area. First of all, it's Chris Mullin. Once he went to the Pacers, definitely root for him. Definitely wanted him to win a ring in 2000 when he was on the Pacers.
Yeah.
Didn't work out. But the one guy that just always, we all love Will Clark after he left the Rangers, even when he bounced around to Baltimore. And then
Cardinals,
he was on St. Louis. The Cardinals, that 2000 season, he had that magical second half. He got traded from Baltimore to St. Louis. He had an amazing second half. He went off. I think he batted like 350.
He batted 300 for
Ended
the
up
year.
going,
Yeah.
Yeah. But I think for just that second half, he batted like 350.
Yeah.
He ended up going to the NLCS with, Ray Langford and Mark McGuire and Fernando Vina and another opportunity to possibly make it to the World Series. Obviously, they didn't make it because, the Mets took, I think, 3 out of 4 or whatever. But, those two guys, just when I was a kid, just hoping they would have stayed with the Warriors, would have stayed with the Giants. Unfortunately, they didn't. But you always rooted for those two guys,
Yeah, I appreciate the call, Frank. Thanks so much. Again, these are like legendary type guys.
Of course.
Right? These are the ones where of course, it's tough to not ever root for the legends when they leave. That's why it's like, even when Brandon Belt went to Toronto, I know there are Giants fans that were rankled by Belt or don't have good memories of him as a Giant. But when he went to Toronto, I feel like all the feelings or mood about him were positive. I felt like, nobody's hating on him or mad at him. You just didn't want him to be the first baseman here any longer. He had a pretty good final season when he was up in Toronto also. There are players that you're just always going to like. It's funny, is we haven't even mentioned Jake Moody. Dude, Javon Kinlaw last night blocked one of his kicks.
The field goal.
Are we rooting Kinlaw?
Niner on Niner crime.
I feel like Niner fans are like miffed about Kinlaw too, because he was football's is weird and different. Because it's also about, like, were you just a pick that didn't work out?
Yeah.
Like, Kinlaw didn't do anything of harm to the Niners, except that
But he didn't live up to expectations.
He wasn't, DeForest Buckner was his biggest problem.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
No, that's going to be the biggest thing where Niner fans like, of Javon Kinlaw, screw him. He wasn't Buckner.
Yeah. That's it, because you gave again, that's an organizational decision.
No, I totally get that.
To keep Armstead instead of Buckner, Armstead ended up being pretty damn good once they moved him inside.
I don't know, like, for those fans just rooting against Jake Moody, I'm like, come on, guys. Like, obviously, like, the guy has a confidence issue. Like, just let him figure it out. Now, if he kicks a game-winning field goal against you, you could be pissed at him. But, like, for last night, why do you care?
Did we talk about that person who texted in that time and said, dude, he competes in, like, professional Frisbee golf? Does Jake Moody?
Yeah, we did.
I looked it up, and he competed in a professional tournament.
That's nice.
Like, he's like, apparently it's something that he does. He's, like, pretty good, I guess. He's ranked, I think, nationally.
Along the lines of Joe Montana facing off against the 49ers as a Chief, I want to know how Niner fans felt when Jerry Rice signed with the Raiders. Like,
that's a good one. I as a kid, I hated it. As a kid, I was pissed.
I was 10 years old, and I knew about Jerry Rice with the Niners, and I was like, whoa, he's coming to the Raiders? Wow, that's got to piss off a lot of fans.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure, like, I don't know if
he was good.
Some fans, like, cared enough because he was, like, the latter portion of his career. But, like, of all teams, like, staying in the Bay Area, like, being with the Raiders, they didn't face off that much. I want to say, like, twice, but that had to wrangle some fans.
Yeah, as a kid, I didn't like it.
Yeah.
That one really kind of miffed me.
Yeah.
I was like, why is Jerry not wearing 49er red and gold?
Well, that was Bill Walsh's decision.
I was like, what is going on here?
He was a general manager of the Niners back then.
I don't like that decision, Bill.
Yeah.
I don't like that. Come on, Bill.
Come on, Bill.
To hell with that. I'm playing for Walsh. That's the Stanford and San Jose State legacy game. By the way, Stanford at 3:50 we'll catch up with Andrew Luck. He's going to come by for his weekly conversation. Kyle in Napa. What's up, Kyle? You're on the Sports Leader.
Tom, by the way.
It's what?
Hello? It's Tom, by the way.
Oh, it's Tom in Napa. My mistake, Tom. What's going on, dude?
No, quite all right. I'm a big Giants fan. I was a really big Hunter Pence fan until he left for the Rangers, and at which point I can't say he became dead to me, but he really didn't matter anymore. Anyhow, that the following season, I was visiting family in Seattle, and I took my wife and I took two nephews to a Mariners Rangers game, and I'm sitting there on my hands because I had no skin in the game, and up comes Hunter Pence. And I thought, oh, Hunter Pence, this is great. Then I realized if he had a home run, I would see him hit a home run in two different ballparks, two different leagues, two different teams, two different states. And so, there was a full house and I was the only one there rooting for Hunter Pence to hit a home run.
Because you wanted a personal fan accolade is what you were looking for, yeah.
Right. I was going, can you sit down? Looking at you. Anyways, and that was it. Otherwise, I would never root for anybody that left unless the game's a blowout and they're going to see
personal record or something. Yeah. Again, a fan accolade. Appreciate the call, Tom. We got to run. Something I'll note here is Tom doing the very human thing of, quote, how does it affect me?
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Which is I think, the way many of us live our lives.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. This is all great that I'm seeing a game and I got no skin in it, but how does this affect me? Will I get some joy out of some personal achievement I've invented myself?
You know, speaking of how it impacts you as a person, let's apply this to everyday life. Like, are you ever happy when a former lover moves on and they get married?
Oh, no, of course not.
Absolutely not.
No, of course not.
No, not at all.
That's a great question.
You're never rooting for somebody after that.
It's a great question, and the answer is no.
No, never.
I want everybody to be as miserable as me.
Yeah. Exactly.
808 KNBR.
Always.
808 KNBR.
Of course, the three of us are saying this.
Have you ever been truly, truly happy?
I'm sure there's many mature people out there be like, yeah, I'm happy for them.
Have I told you about? Maybe I'm revealing too much here, but I think there was a stretch of like, I don't know, four, like from high school through college, like girls I dated or women I dated.
Yeah.
Who like after I had like the good luck Chuck effect. Like after I dated them, they like a guy that got with after me, they married. Like that was it.
The Dane Cook
Dude,
movie.
It definitely happened with like at least four. At least four.
Oh, yeah.
Like in a row.
I could top you. I had a string of girls that after I dated successfully dudes named Tim.
Oh.
You gotta be kidding me.
Yeah.
There was a girl that I was with one time. Oh, man. And she was back in high school, and she dated a dude named Webb. Are you kidding?
Oh, Tim.
I want everybody to be miserable.
No, I'm with you, Tim. I mean, I
don't know if anybody's topping that.
Just to add on to this bitterness, the banana bread girl.
Oh, no.
She got married shortly after that, and I was pissed.
What, was he like a patisserie? Was he like a baker?
No.
Okay.
Sometimes you're the banana.
He was
Sometimes you're
just
the
clearly
peel,
an
buddy.
a-hole. That wasn't right for her. I moved on, clearly.
That's right, it sucks.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I like that we're all getting bitter. We might need to go back to another PTOTD, a positive thought of the day.
Yeah, exactly.
A little bit later. Let's go back to Hector. Hector in Palo Alto. What do you got for us, Hector? You're on the Sports Leader. We got you, bro?
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's up, Hector?
I got two guys for you. Roger Craig when he left, and Kevin Mitchell when he basically ran out of San Francisco.
Like you rooted for them still?
Oh, yeah, big time. Roger Craig was a big part of those championship years with the 49ers, and Kevin Mitchell was the MVP in '89. So when they left, I felt a big part of the offense just took off for the Giants.
Yeah.
And the home runs just weren't there the next following years.
I appreciate the call, Hector. Thanks so much, man.
Thank you.
I mean, it's one thing to be like, yeah, I'm bummed that they left, and so you're hopeful still, and again, you follow them. But it's more about like, do you actively root? Like we've had people say, I was rooting against Jake Moody last night. I am actively rooting against Blake Snell. But it's not because he's a former Giant.
I understand
it's
with Blake
because
Snell.
I'm actively rooting against every pitcher who toes the rubber for the Dodgers always.
Along the same line with Jason Schmidt, how do you feel about Brian Wilson?
Ooh, dude, that one rubbed me the wrong way too because that was like an emotional thing. And here's the thing. I loved Brian Wilson. He was such a character and was such a big part of what the Giants had become. He was a huge part of that Misfits thing. He was the wacky, like something I always loved in baseball was the character that was the closer.
Right.
Like the come out to the music, whether it's a heavy metal thing, whether it's Hell's Bells or Enter Sandman or Smoke on the Water, like the come out to a big song.
Mm-hmm.
And then it was, whether it was Eric Gagne and the big glasses and the big beard, right? Or whether it was Dustin Hermanson had like the pointy sideburns. A lot of times they tried to look kind of crazy or have like a weird sort of unsettling look or character about him. Even Rob Nen, the toe tap, and he's throwing heat at 100 miles an hour. Like that stuff was cool to me. So when Brian Wilson created this character with the beard that was dyed black, he's throwing it at 97, 98. He comes out to House of Pain, jump around. Like he was everything that you wanted in like a movie character closer.
Right.
Like that you want, like it's incredible that he and then Charlie Sheen had that winning conversation that then became part of Charlie Sheen's legendary interview.
Man, that documentary's wild.
Because he was Wild Thing in the movie, and that's kind of like the same attitude and mode that Wilson walked around with. Once he stopped being a Dodger and once he He left, and that was all settled. He's come back now, and he's like in the family of the Giants like that. Again, there's guys you love, and when they take off the Dodger uniform, you accept them back.
No, I get that, but there's also like an awkward moment. Like, didn't he like go after Larry Bear and it's like, "Where's my ring?" Was it like a whole thing with Brian
on the
Wilson?
field.
Yeah,
Weird.
yeah.
I don't know. Let's go to Jonathan's. I don't know. It's none of my business.
Yeah.
Let's go to Jonathan in San Jose. Jonathan, you're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen. As my therapist would say, guys, if they're marrying every single guy after you, it's time to do some self-reflecting. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, okay, Jonathan. All right, I'll get to a meeting, okay? All right, Jonathan. What do you got for us?
I wanted to take it over here in San Jose to my unfortunate hockey players, my guys who never got to touch the cup. Let's go with Marlowe, Thornton.
Yeah.
Those two guys I rooted for, even in the odd, gave them that last chance with Marlowe and Thornton. We knew that wasn't probably going to happen. But I got to say, hockey opened me up to being a better person because I started following Brett Burns once he left, and I actively root for him. And what about Joe Pavelski? I was rooting for him in the Stars, man. They were so close to getting a cup. And, yeah, I think for the hockey fans, you get to love a player. And not all of them, because Erik Karlsson, I don't care what happens to that guy. I don't wish negative things like some of these callers say about Moody, but an overpaid defensive man who, if you know anything about that trade, cost us a lot.
Right?
A lot.
Yeah. I tried to keep that window open, and it did not work out, and they paid him a ton. Can I offer you an Evander Kane? Any rooting for him last year in the playoffs?
I was just talking on opening night to another fan. I said, you know what? When we got Reeves, this is such a Sharks move. We got Reeves, and he reminds me a little bit of Evander Kane. He's a little bit rough around the edges, but no, I liked Kane. And what happened to his family when they were in San Jose? I don't wish that upon anybody. Him and his wife or ex, they went through something, and I think that really took effect on him as a dad myself. I can't imagine that on any guy. So, hey, everyone's got their own things, but I think that guy gets a lot of a worser image than what he really is.
Right. I hear you.
I love that guy.
Jonathan, I appreciate the call, man. Let's get one tonight against the Canes, huh?
Nope, he's gone.
And he's gone. Tim hung up on him. Thanks, bro.
Well, I could just say to the Sharks thing here, just to the Sharks. Like, it's a little different with that in the respect that, like, the team was imploding. They had to rebuild. And so sending guys on their way, there's a really good article out there with the Sharks on Hasselplattner talking about how they had to trade Tomas Hertl. And it was like, man, I got bad knees right now. I got probably one last shot at a cup. Letting somebody go when you know your team isn't going anywhere is not the same thing as somebody choosing to leave via free agency or anything like that. The Sharks had to rebuild. Letting those guys go, get a shot at maybe getting a cup, no issue with that whatsoever.
Yeah, that's why, Tom hating on Jake Moody making the field goal last night. I'm like, come on, man. That wasn't he didn't want to leave by any means. He just failed. Do you want him to fail even more? And a part of me thinks that there's something in Niner fans' minds where they're like, God, I hope he doesn't pan out as a good kicker. But then again, you got Eddie Pinheiro right now, so why even hate to begin with?
Makes it easier when Eddie Pinheiro's getting the job done.
Exactly.
707 on the text line says, Copes, if you're not in on Jeff Kent, you're probably not a John Rocker guy either. No.
I don't know many people that are John Rocker guys.
What's ironic about that? Both guys played Survivor. Both John Rocker.
John Rocker was on Survivor?
Oh, dude, did he play twice? He definitely played once. Definitely played one time.
Man.
John Rocker. That's a weird one, right?
Yeah. I mean, John Rocker, not my favorite human being, but was the inspiration for Kenny Powers. So.
The athletes who have played big name guys, John Rocker, Jeff Kent, Jimmy Johnson played.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That was weird for no reason.
Wasn't he voted off immediately?
I think he was voted off second, maybe. It was early on.
Yeah.
Maybe second or third. He was just like, I know y'all know who I am. I'm not here to win. I'm here to help somebody else win. And that didn't really happen either. And then Cliff Robinson, R.I.P., played Survivor at one point.
Okay.
Uncle Spliffy.
Yeah, he had to admit it pretty quick that he was a pro athlete, being that he rolled in at 6'10". You know what I mean? We're going to need a bigger shed.
Can't hide that one.
Bigger
shed.
By the way, I have to tell you, because I didn't tell you at the top of the show, the Hawaii giveaway continues. We are going to Hawaii about a month from now. A week before Thanksgiving, we're spending 5 nights in Hawaii, and you can join us, the Dirty Work Boys and the morning show. John, Joe, Curley, Murph, Marcus will all be there. All you have to do is qualify when you hear the cue to call. And to qualify, you got to hear the cue to call, and then be caller 10, 415-896-KNBR. You'll win 5 nights at the Mauna Kea Beach Hotel on the Big Island of Hawaii on the Koala Coast, and round-trip airfare for 2 on Hawaiian Airlines, plus that 5-night stay. You can find the rules at thesportsleader.com. We qualified one yesterday. We've got 2 more that were qualified earlier today, and we got 1 more today.
Yay!
And then you got 9 more chances Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, each show. Make sure you listen between now and 6 for that cue to call. And speaking of hotel, did I tell you Tim and I, it's part of our 13-day run together. We're actually spending the night together on Saturday night.
Oh, nice.
You know about this?
I heard about it behind the scenes.
We got a hotel room down. Thanks to the thank you, Tim.
Whoa. Are you guys gonna share a heart-shaped jacuzzi in Dumb and Dumber?
Tim's already he's gonna line the room with petals for me before I get there, dude.
Did a little Philly break your heart? No, it was a girl.
Yeah, that'd be good. So Tim and I got a nice little bro date planned on Saturday. We got to work, then we're gonna catch some puck down at the tank.
Yeah, Nicole's pissed about it.
Yeah, I bet Nicole's hot. And then we'll spend the night down there before we get up and watch some football, and then go do Niners at pre and post for Sunday night.
Nice, sounds lovely.
How about that, dude? Incredible. When Mike Holler told me that they worked it out for us to get the get the hotel room, he was like, "You're actually going to have to pay for it, and then the company will pay you back."
Sounds about right.
And I said, "Okay." It's getting. He goes, "Well, at least it's not like you're flying. You don't have to check any bags." And I said, "Why would I check bags?" And he goes, "Well, then what's this for?" And I looked behind him, and there it is, dude. It's a big old potato sack looking thing. And on the side of it, it's got 2 words. Well, it's got an acronym and then 2 words. What it says is NBA grab bag.
Nice.
And we do it next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
49er Player of the Week, Demo Lenore, joined the morning show Fiesta, suggesting the 49ers can still go a long way despite the loss of Fred Warner and Nick Bosa. Find that podcast and all of our podcasts at thesportsleader.com and on our app.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty work on a Tuesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. We have Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia a little bit later in the show. At 4:15, Andrew Luck joins us at 3:50, talking some Stanford football. We'll whip around the NFL with him as well. And at 4:50, Matt Barrows of The Athletic.
Oh, Matt Barrows.
But we do that each and every week. Well, we don't do that every week. What we do every week is, because we pay for it, the service of the NBA grab
and
bag.
it's costly.
Tim, let's open it up.
Time now for the
NBA grab bag.
It's time for the NBA grab bag. And I know what you're saying. I don't want to hear any NBA in the NBA grab bag. I have to give you a little bit.
That's what I say. I don't want any
Just
NBA.
a little bit. Just a little bit.
It's not the point of the grab bag.
We are exactly 1 week away from the Warriors starting their season in LA against the Lakers on a Tuesday night.
You know what else I should follow that up with?
What?
On Thursday, next Thursday.
Well done.
How about this? Next Thursday at Harmonic Brewing, right outside of Chase Center in Thrive City, it's our 2025 Dubs Roundtable. How about that? We're doing our Dubs Roundtable, our The Sports Leader Dubs Roundtable before the home opener next Thursday. Come on out, grab a beer. All KNBR hosts will be there. Me and Derek, Murph and Marcus, JD and Greg Silver will be there, and we'll have some guests stopping by as well.
I believe so, and Copes will tell us all that it doesn't matter right now what's going on with the Warriors until the trade deadline.
Come out to the Dubs Roundtable so I can tell you how little all of this matters right now.
Moving on
You'll
the
hear
NBA
it from
grab
me.
bag.
My lips to your ears.
Moving on the NBA grab bag. We had our first head coach firing of the season yesterday in the NFL with Brian Callahan.
Oh!
Callahan went 4-19 in 23 games as head coach of the Tennessee Titans. The last 4 QBs taken first overall have seen their head coaches fired in their rookie seasons: Trevor Lawrence, Bryce Young, Caleb Williams, and now Cam Ward.
That's absurd.
Yes.
4 number 1 overall picks. The last 4 have seen their head coaches fired in that season.
Yes.
Urban Meyer was hired to be the guy for Trevor Lawrence.
And then he kicked the kicker.
We keep bringing that up.
Josh Lambo.
It's one of the most ridiculous things that's ever happened. Hey, Dip S, make your kicks.
Yeah.
Make your effing kicks. And then he kicked him.
Yeah. A lot of things went on with Urban Meyer that year. Remember the Cleveland bar?
Oh, yeah, I do. The whole butthole thing. Yeah, I remember that.
He had a handful.
Yeah, he was getting a handful. He was getting a handful. With
He
old
definitely
herbs.
was.
And now he's just sitting there on Fox football Saturday afternoons.
Yeah. Landed on his feet.
Yeah, he'll be just fine.
I mean, I understand it with Matty Eberflus because he was kind of a dead man walking to begin with. I always thought they pair Caleb Williams up with a offensive play caller. With Bryce Young, I mean, Frank Reich, I never thought he got a good opportunity, and now he's coaching Stanford football. With Brian Callahan, okay, now Mike McCoy's the coordinator the rest of the way, or the head coach, the interim head coach the rest of the way. I don't know. It doesn't help Cam Ward, maybe because last week when they lost 2 weeks ago when he lost the Texans, and he said, I'll keep it buck, we're ass right now. I don't know if that was, him calling out Brian Callahan, but I do find it ironic that the Titans faced off against the Raiders, which was Brian Callahan, his father. Sorry,
you mean Bill Callahan's his dad.
Bill Callahan. Bill Callahan was the head coach of the Raiders back in the day.
When they lost the Super Bowl.
The famous quote was, "We got to be the dumbest team in America." And sure enough, the Raiders cost the job of Brian Callahan.
Well, and then Bill Callahan apparently was working as an advisor with the Titans.
Yes, and he said, "I'm gone."
Today they said they've parted ways. I was like, yeah, I kind of figured that was going to be the case.
Probably a mutual decision.
Probably.
All right, moving on the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Last week, the Arizona Cardinals fined Jonathan Gannon $100,000 for hitting Amari DiMercato on the sideline. And we all know about that. Mike Silver came on with us and said he thought that was ridiculous that they fined him that amount of money. Diana Rossini asked around the league, and many largely disapproved of the punishment. One was quoted saying the owner cut his balls off in front of the entire team. Do you agree, Coach?
I think it's super funny that whoever went to print with that was like, I got this from somebody high enough that's an executive that I can quote as an executive around the NFL.
Yes.
It's like he cut his coach's balls off in front of his whole team. I was like, who? I just imagine there's some like high-ranking official with the Jets somewhere.
Yeah,
who gave this quote. Like,
I don't think it's on par with castration.
Yeah,
but
dude, yeah. The GM of the Chargers just rolls in. He's like, "You see what happened over here?" He's giving quotes like this. You can quote me as an exec, but don't say my name.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I get it. Like Michael Bidwell did not do his coach any favors, but like to say like he cut his balls off for the whole team, I get it. It's lame. And Jonathan Gannon should be able to berate his player, but you can't put your hands on a player, too.
Yeah, I was trying to think of the line. There's a line from Game of Thrones where they talk about... Yeah, I think Daenerys asked at one point, did they take the pillar and the stones? I think that's what I think she confirms with her guy Varys. All right, moving on here.
Moving on the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Kirk Herbstreit called Thursday Night Football, as he does every week, in New York last week on Thursday against the Eagles and the Giants, then flew to Oregon for College Game Day for a Saturday morning broadcast, left the broadcast early to call Texas, Oklahoma in Dallas
so he went
at 2:30 Central.
So he went Thursday night. He was where?
He was in New York.
Okay.
Flew that night.
Flew that night
to Oregon.
Okay.
Stayed over Friday. Left during the broadcast Saturday morning.
Yeah, he does this like every Saturday now. He leaves to go call a Saturday night game.
Yes.
Like a primetime game.
But
somewhere.
this game wasn't during. This game was during the day, not at night.
So it was a day game. So he leaves Eugene, Oregon, where Oregon was playing Indiana.
Yes. During the College Game Day broadcast, he gets on a scooter with the Oregon Duck, and then gets on a plane and manages to get to Dallas, Texas in 4 hours and 30 minutes. And some people are saying, do we need all this jet fuel for Kirk Herbstreit? Like, I understand like ESPN have these private jets, but do we need to be providing this for Kirk Herbstreit? Couldn't he just be on like a satellite cam from Dallas, Texas as part of College Game Day?
Yeah, he could. They like this content. I mean,
They do.
I don't know how long this goes for. I don't know how long this goes for. I mean, they do this with him every week. There's content that he's putting out now where he's talking to his dog about all the miles they're going to travel. They love doing this and then saying how many miles he traveled and how hard he worked. I'm like, just call the games. It doesn't add anything to me. I mean,
I know.
I like Kirk Herbstreit fine, but
I like Kirk Herbstreit on college broadcast. I think we can move on from him with the NFL.
It'd be better if we did this with like people who shouldn't be traveling this many miles in this amount of time.
Yeah, I agree.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't give a damn that Herbstreit's doing it.
I don't really care
I'd rather
either.
them do like, can we get Nestler from like,
Brad Nestler?
Yeah, let's get Nestler. Let's put Nestler on like 6 hours of sleep over 3 days and see if he can get from point A to point B.
Let's see if he calls a good game on a lack of sleep.
It's like watching The Amazing Race with Nestler or something.
Exactly.
Yeah, make him achieve tasks along the way. Like, I'd be into that. Put Al Michaels on a scooter with the Oregon Duck and see if I can get him 700 miles in 4 hours.
If you pay him enough, he'll do anything.
That's right. That's kind of my thought with Michaels.
Moving on the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
The San Jose Sharks have a new food item this season that is inspired by SpongeBob SquarePants.
Yeah.
The Chum Bucket. It's a buttery popcorn. It's some buttery popcorn with strawberry Pop-Tarts, teal chocolate, red chocolate, and freeze-dried strawberries served in a big Sharks tub.
Yeah.
Not a fan, Tim?
It sounds like something awful.
It sounds
Sounds like something awful.
I don't understand I don't understand I know everybody's thing now in sports is have a big gaudy food item like it's some like attractive thing that's going to boost social media engagement. Like I totally get it. I understand why they do it. But like how many things went how many did they pass on before this one?
Well,
like this Chum Bucket, I mean I get the Chum Bucket theme of it. That's all fine and good. You decided you were going to go dessert.
It's for nostalgia purposes for guys like me that remember SpongeBob growing up.
But it's also tied to sharks. I mean, they eat chum is really what it's about.
Right.
It's literally what it's about.
Yes.
But it's not a necessarily nostalgia thing because there's nothing nostalgic about anything within the Chum Bucket. It's just called a Chum Bucket.
Well, just for the SpongeBob audience.
But have they said this is SpongeBob based?
Well,
I don't think they're making it SpongeBob based.
It has to be.
Dude, I don't think you're understanding that sharks eat chum.
I get it, but when
they didn't say, you're just saying when you hear this, but that's only because you're a SpongeBob fan and there was a place called the
You're
Chum
telling
Bucket.
me the Sharks posed this idea and didn't think SpongeBob at all?
I'm saying they're not promoting it as such, so why would you? I'm not saying they didn't. I'm saying this is a Sharks themed thing, not a SpongeBob themed thing.
Sorry, my mind immediately goes to SpongeBob.
I know it does. I
think a lot of people would. Honestly.
I think a lot of people do of a certain age.
Yeah.
What I'm saying though is there's nothing. You're like I think it's for nostalgia purposes. I don't.
Yeah, now that I think about it, SpongeBob's not even on the bucket.
It has nothing to do with.
Fair enough.
That's what I mean. It has nothing to do.
But
really
maybe the
with
name gets people going.
That's
and
fine.
in the Sharks' defense, we're probably not the target demo. If you're 12, this is for you. If you're
Or you're
What is it
25 and remember SpongeBob.
What is it again? It's no, stop it. What is it again? It's popcorn.
popcorn, you got
It's
some Pop-Tarts.
It's strawberry Pop-Tarts.
Buttery popcorn, Pop-Tarts.
Teal chocolate.
I'll eat buttery popcorn and chocolate together though. I'm into that.
Are you down with some popcorn and M&Ms?
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, there you go.
Tim, would you hit this with me if we get it on Saturday?
I need
feels like a lot of I don't know.
I need a food review of this.
More of a beer guy.
It's a popcorn, but you're a beer guy. Yeah, you don't eat food.
I'm more of a beer guy.
I don't eat food. I'm more of a beer man.
I guess
You
as your
just
valet,
chew-
why don't we do it? Screw it. Why
chew
not?
hops.
It's your valet.
Yeah. Hey, valet my ass down there.
Let's do it. Why not? Let's get a chum bucket.
Let's get a chum bucket on
for the show.
We should get a chum bucket on Saturday.
All right, let me know. Moving on to the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Fear Factor is coming back to television in 2026. The hit show that debuted 24 years ago was hosted by Joe Rogan. It made a quick return to MTV with host Ludacris back in 2017. You may not remember it. I don't.
I don't, but I love to see Luda reacting.
I know.
To the thing.
Oh, damn! That's fearful. Now it's back on Fox with a new title, Fear Factor. House of Fear with Johnny Knoxville.
Yeah, okay. I'm into this.
I'm a big Knoxville guy, of course, with Jackass. He had a weird show, like a prank show with Eric Andre a year ago. Wasn't great on ABC, but now he's going to host this. And if it's going to be like more like a spooky thing, like a House of Fear, I'm not with that. But like I don't know, I like some of the stuff they did, the stunts they did back in the day.
What do you come down on a haunted house, huh?
Oh, I'm not going in that.
You're not.
No, I'll pee my pants. No.
You get your own segment.
I'm too
You get a
scared.
segment out of that,
You
buddy.
pee your pants. Yeah. So wait, you're saying you're not into the show if it is all haunted stuff, and you also do not like haunted houses.
I do not like haunted houses.
What's your gripe with a haunted house?
I just don't want to be scared.
Yeah. Do you like scary movies?
No.
So you won't see a scary movie?
I like to laugh. I like to live.
Do you sleep with a light on?
Of course. A nightlight, of course.
Do you really have a light?
No, of course not.
You sleep in the dark.
Sleep in the dark.
Okay.
I'm a grown man.
I don't know what's scary. That's my question. You know
I do
it's a
sleep
haunted
with a
house.
blankie, though.
You know it's a haunted house.
Yeah, of course. I know it's not real. I just don't like, don't want to be frightened.
When you said you sleep with a blankie, what do you mean by that?
I'm joking. I have a
It's like
blanket.
you keep adding things to it that aren't
I'm being self-deprecating.
I know. I can tell. It seems like you're maybe putting up some defense mechanisms here to not talk.
You're damn right.
To not talk haunted house.
I like some thrillers. I like some horror movies, but I want to go to the theater to watch one. Nah.
Yeah, I think I'm down. I mean, I know I'm down with a haunted house. The thing I don't want, and I know that there are haunted houses that have like levels of this. I don't want to be grabbed or touched. But
Yeah.
I don't want to be grabbed or touched anywhere in the world.
Yeah.
Like,
Well done, too. Well done.
I don't want to be grabbed, bagged, or none of that. Nowhere, So that's kind of where I come down to that. It's like, I don't want to be, if they're in my personal space and they're scaring me, like, that's all fine.
Yeah.
That's cool. Don't get me wet and don't grab me.
Okay.
You know what I mean? I'm like a
You don't have to tell me twice.
yeah, one of those, I'm like a gremlin. You know what I mean?
Okay. All right, last
Feed
one.
me after a certain
last
time.
one in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Oh, and it's a sad one. R.I.P. to Grammy Award-winning R&B singer D'Angelo, who passed away today at the age of 51 from cancer. Dude, I mean, I didn't know about this until this morning when Murph and Marcus were talking about it. I was like, D'Angelo passed away?
Yeah.
I saw him live a few years ago.
Did you?
Dave Chappelle was performing at the Hollywood Bowl, and Chappelle does this sometimes. He was like, all right, a little intermission here. I'm going to go step away
He
for some
brings up
jokes.
music. Yeah, I've
And
seen
he's
that
like,
too.
"All
Right.
right, ladies and gentlemen, D'Angelo with Questlove on drums." I was like, oh, crap, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, dude, I listened to D'Angelo. Brown Sugar's a great album, great song. How Does It Feel, the music
How
video.
Does It Feel Untitled, yeah.
Where he's butt naked in that music video. I remember that. Girls in my class were all over that. So,
Can I offer you a lady? Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, good song. Rest in peace to D'Angelo, too soon at the age of 51.
Yeah, man. And after a private battle with cancer, so hey, man, I'm thankful we had him. I mean, it's really, really sad when you find this out just sort of suddenly, and it's sort of startling, and it immediately makes you run to go listen to the music.
Yeah,
But
definitely.
This is the great thing about artists and the art that they leave behind is we still get to enjoy what it is that they gave us for the reasons that we started to love them.
That's
So,
your NBA grab bag.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you.
Want
That
some of your brown sugar?
is your NBA grab bag for Tuesday, October 14th. 2025. Cope says no grabbing and getting me wet rules are bringing up prom flashbacks. Jeez. Thanks, 209. We'll take a quick break. How about this? In about 15 minutes, Andrew Luck joins us for his weekly conversation. But when we return, week 6 in the NFL, dude, does anybody know who the best team in football is? Who is it? We'll talk about it next. It's only here on The Sports Leader.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The sports leader.
Darnold has time. Gonna let it fly. JSN is out there. JSN has it. Touchdown! Seahawks! A spike in the end zone and a 61-yard rocket to number 11. JSN puts 6 more on the board for the Hawks.
Stafford has first and goal. Takes the snap. Boots out the right side. Early to the flat. All alone. Tyler Higbee struts in. Big rig. Higgs with a spike and a 2-touchdown lead on the road in Baltimore.
Here's a fake handoff. Love bootlegging right. Dumps it off Kraft to the 10, to the 5, to the end zone. And it is a touchdown. Touchdown, Green Bay Packers. Touchdown, Tucker Kraft.
Mahomes sends Pacheco in motion out to the left. Here's the snap. Mahomes back, looking left, looking middle, throws right, wide open, it's caught. Touchdown, Hollywood Brown.
Sounds from across week 6 in the NFL. Dirty work with you on a Tuesday afternoon. I think we know less about the clarity at the top of either conference.
Yeah.
After this weekend. Now, 2 losses in a row for the Philadelphia Eagles, right?
And Buffalo Bills.
And for the Buffalo Bills. They were the final 2 unbeaten teams. Now, both have gone down in each of the last 2 weeks. How does that affect where you see them? I mean, I don't think anybody thought anyone was going undefeated this year, and not all teams' records are created equal, but it is funny to look up at the standings and see the Buffalo Bills, who now have the same record as the New England Patriots, are in second place in the AFC East.
And, yeah, there's so much parity in the NFL right now where, like we say, yesterday, like with Fred Warner out for the season, like, well, the 49ers, they have to prove it to us. But with a 4-2 record, it's anybody's, NFL right now. Like, I know that the Colts have the best record of football along with the Buccaneers at 5-1, but I'm not banking on those teams to be there in the Super Bowl. I'm not banking on the Colts.
You're not banking on who? The Colts?
The Colts or the Buccaneers. Like, I get it. Like, Baker Mayfield's playing really well right now and should be MVP right now. Like, this is week 6 we're talking about. Let's see the rest of the season.
I mean, I think by the end of October, Russell Wilson had to lock up like 5 or 6 MVPs.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? And then never got a vote.
Right.
Because of you got to do it for the course of a season. And we talked so much about how the first month is preseason per se. So that would mean that we're only a couple of weeks into some more polished football.
No, definitely. But the Buccaneers have to prove it to me, like in the next couple of weeks here. Like this Monday night, they're going to play the Lions. And I still think the Lions are the best team in the NFC. And very good win by the Chiefs. The Chiefs might be back to where they were.
They're dangerous, man.
Even at 3-3.
As dangerous as they've ever been, it feels like.
That loss to the Jaguars last week doesn't feel that bad because, you lose 31-28. The offense is humming a little bit now. They're getting back Rashee Rice this week. And they were able to stop that Lions offense without forcing a turnover. Like, it was just good man-to-man coverage on Amon-Ra St. Brown and Jameson Williams, and they stopped the run for the most part. And they stopped them on 4th down. So the Chiefs, they still could be your team in the AFC. I was disappointed with the Buffalo Bills last night. When teams stopped the run early against the Bills, then, Josh doesn't know what to do. It's kind of like a year ago or a couple years ago when they had Ken Dorsey as the offensive play caller where he just goes in hero mode, and they stopped him on 4th down like he was trying to do Brett Favre flip plays that were deflected. Crazy play before the half where Drake London sprints away for a go-ahead touchdown, but he's out at the 1-yard line. That probably would have put the game away. But I was ready to come here today and say, like, oh, the Falcons stepped in it, and the Bills come back and win that game. But no, they got nothing in the second half. They scored on the opening drive, but I still would say the Bills are the team to beat in the AFC, but they're going through a little rut right now. They lost 2 in a row, but I still think that they're probably the dominant team in the AFC.
Yeah, the Bills, I think I've got them at the top of the AFC as well. So, okay, so give me – you said 2 things that were different there. You talked about the teams that are at the top or are playing really well, and you go, I don't trust the Bucs to go to the Super Bowl or the Colts right now, which is fine. We're 6 weeks in.
Yeah.
And we haven't seen enough from it.
They got to prove it to me.
Okay. So then, different question.
Okay.
Right now, who are the top 5 teams in football in your mind? Give me your top 5. The power rankings thing is
yeah, I know,
erroneous and ridiculous, and for whatever reason you put a team there. But if the Bucs you don't buy as a Super Bowl team right now, do you not think they're the best team in football right now?
The Bucs? No, I don't.
Okay, so who's the best team in football right now?
I mean, right now it's hard to say because these teams are losing, but I still would say the Bills. I would still say the Lions. I put the Eagles in there. Like, this is based off just pure talent. The Chargers squeaked away with a win.
The Chargers are not in the top 5.
Well, who would you have?
the Chargers don't hit the Chargers. I'd be like, I might be trying to put them in my top 10.
Who's
the
second best team in the AFC right now?
According to my list here.
Okay.
In teams I believe in as the second best team in the AFC.
Yeah.
In my top 10 teams or 9 teams, I only have 3 AFC teams.
Okay,
The
who are
Bills,
they?
the Chiefs, and the Colts.
Okay. All right.
Because that's a mix of do I think they're contenders and are they playing their best right now? The Chiefs are getting better, seemingly.
Yeah.
Right? The Colts seem to be improving even as the season's going on.
Right.
The Bucs, you don't have to buy them entirely, but they're winning games when they need to. They make plays when they need to, and they're doing it on both sides. I have the Bucs as the number 1 team right now. I would go, here's how I line it up. And this might shock some people because of my number 4 team. Okay. I'm going Bucs, Lions, Bills, which is funny because even though the Bills are second place in their division, I still think they're the best team in the AFC. I'm going to go Seattle as number 4.
Ooh. Okay.
And then I'm going to go with the Eagles and the Chiefs as kind of 5s. I think the Eagles and the Chiefs are still right there for me. They're my next 2 teams.
So do you think
I have Seattle in the top 5 right now and the best team in the NFC West.
So yes, okay. And with Puka Nakua's injury right now with the Rams.
And that's kind of where I'm at. Is if Puka's healthy, I feel differently about it. I want to know how long he's banged up. Every year, this guy it takes so much to bring him down, and he's so big, and he puts his body on the line so hard, seemingly, in every game,
right.
that it just seems like he's banged up and bruised and battered all the time, or he's taking shots. He had a bone bruise last year that kept him out for a long time.
Yeah.
If Puka's not in there, and I still have the Rams, by the way, not that much lower. The Rams are only a few spots below that.
Well, I was surprised they didn't just blow out the Ravens, given their offense. But yeah,
650 says Steelers. Come on, man. I'm like, yeah, I've got them as number 9 or 10.
I'm not buying the Steelers. I don't think that Aaron Rodgers looks great right now. He's throwing the ball really quickly because that offensive line can't block for him.
I have them in my 10 spot jumble. So I have 9 teams listed.
Yeah.
Bucks, Lions, Bills, Seahawks, Eagles, Chiefs, Packers, Rams, Colts.
Okay.
Those are my top 9.
Okay. If I had to go top 5 right now for you, I'll still say the Bills.
Okay.
I'll go Lions. I will go Eagles after that. I'll go Bucks at 4. And I'll probably go Chiefs at 5.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're not that far off. Are Seattle close to that?
Seattle's close.
They're climbing for me. Now, here's the thing. Want a good note on Seattle right now?
Yeah.
Their worst losses have both been at home. I mean, they lost to the Bucks at home in a shootout.
Their only losses, yeah.
Their only losses, and they lost to the Niners week 1.
They won 11 in a row on the road.
They're 10-1 now under McDonald.
On the road?
Last year on the road.
Mm.
Isn't that crazy?
Insane
They have one
number.
road loss in the last
With
2
the
years.
12s. I mean, that stadium's a home field advantage. So
it's gnarly.
Yeah. But the fact that, they lost to the 49ers at home, they lost to the Buccaneers, and those are 2 good teams. And despite all the injuries right now with the Niners are still a good team.
They were more healthy in that game.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
they had Kittle and they had Purdy.
Yeah, I mean, Seattle right now is the most impressive team in the NFC West. I think that the Rams, their 2 losses, they lost to the Eagles, which they had a big lead on, but it's the Eagles. And then they lost at home to the 49ers, a division opponent. I will say, just watching the Rams, Matthew Stafford and Devontae Adams do not have a good connection right now. They're a little off, and Devontae's not the same wide receiver. He does not get separation like he used to. So without Puka Nacua this week, the London game this week is really good against the Rams and Jaguars.
You got another one of these?
Yes, we do. Oh, yeah. It's not going
Are
away.
they sick of us yet? We're
I know.
still going over there, huh?
I know.
Who is it this week?
It's Rams and Jaguars.
Oh, come on.
I know.
I want to watch that game in the regular window. Give me an afternoon window game.
I know. And it's 6:30 too.
God damn. Hey, Tim, are we getting up?
Hell no.
You bringing me breakfast in bed at the hotel, Tim?
Yeah, you're going to be in bed. I'll be on the damn floor.
Well, yeah. you guys were sharing a bed. Come on.
Tim, bring me breakfast in bed with my Rams and Jags.
I'll get my valet hat on.
Yeah. Bring me give me some bangers and what do they eat in the morning there?
Mash.
Bangers
mash.
and mash. They eat don't they eat beans and toast?
Yeah.
Too?
My bangers, my beans,
White
and my
pudding and
mash.
black pudding.
What's that?
White pudding and black pudding.
Yeah.
Well, you didn't have to say it like that.
Oh, black pudding has blood in it.
It's blood pudding.
Okay.
It's crazy.
Why does it have to be black?
Why does it have to be black
I know.
pudding,
I knew it was
Tim?
coming.
Yeah.
The division leaders right now in the AFC are wild. It's Colts, Steelers, Chargers, and Patriots, like it's 2007 with Peyton Manning,
Got
Ben
LT
Roethlisberger,
and, Rivers,
and Tom Brady.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
I like that. Blast from the past.
Yep.
I'm with you in terms of the Bills still being a top team in
I think so. I think there's last year they lost to the Ravens when Derrick Henry ran all over them, and then the next week they lost to the Texans with Stephon Diggs. They're just going through a little rut right now, but I still think they're going to be the number 1 team in the AFC.
510, great question. Hey, where do you guys on your list have the 49ers? I didn't get there yet.
Yeah.
So I have a bunch.
TBD, honestly.
I have a bunch because I just don't know. Again, I don't know who they are. I don't know what to think of the Niners.
I have to see what they look like without Fred Warner. I understand like we got a good glimpse of that last week or just a couple days ago with the Buccaneers game. I want to see it for a full 4 quarters. And the Falcons, they look tough.
Yeah,
for any week you want Fred Warner facing against Bijan Robinson and Tyler Algier, yikes.
Exactly what I was just thinking. You want to go up against 443 total yards from yesterday?
No, you don't.
Now, back-to-back nationally televised games, short week for them, coming across country.
Right.
Interesting in that regard.
And a short week, yeah.
And a short week for them. Niners off, but still. Where do I have them? I just don't know. I really, really don't. I feel like the Niners have played 6 one-game seasons.
Yeah.
I feel like every game has been a season in and of itself. Like they're all, I don't know. None of them seem to connect to me. You know what I mean? None of them seem like it's something that connects.
I'll tell you what, I don't have them third like Drew Brees had the Niners third in his rankings today for whatever reason.
Drew Brees has the Niners third in his power rankings.
Yes. I think it's only fair to see what they look like without Fred Warner.
808 KNBR, which take is worse from Drew Brees? Wow. His thoughts on kneeling for the anthem or having the Niners third in his power rankings. We'll take a quick break. Andrew Luck joins us each and every week, former NFL quarterback and the current general manager of Stanford football. We'll have our weekly conversation with Andrew Luck next, only here on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
How do the 49ers turn the page on last week's loss to the Bucs? Find Mike Silver, Marcus Thompson, Tracy Sandler, and David Lombardi on exactly that. All our interviews are at thesportsleader.com. Hell, even maybe Kipe has a suggestion.
Sports Leader presents a two-time Heisman Trophy finalist.
Luck takes a snap, sprints right, pressure coming. He throws on the move, and it's caught in the end zone. Zach Ertz, touchdown. What a pass by Andrew Luck.
And a four-time Pro Bowler.
Luck steps up, throwing over the middle for T.Y. Hilton. He's open at the 20, to the 10, to the 5, and Indianapolis has come all the way back 64 yards from Luck.
Who has come back to where it all started. Here is the general manager of Stanford football, Andrew Luck. On the Sports Leader.
We do it every week with Andrew Luck, the general manager of Stanford football. Always a pleasure to catch up with Andrew. Getting ready to take on Florida State, who comes down to the Farm this weekend. We'll have pregame for you at 4:30 over on KNBR 1050. Andrew joins us on the UMA guest line. What's up, Andrew? How you doing, bro?
Hey, Andrew.
I'm doing well. Hey, I got some feedback from some listeners that were worried about my huffing and puffing through the phone, so I'm not walking my stadium steps while I talk to you guys today. I am lounging. My feet are up, and I am lounging in the office.
Dude,
perfect.
We have no problem. I'm glad you're getting in the steps and you're getting in the lounging. We've done hits like with Steve Young for years, and he's oftentimes like running hills or
hiking,
or hiking. Like, or he's at one point he was coaching his daughter's flag football game. You can hear it in the background.
Oh, come on, guys!
While he's doing the hit with us and coaching kids up. So no problem on our end. But do you have? Is this just a normal part of your daily routine, or do you have a personal pregame routine still?
This radio show has become part of my weekly routine. I'm starting to enjoy it.
Nice.
So thank you guys. Like, I'm still a creature of habit, right? When you grow up in sports and you grow up playing sports, you want to have so few things outside, especially playing quarterback. You want to be in rhythm. You want to have routine because you got to make a lot of decisions at practice and on the field. And frankly, when you're a professional, you're paid for your decision-making ability for many reasons. And in college, and you want to play, you got to be a great decision maker and execute. And so I was always of the belief that, like, how do I lessen the decisions I have to make outside of football? So I was a boring dude who just did the same old routine, the same thing every stinking day. And it's certainly not apples to apples now, but I like my routine.
So we'll talk about the game from last Saturday against SMU, but I do want to start on a positive note. Some good news last Wednesday. Former alumni Bradford Freeman donated $50 million to Stanford football. So what was your reaction to that news, and what's the hope with this money that it will bring to the program?
I was so stoked, and look, we've been working on it, with Brad for a while, and he's a living legend, man. He's an incredibly generous school. He's been incredibly generous to the school, to the football program. We're incredibly proud of him as an alum of the football program from Fargo, North Dakota, just like our kicker, Emmett Kinney. And so I'm humbled and grateful. Obviously, money's a big part of the ballgame right now, right? And NIL and the ability to attract and retain great talent, and the ability to resource our coaches, to attract great coaches, that whole thing. I think part of what Brad understands is that it's all about people, right? It's all about great players and great coaches, and this is one step, one big step, no doubt, one step that continues us in that direction of being the preeminent destination for the best and brightest, and great coaches and support staff as well.
Talking to Andrew Luck, nice enough to join us as he does every week here on the UMA guest line. Yeah, it was after we talked to you, we saw that news, thought it was incredible and awesome that that's happened. I mean, tell us, how unique of a situation is that for something like this to happen? Obviously a donation of that magnitude, but to a program like this, because you said it perfectly. You said money is a big part of the equation now, and I think a lot of schools have been playing catch up in general, or trying to figure out what their platform and what their sort of their resources are and how they build this thing going forward. And this is part of what you've been tasked with. I mean, how unique is what Brad did for the school?
No, it's huge. It certainly makes me sleep easier at night. And look, I'd never fundraised or recruited before this job, So I'm walking around feeling pretty good about myself right now. I'm not going to lie. My wife's tired of my ego. I'm peacocking everywhere for the past week. But I one, I'm really humbled. And two, I know we are going to get where we need to go to a championship team, because we're going to have a whole community behind us. Look, our guys, our players, they're working their butts off, right, and working their butts off, and there's been real tangible signs of progress, and our coaches are doing an incredible job setting our guys up for success, and our support staff and in our front office, we're all rowing this thing in the right direction, and it really is good wind in our sails, when we feel our community support, and that comes in a bunch of different ways. Yes, that's a Bradford Freeman gift of incredible sale. It's also, folks showing up for a big homecoming game this weekend and having a great atmosphere. There's a bunch, it's an email from someone on campus telling me how what a great job one of our players did in class or something in the community. Like all those things matter, in pointing a program in the right direction and getting to where we want to go.
Talking to Andrew Luck on the UMA guest line. So let's talk about the football team. Last Saturday, you guys lost to SMU 34-10. We're officially at the midway point of the season. You guys are 2-4, 1-2 in conference play. How would you evaluate your team, and where do you need to improve?
I was so excited to come to work on Sunday, and that's what I told our boys. We were angry after that SMU game.
Yeah,
angry, and our guys know, that we did not hold up our end of the bargain, and enough to give ourselves, to give ourselves a real chance to win. And we had a chance, and we drove down there, and our offense put some tough drives together. It's easy to fold up and quit when you go down 17-0, and our offense put a 2-minute drive at the end of half that got us to 7-17, and the ball coming out of halftime. That was an elite 2-minute drive, and then we go down 24-7. It's easy to quit, but our guys show relentless effort and keep on fighting, and we put a heck of a drive together, and obviously a pick six that was the backbreaker. But look, there's moments of complementary football. Our defense came to play. I mean, I felt them from play one. When you go on the road versus a really, really good quarterback, and the game starts with a 3-and-out by your defense, that sets you up for success, right? And our calling is to go out and get 1% better and make sure we're living, play to play, focusing on play to play. There's no other way to do it. I learned that from John Lynch when he was an honorary captain for us my junior year at Stanford. He said he didn't go out there and play one game, 60 plays. He went out there and played one play at a time, right? 60 times. That's what a game is. So we got to keep improving on that. Keep chipping away at our process, and the result, the win or the loss, is a consequence of a lot of things, including how well prepared and how hard we're working.
It's a great way to look at things, and sort of you eat the elephant one bite at a time. Is the game is one play over and over. You got to do that to put together what a drive is, or what a scoring drive is, and what it means to win a game. It's an interesting thought. Do you remember when you developed that, or is that something that came naturally to you? Because I look at, like, when I was younger, that had to be way harder to do, to not get ahead of yourself, to not think, hey, in 2 weeks we play Florida or Miami, and they're the number 2 team in the country. But to do the job right now, and to even break that down further, to run the play right now, to do my job right now. Yeah. How did you get into that thought process? I know John kind of sparked that in you, but is that something that was harder when you were younger?
I think I grew into it like many things. I do think for me and my personality, playing sports was, I think, part of what was so enjoyable about it was you got lost in it, right? And you get to be in, whether you call it flow state or you're vibing or whatever it is, it's fun to live in that world where nothing else exists but where your feet are. And I think sports, art, extracurriculars, being in harmony with nature. I imagine when y'all have a great segment of a radio show, you feel it. You're in flow state,
It's true. Yeah, it
and you
happens.
look up and say, "Whoa, that like I was nowhere else but here." So, I think sports provides that. Games are long. Football games are long, right? It is a test of focus. It is a test of resiliency and a tough-minded attitude. And so I loved it. I mean, I literally, I remember it like yesterday when John Lynch gave us wise words as honorary captain, and he talked about it. I was like, yeah, that encapsulates part of what I love about this thing is, each play is a game within itself, and what happens if you just stack a bunch of plays together? That can get you somewhere. And so look, we practice like that. Our strength staff does an amazing job of getting our guys, focused every day in and out. Frank, it's part of why I love playing for Frank Reich. That he embodies that more than anybody I know, and our guys are learning to uphold that every day.
Talking to Andrew Luck on the UMA guest line. So the 49ers are having trouble running the football right now, despite having the great Christian McCaffrey. How difficult is it for a quarterback when there's no balance with the running game and the entire team is kind of dependent on your arm?
Yeah, it can be tough. Look, a pass rush in the NFL is legit. I'd contend that maybe the freakiest athletes in the world are defensive linemen in the NFL, interior and exterior guys. I mean, those guys are, they're tough. And if the threat of the run doesn't exist, it can be hard. To be fair, I haven't watched the Niners the past few weeks because of the way our work schedule has gone out. So I'm just taking your word for it that they're struggling to find balance.
No, fair enough.
And look, I think you also balance is not a static state, right? Like there are games that you have to throw it 50 times to win. There are games that you run it 45 times, throw it 10 times to win. That I think coaches are okay with that at the end. But when the threat, when you can attack the whole field, when you can sort of control and constrict the opportunities for the other team on offense, when you can physically wear people down. I mean, that's sort of the way I was brought up in football, especially in my career at Stanford. It does make a quarterback job. I'm not going to say easier. There ain't anything easy about playing quarterback. Nothing. Maybe putting your pads on. That's about the easiest part. But it does make your job simpler in some ways when the threat of the run game is real.
Yeah, I don't think I'd challenge or dispute you on defensive linemen being like the freakiest athletes that there are. The sheer size and the speed and the meticulous nature of what it is they have to do. Defensive ends. Who was the most ferocious defensive end or D lineman you played against with the nicest personality? Like what was the juxtaposition there? It's sort of funny, I feel like, when that happens.
I'm gonna have to sit and think about it.
All right,
but
I'll come back to it.
Playing. I'll just say that when you thought of defensive end, defensive tackle, I played in college and in the NFL against Jarrell Casey. He was USC and Tennessee Titans, and I was just talking to his old defensive line coach for many years in Tennessee, he caused such fits. He was a really, really dynamic pass rusher, and of course I hated him because he went to USC. But once I got to know him, I couldn't help but like him.
Yeah.
Was Jared Allen the type of guy as well? You may have faced off against him a couple times in your career.
Yeah, we played the Vikings my rookie year, and of course, part of what's so special about the NFL is you walk in and you're a rookie. And I walked into a locker room with Robert Mathis and Dwight Freeney. You want to talk about pass rushers?
Yeah.
And those that strike the fear of God in you. Dwight Freeney and Robert Mathis were incredible teammates, and I played with Dwight for a year and Rob for a while, and I contend one of the great all-time teammates, Robert Mathis, just an amazing dude. But yeah, I remember playing the Vikings rookie year, and I get to go against Jared Allen. This is pretty cool, and the same feeling was when we played the Ravens in the playoffs my rookie year, and it's like, that's Ray Lewis and that's Ed Reed, and I was a elementary school boy watching them play in Miami, and just those were pinch me moments.
That's pretty cool. As we talk to Andrew Luck, a few more minutes here on the UMA guest line, just to follow up the thought on the rookie season, we were talking a little while ago about how Tennessee relieved Brian Callahan of his duties as head coach, and they had the number one pick with your current head coach, Frank Reich, there with Bryce Young. Excuse me, that was in Carolina. Bryce Young was one of the last number one picks. It's Cam Ward in Tennessee. But the last four quarterbacks taken number one overall have had their head coaches fired in their rookie season. I'm wondering, lessons you learned your rookie year that were so necessary for you going forward. I mean, I feel like that's what we talk about when it's tough for these guys when you're gauging them at such a young age or judging them at such a young age, and they've had a second or a third offense even by their third season. What was such a key lesson for you having that consistency throughout a rookie season?
Yeah, it feels a long time ago, and I was thankful to be part of the Colts, which I think knew how to support a quarterback. Sure. And Chuck Pagano was amazing, and he got sick that year, and Bruce Arians was our interim head coach and was amazing, and Clyde Christensen, my quarterback coach, and got to play with Reggie Waynes and Adam Vinatieri. So I'm thankful I hopped, yes, you have the first pick for a reason, but I think upon looking back, I got to hop into a locker room that was very professional and knew how to both push me and have the patience. Two, it's a long season. The NFL season is longer than the college football season, right? And it's a bunch of different opportunities for the ball to bounce a bunch of different ways. And so learning how to get better every week, and then certainly this is real in college, and it's really laid bare in the NFL. Like those teams that can get better every week, you give yourself a chance in November, So my hope for all those young quarterbacks is they just keep the head down and keep getting better because there's so much to learn.
You mentioned Robert Mathis. I remember back in 2014, you guys lost him on the Colts with a torn Achilles, and right now the 49ers are dealing with both Nick Bosa and Fred Warner out for the season. During that year that Robert Mathis was gone, did you feel you had to step up more as a leader and kind of carry the team on offense?
No, I didn't. Look, Robert was an incredible leader, and he still provided leadership. But I think while I played, you just stayed steady and focused, and I was like, I'm going to give all of myself as a leader, regardless of the circumstances. And I figured any extra pressure because someone goes down or someone is up isn't going to help you.
Before we let you go, Andrew, just a thought on the game this weekend. Stanford, Florida State from Stanford. We'll be down there for the pregame starting at 4:30, kickoff at 7:30. Just a thought on you talked about getting to work this past Sunday after the loss, the bounce-back nature of this, an opportunity to learn more in another home game. What are your thoughts on Florida State?
I'm excited. Florida State's dynamic. It's a fun opponent to go up against. I'm stoked we're back at Stanford Stadium. We got to protect the farm. It's homecoming on the farm. We got a bunch of reunions. We are. I'm. Beside the game and our kids and watching our young men play. I think I'm most excited that we're honoring Jim Plunkett. It's the 55th anniversary of his Heisman, right, this year. So he's honored. I think sometime in the first half. We've got a bunch of the Rose Bowl team from that, from that era back, like Randy Vataha, the flanker, the famous flanker from those teams. So I get a kick out of knowing that I get to steward a program with this incredible legacy, in college football. So having a crew of those legends, including the Plunkett family, on the field will make me very happy. And it's a big game. It's a conference game, and we need the juice. We need the South Bay. We need the Bay Area rolling and rocking and coming and supporting us. We got a drone show at halftime.
Oh, nice!
That's going to be awesome. For those that haven't made it down to campus yet, I contend it's probably the best place in the world to tailgate. And you can find y'all's tent right outside the Grove.
Right there. Yep.
And go say hi but yeah, we need the juice. I'm excited for our guys. They're putting the work in. Coach Reich, the rest of the coaching staff. I'm looking forward to it, and always fun when it's reunion homecoming weekend.
7:30 on Saturday night. We'll have it for you on KNBR 1050. Andrew, always great to catch up, man. I didn't even notice the huffing and puffing before. It doesn't bother us either.
No,
way.
not at all.
Hope you're just as rested and back. Yeah.
I got self-conscious about it. I'll be honest.
No. You're good.
You're good with us. You're good with us. Have a good weekend, man. We'll see you down there. We'll talk to you next week.
Thank you, Andrew.
All right. Appreciate y'all. Bye.
Good deal there. Great Andrew Luck. We do it with him every Tuesday afternoon.
That's awesome. They're going to honor Plunkett this weekend. And, Plunkett's the man, and he should be in the NFL Hall of Fame.
Dude, the Pro Football Hall of Fame for sure. Andrew Luck, maybe the inspiration for the PTOTD.
Oh, yeah.
The positive thought of the day.
Always in a good mood.
That's a guy you want to go to battle with.
Oh, yeah.
Andrew Luck. We'll be down there, by the way, on Saturday. You could be down there, too. Not you personally, Derek. Derek, I don't care if you're down there. You'll be at Walt's.
Wow.
Walt's baby shower.
Yeah, I got things
You're not
to do.
blowing that off.
No.
But for those of you not invited to Walt's baby shower, how about coming down to Stanford for homecoming and alumni reunion weekend? 4 tickets were given away.
Whoa.
4 tickets, one day only. We're doing this. How about this? One night only. Saturday.
So you got less than 2 hours.
You could be down there. 4 tickets to go see Stanford against Florida State. Tune in between now and 6 o'clock. We'll give you the cue to call. All you got to do is be caller 10 to the studio at 415-896-KNBR, and you'll win. Furnished by Stanford. You can get the rules at knbr.com or thesportsleader.com. And again, you heard about that. It's the reunion homecoming clash of the weekend, plus a drone show at halftime, and they'll be honoring Jim Plunkett 55 years ago this season. He won his Heisman Trophy. Tim, what's our cue to call?
What if we if you hear a rejoin that sounds like this?
Are we allowed to do that?
Yeah, I don't know if that's part of the rules
I don't
anymore.
think that's part of the rules, Tim.
Cue to call to me. Sounds just as good.
All right.
I don't know. I don't want to break any rules. You know me. You know me.
Yeah, we're not really rule breakers on this show.
You guys know me. I don't want to break the rules.
All right, there it is.
I guess that's the cue to call.
The
If you hear
Stanford
that,
theme.
If you hear that, and if anybody in legal hears this, that was Tim's idea. All right.
Well, are we sure that was Tim's idea, or Tim just didn't have the cue to call ready?
Did Tim just not have the cue to call ready?
I don't know if there was a cue to call. I have a different one if you would like.
Well, we have the cue to call that we do.
Oh, yeah, I don't have that ready.
Yeah, see, dude, I knew it. I knew it, dude.
It's all good. I like the Stanford theme. It's a good idea. Let's roll with it.
All right, we'll just go with that for today. One day only. Nobody tell anybody because we're not supposed to do that, all right?
Come on, guys.
That's the cue to call. When you hear that, caller 10-415-896 KNBR is winning those Stanford tickets for Saturday to go see Stanford and Florida State down on the farm. All right, at 4:50, we're going to catch up with our guy, Matt Barrows.
Matt Barrows.
He joins us at 4:50.
He knows the rules.
He knows all the rules. He's
I was not ready for that.
At 4:50, when we come on back, you better be ready for this. It's Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia.
Oh, you're not ready for this?
Y'all
Not ready for that either.
Y'all ready for Tim? No. Tim hosts trivia at the bitter end every Tuesday night. The best trivia in America, as told by Darren Chan. Tim, what are you doing? You flipping the stream off now? It's a lot of moving parts back there.
Come on, Jordan. Where
as viewed
where
by
is she?
Darren Chan and Dave Fleming. Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia. We will do it next, only here. You ready, Tim? On the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Do you want to go to Hawaii? Well, stop daydreaming about that Kahlua pork and poke and listen today and all week to the sports leader for your cue to call for a chance to win a week on the Big Island courtesy of Hawaiian Airlines and the Mauna Kea Resort. When you hear the cue, bang the number and start picking out that tube top. Hawaii with Murph. What could be better?
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Text line's all over at 510 on the Golden State Lumber Showroom. Text line says, dude, the Thin Tim Hornman mistake of the day for not having the cue to call ready. We're all good. We're good with the cue to call.
Hey. Makes us Stanford alumni happy.
707 said the rules are there aren't any rules. Yeah, I'm down with that. 707 on the text line says, Cobes, I know what you mean, but I think it's funny every time you say, quote, deal with them when referring to your guests. What do you mean?
Deal with them.
Do I say deal with them?
I don't know about that at all.
I think frequently I say things like, that's our deal, or that's the deal, or that's the, maybe that's the concept.
I haven't heard that at all today.
I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know what that person's talking about. What the hell are you talking about?
I would say, like, I deal with you. I deal with Tim. You know?
Oh. Well, I say we deal with you, too.
Yeah, I'd say it goes both ways.
Yes.
It's a two-way street. Tim and I deal with each other a lot.
Oh, I know.
And that's why, despite all of his complaining and his begging and pleading, we gave him his own segment.
Seems natural.
Because he hosts trivia every Tuesday at the bitter end.
Tonight.
You can go see Tim tonight. That's why we get Tim's takes and trivia on a Tuesday, every Tuesday, unless we do it Wednesday.
Yeah.
Then it's on a Tuesday.
Unless it's Wednesday.
Unless it's Wednesday.
Unless Danny Dunn's doing the show.
Then we give Danny a takes whenever he's here. Whenever Danny wants one, he's getting a take.
Time for the dupes.
We actually begged Danny to do the segment.
Oh, yeah.
Tim, he asked us, so we allow him to do it.
Danny's like, come on, guys. That's
we're
too much.
Please do a segment for us, Dan. Not so much with Tim, though. But anyway, he gives us a slice of life take, a sports take, and then he gives us trivia that you'll hear tonight at the bitter end. Tim, let's start off the segment.
It's time for Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia on KNBR, the Takes Leader.
Oh, and I wet myself for this.
Yeah.
All right, well, welcome to another edition of Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia. You know, when I'm not walking into a coat closet or accusing Adam of stealing my plate of prime rib, occasionally there is a thought or two about sports.
Hey.
Mixed in between the Manhattans and shots of 151.
Yeah.
Today's take, however...
What? You guys did 151?
Yeah, we did.
When was this?
You got to do what you got to do.
Yep.
Dude, no wonder. I didn't know this happened.
Yeah.
150. When did you guys do this before I got there?
And Goldschlager.
Yeah, we did it at the first bar, right, Tim?
Yeah.
Jeez, Tim, you had like 7 different types of alcohol.
Yeah, I had my stomach pumped afterwards.
You want to get to a meeting. Anyway, go ahead.
Today's take, and hopefully it will be brief, is about football and about the collective crap cloud that is hanging over every 49er fan since this weekend. So indulge me as I meander down the road we all know well around these parts. Let's talk about injuries. Let's just say this all collectively. Injuries, much like Tim Ryan so eloquently puts it, blows. It blows. Everyone here can take the next 20 seconds to just scream into the ether. However, I'll say it for everyone that might be in an Uber or a library or at a colonoscopy. Injuries effing suck.
Yeah.
This sucks. It feels like Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch, and the fans alike are being robbed of seeing the best product of the 49ers on paper. We're set to make a deep playoff run. We here at The Leader know, trust me, we know how the fans are feeling. We have heard everything from the season's over to blow this whole thing up, nuke the team. Everything from that to trade Tatum Bethune for Trey Hendrickson, who says no. The reactions are all across the board. And while the intense frustration with all the injuries to the 49er elite is justified, this take to which I'm addressing now needs to be put to bed. I don't need a bed. It needs to be put to bed once and for all.
What's the drop?
And the idea is that the 49ers are somehow cursed or more prone to injury than other teams, to which I say in the immortal words of Brian Kelly, stop it. Yes, it sucks seeing your top players go down one after another. Yes, it sucks losing the best players on your team. No, Levi Stadium was not built on top the original Winchester Mystery House. Put yourself in Kyle Shanahan's shoes. You follow up a Super Bowl appearance with a 6-11 clunker last year, and the culprit was, you guessed it, injuries.
Yeah.
Only to have 5 of your top 7 players on offense and defense all fall to ACLs, ankles, knees, and toes. And even when you get your passing offense humming with your cast-off backup quarterback, throw into the likes of cut receivers and tight ends who had never caught a pass in the NFL, you have to deal with losing your defensive captain and discontent wide receivers. If you as a fan are feeling pissed, imagine the Mount Everest of crap of frustration Kyle faces every time he gets the injury report. But to suggest the 49ers are cursed, well, that's some padded wall behavior. It's football. It's inherently violent. Saying it's Jair Brown or whatever ridiculous tinfoil hat scorchers that fans come up with to justify something that is inherent to the sport. Let's just take a breath. The season is not over. Is the margin for error razor thin? You bet your ass. Before you call your local shaman and ask for a rain dance or the naked haka, just remember, injuries suck, but it's part of the game. You want to be mad about the team bubble wrapping dudes in the preseason? By all means. But now you're mad at every team in the NFL. In the meantime, the Falcons await. Reinforcements are supposedly on the way. And while there's no realistic way to replace Fred Warner, and really, there is no reason. There's no way. Let's just be honest with each other. You aren't the faithful for nothing, so let's have a little faith. And if we lose 2 of the next 3, then by all means, it's the Tim Reaper all over again, and you can actually blame it on something you truly do hate, which is me. What do you guys think?
Not bad. I mean, they're not really cursed. I mean, it's just that it happens over and over and over. I think more we're just scarred by it.
Yeah.
I think Niner fans are just scarred by it all, and you're looking for some. You know what happens, Tim, in 2025? And probably 4 and 3 and 22 and 1 and 20.
Yeah.
And most of my childhood and maybe just through all of human existence. You're looking for somebody to blame.
Absolutely.
I'm looking for somebody to point the finger at.
Yeah.
Why did Bob Melvin get fired? They needed somebody. We needed somebody to be like, something's got to change.
You went 81 and 81. You got to blame someone.
Something's got to change.
I thought you were looking for a concrete reason.
No, he didn't go to 81 and 81 every year that he was here. He went about that last year. They went about that the year before with Adam and the year before. And you can't keep doing the same thing they've been doing before, so people are just looking for a reason and for somebody to blame. It happens now in the news. Like, anytime anything happens anywhere, we look for something to blame. And people want to blame the training staff. They want to blame Jair Brown. They want to blame. So I'm with Tim on this. It feels cursed. And you know what, Tim? In sports, curse is overused because some of the greatest, quote, curses have been great lore across North American professional sports. But I'm with you. It's just part of the game.
It sucks.
It sucks.
It just happened.
209 says my boy needs a drink.
No, Niner fans need a drink. I mean, I get it.
How about some 151, Tim?
Yeah. This happens a lot with the 49ers. I totally understand. And you're not going to blame Kyle Shanahan. You're not going to blame John Lynch because they constructed a really good football team. It looked that way for the first 5 weeks of the season. And now they lost Fred Warner. They lost Nick Bosa. It's a physical game. It's a physical team. They're going to suffer injuries sometimes. There's no person to blame this on.
Somebody good text here, 916, as Seinfeld would say, who wants to be responsible? The first thing anybody asks is, who's responsible for this?
Exactly.
It is who's responsible for this?
Right. Who's responsible for all these injuries?
What's going on? Who's responsible? Football.
Yep.
The good God of football is responsible for this.
That's the way it goes.
That's the way it goes.
You're running into another individual. You're bound to get hurt sometimes.
Maybe one of the times I've agreed with Tim the most.
Yeah.
All right.
Interesting, dude.
Just quit while I'm ahead, right?
Yeah, you get 2 more legs to this thing. Dude.
The 510 puts it very succinctly. He says, I can see why Tim was never called Creative Tim, which leads me very well into my next slice of life here. This slice of life is not new, original, or anything you probably haven't already heard before, but it is timely because it happens like clockwork every single year. I want to take 2 seconds to talk about the very instant that the clouds start to roll in, the sky get dark, and the sprinkles start to fall. Everybody with a steering wheel and a pulse loses their damn mind and turns into owl cowlings. How does this happen every single year? Yesterday, we get the first real rain of the season, and like I said, like clockwork, For drivers, it's either the Talladega 500 or Aunt Bertha's driving test at the DMV. Now, I'm lucky here at the Leader. My commute is not very long. It's only about 7 miles. And on that 7 miles home, I witnessed 2 very near crashes. And it wasn't even rush hour. I'm wagering our truck driver and delivery army that are Dirty Work fans are nodding in unison right now. So let's do 3 quick suggestions when the torrents of rain arrive so that we don't freak out. Number 1.
Tim. All right.
Calm the F down. It's rain. It's not the rapture.
Yeah.
Take a breath. Don't be scared. If you want to be a little cautious, all good. But driving scared is just as dangerous as driving reckless.
100%.
If the rain is not for you, just take BART. No one's going to judge you.
Yep.
Number 2, as your Dirty Work and life producer, whoever needs to hear this, you got this. Your wipers work. Your brakes work. Your eyeballs work. You're going to be fine. The world is not conspiring against you the way it is against the 49ers and their ligaments. So give yourself a little more time. And like our good friend Conan O'Brien always says, be cool, my babies. And number 3, easily the most important, don't be an a-hole. This is really a life suggestion, but especially for those who think Grand Theft Auto is less of a video game and more of a religion. If you're the guy that cuts somebody off at the last second to move up one more car in line, a-hole. If you're the guy that changes 5 lanes on a freeway to show everybody your mad skills, a-hole. No one, especially in the rain, cares about your tinted windows or your spoiler. Nobody does. If your favorite places to drive is Vice City, maybe take a few plays off. So I ask you guys, are you good or bad drivers in the rain?
I'm a cautious driver in the rain, but yes, as you said, Tim, if you are too scared to drive, you should not be on the road. And it's just a little rain sometimes. Go a little slower. You don't need to speed. You don't need to drive 20 miles per hour. Just be cautious. Yeah, I'm with you. Just, all the instances you just provided, yes, just be a mindful driver when it's raining outside.
Yeah, I mean, be safe. Am I a good driver in the rain? I can't even remember the last time I drove in the rain, but I think in general I'm a fairly safe driver. Everybody hates driving in the rain, but it doesn't freak me out. What I don't like is driving 880 south in the rain when it's the worst draining freeway ever. I'm a 580 guy.
Right.
If I'm in the East Bay on a rainy day. I could listen, by the way, to Tim for hours, just rattle off examples of a-holes. And cap it with
cutting off this guy, a-hole.
You go into the work fridge and you eat somebody else's lunch,
a-hole.
A-hole.
Yes.
So you just give
just do a list one day, list of a-holes.
Just give examples of if and what you do, a-hole.
Yeah, I like that.
You go in and you take the last piece of toilet paper off the toilet paper roll, dirty and a-hole.
Yes.
You know what I mean? You don't refill it. You got to replenish. You got to replenish.
I agree.
You take the last one. You don't ask anybody before you take the last piece of cake that's sitting there if they want to split the piece of cake. A-hole. You know what I mean?
You heat up somebody else's chicken wings and you leave one. A-hole.
Unbelievable.
Well, that actually happened.
Unbelievable. That happened. Unbelievable. Anyway, moving on here. I'm with you, Tim. Tim, 2 for 2, I think.
I like it.
All right, Tim.
Trivia now?
What do you got for us on some trivia?
Whose face is on a $10 bill?
Ooh. Great question. $10 bill.
You can call me Aaron Burr from The Way I'm Dropping Hamiltons, I believe is the line from
Very
Lazy
Lonely
Sunday.
Island, yes.
Yeah, it's Lazy Sunday. Correct. It's Chris Parnell. It's SNL Digital Short.
Right, yes.
Yes.
All right.
Very good.
There you go.
What does the QR code stand in? What does QR stand for in QR code?
Yeah.
I worded this question
Yeah,
poorly.
so you should probably reword that.
What does the QR and QR code stand for?
QR code.
Questrov. No, I don't.
No. Was that Scooby-Doo?
Yeah. It's how Scooby-Doo says Questlove. Yeah, I don't know.
QR code.
I actually have no idea. No, I've never even thought about it.
All right, I'm going to go on a limb here. Let's go with quantum rapture.
No.
Oh, okay.
It's just 2 words.
Yeah, just 2 words.
I'm gonna stick with Questrov. Yeah.
It does make sense. I mean, one of those things you just do. It stands for quick response.
You know what? They are not that.
No.
They're not quick.
No.
They're kind of a nuisance. Don't care for the QR codes, to be
Not a big
honest.
fan.
Yeah, if you ask me, does Derek like QR codes? I'm absolutely not.
Well, I mean, does anybody?
It seems they don't bother me, especially if I got to log in again on my apps on the TV. That's the quickest way to do it. I imagine though you're not a guy who likes to sit down at a restaurant and be handed a QR code for your menu.
It doesn't piss me off. It's just a matter if there's problems with the software, then I'm like, yeah, what are we doing here?
You've identified the problems in the software. You a firm menu guy? You want a tangible menu?
I prefer that.
I think I prefer a real menu. Tim?
I'm not gonna throw a fit, but
I like a real menu, but there are things where the QR code comes in super handy. So, for example, at my building, our washer and dryers operate on a QR code, so I never have to have quarters again. Which,
good.
by the way, improved my life dramatically.
As a quarter man
that's
myself,
a good example.
as a man with quarters in his backpack right now for my laundry machine at home, I'm envious of the QR code.
QR code's real nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had one in my building a while ago. That's a good QR code. But for restaurants, like a little face-to-face contact with the waiter or waitress.
A little quick response.
Yeah.
All right. What else you got, Tim?
One more?
The astronomer Edwin Hubble gave his name to a telescope that was launched into space in 1990. There was another telescope launched into space in 2021. Who was it named after?
In 20, what year was that?
2021.
The first one was the Hubble Space Telescope. And there was another one set up in 2021.
I'm not going to know this.
Yeah.
Come on.
I looked at Derek and looked at me.
You looking at me for a lifeline here? Come on. I'm not going to know this crap. Tim, what are you doing? I know movies. I know sports. Come on.
He didn't know.
What the hell are you asking me?
He didn't know the $10 bill either.
Yeah, come on.
Haven't seen one of those in years.
Yes.
Wow, this is a selfish question. The guy they named it after, a gentleman named James Webb.
Wait,
Give us one more. Come on.
Did he date one of your exes too?
Yes.
That's usually how it goes.
All right, one more, Tim. One more.
All right, one
You
more.
told me his name was Jim Webb, dude?
Yeah,
That's
Jim
insane.
Webb.
Yeah, Tim Webb and Jim Webb.
Me and old Jimmy.
That's too
The
close.
thing that you love more than anything is talking about the NBA, right, Cobes?
NBA grab.
All right, here we go.
Warriors
Oh,
tip
I
off
hate it.
next week. We're already back. Of course, you know Steph Curry went to Davidson.
Oh.
What state is Davidson in?
North Carolina?
I would agree.
That is correct.
North Carolina.
correct.
Come on
Yeah.
and raise up.
I thought you were going to ask me what private university his brother Seth attended before Duke.
What was it?
Liberty.
Oh, Liberty Bibberty.
That's not it. That's going to do it for Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia. And then a round of applause
Well
for Tim.
done, Tim.
Is in order today. Nicely done. We will take a quick break. When we come on back.
Quick response.
We're going to take a QB. Quick break when we come on back. By the way, you should be listening for the cue to call for your chance to qualify for Hawaii.
Yes.
She'll also be getting ready to talk NBA with us next Thursday for our Dubs roundtable with all KNBR hosts ahead of the first Warrior home game at, where are we going? Harmonic Brewing.
Harmonic Brewing.
And then you should be ready on Friday to hang with us at Jack's Restaurant and Bar. They give me too much stuff to promote.
Yeah, I know.
We're going to be at Jack's on Friday. How about that first and foremost? Stay tuned for that. Matt Barrow's at 4:50. Next, let's get into what's going on with the baseball playoffs. The Dodgers, they're not beating everybody down badly, but I don't know who's going to kill them. I don't know who's going to take them out. We'll do it next. Dirty Work rolls on. It's the greatest show in America, and it's only here on The Sports Leader. what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Steve, we always have you on because people are always dealing with tax issues and questions. There's also some scary stuff like getting a bill and not knowing how to pay it. What should somebody do if they cannot pay their taxes?
Call us. Tomorrow is October 15th. That's a big day because that's the final day for extended tax returns. And right now, this past weekend, a lot of people were working on their taxes. And today and even tomorrow, people are going to hear from their tax preparers. They're going to say, what? This can't be right. No, there's no way I owe this money, or they don't have it. Folks, don't make the mistake of not filing the return. Don't go down that path. That's where the big penalties are. Instead, call us. File the return, and we're going to work out a deal for you. There's all kinds of good deals. If you qualify to pay just part and they write off the rest, if you qualify to get rid of the penalty, sometimes the penalties and interest are more than the taxes. Or getting your monthly payments you can afford, not what some IRS agent says you can afford. Or maybe your bill is wrong. That happens. Or shifting the payment where it belongs to the former spouse, former business partner. There's so much. We explain everything to you in our free consultation. Then we can do everything for you. You don't have to deal with the government or talk to them. The only thing you do have to do is pick up the phone and say, hey, Steve, take care of me.
Steve Moskowitz can help. Give him a call, 1-888-TAX-STEAL, or you can find him online at moskowitzllp.com. Working a Tuesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. I don't know if that rejoin means anything, huh? All right. We're going to get into some baseball here on what happened yesterday. Dude, the Mariners are just absolutely thumping the Blue Jays right now.
Yes, they are.
They're sticking it to them, dude. I mean, they've got the red-hot team of destiny like feel to them. What I will say about the Dodgers is they're not destroying anybody. I mean, they handled the Reds pretty easily. Yes, it was a short series in 4 games against Philadelphia. And I figured that was the best chance to eliminate the Dodgers. It's a short series where you can punch them in the mouth early, and ultimately Philly couldn't. They won 1 game in L.A. They lost the first 2, and then were playing with their backs against the walls. Worst case scenario here is the Dodgers have a long drawn-out series with Milwaukee and like Seattle sweeps. Then Seattle has sit back and wait for the Dodgers.
Yeah, I think it's likely that the Mariners sweep in this situation.
I don't know if it's likely they sweep. It's really hard to sweep a 7-game
Well, I mean, just going back to all the momentum you have right now, and Seattle's on fire.
Yeah. I mean, for sure. Don't get me wrong. It's
maybe not sweep, but I think
you're down 2-0 or Toronto. It's not good. Milwaukee needs a dub.
Yeah, they do.
Milwaukee's can't go back to Dodger Stadium down. You might be looking gentleman sweep territory at that point.
Yeah, I think so.
Problem is, I feel like a rest for the Dodgers, like a bunch of time off. I think about this all the time. The 2007 Red Sox, I think it was.
Yes.
They were down 3-1 to the Cleveland Indians. It's so funny because they were down 3-0 to the Yankees in 2004. Came back and won the series.
I remember that well. They were down 3-1 to the Indians?
They were down 3-1 to Cleveland in 2001. 2007. The Rockies had swept through the playoffs. I don't think the Rockies lost a playoff game.
No, I remember, yeah.
I think they won the divisions because they had a 163. There was no wild card game or any round like that.
Yep.
They swept the division series, 3 games. Then they swept the LCS 4 games.
Right.
And then they had to wait 8 days because the Red Sox came all the way back.
That's right.
So the Rockies are having inter-squad games or whatever in Colorado getting ready. And then the Red Sox absolutely destroyed them in the World Series because they had to get hot, sort of in the same way they did in 2004. They had to get hot against the Yankees and then never slow down. I think they might have swept the Cardinals in 2004.
They did.
There you go, to win their first World Series. So, the wild thing to me is I've always thought the team that has to wait and rest is the team that, especially if you're a team that's been hot, streaky. The Mariners are hot right now. They'd love to play anybody because they're hot.
Right.
They had to get hot. They've played well through the playoffs. They are looking to play a team while they're hot. I feel like, though, if the Dodgers had that option, the problem is I just mentally feel like anything the Dodgers do is good for the Dodgers. Where I'm like, if they got 8 days off, I don't feel like that cools them off feel like it just makes them stronger.
Yeah, I know.
You know what I mean? Like
everything benefits the Dodgers.
Are you with me on that? Like 8 days off for the Mariners, I think is a bad thing, or like a week off while they're waiting for a series to end is a bad thing.
Well, we were talking about last week.
It happened with the Phillies.
Yeah, they had their game on Saturday with the Phillies, game 1, and then it's a rest day, game 2, and Dave Roberts is able to go to the Eagles game. And then
Phillies played one game in like 9 days or something.
They should have played that game on a Sunday.
That was ridiculous.
So I hear you, like that may benefit the Mariners if it's that scenario, but I don't know.
But it's not a football game. Like a football game, you're like, I'll take the week rest. Like that's great. But a baseball team, you're like, they've been hot. They want to ride this momentum and keep playing. Time off is bad in this scenario.
Let me ask you this in the ALCS. Do you think the Mariners are just a better team right now, or they're feeding off of the momentum from that 15-inning game on Friday night?
Do I think that the Mariners are a better team than Toronto?
Yes. Because I'm kind of surprised with how dominant they've been in these 2 games.
Well, here's the thing. I knew the Mariners were one of the most dangerous teams in all of the postseason because of their pitching. Pitching is what wins in the postseason. They also are a home run hitting team.
Right.
And their home run hitters, the home run plays, like in all ball, like it travels. So to me, the fact that they can pitch it and they can hit the long ball make them a really, really, really dangerous team. The Tigers, to me, even if they gotten through, I didn't think they posed a threat all that much to Toronto because Toronto is a team that's been one of the best teams in baseball all season long. They can pitch it. They've got a good bullpen, and they can hit for some power, and they play pretty damn good defense as well. They've got thumpers in the middle of the lineup. They still don't have Bo Bichette back. But I thought the Tigers were more of a team that was predicated on pretty good pitching and had to string together the hits.
Right.
They're built more like the 2010 Giants were in my mind. Like they don't have as dominant of pitching, whereas they've got way more home run hitting in Seattle. So I feel like maybe now the best chance we've got at taking down the Dodgers. I thought it was the Blue Jays. Maybe it is the Mariners. It may not be. Again, 15-inning game where you barely win. I don't know that I would call that momentum. They were certainly riding high to win that game.
I got to be honest. If it's the Mariners and Dodgers, I don't see it from the Mariners. Like I think it's a very nice story.
You think it's Blue Jays and Dodgers, it's better?
I think it's yes. Just because of the home field advantage element to it. And I know that doesn't matter. It really hasn't mattered most of this postseason. But if it's Dodgers-Mariners, I think most of the country will root for the Mariners because of the story and them never winning a World Series.
Come on, man. I don't want to.
I know. But
can it just be Brewers M's or something like that?
Do you think?
Can it just be?
Well, do you think the Brewers are winning this series?
No, I don't think the Brewers are winning the series. I think the Dodgers are winning the World Series. I said it last week. I was like, I think Philly was our best chance.
Okay, then how are you coping with that, Copes?
I'm not. How do you think I'm coping with it? I'm sitting here still bitching. I'm sitting here making up reasons why I think that teams are getting screwed in the playoffs by the scheduling of TV.
But isn't this kind of like added motivation for the Giants? Like, all right, we need to get our S together. The Dodgers are winning back-to-back World Series, possibly.
I mean, this better be bothering Buster in the way it's bothering everybody else.
I'm sure it is.
Buster better be sitting there grinding his teeth the way I am because I'm pissed. You know what I mean? I don't want to do this.
Yeah, meanwhile,
you want to sit there and like, dude, Ohtani goes like 1 for the series against Philly.
I know.
He's out here skipping and dancing and hugging. Like, I'm like, I don't like this.
And didn't pitch well either. Yeah, and meanwhile, we're waiting on them to announce a manager. I haven't heard of any other interviews. So it's Braden Hyde from the Orioles back in the day. You got Nick Hundley. And who am I missing?
Kurt Suzuki.
Yes. Those are the only 3 names I know of at the moment, unless there's anybody else I'm missing.
Well, do you see the former Giant bench coach?
Yes.
Kai Correa Hey, 808 KNBR, are you rooting for Kai Correa now that he's with another organization? Bench coach for the Mets to get hired for. Everybody rooting for Kai?
Did you guys root for Gabe Kapler when he went to the Marlins?
Everybody waiting for the Mets manager to get tossed so we can root for Kai as the step-in manager. Yeah. Do we root for Kai? Yeah, we all follow in the Marlins, right? See what Gabe's doing? Following him closely?
He's not even there anymore, is he?
No, he's still the assistant GM.
Is he?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, I'm going to stay in Miami for a while.
Good for him.
This is my speed.
Yeah.
Some burger reviews. Not a lot of shirts being worn down here. It's my speed. I'm going to hang down here in Miami.
But yeah, man, I mean, like,
Ty?
I can't. That's one of my favorite drops.
It's incredible because Marty says Ty after after you hear
he
the
might
dial
be there.
Ty?
That's such good comedy.
I just don't know why.
That's such good comedy.
The best,
but you know what? I would do the same thing.
There's so many
just for the comedy, the comedy of it. Just be like, well, obviously he's not there, but
yeah. Well, hold on. Let me set it up. So for those who don't know, because we play that for years.
Yeah.
Those who don't know, Marty is doing an interview with Ty Block, former Giants left-handed pitcher, and he introduces him on the show, and he's not there. But the funniest part too is like Raph was on the board. I'm sure Raph pods up the dial tone. You hear the dial tone, and then Marty still asks if Ty is there. Ty, give us a full thing, Tim.
Ty Block is with us this morning, and Ty, nice to have you with us. This All-Star game is coming up. It's very exciting. You're part of it. Ty?
That's such good timing. God, that's such comedy.
I love that you can hear the slow pod up of the he pods up the volume.
Marty being like, I know he's not there.
Give me one more.
Ty?
The whole thing is comedy gold. Go ahead.
Perfection.
One more, Tim. One more.
Ty Block is with us this morning, and Ty, nice to have you with us. This All-Star game is coming up. It's very exciting. You're part of it. Ty?
That's so good. That's so
Ty?
good.
Why is he?
I want to apologize to both of you for ruining this segment.
Why does he even ask?
No. It added to
Dude,
it.
we weren't going anywhere. I was looking for somewhere out of this
I
Dodger
know.
nonsense, dude.
I know.
Anyway, they played
Just
tonight.
accept the fact that the Dodgers will probably win the World Series again.
Ty?
They played tonight game 2.
Ty?
Dodgers and the Brewers. Kai Correa. Yeah, that's good. The Mariners, by the way, you were mentioning this in terms of record. The Mariners had 90 wins. The Dodgers finished with 93, so they would have home field advantage over
It's
the
a good
Mariners.
story. I don't see the Mariners winning the World
Toronto
Series.
had 94, so they would be the...
We'll see, though. Brewers can win this series. Blue Jays could come back. We'll see what happens.
All right, we'll take a quick break. When we come on back, Matt Barrows.
Matt Barrows.
Curtis, he's going to join us from The Athletic talking some 49er football.
Ty?
Hey, who wears the green dot now? Do we know? Have they said?
I haven't heard yet, but I'm assuming it's Tatum Bethune.
I assume it would be too. Could it be D Winners? Maybe something we could ask Matt Barrows about. Matt Barrows. He joins us next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Brewers look to even up the NLCS tonight after dropping last night's game 2-1 as their ninth inning rally fell just short. Check out all the action on Mike Holler's KNBR 1050 pregame 4:30 and drink a brew for the Brewers. You don't need me to tell you what.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Tuesday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop with you. Matt Barrows covers the 49ers for The Athletic, and he joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Matt, how you been, man? What's going on?
Hey, Matt.
I've been good, guys. How are you guys doing?
We're doing well. It has been an eventful season, to say the least, for the 49ers. I was saying to Derek, like, we were running through – it was a weird week 6. Like, the Eagles lost their second straight game. We saw the Bills lose their second consecutive. So we were talking about who we thought the best team in football was, and I said, I don't know where I put the Niners on the list, like in the power rankings, because it feels to me like every game is its own season. Like, we've had, like, 6 different chapters already of this season. It's kind of how it feels for me.
Yeah, no, it's already been a marathon. I'm having a hard time reconciling that there's still 11 more games left.
Right.
In this thing, I mean, how much more talent can you drain from the talent pool with the 49ers? I guess the flip side of that is that they are getting some guys back, or some guys are due to come back, and they're major guys. I mean, your starting quarterback could be back this week. George Kittle, a Pro Football Hall of Famer. So there is some reason for optimism, some reason not to give up hope if you're a fan, but it has been difficult.
So naturally, when you lose Nick Bosa and Fred Warner to season-ending injuries, fans are going to be like, okay, what can we do at the deadline? But how important do you think these next 3 weeks are, Matt, for these 49ers to gauge where they are? Like, you hear John Lynch, and he's been on the morning show talking about how we're entertaining phone calls right now. But if they drop to 4-4 or 4-5 by the deadline, does it make sense for them to make a move?
Well, I mean, what you guys just said earlier, where it's hard to figure out, a dominant team in the league, and even more so the NFC. You can make the argument that even at 4-4. You would still have a pretty good shot at winning the division, because you won your first 3 division games, et cetera, et cetera. So I think the answer is yes. That they should at least be looking. I feel like they should add somebody. I mean, everybody is basically they're not playing out of place. But you brought in Bryce Huff, for example, to be a designated pass rusher, to come in on pass rush downs, and he's having to do a whole lot more than that. And I think he's been great on pass rush downs. I don't think that he's a every down defensive end. You drafted Michael Williams thinking, okay, you know what? We're going to play him inside on a lot of pass rush downs, and he's having to play more defensive end because of no Nick Bosa. Sam Okuano is being treated as if he's the starter. And he is the starter. But he's playing, starter-like minutes and snaps. And, he played that entire Buccaneers game and came away with 0, defensive statistics. Not a tackle, not a quarterback pressure, nothing. So my point is that adding somebody, and maybe it doesn't have to be Trey Hendrickson. Maybe it's Arden Key or somebody to kind of put everybody else in the right spot, I think would be doing justice to everyone. Everybody plays better. You can evaluate players better, et cetera, et cetera. So I kind of think that it's sticking out like a sore thumb right now, their inability to get to the quarterback with 4 rushers, and really it becomes up to Robert Saleh, I would think, if they don't make any adjustments to kind of scheme their way. But I wrote the other day, they're on their way to something like 19.5 sacks this year. And that's including some of the sacks that Nick Bosa got in the first 2 weeks. So it's bad at that spot, and it seems to be bad every year. I mean, they're always looking for a defensive end, and I don't think that this year is any different.
No, I mean, I agree with you. They should look at the veteran market for a pass rusher. But as far as linebacker to replace Fred Warner, it's going to be Tatum Bethune the rest of the way. It makes no sense to add another linebacker in that spot, right, Matt?
Yeah, I mean, they've got Tatum Bethune. I think he's a middle linebacker through and through. He's a downhill guy. He's sort of old school in that way. He's very tough. He had 10 tackles against the Buccaneers to lead the 49ers. He's not as good in coverage as Fred Warner. I mean, few linebackers are in this league. He's not as good sideline to sideline as Fred Warner. So that's going to be an issue. And, I asked Kyle Shanahan on Monday that busted play touchdown in the second quarter. If Fred Warner were there, would that have happened? And he said, probably not. But we think that Tatum Bethune, with a week of preparation, is going to do a lot better at that than what he did in the Buccaneers game. So I think that there's a lot of faith in Bethune. If he gets hurt or it doesn't work out with him, they've got Curtis Robinson. I think he would be the next man up at middle linebacker, wearing the green dot. So they do have some insurance at that spot. And I think that it's an opportunity to get Nick Martin on the field. Bethune played a lot of special teams. He's not going to play a lot of special teams now that he's an every down starter. So they need somebody to come in and take those special team snaps that Bethune's been getting. I got to think that Nick Martin, the third-round pick, is that guy. And maybe you start to work him in at strong side linebacker. Add a little bit more speed to your defense. They're going to be up against it right away with the Atlanta Falcons and Bijan Robinson coming in. So that will be a really, really terrific first test for this sort of youth-filled, new-look 49ers defense.
So it will be Bethune wearing the green dot. Is it always the middle linebacker for the Niners now?
Yes, it's always the middle linebacker for the Niners, yeah. I guess they could give it to somebody else, but that's the guy who usually calls the plays, and I think Bethune can handle that.
So Tatum Bethune in there. So do you know the reason or any thought as to why they have not had Nick Martin active for any of these games so far? Because I felt to me like throughout preseason he was a guy they were fairly high on.
Yeah, and he seemed to get a little bit better with each preseason game. I mean, you could just see that. The first preseason game was full of missed tackles, and his timing seemed to be off. But by the third one, he was lights out. He was looking pretty good. The reason is that he basically spent all of the offseason and training camp training at weak side linebacker, which is what they drafted him to play. And D. Winters, frankly, was far and away the best weak side linebacker on the team. He had an excellent spring and an excellent training camp, and there was just no overtaking him. So that kind of left Martin as the odd man out, and then the other backup linebacker spots are given to special teamers, and he wasn't there. He's behind Luke Gifford. He's behind Robinson. He's behind Bethune as far as being reliable on special teams. I would think by now, now's his opportunity. Now he's got to show the special teams coach. He's got to show Shanahan and Robert Saleh that he can handle that role, because it's an open role. So it's either going to go to him or to Jalen Graham, who's on the practice squad right now. So this is you were drafted in the third round, and this is your time to make your move.
Talking to Matt Barrows on the Uma guest line. How do you think things stand right now between Kyle Shanahan and Juwan Jennings? I know there was a weird moment on the sidelines, and they describe it as just two competitive guys going at each other. But after the game, Kyle Shanahan described it that way. Juwan Jennings kind of like, you have to ask him about the whole situation. And it seems like there's maybe like a little animosity towards Kyle with him not getting the ball enough, and incentives of the contract. Kendrick Bourne's been going off the last 2 weeks. How do you think things stand right now between Kyle and Juwan?
Yeah, I think that the standing between Juwan and the 49ers, and Kyle Shanahan represents the 49ers, is strained. Obviously, he's looking for a contract extension. He didn't get it. There was the whole calf. Does he have a calf injury? Is he just kind of holding out in training camp? And now he's kind of fighting through these major injuries. I mean, he did say that he had 5 broken ribs. I mean, imagine, getting up out of a chair or sneezing or coughing with 1 broken rib, and then multiply that by 5. And he's playing a football game, and he's out there kind of taking that abuse, and he's really not getting the ball. So you can absolutely see where he's coming from. But I also understand what Shanahan said. I mean, Juwan Jennings is the guy who he goes into a dark place on game days. I mean, he is we've seen him block, for example. We've seen him block guys all the way to the water coolers and plant them on the bench. I mean, that's what his personality is on game days. And so that's the guy that Kyle Shanahan encountered on the sideline. So that I get that, and I think that it was passing, and it's something to monitor for sure. But contract plus injuries plus you got an incentive-based structure to your 1-year contract with the team, and it's hard to get the football. Yeah. Hard to get out there, literally just to be on the field. So I think all of that amounts to plenty of frustration from Juwan Jennings.
Talking to Matt Barrows on the Uma guest line, covers the Niners for The Athletic. If Brock doesn't play this week, it'll be the 3rd consecutive missed game. Same for Ricky Pearsall. If he doesn't play this week, 3rd consecutive missed game. No IR designation for either guy. What does it tell you about how the 49ers feel about their injuries right now?
Well, they're very guarded about who they put on injured reserve because you can only bring 8 of those guys back.
Sure.
And like I said, we're only in week 6 here. And the other part of that is that they have to put 7 guys, make 7 guys inactive anyway on game days. So 7 guys aren't playing. So, even if the guy's on injured reserve or he's on the active roster and he's not playing, you still have to sit a few of your guys. So it's worked out for them thus far. But, I do think that both of those guys have a decent shot at playing. I would think that Pearsall maybe is a little bit, more decent than Brock Purdy's chances, just because Purdy did come back and he aggravated the injury, and they don't want it to become, a full season thing. So they're going to be more cautious with that one because they've already, been bitten by it. So I think it goes as far as guys playing on Sunday. I think it goes George Kittle, followed by Pearsall, followed by Purdy.
A couple more minutes with Matt Barrows on the Uma guest line. With Fred Warner being out for the season, it makes you think about how important he's been to the 49ers since his career started. And it's crazy to look at his numbers compared to Patrick Willis. He's played 8 seasons. Had he stayed in that game, he probably would have surpassed him for career tackles. When you look at both guys' career, just how would you compare Patrick Willis to Fred Warner?
I mean, the 2 best linebackers that I've ever covered for sure, and maybe the 2 best of their era. And the thing with Warner is that he's playing in an era where we're seeing, for one reason or another, linebacker play decline across the league. And so the gap between him and everyone else, I think, is greater than it was between Willis and and Bowman and Luke Kuechly and the guys who were playing in that era. I don't think that if you're asking me to choose one guy, it's a tough one. I was about to say Willis, but then I thought about Fred Warner's just leadership ability and what he means for the locker room and everything that he does behind the scenes. But just in terms of playing and speed and just being the guy who's everywhere at once, I don't think that anybody beats Patrick Willis in that category.
Talking to Matt Barrows, another minute or 2 here on the Uma guest line. Did I see, was Brian Robinson, did he replace Ike Guerrero as a kick returner on Sunday?
He did.
Do we know what's happening there? Is that a permanent change? Or is it just a momentary in-game change? Is this a new direction for the special teams?
Well, I don't know the answer to that. You'd think on paper that Isaac Garindo is the ultimate kick return.
Sure, yeah.
He's got crazy speed. He's a running back, so he sort of understands the lanes that you need to get in to return a kick. But he's been ineffective, and he almost lost a fumble against the Jaguars a couple of weeks ago. So, that I can only imagine that's the reason. He was out there on punt coverage, on kickoff coverage, and doing his other special teams abilities. But if you're not the kick return guy anymore, then I seem to recall Kyle Shanahan saying that at one point Jordan James was the number 2 running back, and that he got hurt, and that's why they made the move for Brian Robinson. So, I can only imagine that it's a possibility, at least, that Jordan James is going to replace Isaac Garindo in the pecking order at some point. But to answer your question directly, no one has asked yet, but I plan to ask Shanahan that tomorrow.
Good deal. Well, we appreciate the time as always, Matt. Thanks so much. We'll look forward to getting some of those answers from Kyle tomorrow. Make sure you're reading and following Matt Barrows in The Athletic. We'll talk to you soon, Matt. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Matt.
All right. Thanks for having me on, guys. Talk to you soon.
Catch you later. The great Matt Barrows.
Yeah, I did not notice that on Sunday.
Yeah. That at one point they pulled Ike Garindo, and there came Brian Robinson. I know we talked about him having one reception. I went back and I looked at when else he played in the game at the snap count stuff, and I was like, damn, Ike Garindo's fallen out of favor fast.
Yeah, he's in the doghouse right now. When we were talking about like the backfield and maybe spelling Christian McCaffrey a little bit more with Ike Garindo and Jordan James, those guys haven't gotten playing time at all on offense.
What you got, Tim? What you smiling? What you grinning over there?
I was just thinking about how when we listen to the pregame and the postgame, there's all those billboards of Tim Ryan going, "We love Ike."
Yes,
like,
dude,
we don't even see Ike.
Tim said that in my ear during the pregame show. We love Ike.
Yeah.
Because I haven't seen Garindo in weeks.
Yeah, is it? I know that the running game is not going well right now because of the offensive line and Christian McCaffrey also not being effective running the football. But, would it help maybe to get a little more change of pace? Like maybe a little more carries for Brian Robinson. We've only seen McCaffrey and Brian Robinson.
I think we overstate the change of pace. I don't think oh man, McCaffrey's always running at the same pace. That's going to change. I hear what you're saying, but I also think
just an idea.
I also think that when you're 30th in the league in rushing, that's a source of a bigger problem, or that's
right.
that the reasoning for that is a bigger issue. It's less about change of pace for me.
Yeah,
they really are having trouble with a push. Again, even when McCaffrey got in for the 1-yard touchdown, it took him a minute. They're not getting pushes or holes up front for any of it.
No, I know. The only reason I say this is because I see the Eagles and they go. It's not all Saquon. They go to A.J. Dillon or Will Shipley sometimes just to get a different feel. They're not running the football effectively either right now. It's crazy that Saquon is not running the football well. His total yards from scrimmage are 462, and I think that Rico Dowdle
has. Notice that Rico Dowdle has more rushing yards in the last 2 weeks than Saquon has all year.
Or scrimmage yards.
Scrimmage yards in the last 2 weeks, and then scrimmage yards in the last 2 weeks than Saquon has all year, and it's not that far. It's above a lot of other guys.
Yeah, it is. So I don't know. I don't know how you change it up.
No doubt about it.
No doubtable about it.
By the way, I got to tell you, being a Rico Dowdle owner in 2 leagues.
So am I, Copes.
Well, when did you pick him up, Greg? Did you pick him up after last week, or did you pick him up? Did you draft him?
I was on Rico Dowdle before he was Rico Dowdle. Everybody knew Rico Dowdle.
I've had Dowdle on my team for a month, just sitting there waiting for something to happen, something to break. You get a number 2 running back who's been a starter.
There's no doubt about Dowdle.
No doubt about it is what I would say. Anyway, I have him because I traded for Chuba Hubbard in the league, and I already had Dowdle. Ooh. And then as soon as I got Chuba, he got hurt.
Oh, you traded for Chuba. Okay, gotcha.
I traded for Chuba as part of another package.
Yeah.
And I was like, nice, I got a starting running back here. Chuba went down, but I was like, well, I already had Dowdle on the bench, which is kind of why I targeted Chuba, thinking I'd have the handcuff. And now I'm dealing with, Dowdle's played too good.
Yeah, I know.
He's been too good.
But it's not bad to have a 2-headed backfield on your fantasy team.
Yeah, it's not the worst. Am I starting Chuba and Dowdle every week now?
Well, I don't think the Panthers have had a bye week yet.
No, they haven't. Also, Chuba hasn't practiced in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
It's been 2 full weeks for
But Rico Dowdle's been running really well. Caught a touchdown, too.
I don't think you have a problem until Hubbard forces the action. You just ride Dowdle.
Well, yeah, my problem is
you ride that hot hand.
My issue is what happens when Chuba is also active. When they're both active, I'm like, God, this is No, I'm buying fractions of a backfield here. Now my guy Dowdle is the change of pace guy. Can't get him going.
Yeah, but you have to think that they haven't had any success in a year and a half, and now they finally find something that works. Why would you go away from it?
Chuba was working. Chuba's been really good for them, is the point.
It's not bad to have two running backs like that, though. If you're the Panthers.
Yeah, but I'm not worried about the Panthers. I'm worried about me.
What about me?
You can play both.
That's what I'm saying. You think I should be running Dowdle at flex? I don't know. I don't know. It's not quite.
It's risky.
It's not quite Montgomery.
All I would say is,
and Gibbs.
Don't follow the advice of Yahoo, because I picked up, who's it, Hassan Haskins for the running back for the Chargers that was filling in.
Why didn't you get Kamani Vidal?
I didn't know he was going to run that much.
Everybody knew he was going to run that much. I knew.
No, you didn't.
Tim, didn't you know?
I mean, I'm in the Vidal business.
We talked about it.
No, you did not.
Yeah, we did, dude. I knew Vidal was the one to go.
We did a whole segment on it.
I didn't even touch Haskins in any league.
Stupid of me. Damn Haskins.
Should have came to me, man.
I'm 1-5. Don't listen to me.
I'm 1-5.
Yeah, I know. I should listen to either of you. Combined 2-10 in the KNBR
There's a
league.
reason I have Dowdle. The top waiver wire pickup. All right, let's take a quick break. When we come on back, what are we doing next, huh?
We're doing a little stepped in it, and there's one team this time.
How about this? One team stepped right in it.
Ooh, right in it.
We'll decide who on the team stepped in it worse. This whole thing needs a new paint job. We'll do who stepped in it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
49er Player of the Week, Demo Lenore, joined the morning show Fiesta, suggesting the 49ers can still go a long way despite the loss of Fred Warner and Nick Bosa. Find that podcast and all of our podcasts at thesportsleader.com and on our app.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Tuesday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb.
A Tuesday.
Already did the bag. Already did Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia.
What else is there to do?
We could watch playoff baseball. We forgot to change the channel during the
whoops.
break. We'll have to get that on. What is there to do? America's fastest growing game show. Who stepped in it every week in the football season, or some weeks? I'd say every week somebody steps in it.
Yeah.
We just don't usually have enough for a who stepped in it edition or game to be played.
Yeah, I thought the last time maybe we would have it with Drake London stepping out of bounds, but the Falcons never really, suffered because of that. So.
Well, it's America's fastest growing game show. What do you mean? What do you mean stretch out? We just got back from break. What do you mean stretch out?
Yeah, let's stretch out
Breaking
a little bit.
things.
You stop, dude! Don't you get all pissy with me after we had 5 minutes there. It's a 5-minute commercial break. A little too long of a break.
I'll set it up for everybody before we get into this.
Go ahead.
Okay, so stepped in it. Well, eventually we'll get the theme music, but let's do one team and one team alone, not even contestants. This was egregious, Copes. Did you? I know that we are tired of these London games. Here we go. Stepped in it. I know you're tired of these London games. Did you happen to see how the half ended between the Jets and Broncos?
No, I didn't.
Oh, well,
I saw very little of that game because it aired at 6:30 a.m. on a Sunday morning.
Fair enough. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll paint the picture for you. So Broncos score. They're up 10-6 at halftime, or before halftime. With 1:04 left in the second quarter, the Jets line up to punt on their own 37. But the Jets run a fake and run a direct snap for the first down. You're thinking, okay, they're going to go for something here.
Okay.
Why would you run a fake unless you're going to do anything else?
Yeah.
So the Jets run 3 plays at midfield, go nowhere, and face a 4th and 1 on their own 48 line with one timeout left and 11 seconds left. And nothing happens. They let the clock expire. Rich Eisen was dumbfounded. Do we have the audio, Tim? No? Okay.
Oh, dude.
Neither team's calling timeout. The fans are roaring. And the Brits are wondering what is happening in London. And so are the American announcers. And that is halftime. Garrett Wilson being somewhat demonstrative with his coach heading off the field. My word, it's 10-6 Denver.
Could you tell that Rich Eisen was a Jets fan during that moment?
Yeah.
So they don't do anything. They run a fake punt to have the drive continue, but decide to let the clock expire for whatever reason.
Why run the fake punt if you're not going to go for something?
Well, let's ask Aaron Glenn. If we have the audio. Okay, here's Aaron Glenn explaining why he let the clock expire going into halftime.
So I knew we were getting the ball back, and I think it was like 3rd and 7 or 3rd and 8. And at that point, we didn't know if we got the first down or not, because I know one ref was saying yes and the other was no. So once it got the 4th down, guys, I'm not about to sit there and try to get a playoff, and they will get the ball back. And I think they had a timeout left and give them a chance to kick a field goal. I don't think that's the smartest thing to do. So let's just end the half, we get the ball back and see if we can get a chance to score.
But you have a timeout, Aaron Glenn.
What?
You have a timeout.
What?
You could call timeout and say, do we have a first down? Do we have a 4th down?
What?
Okay, if it's 4th down, then, okay, by all means, we can just punt it back to the Broncos.
I like the nonsensical information, too. And we was getting the ball back.
What?
So what? What? None of that makes any sense.
You're at midfield, and you know what? They lost the game 13-11. They lost by 2 points. Let's say they get that field goal, Copes. They win the game.
That is math. That is math.
That is math.
That's how math works, yeah.
Okay.
That's not a scoregami, was it? 13-11?
It might have been. I never remember a game going 13-11.
That's a weird. That's a
very weird one.
That's a weird score. I'll have to look up if that was a scoregami. I was wondering this about Aaron Glenn. So after Callahan got fired,
yes,
there's Callahan Motors and there's Callahan fired.
Oh, I know.
That happened in Tennessee. I was thinking about who the next somebody posed this question the other day on Twitter: who gets fired first, Callahan or McDaniels? It was not a scoregami. Do you have the tweet there, Tim? Does it say how many times it happened? No, don't worry about it. Did Kyle Chung say 3 times? Kyle Chung's throwing me a 3. I like that, Chunger. Thank you. 3 previous 13-11 games.
Wow, okay.
Which is interesting. I wouldn't have guessed that many.
I would not have guessed that
or
either.
It was the 3rd time it's happened, maybe 2 previous. Anyway, Is it McDaniel or is Glenn on the?
No, it's his first season.
Are you sure?
I think it's McDaniel.
I mean, I think McDaniel's done. I told you that back in the summertime. I said I thought he was getting fired. This
Right. Like
I didn't see any reason that Miami was going to be good. They're not.
No, I mean, I didn't put it in the sound square away, but I guess I should add it. Tua was just not complimentary of his head coach at all in the press conference on Sunday.
Yeah.
Kind of like talking about leadership.
Looks like he's running out of gas. Yeah, he's running out of gas.
Yeah. So I would say McDaniel. I don't think Aaron Glenn's on the hot seat. It's his first season. But, former player with the Jets. I don't think he's going to be one and done with them.
I don't know, man. They're really, really bad. They're really bad.
But they're not going 0-17.
Okay, show me the win on there.
This week against the Carolina Panthers.
Do you think they win this week?
I do.
I don't. I don't think the Panthers are that bad. I don't think the Panthers are. I mean, don't get me wrong. They could beat the Panthers. Panthers aren't a good team.
Yeah.
But the Jets were a really bad team.
The Jets also go to New Orleans later this year.
Panthers have some redeeming qualities. The Jets don't.
I know. I still see the Jets winning this game on Sunday.
I would take Rattler over the Jets right now.
Really?
They hung with the Patriots for a bit.
Yeah. I don't think Justin Fields is a starting quarterback in this league.
Jets are putrid.
No, I don't think Fields is either. He looks like he's regressing.
I think they had negative yards passing in this game.
They had negative 10 pass yards or something.
Yeah, going back to like 2006 with the Raiders and Texans with David Cargan sacked every game.
I mean, it's really bad.
No, this is egregious. I mean, the fact that Aaron Glenn doesn't give a good explanation of why they just let the clock expire when you're in field goal, not range, but you're on the doorstep, and you could have called timeout to clarify if it's a first down or fourth down. It's just bad coaching right now. It seems that he's not very equipped to be a head coach.
So you think it's bad? That's what I'm saying. I think it's that bad.
I don't know if I'm going to say he's going to get fired in his first year, though. I think that's bad decision making on the ownership group.
Apparently, by the way, there's stuff on here from 10 hours ago, according to Scorigami. Somebody on the text line 707 said R.I.P. They actually said R.I.P. in peace, Scorigami. They meant rest in peace, Scorigami.
I'm getting a text from Jack Loader. The Scorigami bot is broken.
So, yeah, I was using it earlier this year, but there's been glitches all season. According to Front Office Sports, NFL Scorigami's been glitching all season. Creator Dave Mattingly, for those who don't know what Scorigami is, it's a bot in a Twitter account that tracks whether or not any score in a game in an NFL game if it has ever ended in that exact score.
Right.
So a scorigami is when you get a score that has never ever ended in a game as that score before. That means it's kind of a unique. It is a unique thing.
Yeah.
Out of all the NFL games that have ever been played, that had never ended in that score. So the NFL Scorigami has been glitching all season. Creator Dave Mattingly, who runs the @NFL Scorigami site or account as a personal project and makes no money from it, told Front Office Sport that the bot is breaking because he's trying to work around changes to X that have limited how many posts the account can make in a day.
Ah, okay. Well,
so it's been glitching because he'll give you like the most likely of games to end in a scorigami. It'll be like late third quarter, what the score is and what the most what the analytics say the most likely ending score would be.
So you can't trust it right now.
Well, it's just been glitching, it says all season. Interesting. Yeah.
So there you go.
Awful announcing has one about it too.
Yeah, look, I try to look for other things and stepped in it. If anybody did anything egregious, that by far is the winner to me.
Okay, so Panthers are at Jets this weekend.
Okay.
Here's one. They could tie a game with the Bengals in 2 weeks.
They could tie a game?
Yeah, 0-0. That would be a scorigami.
I don't know, man. Joe Flacco looks a little bit better than
Jake
Browning.
I think so too. All right, so Jets at Bengals is next week.
Okay.
Browns at Jets. I think the defense
winnable.
might just maul that. I think it's, I don't know, man. The defense might destroy.
The Browns do nothing offensively.
I don't think the offense does anything. Dude, the Jets had negative 10 passing yards.
I know, but Dylan Gabriel can throw a pick six to Sauce Gardner.
The Browns do nothing. What's more likely, Sauce Gardner gets a pick six or Myles Garrett causes a sack fumble deep in their own territory? I think that's more likely.
I know.
That's why I'm going with the Browns. I'll take the Browns D over Justin Fields.
I understand the Jets look terrible this season, but it's a week-to-week league. I do not think the Jets are going 0-17.
I don't think they're going 0-6, 0-17 either. But show me the win, brother.
This week against the Panthers.
You think they're winning this? What do you want to bet? I'll bet you Panthers.
I guarantee it.
You want to guarantee it?
Yes.
What do you want to bet?
What do you got?
I'm going with my Thurs. I'm going with Dowdle and the Thurs.
Okay. Feels like a lunch bet, right?
Feels like a lunch bet.
All right, that's easy.
Want to bet lunch?
Yeah, that's fine.
What should the lunch be?
Whatever you want.
I want specifications here. I want to make you pick something up.
A little Original Joe's, maybe, something like that?
A little Tomo's good with me.
No. No.
It's right here.
No, we're gonna get something else.
Something else?
Right, I want to really break your back on this one. Yeah.
Can't you just make it like a convenient lunch? I'm paying for the lunch to begin with.
So you think the Jets are going to lose?
I think the Jets are going to win.
I think that the lunch should be something like from your neighborhood in North Beach or something from his spot over in Oakland.
What do you think? You got
anything you can pick up that doesn't feel inconvenient, but also something you couldn't get every
something
day.
I can pick up in Oakland?
I don't want you to cook me any of your sweet potatoes and your dried chicken or whatever you bring in.
Hey, though, that's a good combo from Whole Foods.
Okay, I don't need it from you. I don't want you cooking that for me.
Something doesn't put you out too much, but also represents the area you live in.
All right, I'll give you a little Mama's Boy pizza.
Ooh. I get a whole pie?
Oh,
that
sure.
goes for
We'll split a
DiGiorno.
pie.
Well, a whole pie?
Me and you split. No, Tim. Tim's out on this one.
They don't deliver, so that'd be quite the pain in the ass to bring to Daly City.
Wait, so you're not bringing the pie?
I can bring slices.
Hold on. Slices?
I don't know if they do a whole pie. I'll confirm with my guy Jacob. We go to Mama's Boy all the time.
Okay, Mama's Boy pizza. It's good.
Or I could get you some Dave's Hot Chicken.
Mama's Boy pizza.
Dave's Hot Chicken.
Or what do you want from North Beach?
Or I could do True Burger, which is a really good spot. Or
what do you want from North Beach?
What do you got?
We go Tony's Slice House, Tony's Pizza Napolitana. You know, they've got the best pizza in North Beach. It's the gold standard.
I'm not doing anything of your
It's the gold
endorsements.
standard.
No.
I can get you Taco Bell.
You getting that for free? Stop that.
That's pretty good. I can do Golden Boy.
I'm good with Golden Boy.
You want to do some Golden Boy pie? Or we could do like a
do a Molinari.
Do a Molinari. Ooh, a Molinari's would be good.
Okay.
A Molinari's Italian sandwich would be pretty good. Chicken parm, something
Get
like
that
that.
wrapper.
Okay, we'll figure it out. But yeah, I'll bet you the Jets beat the Panthers, and yeah, I'll bring a food item from Oakland, and if you win, or if I win,
You get
bring
something from Molinari's.
Yeah,
All right.
There you go.
All right, sounds good. Go
All right.
Thurs.
So what do you want? You want Mama's Boy, or you want Dave's Hot Chicken, or do you want True Burger?
Let me take a look at the menus.
All
I'll
right,
decide
all right,
later.
fair enough.
All right, let me take a look at some menus.
Okay.
I'm going to pick out a few things.
Oh, they're
What's
telling me
up?
Mama's Boy does full pizzas? Well, sorry, that's just too inconvenient for me.
Derek, get your ass on Bart carrying that box.
I'm not doing that.
Come on, dude. Carry the box.
The entire Bart ride to Daly City?
You're telling me you'd have me do it.
Yeah, but you can fit Golden Boy. Like those pies are...
So what? So I'd still be bringing 2 boxes.
All right, I'll figure it out.
All right, Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty work. Go
leftovers,
Panthers. Who are you with? You with me and the Panthers or Derek and the Jets? Let's go Thurs. Come on, let's get it done.
When you're a Jet all the way.
Okay, all right. When we come on back, a little sound soiree, some of the best sounds from across the sports world you might have missed. We'll talk about it next. Only here on The Sports Leader.
Aloha. Be caller number 10 now to 415-896-KNBR to qualify for our Big Island getaway. Grab details at thesportsleader.com. Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
831 checks on the Golden State Lumber Showroom text line, says, great musical theater knowledge, Derek, full of surprises.
Why? Because I referenced West Side Story?
Yeah, because you mentioned the Jets once.
I saw that movie when I was a kid. I'm not really a musical theater guy.
Yeah, I used to be into musical theater. I was into it. Like, I go to Broadway shows and stuff. We went to New York one time. And
no, we were talking about it a couple weeks ago. We were talking about, like, Book of Mormon and other, like, musicals
yeah,
you've seen.
that's right. I've seen Book of Mormon. I saw 5 shows on Broadway in New York in, like, 2016 when I went with my family.
Yeah, because I was talking about the Sound of Music off-Broadway production I saw with my buddy. And the
dude, the off-Broadway
the interactive way the performance was where the Nazis came in the crowd. I was like, ooh
yeah,
get out of
dude,
here.
it's a little close to home.
Yeah, seriously.
Like, you don't need that, dude.
Yikes.
Jesus.
Who thought that was a good idea? Like, people were like, hey, you know what?
Interactive, the off-Broadway production of Sound of Music, and you're part of it.
We're going to have the Nazis go into the crowd and scare the crap out of the people.
You hide just like they did from the Nazis.
Yeah.
So you didn't rate that performance all that highly.
I didn't like it.
No, dude, Hills are alive.
Yeah.
With the Sound of Music.
With Nazis.
Yeah, with the Sound of Nazis boots. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
It's a tough deal. I think I saw Chicago, Hairspray, Wicked. I did see Wicked on Broadway.
Nice.
That was pretty incredible performance.
Okay.
The Producers, which was, of course, a movie, and then a Broadway show. Nathan Lane and Matthew Broderick.
Speaking of
but
Nazis.
the movies, speaking of,
Springtime.
Yeah, there you go, dude, which is such a ride. Springtime for Hitler, bro. That's a hell of a song. And then Zero Mostel and Gene Wilder were the original movie.
Yes, they were,
before it was a musical.
Yes.
I can't remember what the fifth one was that I saw. Anyway, no, I used to get down with seeing more musical theater.
Yeah, by the way, speaking of, you mentioned Mel Brooks. Mel Brooks is in a new documentary about John Candy.
Yeah, you were talking about this.
Called I Like Me, which is a quote from the movie Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. For a man that didn't have a lot of skeletons in the closet, John Candy's documentary, directed by Colin Hanks, son of Tom Hanks, great film on Amazon Prime. Highly recommended.
Nice. Did he know Candy?
Tom Hanks knew John Candy because he was his brother in the movie Splash.
That's right, yeah.
And I guess Colin Hanks grew up with him. So, yeah, great documentary.
Good deal, man. Good deal. 831, that same texter, Derek, says, Depop's dancing and singing always brings joy to my day. Keep up the good work. How about that?
Well, thank you.
You are dancing. See, it makes me uncomfortable, so I'm glad somebody's liking it.
Yeah.
The 831.
As long as
a silly show.
Yeah. As long as I'm making one person happy.
That's good. All right.
That's all that matters.
Let's get into some of the best sounds from across the sports world you might have missed with today's Sound Soiree.
This is
Dirty Works.
Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
What? Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the Sports Leader.
All right, let's get into some of the sound from across the sports world that you may have missed. Somebody else upset, 650, says it should have been 24 hours in the KNBR studio.
No. We're not doing that.
First of all, that was like a season-ending bet. That was like a major wager.
Yeah, it was for
major
playoffs.
wager.
It was for
That was
playoffs.
for fantasy players. This is for us.
Right to go to the champ.
This is for me and Derek betting on whether or not, and we should actually just do this bet weekly.
Yeah.
Do the Jets beat whoever their opponent
Exactly.
is until it happens?
I'm feeling good about the Jets.
I'm feeling good about the Thurs.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm taking my Thurs off an emotional win. My Thurs getting above 500.
Fair enough. My Thurs.
Cope's Carolina Panthers. Mine and Steph Curry's. All right, how about Jake Moody, former San Francisco 49er, cut from the team, lands on the Bears practice squad.
Yep.
Gets elevated from the practice squad for yesterday's game, and there he is out there in the rain, in the wind, with an opportunity to win the game for Caleb Williams and the Chicago Bears. Here's Jake Moody after the game on what his sleeping arrangements were the night before his first game with the Bears. Here you go.
Yeah, I was sleeping in like a little twin bed. Wasn't the most comfortable, and my shower was either ice cold or burning hot. I couldn't get it to go in the middle. So took a nice ice shower before the game, and that might be the new tradition that I start. We'll see.
Why were these conditions so bad for him?
Dude, where did the Bears have him sleeping? What is this?
They call him up the day of? Or like on Sunday and just be like, hey, get here really fast and your room's going to suck.
Because they were in D.C., right?
Yes.
So he was in Chicago because he was on the practice squad. So he
Right.
probably didn't travel with the team?
Probably did not. And they probably put him like at a motel or something.
So wait, he shows up and they didn't have like an actual nothing at the team hotel for
But
Moody?
the Bears are an NFL franchise. They can splurge
That's
a
what
little
I'm
bit
saying.
on Jake
They
Moody.
couldn't put him in a real. Where the hell was he staying? Why were his sleeping arrangements so bad? And why? And what place did they check him into that had a twin bed available?
Yeah, I know.
I was sleeping in a twin bed.
He
says
comes
Moody.
like in the middle of the night, and everybody's like sleeping. Like, shh, Caleb Williams is sleeping, so let's get you a little twin bed here.
I mean, it's not far off from the lobby that KNBR had the Greg sleeping in back at the
With the newspaper,
You
yeah.
guys remember that? At
We
the,
actually have audio of Moody. We have more audio.
Here's more audio from Moody.
Are you crazy? I don't need a bed.
Well done, Tim.
Yeah, dude. Oh man,
I don't need a bed. I can kick in my sleep.
Tim, even a blind dog finds a bone once in a while.
I don't need a twin
Yeah,
bed.
I don't need a twin. Did you guys remember that though at the combine last year?
Oh, of course.
Greg Silver and Greg Papa went to the combine.
Yeah.
We sent them to the combine to watch guys run track for a week, and then they didn't have their room ready when they showed up.
Yeah.
And so they had to sleep in the lobby of
With
the
the
hotel.
Purdue women's basketball team.
And a basketball team, and we were riffing about them having like newspapers as blankets.
And my dad wakes up. He's like, "Oh, hello, ladies."
Was it? I thought it was the men's team.
Maybe it was.
I think it was the men's Purdue.
I know about Zach Edey before anybody.
Yes.
That's hilarious, dude. That's hilarious. 773 says the Producers was on Broadway in 01. The movie was 05. 773, the Producers was a movie in like the 70s with Gene Wilder and Sarah Mostel. I'm aware. I'm up on the Producers musical theater knowledge.
I want to say like 1968. So yeah.
Yeah, it was an old movie.
These are my things.
It was not a musical. Then it was made into a musical.
Exactly.
Did Mel Brooks make it into a musical?
Yes,
I
with
think
Matthew,
Mel Brooks is the one who did it.
Broderick and Nathan Lane.
And Nathan Lane, right?
Yeah.
But he's the one who I think produced it, made it into a musical on Broadway.
And then of course Larry David took over.
Don't try to come at me with my producer's knowledge.
Yeah, come on.
Larry David and first it's Larry David and
Ben Stiller.
Ben Stiller until he stabs Ben Stiller in the eye with a toothpick at his own birthday party, and then it ends up being Schwimmer.
And then also he doesn't give him a birthday gift, even though he told him, don't bring me a birthday gift.
Don't forget the guy who's leading their rehearsals in that season of Curb. He's a blind guy who plays the piano.
Yeah.
And he says he's dating this woman who's a model.
Hands off.
But every time she shows up to pick him up, because she's not blind, Larry sees that she's not a model. Like, she's clearly not a model.
Right, yeah.
And she keeps, like, looking at Larry, like, telling him to shut up. But Larry tells the blind guy that she's lying to him.
Yeah.
And the blind guy breaks up with her
I know.
because she's lied
I know.
about being a model.
It's a great moment in the show.
He can't see her, dude. And then, by the way, she's the one who drives him to and from the rehearsals.
Yes.
Then Larry has to start driving him because she.
My favorite moment of that season when they're in New York doing the Producers is Stephen Colbert makes a guest appearance. He's on the sidewalk, and Larry David walks in and he goes, "Hey, can you take a picture of me and my wife?" And he's like, "Sure." And then he starts arguing with his wife, like, "Okay, you know what's best, take pictures and everything." And then Larry's like, "Okay, I'm going to leave. You guys are taking way too long." He goes, "Oh, you're too good to take our picture? Oh, you're in the show? Well, guess what? You will fail."
Yeah, he curses him.
And then in the middle of the show, Larry forgets his lines, and you see Stephen Colbert like, "See, told you."
Yeah, right. He blames it on him. He fails. It's good. It's a good call. Good call. Moving on here in the sound spray. Are we coming back to something else? I know there's a late addition to this one.
Yes, I want to get to Tua if we added that one.
We'll do that.
Tim.
We'll do that later
Yes.
in the sound spray. He got it. All right, let's go to Jamar Chase here.
Oh,
in
man.
the soiree.
Bad choice of words here.
Yeah, Jamar Chase. He's like, the Bengals have been losing. They lose this past weekend again to the Packers with Joe Flacco. By the way, Jamar Chase went an insane touchdown grab on this throw.
Oh, yeah.
Top, like, front shoulder.
By the way, I know I was talking about like Survivor Pool and everything. That score was 24-18. I was like, oh, the Bengals could pull off this victory here.
Dude, I was saying it. I'm telling you, I was like, I feel weird about Flacco in that game because I was like, he played terrible in the first half, but they mounted a bit of a comeback. They cut it to a one-score game, and I'm like, dude, everybody's on the Packers this week. I would be terrified just because it's too weird. Oh, nobody's ever beaten the same team twice in a year with two different teams?
Yeah.
Joe Flacco, like Forrest Gump might do it, you know? Here we go. Here's Jamar Chase off of that loss against the Packers. He says, we're moving on, but he's previewing the matchup against the Steelers.
Well, this next game is always the most important game just because it's a divisional game also. But just the rankings that we got going on, the standings where we at right now. We know the Steelers going to try to come in and raw dog us and kill us, but we're going to be ready for that challenge, and we're going to be waiting for it.
Excuse me?
Damn. That's one way to phrase it.
My God.
Raw dog us?
And kill us.
Wow. I know what he's trying to say there, but like, I don't know.
We know they're going to try to raw dog us and kill us.
Raw dog us. Whoa. It's a hell of a way to describe a win in the NFL.
We know the Steelers going to try to come in and raw dog us.
And kill us. I want the whole thing, Tim. I don't want part of it. I don't want
We know
half
the
of that.
Steelers going to try to come in and raw dog us and kill us. But
Yeah, well, yeah.
Raw dog
it's
us
all
and-
or nothing on that. We
You
ain't
know,
going part way.
Sometimes I don't know the right words to say, but I don't know if like a raw dogging is the right way to describe a NFL win. Or a routing.
I would say working raw dog into any given conversation is hilarious.
Oh God, yeah.
I think the fact that we've started to use it in terms of like I raw dogged this flight. Remember that, like the raw dogging flights. Where
Yes.
Use that example today.
I have heard that.
People are, dude. You ever like you stand like you ever like go to a doctor's office waiting room and not have your phone, forget your phone or something. You just raw dog in the waiting room.
God, no.
Go to the DMV without an appointment.
Go to the DMV without an appointment. You raw dog the DMV. Yeah,
that's something.
That's a tough deal.
Can you raw dog a flight? Like
raw dogging a flight means you take a flight and you don't open a phone or a book or nothing.
You just
stare at the seat.
You
in front
pull
of
a David Putty.
There's no way. Yeah, I'm just gonna sit here.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna sit.
No, I could not do that. No, I need something. I just can't look at the back of the seat.
Far away. All right, I'm not gonna respond.
Yeah. Be careful there.
No, I wasn't talking Jimmy. All right, we're moving on here in the sound soiree. How about Joey Porter?
He responds to the raw dogging.
He hears about the raw dogging and killing, and he's like, "I got some thoughts on this." Here's Joey Porter, the Steelers' reaction to the raw dog comment.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah, what was
crazy. I mean, he's not wrong in a sense, I guess. But yeah, that was a crazy comment. But yeah, I mean, we ain't trying to play games with him. We trying to win the football game. So yeah, he's right.
Yeah, he's right, but just the way he phrased it was.
Yeah, that was so funny, man. That was crazy.
I mean, he's not wrong. I sort of phrased it that way.
That's such a weird breakdown and evaluation. Yeah, it's crazy.
That was crazy.
But he is right. That's what we're trying to do. Yeah,
we are trying to raw dog them. And then,
okay.
like Mike Tomlin's asked about it, he's like, "Well, I don't like to say, certain ways we like to beat teams, but yeah, raw dogging is appropriate."
That's ridiculous, dude. All right, moving on. This is last Friday. After the Tigers were eliminated in the 15th inning by the Seattle Mariners. This one hit a little close to home for me.
Yeah.
This is
a Tigers post-game show. The audio's a little weird because you hear commercials simultaneously.
So here's what happens. They go to commercial break. They're like doing the post-game wrap. Like imagine listening to the Giants post-game wrap in 2002 after they lose game 6 or 7 of the World Series. And like John Miller still has to do the post-game wrap, the highlights and the upcoming and the wrap right after this, right? You got to come back with the highlights and all that. Well, they got to do the same thing, except the Tigers just got eliminated from the playoffs. It'll sound a little odd because there's some commercials as they go to break, but check out the Tigers post-game broadcaster.
Dan and I will be back to talk about it after this on the Detroit Tigers radio network.
And fragile.
I don't have to do a game. This game recap. Oh, I'm sorry. Was that out loud? 3, 2, 1.
You are so strong.
Okay, two things. First and foremost.
Yeah, did he fart?
Did he fart at the beginning of that, dude? You know that if somebody farts on an audio clip, we're going to catch it because Derek is a fart truther. Dude, did he cut one?
You know what? I'll believe that one.
I think he went to break. I think he
It sounds to me like he's moving out his chair out of frustration.
No. You know what, Tim? I think he went to break. I think he cut ass.
I want to believe it.
And then I think he let loose on
Listen.
Let's hear the whole clip again.
Go for it.
And fragile.
I don't have to do a game. This game recap. Oh, I'm sorry. Was that out loud? 3, 2, 1.
Dude, it's a whole bit.
No, because
3, 2, 1.
No, because I could see this guy's movements the whole time. Like he's just like, all right, so Tigers lose. We'll talk about it next right here on the Tigers broadcast network. And he gets up. He's like, oh God, I've been holding this in the entire time.
Yeah.
All right, what am I gonna do? Post game? I F that.
Dude, I'm thinking contextually, he totally cut ass. One more.
Okay,
I did not pick up on that first time around.
I'm okay with not knowing if that was a fart or not. The Jim Harbaugh fart, that's not a fart. But that, my friend, that's a fart.
Dude, the Harbaugh fart is
I know a fart when I hear
it's
it.
It's into the microphone. Dude, he gets up like this, turns around to the mic, and just lets one rip, dude.
How is that not everywhere?
They tackle very well.
How did no one hear that?
100%. We all did. Everybody but you heard
that
it.
was on the news?
It was the cut heard around the world. Dude.
I'm telling you. That would have led, Everything.
It led Murph and Mac for like a
late night
week.
TV.
It led dude. I'm all over it. I'm all over it.
Yeah.
Somebody far as we're going to catch it.
Oh, yeah.
I'm so glad we both heard that and it perked up at the same time.
But that's incredible. I guess, like, how that happened with the commercial still playing, but his, like, I guess his mic's still on. But, yeah, like, I totally understand it. Like, that's totally like Bob Uecker in Major League. Like,
This is something that gives somebody like me nightmare fuel because stuff like this can happen,
Oh,
and
dude.
then everyone's looking at you. It's like,
I've definitely been the board op that has left the mic up with a guy on a post-game show, and thank God no one cursed or anything, but, like, you realize after the fact, like, oh, and then that host calls you later on. He's like, do you realize both of our careers could have ended tonight? Just be careful going forward.
Damn.
Yeah.
Good thing you don't board up. Is that going to do it, or do we want to hear this Tua?
Let's leave it a high note. We can probably play the Tua another time.
Let's leave it on the fart note.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, we'll put the show to bed before Larry Krueger takes you for Niners Nightly at the top of the hour at 6 o'clock. It's Dirty Work, the greatest show in America on the Fart Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
How do the 49ers turn the page on last week's loss to the Bucs? Find Mike Silver, Marcus Thompson, Tracy Sandler, and David Lombardi on exactly that. All our interviews are at thesportsleader.com. Hell, even maybe Kipe has a suggestion.